Gu Changsheng was born into the Eternal Longevity Imperial Clan, the sole direct bloodline of the Gu family. His father was the clan lord and his mother was a divine maiden of another imperial clan. Before his birth he thought this was the pinnacle of life, imperial clan resources, bloodline inheritance, nothing lacking. He wouldn't need a golden finger anyway. Then the system arrived. Born into the Gu family of the Eternal Longevity Imperial Clan, the only direct bloodline, what must I pay attention to? The tiny Gu Changsheng, already human-shaped, muttered to himself. At this moment he was still in his mother's womb. In the time it takes to burn an incense stick he would be born. He turned over in the womb, feeling the warmth and anticipation from outside, his little face filled with eagerness. He had been waiting too long. For months he had heard his father Gu Qingyun countless times lying on his mother's belly murmuring on and on. About the 5 ancient imperial clans, about the Gu family leading the 3,000 Dao provinces. About the other 4 clans being mere foils. About how this child would become the strongest eternal life being in the 3,000 Dao domains, hence named Gu Changsheng. That cheap father spoke these things in a tone as dull as reading an account book, clearly thinking it was all basic procedure not worth mentioning. But Gu Changsheng felt his blood boil. An imperial clan. The clan lord's only son. And his mother was a divine maiden of another imperial clan. With this setup, Gu Changsheng felt he lacked nothing. So Gu Changsheng clenched his little fist. Even without a golden finger I can swagger through life with this identity, right? He had even pondered this question seriously. In his past life, how many protagonists in web novels fought desperately for an imperial-level cultivation method or a single ancient pill? And him. At birth he could enter the Gu family's ancestral land. The bloodline carried imperial inheritance and cultivation resources were probably enough to bathe in. A golden finger. No need. As he was thinking this, a cold mechanical voice suddenly exploded in the depths of his consciousness. Ding, your system has been delivered. Gu Changsheng was stunned. It actually came. What use do I have for you? Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Heavenly Dao System. Heavenly Dao. Gu Changsheng raised an eyebrow, realizing things were not simple. Ordinary systems he truly looked down upon. But the 4 characters Heavenly Dao System combined gave off an unusual aura. Heavenly Dao, that was the highest synonym for a world. You. What exactly do you do? Gu Changsheng tentatively asked. In his mind a line of golden characters slowly appeared. Heavenly Dao System means the host can wield the authority of the Heavenly Dao. Hiss. Such terrifying power. Gu Changsheng inhaled sharply. Before he could rejoice for long, the system's prompt continued. Now is a flourishing age, the mandates of heaven appear frequently. Several sons of destiny are dividing the luck, causing the Heavenly Dao source to be depleted, verging on collapse. If it's depleted, why are you giving it to me? Host, don't worry. The luck of the sons of destiny originally comes from the Heavenly Dao. Therefore, as the host wields the authority of the Heavenly Dao, you can change the life choices of the sons of destiny, causing their luck to flow back and return to the Heavenly Dao. And based on what the son of destiny loses that originally belonged to him during this event, you will receive a return of 10,000 to 1,000,000,000 times. So I can manipulate the sons of destiny. Gu Changsheng's eyes lit up. He had naturally heard of sons of destiny, those born to face tribulations and go against heaven. Every single one would inevitably grow into unparalleled powerhouses without exception. And now this system allowed him to freely control these sons of destiny and trigger 10,000-fold returns. Truly wonderful. Ding. Detected a life event triggered by Son of Destiny. No. 1 Xiao Chen in the Eastern Xian domain of the 3,000 Dao domains. So fast. Gu Changsheng was taken aback. He hadn't expected the system to be so urgent. After all, he wasn't even born yet. But that was fine. Since there was nothing to do in the womb anyway, he might as well study this system. What was a life event? The next moment. A line of text appeared before Gu Changsheng. Event name: Xiao Chen's engagement broken. Location: Xiao Family Grand Council Hall, Eastern Xian Domain, 3,000 Dao domains. Overview: Xiao Chen, the talented young master of the Xiao family, had a sudden regression in cultivation 5 years ago, becoming a waste. Today his fiancée Lu Ruyan came to break off the engagement, publicly humiliating Xiao Chen, thus stimulating his potential to awaken the Flame Emperor's body on the spot and slap faces. Holy shit, such a classic plot. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. Little Gu Changsheng let out a curse from his tiny mouth. Engagement broken, humiliation, waste. Then suddenly awakening a physique and slapping faces. This was too classic. After his outburst, a scene appeared before Gu Changsheng that only he could see. In the scene. Inside the grand and majestic hall, the atmosphere was extremely tense. A young man looking hot-blooded stood with a pale face. Before him stood a stunning woman in green robes with flowing black hair like a waterfall and fair skin. Around them were clearly two factions. They were the Xiao family members and Lu Ruyan's protectors respectively. Xiao Qin, you are now a useless waste unworthy of me. The beautiful woman in green spoke indifferently without a trace of emotion. Today this engagement shall be annulled. Saying this, she produced the marriage contract and held it up in front of everyone. Of course, I will also provide some compensation. I heard you've been obsessed with alchemy lately, so I specially requested this alchemy furnace from the Holy Land. Although it's only a low-grade spirit artifact for you, it's already a rare treasure. Clatter. The furnace was thrown to the ground. Insult. Even through the screen, Gu Changsheng felt the humiliation. But at the same time his toes curled inward. It was so classic he couldn't help but laugh. Just then. The system's prompt sounded again. Detected that Son of Destiny Xiao Chen has officially triggered a life choice. Before Gu Changsheng, a panel appeared with 4 options. Facing the engagement annulment and humiliation from your fiancé Lu Ruyan, what will you do? A fly into a rage. Tear up the letter of divorce on the spot, kick over the furnace and declare 30 years east of the river, 30 years west, don't look down on a youth's poverty. B. Stay silent. Knowing that Lu Ruyan has the Holy Land behind her, pretend you heard nothing. C. Swallow the humiliation. Agree to the annulment, accept the furnace and thank her. D. Take a different path. Completely ignore Lu Ruyan's insult, turn your attention to the old protector behind her and issue a fencing challenge. Looking at the 4 options before him, Gu Changsheng paused. So whichever I choose, Xiao Qin will act according to my choice. Yes, host. Xiao Qin carries the Heavenly Dao's luck force and will act according to the Heavenly Dao authority. And you are the Heavenly Dao authority. Then good. Gu Changsheng grinned. His little finger directly tapped the D option. In the scene. Xiao Chen with a livid face stepped forward step by step. Behind him his father Xiao Lingtian couldn't help but say, Chainer, don't act on impulse. I know. Xiao Chen nodded and walked straight past. Unexpectedly, he didn't pay attention to Lu Ruyan, didn't even glance at her. Instead, he fixed his gaze on the old man behind Lu Ruyan, looking him up and down. Cultivation Realm Division 1. Dust Awareness Realm 2. Profound Passage Realm 3. Spiritual Platform Realm 4. Divine Treasury Realm 5. Heaven Origin Realm 6. Dao Seed Realm 7. Life Will Realm 8. Nirvana Realm 9. Break Illusion Realm 10. Semi-Saint Realm 11. Saint Realm 12. Great Emperor. The highest is the Heavenly Emperor. Why are you staring at me? The Guardian said calmly with a hint of displeasure. As an elder of the Holy Land, his face was aged and stern. Being scrutinized so blatantly by a junior naturally displeased him. Senior. Xiao Chen bowed with clasped hands. Today I can agree to the dissolution of the engagement with your Holy Land Saintess. But I have one request. What is it? The Guardian asked with a frown. Everyone present was curious. What could their young master possibly request from the Holy Land? Xiao Qing cleared his throat and spoke loudly. I see that you, senior, have an immortal aura and a noble bearing. You must possess great power. So after I break off the engagement with Lu Ruyan, I wish to become your Dao partner. What do you think, senior? As soon as these words were spoken, the entire place erupted. At the same time, a system prompt sounded in Gu Changsheng's ears. Ding. Detected the fate of the chosen son. Xiao Chen has deviated significantly. The Flame Emperor body failed to awaken. Xiao Chen loses the Flame Emperor body, returning part of the Heavenly Dao's fortune. Current Heavenly Dao fortune abundance 0.03. Congratulations, host. Triggered return critical hit. Billion-fold return, fire attribute supreme immortal body, heaven burning immortal body. Fuse immediately. Yes. The moment the word fell outside. Over the 3,000 Dao states. The Eternal Dao domain. The Gu family mansion. The family estate was packed to the brim. Patriarch Gu Qingyun paced outside, his imperial aura sweeping across heaven and earth. Suddenly. Wah! A loud cry resounded through the entire Gu family. Gu Changsheng was born. The moment he left his mother's womb. The heavens changed. Above the Eternal Dao domain the sky was originally clear but suddenly it was torn apart by a golden light. That light burst forth from nothingness like the first dawn of creation, brilliant yet not blinding, warm yet not scorching. Then the temperature began to soar. The 1,000-year-old ice peaks surrounding the Gu family mansion crumbled into roaring torrents. And the celestial phenomenon had only just begun. The golden light began to burn. The entire sky was burning. That was not ordinary fire but golden divine flames burning from the eastern horizon to the western edge. As far as the eye could see there was only golden flame. The clouds were burned through. The starry sky beyond was revealed. The stars were also burning. Even more terrifying, within the golden flames enormous phantoms emerged. A three-legged golden crow flapped its wings and cried. A nine heavens true phoenix bathed in fire and underwent nirvana. An ancient fire dragon coiled and roared. A flame giant stepped on the sky. They surged and soared within the golden sea of fire as if emerging from the primeval chaos overlooking the land. Golden fiery rain fell from the sky scattering onto every corner of the Gu family mansion. The eaves turned gold, the stone steps turned gold, and all the plants and trees were coated with a layer of golden light. The entire Gu family was bathed in golden divine flames. An immortal body descended into the world. At this moment everyone in the Gu family was startled. Boom. 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 Terrifying auras erupted from every corner of the Gu family. Sage Realm. Countless Sage Realm experts tore through the void, appearing in midair. 110, 100, 300. Fully 300 Sage Realm experts hovered darkly above the Gu family mansion, looking up at the celestial inferno with horrified faces. What kind of phenomenon is this? I've lived for 80,000 years and I've never seen this. Before the words died, boom. 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 Auras 1,000 times more terrifying than the Sage Realm, Imperial Realm, erupted from the depths of the Gu family ancestral land. Dozens of Imperial Realm figures appeared simultaneously. The leading ancestor wore a golden imperial robe, his face withered like dead wood but his murky eyes burst with terrifying light. His name was Gu Wangu, the second-generation ancestor of the Gu family, a being who had lived for an entire epoch. At this moment the hand of this peak-level great emperor trembled slightly. Heaven-burning immortal body, he murmured, his voice hoarse yet causing heaven and earth to tremble. This is the heaven-burning immortal body. The entire scene fell into dead silence. Immortal body. An existence above the divine body and sacred body. In the Gu family's recorded history, the immortal body had appeared only 3 times. And every time an immortal body descended into the world it heralded the birth of a heavenly emperor who would sweep through the ages. This child is Qingyun's bloodline. Gu Wangu suddenly turned his head, looking toward the bedchamber, his murky eyes blazing with light. Inside the bedchamber, Gu Qingyun with trembling hands received the newborn baby. The infant's skin was white as jade with golden patterns flowing beneath the surface. His bones were translucent like crystal, emitting a soft golden light. On his forehead a faint golden flame mark flickered, barely visible. Most astonishingly, his eyes were open. A pair of golden pupils deep as the starry sky, as if they had gazed through the long river of ages. Gu Changsheng looked at his stunned sheep father and curled the corners of his mouth slightly. In his mind the system prompt sounded ding. Heaven-burning immortal body fusion complete. The door of the bedchamber slowly opened. Gu Qingyun stepped out holding the baby in his arms. Outside a dense crowd stood silent. Over 300 Sage Realm experts hovered midair and dozens of imperial auras weighed like mountains surrounding the bedchamber. All eyes were fixed on that tiny baby. Gu Changsheng lay peacefully in his father's arms, eyes closed, little fists gently clenched, motionless. But then everyone felt it. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was surging madly. From every corner of the Eternal Dao domain it converged toward this infant's body. Spiritual energy surged like a tide. Gu Changsheng's tiny body, like a bottomless pit, greedily devoured everything. The chi flooded into his skin, his bones, and the golden flame mark on his brow. The heaven-burning immortal body was cultivating itself. Hum. A faint yet supremely pure wave radiated from the infant's body. Is this the dust awakening realm? A sage elder widened his eyes. He was born and already entered the dust awakening realm. Without even needing to practice any cultivation method. Before the words died down. Hum. Another wave. Dust awakening realm, second level. Hum. 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 Waves followed one after another like drumbeats pounding on everyone's hearts. Third level. Fourth level. Fifth level. In the blink of an eye, this tiny infant had broken through 5 minor realms in succession. But everyone waited. They waited for the critical threshold. Boom. An aura far grander than before erupted from Gu Changsheng's body. Dust awakening realm perfection, breakthrough. Mystic penetration realm. One step into the mystic penetration realm. Gu Wangu murmured, a flicker of emotion appearing on his withered face for the first time. It wasn't over. Mystic penetration realm first level. Second. Third. Fourth. Until the 5th level, the breakthrough energy slowly subsided. The entire scene was dead silent. A baby less than an incense stick old was already at mystic penetration realm 5th level. For an ordinary cultivator starting cultivation at age 5 from dust awakening to mystic penetration, even for the talented, it took at least 3 years. But the most terrifying thing wasn't this. Look over there, an elder of the Imperial realm suddenly spoke, his voice trembling. The spiritual energy in the heavens and earth continued to surge wildly into the infant's body. Though his cultivation no longer advanced, it seemed as if all that spiritual energy was being stored within that small body, nourishing his celestial bones and refining his blazing body. His body is actively devouring spiritual energy. It is instinctual. As natural as breathing. Even without cultivating techniques or deliberately entering seclusion, his cultivation can still grow constantly. Gu Wangu slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, the murky old eyes were filled with clarity. This child. He paused, his hoarse voice resonating throughout the hall. He will surely become the Heavenly Emperor in the future. At this moment, Gu Changsheng blinked his clear eyes, not looking at the crowd of family elders above. Instead, he continued to gaze at the scene before him that only he could see. Because the choices in life were far from over. In the scene, Xiao Qin challenged the guardian of Lu Ruyan to a duel, angering the guardian on the spot. He was an elder of the Holy Land, how could he allow a junior to disrespect him? Not to mention the unsolicited invitation to be his companion. There are limits to what one can tolerate. I am serious, senior. As the guardian's expression darkened, Xiao Chen appeared sincere and even took 2 steps forward. If you don't believe me, I can swear to the heavens, enough. The guardian thundered, his voice resonating like a thunderclap, shaking the entire hall. Boom. The guardian erupted in anger. You little beast. You seek death. His hair stood on end and a terrifying, killing intent erupted from his old eyes. With a wave of his hand. Buzz. A crimson palm print materialized out of thin air, descending towards Xiao Chen's head. This strike was delivered without holding back. He intended to erase this ant that dared to insult him from this world. Even the entire Xiao family would have to pay the price. Chainer. Xiao Ling Tian's eyes widened in rage as he wished to charge forward, but that terrifying pressure held him down, rendering him unable to move. Xiao Chen stood in place, his face pale as a sheet. He did not dodge. Nor could he. How could he withstand a furious blow from a Fate Will realm expert when his own cultivation had regressed? The crimson palm print drew closer. At that critical moment, buzz. A faint light suddenly shone from the ancient jade pendant around Xiao Chen's neck. The light was very faint. So faint it was nearly imperceptible. But at the moment it illuminated, rip. A pitch-black crack suddenly tore open in the space behind Xiao Chen. This was no ordinary spatial crack. It was a void passage to another realm. What? The guardian's pupils constricted. His palm print struck empty air. Because Xiao Chen had already been sucked into that crack, vanishing without a trace. The next moment the crack closed. The hall returned to calm. As if nothing had ever happened. Only a group of stunned individuals remained, along with a guardian elder whose expression was as dark as the deepest night. A treasure capable of easily tearing apart the barriers between realms. The guardian murmured to himself, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. That is at least a space treasure of Sate level or higher. He abruptly turned to look at Xiao Ling Tian. Your Xiao family hides its treasures well. Xiao Ling Tian. He was just as bewildered. That jade pendant had been something he picked up long ago and casually given to his son, who knew it was of such caliber. Gu family. Little Gu Changsheng lay in a soft swaddle, his golden pupils flickering slightly. He watched everything unfold in the scene, his small face revealing an expression of just as I thought. Traversing between realms. TSK. He silently complained in his heart. This jade pendant, I wonder if it has an old grandpa. Gu Changsheng continued to fixate on the scene. The system prompt sounded at the right moment. Xiao Chen used the Jade Pendant Void Ancient Order to teleport to the lower realm, Songyun Realm. In the scene. Songyun Realm. In a continuous mountain range. Boom. A figure fell from the sky, crashing into a dense forest like a meteor. Crack. A series of sounds of branches breaking erupted. Bang. Finally, Xiao Chen landed heavily on the ground, creating a shallow pit in the shape of a person. Cough, cough, cough. He struggled to rise, covered in dirt and looking disheveled. I'm not dead. Xiao Chen felt his body confirming he was unharmed before finally breathing a sigh of relief. But immediately after, he heard the sound of intense battle coming from ahead. Rumble. Flames soared to the sky. A gigantic flame lion measuring 10 zhang in size was fiercely battling against a white figure. The flame lion was engulfed in crimson flames, each paw strike carrying a terrifying heat capable of burning mountains and boiling seas. Opposite, the woman in white wielded a green long sword, her swordlight like rain radiating cold brilliance as she fought fiercely against the flame lion. Both bore injuries. The flame lion had a deep sword wound on its back, blood gushing forth. The woman in white had her left arm charred black by the flames, a trickle of blood seeping from her mouth. Clearly this battle had been ongoing for quite some time. Human. Do not bully me too much. The flame lion spoke, its voice filled with rage. I will say this once more, I only require a drop of your blood. The woman in white gritted her teeth, her voice as cold as spring water. Moreover, I Yiqingli can swear to the heavens that in a few days I will bring equivalent treasures to compensate. Compensate. The flame lion scoffed, its eyes filled with disdain. You humans are the most despicable, speaking as if you are passing gas. Don't even mention a drop of my blood, you are not worthy of a single hair of mine. Its fiery eyes scanned the woman in white, suddenly revealing a meaningful smile. But I must say, you human woman is quite beautiful. How about this? You stay and bear me a litter of cubs and I will forgive your rudeness today. How does that sound? You seek death. Yiqingli trembled with rage, her long sword erupting with brilliant green light. The flame lion roared in anger, flames soaring to the sky. The two powerful beings simultaneously unleashed their strongest attacks. Boom. A deafening roar shook the heavens. Fire and sword light intertwined and collided, erupting in dazzling brilliance. Then, both fell to the ground. Bang. The massive body of the flame lion crashed down, its flames nearly extinguished, leaving only a flicker of weak embers. Bang. Yiqingli also fell from the air, heavily crashing to the ground, coughing up a mouthful of blood. She tried to struggle to her feet but found her spiritual power completely depleted, unable to move even a finger. The flame lion across from her was in the same state. Both had suffered heavy injuries. A genuine mutual destruction. Neither could strike at the other. At that moment, crack. A faint sound of breaking branches echoed. Both man and beast turned their heads simultaneously. They saw a dust-covered boy walking out from the bushes, looking bewildered at the scene before him. It was Xiao Chen. Their eyes met. The air suddenly fell silent. Then. Young man. Yiqingli was the first to speak, her voice weak yet filled with urgency. Help me kill this monster. As long as you assist me, you can follow me in your cultivation and become my direct disciple, Yiqingli. I am a cultivator at the spirit platform stage. Taking you as my apprentice will certainly not be a loss for you. As soon as she finished speaking, the fire lion also spoke, its voice weak yet enticing. Young man, do not listen to this woman's nonsense. If you help me kill her, I, the flame sky mad lion, will willingly acknowledge you as my master and become your spirit pet. We can sign the contract right now. Just think about it, having a spirit platform stage monster as a spirit pet is an opportunity that many people can't even dream of. Xiao Chen was taken aback. He looked at the person and the beast before him, momentarily at a loss. Gu family. In the cradle, Gu Chongsheng opened his small mouth and took a sharp breath. Hiss. Is this the child of destiny? His golden pupils were filled with emotion. Just falling into a random place and encountering two spirit platform stage powerhouses in a mutually destructive struggle. And both of them just happened to be unable to move, allowing him to decide their fates. One wants to take him as a disciple, the other wants to be his spirit pet. This fortune. Gu Chongsheng shook his head. Truly terrifying. At that moment, the system's prompt sound rang out again. Ding. Detected the child of destiny, Xiao Chen, triggering a life choice. A semi-transparent panel appeared before Gu Chongsheng again. And 4 shimmering golden options. You descended to the lower realm encountering a spirit platform stage cultivator and a monster in mutual destruction. How will you choose in face of their temptations? A. Choose to help the woman in white Yi Qingli. Kill the flame sky mad lion, enter her sect and become her direct disciple following the orthodox cultivation path of humanity. B. Choose to help the flame sky mad lion. Kill Yi Qingli, take her as a spirit pet and later roam the lower realm as the master of monsters. C. Choose to take both, trying to have it all. D. Help neither and claim you were just passing by, leaving without a care. Gu Chongsheng looked at these four options. A thoughtful smile appeared on his small face. Interesting, he murmured. This option D. A tremendous opportunity is right before me, yet I choose to ignore it. Perfectly suits my intentions. Xiao Qin, faced with the temptations of the two spirit platform stage powerhouses, pondered for a moment and decided it was best not to agree. What if he agreed to one side and the other side still had strength left? Wouldn't he be escaping from a tiger's mouth only to enter a wolf's den? After all, his own cultivation was merely at the awareness stage. What if a spirit platform stage powerhouse turned on him and killed him? So, he took a step forward and ran away. Yi Qingli and the flame sky mad lion were left dumbfounded, frozen in place. This person chose to abandon a tremendous opportunity and just left. Ding. Detected the child of destiny. Xiao Chen, the trajectory of fate has deviated significantly. Lost the opportunity to take in Yi Qingli as a disciple. The contract opportunity with the flame sky mad lion. Returning part of the fortune to the Heavenly Dao. Current Heavenly Dao fortune saturation 0.07. Congratulations host for triggering a return critical hit, a return of billions of times. The apprenticeship of the spirit platform stage female cultivator, serving the Yaoguang Empress. The contract of the spirit platform stage flame sky mad lion, subjugation of the ancient golden crow. In the 3000 Dao domains. In a certain forbidden area with no one around. In the eternal darkness, a golden divine bird curled up in the void. Its wings folded, resembling a sleeping sun. The ancient golden crow. How many tens of thousands of years has it been never moving? At this moment, those golden eyes, which had been tightly closed for countless years, suddenly opened. Boom. The void exploded. Endless golden divine flames swept for tens of thousands of miles. My master. A deep voice echoed in the void. It has descended. It lifted its golden head, its gaze penetrating the endless void. Landing in the eternal Dao domain. Landing upon the celestial phenomena. The burning heaven immortal body. Truly is you. The ancient golden crow's voice trembled slightly. Rip. The space tore apart. It spread its wings and entered. In the Yaoguang sacred land. On the highest snow peak. The woman in white sat cross-legged, a trickle of blood oozing from the corner of her mouth. I failed again. She murmured, a hint of desolation flashing in her cold eyes. My master said there is still a tribulation in my fate. But where exactly is this tribulation? After deducing for 1,000 years, she was always overshadowed by a force. Just as she was preparing to continue her closed-door cultivation. Buzz. That pair of cold eyes suddenly burst forth with golden light. The heavenly secret. The heavenly secret, which had been obscured for 1,000 years, split open a gap. She abruptly turned her head, her gaze piercing through the endless void. The burning heaven immortal body. The fortune of the Heavenly Dao converged. Anne. Her own tribulation. Is it here? The Yaoguang Empress slightly opened her red lips, shock appearing in her cold eyes for the first time. Rip. Dressed in white like snow, she glided in. In the eternal Dao domain. In the Gu family mansion. The celestial phenomena had just settled down. Gu Wangu and the other imperial ancestors were still immersed in the shock of the immortal Buddhist descent. Gu Qingyun, holding the infant in his arms, still bore an expression of excitement. From their perspective, the small Gu Changsheng merely reached out a tiny hand and randomly pointed in front of him. However, that single gesture. Rip. The heavens split open. A golden fissure spanning 10,000 miles appeared. Endless divine flames surged forth. The entire eternal Dao domain experienced a spike in temperature. The 300 powerful beings of the Gu family simultaneously looked up, their expressions shifting slightly. Boom. 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 Dozens of imperial auras erupted. Gu Wangu and the other ancestors simultaneously appeared in midair. A golden figure that blocked out the sun emerged from the fissure. Wings spread wide, towering in size. The ancient golden crow. The 300 powerful beings of the sacred realm focused their gazes. The dozens of imperial ancestors revealed a hint of astonishment. The ancient golden crow. Why has this old fellow come? Gu Wangu raised an eyebrow and stepped forward. The aura of a peak emperor swept forth, clashing against the golden flames filling the sky. Ancient golden crow. Gu Wangu's voice was hoarse, his tone calm. What brings you to the Gu family? There was no fear. The Gu family was not afraid of the ancient golden crow. If it truly came to blows, this old bird would not fare well. The ancient golden crow folded its wings, its massive body hovering in midair. It lowered its head, its golden eyes looking at Gu Wangu. Gu family elder. Its voice was deep yet not arrogant. I have come to acknowledge a master. Acknowledge a master. Gu Wangu's brow furrowed. The ancient golden crow's gaze had already passed over him and landed on the infant in Gu Qingjian's arms. This child possesses the burning heaven immortal body. He is my destined master. The ancient golden crow's tone was serious. I traverse endless voids only to submit to him. As the words fell, it completely folded its wings, its immense body slowly descended. The golden flames retracted, not daring to leak out in the slightest. That noble head gently lowered towards the infant in the cradle. Master. Ancient golden crow here to submit. The entire place fell silent. Gu Wangu turned to look at the infant, a glimmer of light flashing in his murky old eyes. The burning heaven immortal body. Even the ancient golden crow has come to submit. At that moment? Rip. The heavens split open again. A second fissure appeared. An extremely cold breath surged forth. The woman in white stepped through the air, her surroundings vibrating with the Tao. Yao Guang Empress. Everyone's gaze focused again. Gu Wangu looked at the newcomer and nodded slightly. Empress Yao Guang. His tone was indifferent, merely a greeting. Although the Empress was a great emperor, she was still insignificant in front of the Gu family. However, Gu Wangu was not lacking in the necessary etiquette. Senior Gu. The Empress Yao Guang stood in midair, slightly bowing to Gu Wangu. I have come uninvited today with a request. What is it? Gu Wangu asked directly. The gaze of the Empress Yao Guang fell upon the infant in Gu Qingjian's arms. A complex expression flashed in her cold eyes. I have cultivated for 1,000 years but have never been able to break through. My master said that I have a tribulation in my fate. If I do not overcome it, I will be eternally trapped in this realm. I have deduced countless times but have never found the location of that tribulation. She paused. Until today. The heavenly mechanism suddenly opened a crack and I saw my own tribulation. The Empress Yaogang's gaze fixed intently on the small infant. It is on this child. Gu Wangu's brow furrowed slightly. So. The Empress Yao Guang took a deep breath. She looked at Gu Wangu, then at Gu Qingyun, and then at all the powerful members of the Gu family present. Then, she lowered her head. I am willing to enter the Gu family and serve as this imperial child's maid. To serve him, to help me transcend my tribulation. I wonder if the Gu family would agree to enter the Gu family as a maid. Gu Wangu raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of sharpness flashing in his murky old eyes. He did not answer immediately. Instead, he turned to look at the numerous ancestors of the Gu family present. Dozens of imperial realm powerhouses exchanged glances, communicating silently. Soon, Gu Wangu retracted his gaze, his tone calm yet unyielding. Empress Yao Guang, although my Gu family does not exclude outsiders, your timing is rather coincidental. This child is the future of my Gu family, a burning heaven immortal body. How noble. You, an outsider, claim you want to be his maid just like that. Moreover. Gu Wangu's gaze darkened slightly. You speak of transcending tribulation, who knows what your true intentions are? With that he fell silent. The ancestors all nodded in agreement. Indeed. A stranger of the great emperor suddenly came to their door claiming to be a maid for their newly born imperial child. Who would believe it? The Empress Yao Guang stood in midair, her cold expression unchanged. She had long anticipated this. If she were in their position, she would not easily agree either. I understand Senior Gu's concerns, the Empress Yao Guang said with a slight nod. If that is the case, she raised her right hand, her fingers pointing like a sword. A stream of pure spiritual power flowed from her fingertips, transforming into a golden symbol that hovered above her palm. The Heavenly Dao symbol. Everyone present's gaze sharpened. I, Yao Guang, am willing to use the Heavenly Dao as proof and establish a contract. The Empress Yaegang's voice was cold, each word pronounced deliberately. From today onward I will serve the Gu family's imperial child and will never do anything to harm him. If I break this vow, may the Heavenly Dao punish me and I shall never attain rebirth. As her words fell, the golden symbol suddenly shone brightly and shot into the sky. Boom, a thunderclap echoed from above the 9 heavens. The Heavenly Dao responded. The contract was established. The entire place fell silent. Gu Wangu looked up at the sky, a hint of surprise flashing in his old eyes. The Heavenly Dao contract. This was not something to be taken lightly. Especially for a great emperor, the connection to the Heavenly Dao was even more profound. Once violated, the backlash from the Heavenly Dao could lead to the loss of cultivation or even annihilation of both body and soul. The Empress Yaoguang dared to vow this, indicating her sincerity. Senior, is this now credible? The Empress Yaoguang retracted her hand and looked at Gu Wangu. Gu Wangu was silent for a moment, about to speak. Ryup. The space tore apart once more. A figure stepped out from the crack. Dressed in a blue robe with a handsome face and an aura of imperial might, it was Gu Qingyun, the father of Gu Changsheng. Yaoguang, it's been a long time. Gu Qingyun held the infant in his arms, standing in the air looking at the Empress Yaoguang. His tone was calm but carried a hint of nostalgia. The Empress Yaoguang was slightly taken aback. Gu Qingyun. She looked at the blue-robed man before her, a complex expression flashing in her cold eyes. Back then they had crossed blades. In a certain relic in the 3000 Dao domains, the two had fought for 3 days and nights with no clear victor. Unexpectedly, after many years, he was now a father. And she had to become his son's maid. I didn't expect you would come. Gu Qingyun smiled slightly, glancing down at the infant in his arms. Little Gu Changsheng was blinking his golden eyes, curiously observing everything around him. So you want to be my son's maid? Yes, the Empress Yaoguang nodded. Gu Qingyun was silent for a moment and then said, you have established a contract with the Heavenly Dao, so you do have that qualification. However, he shifted his tone. My son may not agree. Moreover, he has just been born and is still very young. Just as he finished speaking, the infant in his arms suddenly began to move. His limbs kicked about, tiny fists waving, twisting around in his father's embrace. His golden eyes stared straight at the Empress Yaoguang, blinking with excitement. Gu Qingyun looked down, momentarily stunned. Everyone present also turned their attention. This child. Can he understand? Of course Gu Changsheng understood. After all, he was a transmigrator, having read countless web novels in his past life. The white-clad fairy before him, with skin as smooth as cream and hair like a waterfall, radiated a cold beauty that surpassed all the stars of his previous life. Moreover, this was a reward from the system. A billionfold return the service of the Empress Yaoguang. How could he possibly refuse? Even without the Heavenly Dao contract, a product of the system must be of the highest quality, definitely not treacherous. A great emperor serving as a maid, and such a beautiful fairy at that. Why not? Thus Gu Changsheng wriggled even more happily. His little hands reached towards the Empress Yaoguang, making ah-ah sounds. The meaning could not be clearer. Hug. The intelligence of this child. An elder in the holy realm widened his eyes. So high at birth. The burning heaven immortal body is indeed extraordinary. The Empress Yaoguang looked at the lively little infant, and a smile finally appeared on her cold face, like the melting of ice and snow, breathtakingly beautiful. It seems he really likes me, she said softly, a hint of gentleness flashing in her eyes. Gu Qingyun frowned. The Heavenly Dao contract had been established so the Empress Yaoguang could not harm her son. Moreover, this little one seemed to genuinely like her. All right, Gu Qingyun sighed and extended the infant forward. Be careful. The Empress Yaoguang reached out to receive him. Her movements were gentle, as if cradling a precious treasure. Gu Changsheng fell into a warm embrace. A fresh scent wafted towards him. It wasn't a strong perfume, but a light, cool fragrance like that of an orchid in a snow-capped mountain. So fragrant. Gu Changsheng sniffed, tilting his head. Then, he buried himself directly into the Empress Yaegang's bosom. Soft. Warm. Fragrant. A satisfied expression appeared on little Gu Changsheng's face. In his mind, his consciousness was babbling frantically, so soft. So fragrant. This empress is amazing. What a pity. My body has just been born, I can't do anything yet. I must grow up quickly. Otherwise it would be terribly inconvenient. He nuzzled around, finding a comfortable position. The Empress Yaoguang looked down at the little fellow in her arms, feeling his head nuzzling against her chest, and her cold features turned slightly red. But soon that blush faded. She gently patted Gu Changsheng's back, her voice softened considerably. Little one, from now on, I will be with you. Gu Changsheng responded with an ah. Everyone present exchanged glances. Did this just happen? Gu Wangu watched this scene in silence for a long time before finally shaking his head. All right. Having an empress as the maid of this child is not necessarily a bad thing. Gu Qingyun stood in place watching his son nuzzle up to the Empress Yaoguang, his mouth twitching slightly. This little one. Who does he resemble? Beside him, the ancient golden crow felt somewhat awkward. It shrank to the side, its massive body having already retracted, the golden flames obediently squatting in midair. Yet no one was looking at it. Everyone's attention was focused on the Yaoguang Empress. All eyes were concentrated on the little infant that was nuzzling in the Empress's arms. The ancient golden crow blinked its golden eyes. A majestic imperial beast, an ancient breed, it had lived for countless millennia. At this moment it felt like a neglected guest standing alone in the corner, ignored. Especially seeing its determined master snuggling against that human woman who was not particularly attractive in its eyes. The ancient golden crow felt even more discontent. What was so good about that woman? Wasn't it just a pretty face? It could breathe fire. It could burn through the heavens. It could carry its master to soar through the void. Yet its master didn't even glance at it. Ahem. The ancient golden crow lightly coughed twice, trying to attract attention. No one paid attention to it. Ahem ahem. It coughed again. Still no one responded. The ancient golden crow decided to stop waiting. Buzz. Golden light flashed. Its massive body began to rapidly shrink. In the blink of an eye, it transformed from a gigantic bird that obscured the sky into a small golden bird merely the size of a head. Its feathers were like they were forged from gold, shimmering with brilliance. The small body was round and plump, resembling a little golden ball. It flapped its wings and flew towards Gu Changsheng. Wait a moment. A withered hand reached out. Gu Wangu stood in front of it. Please go back, esteemed one. Gu Wangu looked at the small golden bird, his tone calm. Though I do not know why you call my clan's imperial son master, he is still very young. His words were cut off. The ancient golden crow spoke directly. Heavens Dao above, I, the ancient golden crow, wish to acknowledge this child as my master, never to betray him. Should I break this oath, may heaven and earth punish me? It delivered this in one breath without pausing. Gu Wangu. 300 Saint Realm powerhouses present. Dozens of imperial ancestors. Everyone's lips twitched. What on earth is happening today? One Yaoguang Empress isn't enough. Now another ancient golden crow arrives. And this crow is even more straightforward than the Empress. At least the Empress said a few courteous words. This bird, on the other hand, directly swore an oath, and no one could stop it. Gu Wangu's outstretched hand froze in midair. The expression on his old face changed from surprise to helplessness, finally turning into a mix of laughter and tears. Forget it. He retracted his hand, shaking his head and muttering to himself. Perhaps this is the fortune and destiny of my clan's imperial son. To have two great imperial realm powerhouses come to pledge loyalty right after birth. Gu Wangu looked up, a glimmer of light flashing in his muddled old eyes. Doesn't that mean that the Gu family will prosper for eternity? No one answered him. Because everyone's gaze had returned to that little infant. Gu Changsheng was happily snuggling in the Yaoguang Empress embrace. His little head was buried in the softness, and he felt utterly comfortable. As for Xiao Chen, that guy had no new opportunities for the time being, and his scene had temporarily disappeared. At that moment, a beam of golden light fell beside him. A small golden bird, round and plump the size of a head, was sweetly crouched at the edge of his swaddling cloth. Its golden eyes gazed at him eagerly. Gu Changsheng paused for a moment. Then he recognized it. The ancient golden crow. The second item rewarded by the system earlier. He blinked his golden eyes, looking at the little golden bird. The little golden bird blinked back, looking at him. Chirp. The ancient golden crow chirped softly. The sound was tiny and gentle. Where was the imposing presence of an imperial realm beast? Gu Changsheng smiled. He reached out his small hand towards the little golden crow. The ancient golden crow was taken aback and quickly leaned its head forward. His little fingers grasped a golden feather on the top of the golden crow's head. If this scene were seen by the demon clan, they would surely think they had fallen into an illusion. This was the ancient golden crow. A being of supreme level in the demon clan. Yet it was being treated like a little parrot. By the way, the Yaoguang Empress suddenly spoke, looking at Gu Qingyun. What name has this child been given? Gu Qingyun watched his son nuzzling and grabbing in the Empress' arms, took a deep breath. Then he casually said, Changsheng. From now on he shall be called Gu Changsheng. In the blink of an eye 5 years passed. The news of Gu Changsheng's arrival in the world spread like a stone thrown into a calm lake, rippling out to the entire 3000 Dao region. The burning heaven immortal body. These 4 characters alone were enough to keep all major powers awake at night. Moreover, he was born into the Gu family of the Eternal Longevity Imperial Clan. The Gu family did not conceal the heavenly secrets, and one could say they were quite ostentatious. On the day the news spread, spies from all major powers of the 3000 Dao region rushed madly towards the Eternal Dao region. They then witnessed the unvanished burning heaven phenomenon above the Gu family. Then they saw the grand spectacle of 300 Saint Realm powerhouses and dozens of emperors of the Gu family. Finally, they silently retracted their prepared tricks and turned them into congratulatory gifts. Congratulations. They could only congratulate. Who dared to act? That was the Gu family. The foremost among the 5 imperial clans holding sway over the 3000 Dao states. Moreover, that child was the burning heaven immortal body destined to become a heavenly emperor in the future. To act against him. Did they want to endanger their lives? Thus 5 years passed like this. In the Eternal Dao region at the Gu family residence. The morning sun cast golden light on the blue stone floor, creating a golden hue. A golden little bird darted out from under the eaves, round and plump the size of a head, its feathers shimmering brightly. On the back of the bird sat a 5-year-old boy. The boy wore a white robe, his hair casually tied with a golden ribbon, revealing a delicate face as fair as jade. What stood out the most were his eyes. Golden pupils, clear and bright as if holding the entire starry sky. It was none other than Gu Changsheng. Giddy up. Gu Changsheng patted the golden crow's head. The ancient golden crow. A majestic imperial realm beast, an ancient breed, it had lived for countless millennia. At this moment it was being ridden like a horse by a 5-year-old child. Moreover, it seemed quite pleased. Chirp. The ancient golden crow called out, flapping its wings, soaring from the eaves to the treetops, from the treetops to the rockery, and from the rockery to the rooftop. Its speed was as fast as a streak of golden lightning. Wherever it passed, the Gu family's servants looked up and then continued their work unfazed. They had gotten used to it. The imperial son did this every day. It had been 5 years, who hadn't gotten used to it? Young master. Slow down. A cold yet somewhat anxious voice came from behind. Dressed in white like snow with hair flowing like a waterfall, the Yaoguang Empress stepped barefoot through the void, closely following behind. 5 years had passed and the Empress' appearance had not changed in the slightest, still as cold and beautiful as ever. Only her originally indifferent gaze held a hint of helplessness and affection. Young master, please slow down. Be careful not to fall. The Yaoguang Empress called out again. Gu Changsheng turned a deaf ear. What a joke. He was riding the ancient golden crow, an imperial realm beast. What danger could there be? Moreover, this was the Gu family. With 300 Saint Realm powerhouses and dozens of emperors, the safety factor was higher than that of a bank vault in his previous life. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The golden crow seemed to sense its little master's excitement and flew even faster. The Yaoguang Empress, feeling helpless, quickened her pace to keep up. 5 years had passed. Gu Changsheng had lived a life of utter freedom and ease in these 5 years. During the day he rode the big bird, flying all around the residence, from the eastern courtyard to the western courtyard, from the training ground to the scripture repository. Occasionally passing by the closed cultivation chambers of certain ancestors, he would stop and shout, "Greetings, ancestor," making those ancient beings who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years laugh heartily. At night he would bury himself in the Empress' embrace to sleep. The main theme was one of unrestrained freedom. 5 years had passed like a day, never wearying. As for cultivation, no need. Human cultivators typically began to contact techniques at the age of 5. No one cultivated before that. But Gu Changsheng was different. He possessed the burning heaven immortal body. Even without actively cultivating, this body continuously absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth day and night, refining itself autonomously. Gu Changsheng rode on the back of the golden crow, swaying gently as he floated in midair, looking down at everything below. The Empress Yaoguang stood beside him, speaking softly, "There's no rush." Gu Changsheng waved his hand, his golden eyes darting around. In the center of the training ground stood a stone tablet 3 zhang tall. The tablet was pitch black, its surface smooth as a mirror, faintly shimmering with a radiant sheen. This is the stone tablet used for awakening bloodlines. It is said that touching it can activate the dormant bloodline power within. At this moment, an old man in a gray robe walked onto the training ground. His face was thin, his gaze piercing, and his aura was deep like the sea. A Saint Realm expert. "Everyone be quiet," the old man in the gray robe spoke, his voice not loud, yet it clearly reached everyone's ears. The entire venue instantly fell silent. Dozens of children straightened their backs, not daring to breathe. The gray-robed old man scanned the crowd, his gaze sweeping over the children's faces, finally resting on Gu Changsheng in midair, and he nodded slightly. He didn't say much. "Today is your bloodline awakening day," the gray-robed old man withdrew his gaze and spoke in a calm tone. "Before we begin, I will explain why the descendants of the Gu family need to awaken their bloodlines." The children perked up their ears. The gray-robed old man stood with his hands behind his back and slowly said, "Our Gu family is an ancient imperial lineage, having been passed down for countless ages. Unlike ordinary families, one of our ancestors surpassed the Heavenly Emperor." Upon hearing this, the adults present showed no reaction, clearly having heard it before. But the children all widened their eyes. "Surpassed the Heavenly Emperor? What realm is that?" The gray-robed old man continued, "That ancestor was named Gu Changga. As for where he is now, no one knows. But one thing is certain, he is broken free from his shackles, transcending the constraints of this world. And as his descendants, the bloodline flows within you all. This bloodline power is usually dormant, only through awakening can it be activated." The gray-robed old man paused and added, "Moreover, during the awakening of the bloodline you will also have a chance to awaken a talent. The talent could be a certain physique, a particular divine ability, or an enhancement in comprehension of cultivation. It varies from person to person." At this point, the gray-robed old man looked at the children, his tone filled with a hint of emotion. "In past years, when the bloodline was awakened at the age of 5, our Gu family has also awakened some special physiques. For example, the ancestral sacred body, the celestial overlord body, and so on. Those who awaken special physiques have now become the pillars of our Gu family, the weakest among them being at the Saint Realm." The children's eyes sparkled with excitement. Saint Realm. That was the height they yearned for. The gray-robed old man saw the light in their eyes and nodded slightly. "All right, I have said what needs to be said. Next, let's begin the bloodline awakening." He paused and added, "The descendants of the Gu family will be divided by sequence. The higher the sequence, the purer the bloodline, and the stronger the talent. There are a total of 9 sequences." The gray-robed old man looked at the group of children and began calling names. "Children of the 9th sequence, step forward." A few children walked out from the crowd. They glanced at each other, all feeling a bit nervous. The gray-robed old man pointed to the black stone tablet. "Come one by one. Place your hands on it, think of nothing, and let the bloodline awaken on its own." The first to approach was a little girl with pigtails. She timidly stepped forward to the stone tablet, looking up at the massive structure towering over her, swallowing hard. Then she slowly extended her small hand and placed it on the stone tablet. Buzz, the stone tablet suddenly glowed. A faint azure light emerged from its black surface. The azure light spread from the little girl's palm, enveloping her entire being. After a moment, the azure light dissipated. Words appeared on the surface of the stone tablet. The gray-robed old man glanced at it and nodded slightly. "Bloodline awaken purity at 60%. Awaken talent, heart of spiritual wisdom, a slight enhancement in cultivation comprehension." Not bad. The little girl withdrew her hand in a daze, not quite understanding what it all meant. However, her parents were already ecstatic. 60% purity. My daughter has awakened at 60%. And the heart of spiritual wisdom. Although not a special physique, it's still quite good. The surrounding adults nodded in agreement. 60% bloodline purity is considered above average in the Gu family. Though the heart of spiritual wisdom isn't a powerful talent, it is practical, making cultivation much more efficient. And so one child after another stepped up to awaken their bloodlines. At this moment, Gu Changsheng. Ding. A system prompt suddenly echoed in his mind. Gu Changsheng's eyes brightened. The moment had finally come. It had been years since the last life choice triggered at his birth. Now, after several years, Xiao Chen was finally about to gain an opportunity again. Detected the child of destiny, Xiao Chen triggering life choice. A translucent panel appeared before him, and simultaneously an image appeared in his mind, visible only to him. In the image down below in the Tsangyun realm in a remote mountain forest, Xiao Chen walked through the woods, his clothes tattered and dirty. Clearly these years had not been easy for him. Ever since he rejected Yi Qingli and the Flame Sky Mad Lion, he had been wandering aimlessly in the mountains. It wasn't that he didn't want to go out, but he could never find his way. Without a map, without direction, and with no one to ask for help, he ate wild fruits when hungry and drank from streams when thirsty. The young master of the Xiao family had fallen to such a state which was quite tragic. Yet the child of destiny was still the child of destiny. As he walked, Xiao Chen suddenly stopped. Before him was a mountainside obscured by vines. Behind the vines a faint wind blew through. A cave. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up as he pushed aside the vines. Indeed, a dark cave entrance appeared before him. The entrance was small, barely big enough for one person to pass through. But the breeze blowing from inside carried a hint of coolness, indicating that the cave was deep. After hesitating for a moment, Xiao Chen decided to crawl inside. The cave gradually widened. After walking for about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, he suddenly found himself in an open space. After hesitating for a moment, Xiao Chen decided to crawl inside. The cave gradually widened. After walking for about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, he suddenly, among them were many rare treasures of 1,000 or 10,000 years. Xiao Chen was utterly stunned. These are all mine. He swallowed hard, his eyes shining with excitement. Yet for Gu Changxing, watching from outside the scene, these so-called heavenly materials and earthly treasures were no different from trash. In the Gu family's back garden even a blade of grass was worth more than these items. Xiao Chen fought against the urge to gather them right away and continued deeper into the cave. His intuition told him that there were even better things within this cave. Sure enough, upon reaching the deepest part of the cave, Xiao Chen saw a shadowy figure. No, it was not a shadow. It was a skeleton. The skeleton leaned against the stone wall, its clothes long decayed, leaving only the bones behind. Yet the skeleton faintly glimmered with a golden light. It was clear it was not an ordinary object. Beside the skeleton several remnants of magical artifacts lay scattered, evidently damaged in battle. Xiao Chen looked at the skeleton and understood. This was the cave of a certain powerful being in their lifetime. After pondering for a moment, he knelt down and bowed 3 times to the skeleton. Senior, I did not mean to intrude and disturb you. Since you have already passed on, it would be a waste to leave the treasures in this cave behind. Why not let them belong to me? I will later collect your remains and give you a proper burial, allowing you to rest in peace. What do you think? After speaking, Xiao Chen bowed 3 more times. Then he stood up, preparing to gather the spiritual herbs. At that moment a crack echoed. The skeleton moved. Xiao Chen's entire body stiffened as he slowly turned his head. The skeleton was slowly sitting up straight. In its hollow eye sockets 2 ghostly green flames lit up. The skeleton looked at Xiao Chen. Frightened, Xiao Chen stumbled backward several steps, his face turning pale. Senior. The skeleton raised its bony hand and waved at him. A hoarse voice echoed in the cave. Do not be afraid. I have long since died. This is merely the last remnant of my soul. I heard everything you just said. Rest in peace. Rest in peace indeed. After so many years, you are the first person to say they would bury me. Your concern for my remains is appreciated, at least you have this intent. It is much better than those who come in and take without a second thought. Such a talented individual indeed. Xiao Chen quickly clasped his hands together. Senior, you flatter me. The skeleton waved its hand dismissively. My days are numbered, and this remnant of my soul cannot last much longer. Since we are fated to meet, I shall grant you an opportunity. Xiao Chen's eyes brightened and he immediately knelt down. Thank you, Senior. The skeleton nodded and began to recount its origins. I was originally a cultivator from the 3,000 Dao states known by the Dao name Xianyang. Though not the top tier, I barely stepped into the sacred realm. Unfortunately. The skeleton's voice suddenly turned bitter. Years ago, due to a trivial matter, I offended the Changsheng family of the 3,000 Dao states, the Gu family. That Gu family was powerful and oppressive. I merely made an unintentional mistake, yet they sent a peak sacred realm powerhouse. With a single finger they shattered my physical form and destroyed my Dao cultivation. I fought with all my might, managing to escape with just a fragment of my soul, using my life treasure, finding myself here. I have been surviving ever since, but ultimately there is no hope for recovery. After the skeleton finished speaking, the cave fell into silence. Outside the scene, Gu Changsheng raised an eyebrow. The Gu family. Do I have a grudge with them? However, thinking about it, the Gu family had stood for ages. They had offended countless people. Just a sacred realm cultivator destroying them would be no big deal. Gu Changsheng continued to watch the show. In the scene, the skeleton's remnant soul calmed down and looked at Xiao Chen. Now that I am dead, I cannot take any worldly possessions with me. All the heavenly materials and earthly treasures in this cave belong to you. Besides that, the skeleton raised its bony hand and grabbed one of its own ribs. Crack. The rib was taken down. The rib was completely golden, radiating a gentle golden light. This is my life-sacred bone. A sacred realm powerhouse's essence is condensed within this sacred bone. If you refine it, it will be of great use when you break through bottlenecks in the future. You'll find out about the benefits once you refine it. Xiao Chen eagerly took the sacred bone with both hands trembling with excitement. Sacred bone. The life-sacred bone of a sacred realm powerhouse. He had never seen such a thing in his life. Thank you, Senior. Thank you, Senior. Xiao Chen repeatedly bowed his head, overwhelmed with emotion. The skeleton waved its hand. Go on, refine it well and do not let down my expectations. By the way, the skeleton paused, its voice becoming serious. If you ever have the chance to step into the sacred realm, I hope you can avenge me. Destroy the Gu family. Destroy that overbearing, oppressive Chongsheng Imperial Clan. Xiao Chen held the sacred bone, about to respond. Outside the scene, an option panel appeared before Gu Changsheng. Ding. The destined child Xiao Chen has triggered a life choice. Facing the gift of the sacred bone from Xianyang and the request for revenge, how will you choose? A joyfully accept the sacred bone, swear to avenge Xianyang and ensure the Gu family is destroyed in the future. This is an act of gratitude. B. Refuse the sacred bone, stating that the consequences are too great and unwilling to get involved in the grievances between the Gu family and Xianyang. Turn and leave. C. Accept the sacred bone, immediately boil soup and declare to drink sacred bone soup for 30 years. At the same time, refuse to take revenge. D. Hesitate, wanting the sacred bone but not wanting to avenge Xianyang, finding various excuses to avoid. Gu Changsheng looked at the 4 options, slowly grinning. Option A, swear revenge. Wasn't that just asking for trouble? Option B, refuse the sacred bone. That would be too much of a loss. Option D, hesitating. Not satisfying enough. Option C. Boil soup. Gu Changsheng laughed out loud. That's the one. He pointed at option C. The host has selected option C. In the scene, Xiao Chen held the sacred bone and his expression suddenly changed. He looked at the sacred bone, then at the skeleton, his eyes flickering. Then he did something that no one expected. Xiao Chen took out a large pot from his storage bag. The pot was large enough to fit a person. He took out a stove, lit a fire, placed the pot on it and filled it with water. Then he threw the golden sacred bone directly into the pot. The skeleton was stunned. What? What are you doing? Xiao Chen ignored him. He took out various seasonings from his storage bag, salt, ginger, star anise, cinnamon. One by one he added them to the pot. He covered the lid and began to boil vigorously. The skeleton's remnant soul was left dumbfounded. You rascal! What are you doing? Xiao Chen finally looked up, his face serious. Senior, refining it would be a waste. How much energy can be absorbed from this sacred bone through refining? At most 30%. The rest would be wasted. But making soup is different. Xiao Chen spoke with conviction. If I drink a bowl of sacred bone soup every day, slowly simmering it over time, all the energy will be in the soup, not a bit wasted. I plan to make soup with this sacred bone for 30 years. Drinking sacred bone soup day and night, wouldn't that be wonderful? Withered bones. It has lived for over 100,000 years and has never seen such a thing. Xiao lifted the pot lid and scooped a spoonful of soup. He blew on it and took a sip. He squinted, his eyes, a look of ecstasy on his face. Delicious. Truly the soup made from the holy bone. Much better than those ordinary bones. In the eye sockets of the withered bones, 2 balls of ghostly green flames danced frantically. It trembled. Angry. You little brat. The withered bones roared in fury, the sound echoing like thunder in the cave. I bestowed upon you the holy bone to refine and elevate your cultivation. Not for you to make soup with. What do you take me for? A chicken. Xiao Chen shrank his neck from the roar but still muttered. Senior, please don't be angry. The holy bone was given to me, how I use it is my business. And I truly believe making soup is better. You little brat. The withered bones were completely enraged. It reached out and the holy bone that was rolling in the pot flew back and re-embedded itself in its chest. I would rather take the holy bone to my coffin than let you waste it, you little brat. Get lost. Get out. Xiao Chen panicked. Senior. I was wrong. I will refine it. Isn't that enough? Too late. The voice of the withered bones was filled with disappointment and anger. I thought you were a person of talent, but I did not expect you to be so disrespectful. Get lost. I don't want to see you again. Xiao Chen wanted to say something, but the ghost fire in the eye sockets of the withered bones suddenly flared up. A terrifying force erupted from the withered bones, directly blasting Xiao Chen out of the cave along with his pot and utensils. Bang! Xiao Chen fell outside covered in dirt and ash. The vines at the cave entrance closed automatically and he could no longer enter. Sitting on the ground, Xiao Chen looked bewildered. The holy bone he had gotten flew away. Off screen. Gu Changsheng was laughing uncontrollably. Ha 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 ha. Just as he laughed, the system notification sound rang out. Ding. Detected the child of destiny Xiao Chen fate trajectory deviating significantly. Xiao Chen lost the gift of the holy bone from the Xianyang saint and failed to obtain the opportunity of the holy bone returning part of the fortune to the Heavenly Dao. Current Heavenly Dao fortune fullness 0. 10. Congratulations to the host for triggering a return critical hit billions of times returned. Holy bone, supreme bone. Buzz. Gu Changsheng suddenly felt a massive energy surge within him. This energy was not spiritual energy but something deeper and more primal. It gathered at his chest, condensing, compressing, taking shape. Gu Changsheng looked down at his chest. Beneath his skin a faint golden glow emerged. The supreme bone. It was taking shape within him. Gu Changsheng took a deep breath, feeling the immense power in his chest. This was just the initial form. Once it fully matured, the power would be unimaginable. Not bad, not bad. Gu Changsheng nodded in satisfaction. At this moment the voice of the old man in grey robes came from ahead. Gu Changsheng, it's your turn. Gu Changsheng regained his composure, jumped down from the golden crow and walked forward slowly. Around him countless gazes fell upon him. There were even more subtle soul thoughts emerging from deep within the Gu family ancestral grounds, enveloping the entire square. Those were the old monsters of the Gu family who had been in seclusion for countless years. Usually they ignored major events. But today, as the son of the emperor awakened his bloodline, they all came. Gu Changsheng stood before the stone tablet looking up at the 3 zhang tall monolith. He then extended his small hand and pressed it against the stone tablet. Buzz, the stone tablet lit up. But it wasn't the previous blue light nor the golden light. It was a rainbow-colored light. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, 7 colors blossomed simultaneously on the stone tablet. That light surged from the tablet, spreading along Gu Changsheng's palm to envelop his entire body. Gu Changsheng felt his blood suddenly boiling. The power of the bloodline was surging wildly. It was the bloodline from his ancestor Gu Changge, a bloodline that transcended the heavenly emperor. Usually it lay dormant within Gu Changsheng quietly. At this moment, under the stone tablet's guidance, it awakened. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted from Gu Changsheng's body. The strength of that aura was completely unlike that of a 5-year-old child. The blue stone slabs of the martial arts arena began to crack. The clouds in the sky were torn apart. The entire Eternal Dao domain trembled. But this was just the beginning. The newly formed supreme bone in Gu Changsheng's chest was also stimulated by the power of the awakened bloodline. Boom! The rainbow light suddenly exploded. In the sky another phenomenon appeared. A gigantic phantom descended from the heavens. It was a bone. A golden bone floating high above, emanating an oppressive force that suppressed all eternity. The intensity of that pressure made even Saint Realm experts feel a chill. That is the supreme bone. An elder of the Gu family suddenly stood up, his eyes wide in shock. The supreme bone. It really is the supreme bone. The voice of another elder trembled. According to legend, those who possessed the supreme bone must have the demeanor of a heavenly emperor. This child was born with the burning heaven immortal body and now at 5 years old has awakened the supreme bone. Heaven is going to greatly favor our Gu family. The entire venue was in an uproar. 300 Saint Realm experts stood up looking up at the phantom of the supreme bone in the sky, their faces filled with shock. Although dozens of emperor-level experts did not stand up, their eyes betrayed their inner turmoil. The supreme bone. That was something even emperors would envy. Gu Changsheng stood before the stone tablet, his small hands still pressed against it. He could feel that the supreme bone within him was wildly devouring the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, accelerating its growth. The golden light at his chest grew more intense and brighter. And at that moment his cultivation broke through. Boom. The peak of the Tongxian realm's bottleneck shattered like paper. Ling Tai realm. 5 years old Ling Tai realm. The venue fell silent. Everyone was looking at this 5-year-old child, at the golden light on his chest, at the rainbow light that had yet to dissipate around him. 5 years old Ling Tai realm. Possessing the burning heaven immortal body. Awakening the supreme bone. Just then. Deep within the Gu family ancestral grounds. An existence that had been asleep for who knows how long opened its eyes. It was an old man, his face so aged it was impossible to tell his age, with eyes as deep as the starry sky. No aura leaked from him, as if he were just an ordinary old man. But everyone knew he was the only heavenly emperor of the Gu family. The Gu family heavenly emperor. He was also the key to commanding the 3,000 Dao states. He did not reveal himself, only slightly opened his eyes. A voice then spread throughout the entire Gu family. The voice was not loud, but it clearly reached the ears of everyone. It was not a command but an announcement. From this day forth, Gu Changsheng will be our Gu family's divine son. He shall enjoy all resources and treatment of the Gu family. Resources are unlimited. Status equal to that of the ancestors. The voice fell. The venue was silent. Then. Boom. The Gu family completely erupted. Divine son. How many years has it been since the Gu family established a divine son? The last divine son was over 1 million years ago. For 1 million years countless prodigies had emerged, yet no one had been made a divine son. Now the heavenly emperor personally spoke, establishing Gu Changsheng as the divine son. What does this mean? It means Gu Changsheng is the future helmsman of the Gu family. It means the entire Gu family must pave the way for him. Gu Qingyun stood in the void, looking at his son, a slight smile on his lips. My son has the demeanor of a heavenly emperor. Gu Changsheng withdrew his hand from the stone stele and approached his father, not with his usual playful grin but with solemn composure etched across his youthful face. Father, there is something I must tell you. Gu Qingyun blinked faintly. For 5 years his son had never been anything but light-hearted. This rare gravity startled him. What is it? Gu Changsheng's eyes flickered thoughtfully. The truth, of course, was out of the question. So, he drew a slow, deliberate breath, and began to weave a tale. Just now, as my supreme bone awakened, I glimpsed a sliver of celestial fate. And a thread of karmic resonance. At those words, Gu Qingyun's expression shifted. Even Yao Guang, the Empress Sovereign, widened her eyes slightly. Celestial fate. Karmic resonance. Even for cultivators at the Emperor realm, beings who commanded cosmic authority, these were veiled domains nearly impossible to perceive directly. At best one might catch a fleeting glimpse, a fragment perhaps indistinct or illusory. Yet Gu Changsheng, 5 years old, freshly awakened to his supreme bone, claimed he had glimpsed them both. Had anyone else spoken such words, Gu Qingyun would not have believed a single syllable. But this was his own son, bearer of the heaven-burning immortal body, possessor of the supreme bone, born beneath auspicious omens, already at the spirit platform realm at age 5. Such an existence could defy reason, and yet nothing he did would seem implausible. What did you glimpse? Gu Qingyun knelt down, meeting his son's gaze at eye level, voice grave and measured. Gu Changsheng mirrored his father's gravity, lowering his voice to a hush. Father, the lower realm. The Tsangyun realm. Within a certain cave temple lies the skeletal remains of a saint-level cultivator. His Dao title was Xianyang. Gu Qingyun's brow furrowed faintly. Xianyang. He had never heard the name. Gu Changsheng continued calmly. He was slain by a peak saint-level ancestor of our Gu clan. Yet a wisp of his soul endures, trapped within that very skeleton. He seeks resurrection. He seeks vengeance. Having spoken, Gu Changsheng held his father's gaze. In truth, a saint-level cultivator was no more than dust beneath the Gu clan's feet, let alone a fading remnant of a soul. Yet Gu Changsheng, who in his past life had devoured countless cultivation novels, knew well even the faintest ember could ignite a wildfire. To cut the grass but leave the roots, that was inevitable calamity. Gu Qingyun's frown deepened further as he pondered. As patriarch of the Gu clan, he had overseen the annihilation of countless enemies across millennia, So many in fact that their names blurred into obscurity. Yet a peak saint's involvement would surely have marked a significant event. Why then did no memory stir? A moment passed, and Gu Qingyun's brow relaxed. No. He murmured softly. I remember now. It was not a peak saint who slew Xianyang. It was merely a clan member at the first tier of the saint realm. Gu Changxing's lips twitched. Ah, so the man clung to pride even in death. Slain by a mere first-tier saint yet insisting he'd fallen to a peak saint. Such desperate vanity was beyond absurd. No wonder he'd met his end. Gu Qingyun rose to his feet, his gaze sharpening like a drawn blade. To leave roots uncut was a cardinal sin, especially for a primordial imperial clan like the Gu, whose doctrine demanded absolute finality. From ancient times to the present, the number of sects and dynasties eradicated by the Gu clan was incalculable. Why? Because the Gu clan granted no quarter, offered no second chance. Annihilation meant total erasure, not even a wisp of soul permitted to linger. Gu Qingyun extended his divine sense, scanned briefly, and retracted it. Summon someone. From the void a figure descended. Middle-aged, stern-faced, radiating profound, unfathomable energy, Saint Realm third tier. Patriarch. He knelt on one knee, bowing deeply. Gu Qingyun regarded him coolly. What is your name? This servant is Gu Xing. Gu Xing. Gu Qingyun repeated the name once, then asked, do you recall slaying a cultivator named Xianyang? Gu Xing paused, searching his memory. After a moment he nodded. Yes, Patriarch, I remember. That Xianyang was but a rogue saint unworthy of note. He dared insult the Gu clan's dignity and I was ordered to execute him. At the time I stood at the first tier of the Saint Realm. Gu Qingyun's eyes held him unblinkingly. Are you certain you struck him down completely? A chill ran through Gu Xing. The Patriarch's tone suggested grave error. He reviewed the memory, every detail, then affirmed firmly. I am certain. His physical body was utterly shattered, his soul and spirit annihilated without trace. There was no possibility of survival. Gu Qingyun shook his head. You failed to uproot him entirely. A sliver of his soul still clings to life, hidden within those bones clinging to existence even now. In the lower realm, the Tsingyun realm. Gu Xing's face paled, cold sweat beaded upon his brow. To leave roots intact was the gravest taboo within the Gu clan. Especially for one acting under orders, if held accountable the consequences ranged from severe punishment to unthinkable ends. Gu Xing dared not dwell further, he lowered his forehead to the ground. This servant has failed. Please mete out punishment, Patriarch. Gu Qingyun waved a dismissive hand. Enough. Given your limited cultivation at the time, your inability to detect the lingering soul is understandable. Now you shall have a chance to redeem yourself. Gu Xing responded instantly. Command me, Patriarch. In the lower realm, the Tsingyun realm, within a certain cave temple. Gu Qingyun spoke with quiet detachment as though discussing a trivial matter. The cultivator known as Xianyang retains a fragment of his soul. Go. Eradicate him utterly. His bones. His soul. Leave nothing behind. Gu Xing bowed deeply. This servant obeys. Instantly he vanished, gone without a trace. Lower realm. Tsingyun realm. Deep within a remote mountain range. Inside a cave temple. Xiao Chen had departed only moments before. Xianyang, the saint's desiccated skeleton, leaned against the stone wall, the emerald green flames flickering dimly within its hollow eye sockets. The arrogant youth had enraged him so thoroughly that his residual soul had weakened further. He'd mistaken the boy for a promising disciple, only to discover he was a bizarre alchemist who brewed soup from sacred bones. Xianyang sighed inwardly. No matter. The cave temple remained. The sacred bones remained. In time another worthy inheritor would surely arrive. Just as he pondered. Boom. The ceiling of the cave temple tore open violently, space itself rending apart. An overwhelming, terrifying presence descended from above. Its sheer magnitude made the entire Tsingyun realm tremble. Xuanyang's emerald flames contracted sharply within his skull. This was a saint. And no ordinary saint, far beyond. Before he could react, a figure materialized inside the chamber, stern-faced aura as deep and immeasurable as an abyss. It was Gu Xing. At the sight of that face, Xuanyang's entire skeleton trembled. Why you? His voice quavered. That face, he would never forget it. It was this very man who long ago had shattered his body with a single palm strike, destroying everything he was. How did you find me? Disbelief choked his whisper. How many tens of thousands of years have passed? I hid in the lower realm, in this most secluded hidden cave temple. How could you possibly locate me? Guxing gazed upon the brittle bones expressionless. That is none of your concern. You need only know, I am here to finish what I began. Guxing raised his hand. The Xianyang saint was stunned. No. It's impossible. He mumbled. You can't possibly know that I'm still alive, that I'm in this incredibly insignificant lower realm. Guxing did not respond. He raised his hand, a strand of light gathering at his fingertips. The Xianyang saint saw that glimmer of light and his remaining soul nearly scattered in fear. He suddenly sprang from the stone wall, his bones rattling as he desperately fled deeper into the cave. But where could he escape to? In front of a powerhouse at the third level of the sacred realm, his remnant soul was less than an ant. Guxing gently pointed his finger. The light flew out. Silent and unnoticed. The Xianyang saint's withered bones were struck by the light, instantly turning to flying ash. The two balls of ghostly green flames didn't even struggle extinguishing directly. Completely dissipated. From now on there would be no more Xianyang saint in the world. Guxing stood in the cave, his divine sense sweeping over every corner. After confirming there were no remnants, his gaze fell upon the scattered treasures of heaven and earth on the ground. These were all collected by the Xianyang saint during his lifetime. Not a single one caught his eye. Guxing waved his hand. Boom. All spiritual herbs and grasses, all remains of magical artifacts turned to powder. Nothing remained. Finally Guxing bent down and picked up a golden yellow bone from the ashes. The saint bone. The Xianyang saint's life bone. This was the only thing that hadn't been destroyed under his strike. Guxing held the saint bone, murmuring to himself, to think that a first-level sacred realm could produce a saint bone, that's quite remarkable indeed. He stored the saint bone in his storage space and turned to tear open the space. On the other side, Xiaochen sat somewhere lost in thought for quite a while. The saint bone was gone. The opportunity was gone. Everything was gone. He slowly stood up, dusted himself off, and began to head back. After walking for a while, he stopped again. Xiaochen looked back, feeling a sudden unease. Did I make a mistake? He murmured to himself. Upon reflection, the senior had given him the saint bone with the hope that he would refine it to raise his cultivation so that he could avenge him in the future. Yet in front of him he had thrown the saint bone into the pot for soup. Who wouldn't be angry? The more Xiaochen thought, the more wrong it felt. Although that senior said to avenge him, he didn't force me. The saint bone was given freely, and the treasures in the cave were also given freely. What I did was indeed a bit excessive. He took a deep breath. Forget it, I'll go back and apologize. First I need to get the saint bone in hand. In the future I can secretly make soup, and that senior will never know he has passed away. Xiaochen turned around and walked back toward the cave entrance. As he walked, he felt something was off. Last time he came, the cave was filled with spiritual herbs and grasses, the air thick with the fragrance of medicine. Now there was nothing. Even the medicinal fragrance had faded. Xiaochen's heart sank as he quickened his pace, reaching the deepest part of the cave. He was dumbfounded. Where was the cave? Where were the withered bones? All that remained was a patch of scorched earth, as if something had been burned. The stone walls were shattered, the ground sunken, the entire cave completely destroyed. Xiaochen stood in place motionless for a long time. Then he stomped his feet in exasperation. Gone. All gone. The treasures are gone, the saint bone is gone, not even a bone fragment remains. He squatted down and rummaged through the scorched earth, finding nothing. If I had known, I wouldn't have been so eager to make soup. Xiaochen was filled with regret. I should have promised him to take revenge, get the saint bone in hand, and then decide what to do in the future. Why can't I be more patient? He walked around the cave several times, confirming that nothing was left before dejectedly heading outside. Sigh, I've missed an opportunity. Xiaochen sighed as he left this sorrowful place. In the Eternal Dao domain, the Gu clan. The void tore apart. Guxing stepped out from the rift, landing in the Gu clan's residence. He held a golden yellow bone in his hand and quickly walked toward the clan leader. Patriarch. Guxing knelt on one knee, holding the saint bone above his head with both hands. I have gone to the lower realm, to the Zongyun pavilion, and completely annihilated the remnant soul of the Xianyang. That scoundrel has no chance of survival now. Gu Qingyun nodded, accepting the saint bone. Did he leave anything behind? Gu Xing replied, I have destroyed everything in the cave, the treasures of heaven and earth, the remains of magical artifacts, not a single one left. Only this saint bone remains. Gu Qingyun glanced at the saint bone and casually placed it aside. You may withdraw. Yes. Gu Xing stood up and exited the main hall. Gu Qingyun turned his head to look at his son. His eyes held a clear expression of shock. My son, did you truly glimpse the secrets of heaven? Gu Chongsheng nodded. Gu Qingyun took a deep breath. A 5-year-old child just awakened, his supreme bone could glimpse the secrets of heaven. Who would believe such a thing if said out loud? Yet the facts were right before their eyes. There was indeed a remnant soul of the Xianyang saint in the lower realm, indeed killed by the Gu clan, indeed seeking revenge. Just as Gu Changsheng had said. Although there was a slight discrepancy, the Xianyang was killed by a first-level sacred realm, not a peak sacred realm. But that wasn't important. Overall, the secrets of heaven that Gu Changsheng glimpsed were correct. My son truly has great fortune. Gu Qingyun patted his son's small shoulder heavily. Father, I don't know how this happened. Gu Chongsheng nodded. I just occasionally glimpse a hint. Maybe it's because of the supreme bone. Gu Qingyun did not pursue the matter further. The secrets of heaven were difficult to explain. Since his son had this ability, it was a good thing. Chongqing, remember this. Gu Qingyun squatted down, looking into his son's eyes, his tone serious. The future of the Gu clan belongs to you. I am the patriarch of the Gu clan. Except for those old ancestors at the Emperor realm, I can command anyone to do anything. If you glimpse any secrets of heaven in the future, you must tell your father in a timely manner. Do you understand? Gu Chongsheng nodded. Understood. Gu Qingyun smiled. All right, the matter of awakening your bloodline is also settled. Next, it's time to choose your cultivation method. Gu Family Scripture Pavilion. The Scripture Pavilion is not located within the estate but exists independently in a void. Gu Qingyun tore through space, stepping into this realm with Gu Changsheng. The scene before them left Gu Changsheng, despite having seen much of the world, momentarily stunned. It was a vast starry sky. There was no ground, no ceiling, only endless darkness and countless stars. Each star represented a cultivation method. They varied in size, brightness, and luster. Some stars were dim and dull, while others shone brilliantly. The largest stars hung in the deepest part of the starry sky, radiating immense light. Gu Qingyun pointed to those stars, introducing them to his son. Our Gu family has a legacy that spans eons with countless cultivation methods. The 4 stages of heaven and earth are merely foundational. Beyond that, there are sacred realm techniques and the emperor scriptures. Gu Chongsheng looked up. In the starry sky there were at least 10,000 cultivation methods. He casually asked, how many emperor scriptures are there? 300. Gu Qingyun replied in a calm tone, as if discussing something ordinary. But Gu Changsheng understood how terrifying that number was. Among the so-called major powers in the 3,000 Dao domains, having even one emperor scripture was already considered remarkable. Some didn't even have a single one. Yet the Gu family possessed 300. This was the foundation of the Eternal Life Emperor clan. What about those few largest ones? Gu Changsheng pointed at the 3 radiant stars deep in the starry sky. Gu Qingyun's expression grew serious. Those are the Heavenly Emperor Scriptures. The highest level techniques of our Gu family. 3 in total. Gu Chongsheng raised an eyebrow. The Heavenly Emperor Scriptures. An existence beyond the Emperor Scriptures. In the entire 3,000 Dao domains, the number of Heavenly Emperor Scriptures could be counted on one hand. The Gu family monopolized 3 of them. At this moment, figures began to appear in the void. They were 5-year-old children who had awakened their bloodlines, just like Gu Changsheng. Each child was brought by their parents and settled in the scripture pavilion. The old man in grey robes reappeared, standing before the crowd. Everyone is here. He scanned the group, his gaze briefly touching each child's face. After awakening your bloodlines, you will officially begin your cultivation. Today you come to the scripture pavilion to choose a cultivation method that suits you. Remember, the selection of a cultivation method is mutual. It's not you choosing the cultivation methods, but the cultivation methods choosing you. Close your eyes and feel with your heart. If you sense stars approaching you, reach out to grab them. What you grasp will be the cultivation method most suitable for you. The children nodded in agreement and closed their eyes. Gu Changsheng also closed his eyes. Other children quickly began to react. In front of some children, a dim star gradually floated closer. The child reached out to grab it and the star transformed into a beam of light entering their forehead. The method was obtained. For some children 2 or 3 stars floated in front of them. The child chose the largest one to grasp. The old man in grey robes nodded slightly, saying nothing more. One by one children completed their selections and excitedly ran to their parents. However, Gu Changsheng remained still. He closed his eyes, his consciousness immersed in a sea of darkness. The supreme bone and the celestial body ignited simultaneously. Buzz, golden light surged from Gu Changsheng's body, illuminating the entire starry sky. The scripture pavilion trembled slightly. The countless stars in the sky suddenly began to stir. Small stars retreated in haste as if encountering something terrifying. It wasn't that they did not choose Gu Changsheng. It was that he was unworthy. They dared not approach. Even the medium-sized stars retreated. The large stars also withdrew. The sacred realm techniques retreated. The emperor scriptures also withdrew. 300 emperor scriptures hung at a distance, their light flickering, yet none dared to step forward. In the entire scripture pavilion with over 10,000 cultivation methods, not a single one matched Gu Changsheng. The old man in grey robes widened his eyes. He had never seen such a situation in all his years. At that moment, deep in the starry sky, the 3 heavenly emperor scriptures moved. They slowly floated closer, cautiously approaching Gu Changsheng. It was as if they were testing. As if they were confirming. The 3 heavenly emperor scriptures circled around Gu Changsheng a few times. Yet they never dared to get too close. Though powerful, the heavenly emperor scriptures still felt inadequate in the presence of the celestial body. They hesitated. They did not dare to come too close but were reluctant to leave. The scene was somewhat awkward. Meanwhile, Gu Changsheng's consciousness was immersed in a deeper world. In the darkness. Ding. A system prompt sounded. Gu Changsheng's spirit lifted. New destined child detected, Lin Fan. Would you like to bind? A panel popped up in front of him. Without hesitation, Gu Changsheng clicked yes. Binding successful. Current destined children Xiao Chen Lin Fan, destined child Lin Fan detected, triggering life choice. An image appeared before Gu Changsheng. Another lower realm. In the image, a vast plaza was filled with people. Today was the day for various major powers to recruit disciples. Young people from all directions gathered in the plaza waiting to be selected. At the front of the plaza sat representatives from the major powers. There were elders in holy robes, bald-headed monks from the Buddhist sect, and sword cultivators with swords on their backs. On the tables in front of them lay plaques representing their respective sects. Tai Su Holy Land, Great Thunder Sound Temple, Tianjin Sect, and dozens of other major and minor powers. In the center of the plaza stood a young man. He looked around 16 years old, handsome and tall. Dressed in white, he stood out among the crowd. His name was Lin Fan. At this moment, Lin Fan had just completed his talent test. In front of the plaza, a huge stone tablet displayed his results. 7th layer of the perception realm. At 16 years old, he had reached the 7th layer of the perception realm. In this lower realm that was already considered a very good talent. The plaza buzzed with discussions. Lin Fan, 16 years old, 7th layer of the perception realm. This child has limitless potential. The major powers will surely fight over him. Indeed. The representatives of the major powers lit up with excitement. The elder from the Tai Su Holy Land spoke first. Lin Fan, I Tai Su Holy Land am willing to take you as my disciple. If you come, you can directly enter the main peak and cultivate the strongest methods of the Holy Land. We have earth-level techniques that can help you cultivate beyond the profound realm. Earth-level techniques. In this lower realm that was already a very high grade. The monk from the Great Thunder Sound Temple was also unwilling to be outdone. Amitba. Lin Fan, I welcome you to the Great Thunder Sound Temple as well. The Buddhist techniques are vast and profound. If you are willing to come, I will personally take you as my disciple. The elder from Tianjin sect even stood up directly. Lin Fan, come to my Tianjin sect. Our sword techniques are unparalleled and are perfectly suited for a genius like you. Other smaller powers also chimed in. But they all knew they couldn't compete with those major powers. Lin Fan stood there listening to the various offers with little expression on his face. The other disciples participating in the selection looked on with envy. So many major powers are vying for him. It's true that comparisons can kill. It's hard for us to even get selected, yet he can choose freely. Which one do you think he will pick? It must be the Taishu Sacred Land, right? That is one of the strongest forces here. Not necessarily the Great Thundersound Temple is also quite good. I think the Sky Sword sect is more suitable for him. The crowd was abuzz with discussion. At this moment a selection panel appeared before Gu Changsheng. Ding. The destined child Lin Fan has triggered a life choice. Faced with the solicitation of various major powers, how will you choose? A. Join the Taishu Sacred Land, cultivate Earth-level techniques and embark on the peak of cultivation. B. Join the Great Thundersound Temple, practice vegetarianism and Buddha chanting and enter the empty door. C. Abandon all solicitations from major powers and choose to join an elder at the Transcendence Realm, Gi sect. D. Inquire if the 100 Flowers sect accepts male disciples. Gu Changsheng looked at these 4 options. He focused his mind and his finger landed on option C. Host has chosen option C. In the scene Lin Fan fell silent for a moment. Then he moved. He did not look towards the Taishu Sacred Land nor the Great Thundersound Temple nor the Sky Sword sect. His gaze passed over all the major powers and landed on an inconspicuous spot in the corner. There sat an old man. The old man wore a dull grey Dao robe and his appearance was aged with an aura that was unremarkable. The plaque in front of him had 3 characters inscribed, Gi sect. This elder's cultivation was only at the 2nd level of the Transcendence Realm, not much higher than Lin Fan. In this lower realm, the Gi sect could only be considered a small force, so small that many powers had never even heard of it. The elder had come today merely to try his luck. He knew that a genius like Lin Fan would not possibly choose their Gi sect. Therefore he had remained silent, merely casting his gaze towards those disciples of mediocre talent, thinking he might as well not waste a trip. But at this moment Lin Fan was looking at him. The elder of the Gi sect was momentarily stunned. Lin Fan took a step forward, crossed through the crowd and walked to the old man's front. Then he bowed deeply. Senior, I am Lin Fan, willing to join the Gi sect. The entire venue fell silent. Everyone was dumbfounded. The elder of the Taishu Sacred Land's eyes widened, thinking he had misheard. The high monk of the Great Thundersound Temple had recited half a Buddhist chant, getting stuck midway. The elder of the Sky Sword sect was even more directly stunned. Gi sect. That weak force that couldn't get any weaker. Lin Fan wanted to go to Gi sect. The elder of the Gi sect was also taken aback. He pointed at himself, his voice trembling slightly. You. Are you talking to me? You want to join Gi sect? Lin Fan looked up seriously, gazing at the old man. Yes. I am willing to join Gi sect. Please take me in, senior. The elder of the Gi sect opened his mouth, but for a long time he couldn't find words. He was flabbergasted. He was so flabbergasted that he didn't know what to say. A genius at the 7th level of the awakening realm at just 16 years old was sought after by all major sacred lands. Yet he wanted to come to their Gi sect. Was this a dream? Okay. Okay. The elder of the Gi sect nodded repeatedly, his face flushed with excitement. Accepted. I shall take you in. From today onwards you are a disciple of my Gi sect. At that time you will be the direct disciple of our Gi sect's peak elder in the Transcendence Realm. Lin Fan bowed again. Thank you, senior. The surroundings erupted completely. Is he crazy? He is passing up the Taishu Sacred Land to go to Gi sect. What is Gi sect? I've never even heard of it. Lin Fan must have something wrong with his head. The elder of the Taishu Sacred Land's face turned ashen and he left with a wave of his sleeve. The high monk of the Great Thundersound Temple shook his head, recited a Buddhist chant and also left. The elder of the Sky Sword sect looked at Lin Fan's side and turned to leave. Only Lin Fan remained standing there, his expression calm. He chose to look at the sect that seemed the weakest. Gi, what if it is a hidden supreme sect? At this moment a system prompt sounded in Gu Changsheng's ear. Ding. Detected the destined child Lin Fan, fate trajectory significantly deviated. Lin Fan did not join the Taishu Sacred Land, losing the Earth-level technique he was supposed to obtain, returning part of his fortune to the Heavenly Dao. Current abundance of Heavenly Dao fortune 0. 14. Congratulations, host triggered return, crit billionfold return. Earth-level ordinary technique return, Ancient Immortal Sutra. Buzz, in the scripture pavilion. Gu Changsheng closed his eyes and the supreme bone and burning heaven immortal body within him simultaneously erupted with a strong radiance. The light grew increasingly intense and bright. The entire starry sky trembled. The 3 volumes of the Heavenly Emperor Sutra that were still cautiously probing suddenly seemed to sense something terrifying. They retreated suddenly faster than those Imperial Sutras. It was like a mouse encountering a cat. No, it was like a mouse encountering a dragon. The 3 volumes of the Heavenly Emperor Sutra obediently shrank back into the depths of the starry sky, their brilliance dimming slightly. The grey-robed elder could hardly believe what was happening before his eyes. He had lived for so many years and had never seen the Heavenly Emperor Sutra fear anything. At that moment a technique was automatically being nurtured within Gu Changsheng. It was not selected from the outside. It was birthed from within his own body, from the burning heaven immortal body and the supreme bone, creating a technique. Golden light gathered within Gu Changsheng, transforming into verse after verse. The characters in the verses were so ancient that they seemed to originate from the primordial era. Each character exuded an aura that transcended the Heavenly Emperor Sutra. The Immortal Sutra. A true celestial technique. The grey-robed elder was stunned at the sight. What? What is this? His voice trembled. The golden verses emerged from Gu Changsheng's body, hovering in midair. Moments later they transformed into a pure energy that directly entered Gu Changsheng's mind. Boom! Gu Changsheng felt as if a starry sky had exploded in his mind. Countless verses appeared in his consciousness, deeply imprinted in his memory. The Ancient Immortal Sutra. A technique from above the celestial realm. From now on he possessed a celestial technique. Gu Changsheng opened his eyes. In his golden pupils ancient verses flowed. Moments later the phenomenon dissipated. Everything returned to normal. The grey-robed elder stood in place, his mouth agape, unable to close it for a long time. He looked at Gu Changsheng, wanting to say something but unsure what to say. Finally he managed to squeeze out a sentence. Young Emperor. Have you chosen your technique? Gu Changsheng nodded. I have chosen. The grey-robed elder swallowed hard. He did not ask what the technique was. Because he was not worthy to ask. It was something even the Heavenly Emperor Sutra feared. Gu Changsheng turned around to look at his father. Gu Qingyun stood not far away. His expression was beyond description of shock. It was astonishment. A kind of shock that came from deep within his soul. He looked at his son, remaining silent for a long time. Finally he only said one sentence. Let's go home. Gu Changsheng nodded and jumped on the golden crow. The Empress Yaoguang followed behind him. The group left the scripture pavilion, disappearing into the void. In the scripture pavilion, the grey-robed elder watched the direction they left, muttering to himself. Even the Heavenly Emperor Sutra is afraid. What on earth is that technique? Gu Qingyun was preparing to take Gu Changsheng back. Suddenly an ancient voice resonated through the void. Qingyun. Gu Qingyun paused. The voice was not loud, yet it seemed to emanate from the heavens above, as if it surged forth from the depths of the earth omnipresent. Gu Qingyun's expression changed slightly as he turned around and bowed towards the depths of the void. Ancestor. Gu Changsheng was momentarily taken aback. Ancestor. The Gu family had many ancestors, with dozens at the Emperor realm. In the 5 years since his birth he had encountered numerous ancestors, each of whom treated him with affection and praise. But his father's reaction was quite different. As the patriarch of the Gu family and a formidable figure at the Emperor realm, Gu Qingyun was respectful towards other ancestors but never lost his composure. Yet at this moment he bowed deeper than ever before. Bring Changsheng to see me, the voice echoed again, devoid of any emotion. Gu Qingyun raised his head, his face showing clear surprise. Ancestor, you wish to see Changsheng? There was no response. The voice had dissipated. Gu Qingyun straightened up, took a deep breath and looked at his son. Father, which ancestor is it? Gu Changsheng asked. Gu Qingyun remained silent for a moment, crouched down and looked into his son's eyes. The Gu family has only one Heavenly Emperor. Gu Changsheng's eyes widened slightly. The Heavenly Emperor. The only Heavenly Emperor of the Gu family. The being standing at the pinnacle of the entire 3,000 Dao domains. It was also the same Heavenly Emperor who recently proclaimed him as the son. When I assumed the position of patriarch, I had the honor of being summoned by the ancestor once. At that time the ancestor spoke only 3 sentences. Since then I have not seen the ancestor for hundreds of thousands of years. You are 5 years old and the ancestor has summoned you. Let's go. Gu Qingyun tore through the fabric of space, leading Gu Changsheng into it. Yao Guang the Empress wanted to follow, but Gu Qingyun shook his head. The ancestor only wishes to see Changsheng. The space closed behind them. Gu Changsheng followed his father, traversing through layers of twisted void. Beneath the Gu family estate lay layers upon layers of space. Each level was shrouded in terrifying restrictions emanating a chilling aura. Those restrictions automatically parted a path upon sensing Gu Qingjian's aura. Uncertain how many layers they had passed through, they finally came upon a stone door. The stone door was not large, only 3 zhang high. It bore no carvings or patterns, just a solid piece of stone. Yet the moment Gu Changsheng saw the door, both his burning heaven immortal body and supreme bone trembled in unison as if responding to something. Gu Qingyun halted in front of the stone door and released his son's hand. "Go inside," he said softly. "I will wait for you here." Gu Changsheng glanced at his father and then at the stone door. He took a step forward and the stone door opened automatically as he approached. There was no sound, no tremor, it simply opened silently. Gu Changsheng stepped inside. The door closed behind him. Within was a small stone chamber measuring no more than 10 zhang. The walls of the stone chamber were adorned with several luminous pearls casting a soft glow. The floor was covered with a layer of straw. In the center sat an elderly man. He was an old man dressed in a grayish-white linen robe, barefoot, sitting cross-legged on the straw. His hair was completely white and disheveled as if it hadn't been groomed for many years. His face was lined with deep wrinkles carved as if by a knife. He sat there with his eyes closed, emitting no aura whatsoever. He did not resemble a cultivator. He looked like an ordinary old man basking in the sun at the village corner. But Gu Changsheng knew otherwise. Because the moment the old man opened his eyes, he felt as though he had been completely seen through. Those eyes were murky as if veiled in fog. Yet behind that fog lay a depth Gu Changsheng had never seen before. In those eyes resided the passage of time. It contained the years of epochs changing. The old man gazed at Gu Changsheng without speaking. Gu Changsheng stood still, also silent. He felt only an instinct, standing before this old man any words would be superfluous. The old man studied Gu Changsheng for a long time. His gaze traveled from the top of Gu Changsheng's head down to his feet, then back up again. It was as if he were examining a work of art. Finally the old man spoke. "Burning heaven immortal body." His voice was soft like the wind rustling through dried leaves. "Supreme bone. Immortal scripture." With each word the old man uttered, Gu Changsheng's heart raced faster. "Anne." The old man's gaze settled on Gu Changsheng's brow for a brief moment. A slight, almost imperceptible ripple flashed across those murky old eyes. "I cannot discern the cause and effect." The old man did not continue. He shifted topics, lifting his head as if his gaze pierced through the walls of the stone chamber, transcending layers of void, looking towards an unknown distance. "In the primordial era, how glorious was my Gu family." The old man murmured to himself, his voice imbued with an indescribable emotion. "The Heavenly Emperor as the general, the immortals as leaders. The 3,000 Dao domains are but a corner of my Gu family's garden. Now." The old man lowered his head and looked at Gu Changsheng. "At a time of upheaval my Gu family has birthed such a prodigy. Could it be, my Gu family is to revive the glory of the primordial era?" Gu Changsheng listened, clouded in confusion. Upheaval in heaven and earth. What upheaval? The primordial era. When was that? And reviving glory. The Gu family was already the dominant force in the 3,000 Dao domains, the foremost among the 5 imperial clans, with the Heavenly Emperor presiding 300 saint realms and dozens at the Emperor realm. Such a Gu family still needing to revive. What kind of existence was the Gu family in the primordial era? With a belly full of questions, Gu Changsheng was about to speak. Yet the old man withdrew his gaze, looking at him and shaking his head slightly. "Since you are here, listen to me for a few words. The Tao as a thing is both indistinct and clear. Indistinct and clear, therein lies the imagery. Indistinct and vague, therein lies the substance. Profound and obscure, therein lies the essence. Its essence is very real, therein lies the trust. From ancient times to the present, its name does not fade as it observes the myriad forms. How do I know the state of myriad forms?" Gu Changsheng listened intently, his small face filled with concentration. He occasionally nodded slightly as if he truly understood. He knew this was the ancestor teaching him the Tao. But in reality he understood not a single word. In his past life he detested classical Chinese, and now it was even more of a headache, even a bit drowsy. What was indistinct and clear, what was profound and obscure, what were the myriad forms? But he could not let the ancestor see through it. After all, this man was a heavenly emperor, the strongest existence of the Gu family, a being who had lived through countless epochs. Being distracted in front of such a person would be too disrespectful. Thus Gu Changsheng managed his expressions remarkably well. His brows furrowed slightly as if in deep thought. His lips moved subtly as if silently reciting. His eyes fixed unwaveringly on the ancestor filled with the light of curiosity. The old man observed Gu Changsheng's demeanor, nodded slightly, and continued his discourse. The Tao encompasses the heavens and the earth, stretching across the four corners and reaching the 8 extremes. Inaccessible height, unfathomable depth. It envelopes the universe, bestowing the formless. Original streams flow and fill gradually. Chaotic torrents surge and gradually clear. Therefore it is planted in the heavens and the earth, spanning across the seas. Its application is boundless, yet it has no fixed times. Gu Changsheng continued to nod. He kept pondering. His lips continued to move. But the system interface in front of him had already lit up. Gu Changsheng instantly became energized. It was akin to sitting through a tedious language class in his past life only to suddenly be able to play with his phone in secret. Ding. Detected the destined child Lin Fan, triggering life choice. Enter quickly. NAS. The thought settled. A vision, visible only to him, materialized before his eyes. The Guimen sect. Its mountain gate was modest, comprising only 3 peaks, the tallest no more than several hundred zhang in height, dwarfed even by a minor hill belonging to the Gu family. Yet at this moment the sect's main plaza blazed with lanterns and ribbons, alive with jubilant clamor. All disciples had gathered there, their faces alight with exhilaration. For today the sect's venerable patriarch, reaching the pinnacle of the Tongxian realm, would personally take on a disciple, Lin Fan. At the plaza's center Lin Fan stood clad in a pristine white Taoist robe, his hair neatly bound, radiating renewed vigor. He stood at the heart of the crowd, smiling serenely, his bearing ethereal and transcendent. Around him Guimen sect disciples gazed upon him with unmasked admiration and reverence. Senior brother Lin attained the 7th stage of the Juechen realm at just 16, his talent surpasses even that of our sect elders, and indeed. At last the Guimen sect has birthed a true prodigy. Now let us see who dares scorn us again. And hearing these words Lin Fan's smile deepened. This adulation was precisely what he craved. To be looked up to. To be fervently anticipated. Though the Guimen sect was small, its modesty held virtue here. He was undeniably the brightest star. The sect's patriarch stood before Lin Fan, a stooped elder with silver-streaked hair, his aura resonating with the peak of the Tongxian realm, yet commanding as the sovereign of an entire cultivation lineage. At this moment his face flushed with crimson brilliance, his hands trembled with barely contained elation. And Lin Fan's voice quavered thick with emotion. From this day forth you shall be my final innermost disciple. In over 3 centuries of life I have never beheld a genius such as you. 16 years old, and already 7th stage Juechen realm, at last the Guimen sect may aspire to produce a master who transcends the Lingtai realm. And Lin Fan bowed deeply. Disciple Lin Fan pays homage to his master, and the patriarch hastened to raise him, his eyes brimming with profound satisfaction. And excellent. 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 3 emphatic affirmations in rapid succession. Then the patriarch turned to address the assembled disciples. And today before the entire sect I shall bestow upon Lin Fan an artifact of utmost significance. From within his robes he withdrew a scroll, its surface yellowed with antiquity, its material impossibly ancient, its edges frayed and worn. Yet he cradled it as though holding a celestial treasure beyond price. His hands shook. His expression burned with sacred fervor. And this scroll, and he drew a deep solemn breath, his voice now resonant with gravity, was left behind by the founding patriarch of the Guimen sect. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. And their founding patriarch, the sole cultivator in the sect's history to shatter the Lingtai realm barrier. Legends held that he had once stepped beyond this mortal realm, journeying into vaster uncharted heavens. What he left behind could never be ordinary. When the patriarch entrusted this artifact he issued a final decree, and the patriarch continued, and this scroll is reserved for the most gifted disciple of future generations, worthy of profound insight and cultivation. My own aptitude is mediocre, I have failed to breach the Lingtai realm in over 3 centuries, unworthy of unlocking its secrets. And each successive abbot honoring the patriarch's edict has likewise refrained from opening it. But now, Ni's gaze fell upon Lin Fan, eyes shimmering with boundless hope. And Lin Fan, you are the most gifted disciple the Guimen sect has ever known. This scroll is yours today. And with both hands he extended the scroll toward Lin Fan. And silence descended, absolute, reverent. Every disciple held their breath, eyes locked upon the scroll with rapt intensity. Beyond the scene Gu Changsheng watched, and his lips twitched. Remarkable. And even when joining so insignificant a sect, the heaven-blessed prodigy still attracts fated opportunity. True, it is but a Lingtai realm boon, modest by celestial standards, yet for Lin Fan at this juncture it is nothing short of divine grace. Such fortune, and truly awe-inspiring. Nas Gu Changsheng mused. The system chime sounded once more in chime. Heaven-blessed prodigy Lin Fan has triggered a pivotal life choice. Not translucent interface shimmered into view. And before the ancestral scroll bestowed by the Guimen sect patriarch, how will you choose? Accept the scroll with gratitude, swearing solemnly to elevate the Guimen sect to supremacy. True virtue lies in repaying kindness with loyalty. B. Decline gracefully, citing your novice status and unworthiness of such a supreme relic. C. Accept the scroll, then tear it asunder on the spot, declaring that true masters forge their path through self-cultivation alone, never relying on ancestral legacies. D. Accept the scroll, then immediately gift it to a fair junior sister present, claiming it suits her better. Gu Changsheng studied the 4 options. Option D, gift it to a junior sister. And he glanced at the female disciples of the Guimen sect depicted in the scene. Not few were indeed comely. But consider the patriarch had just proclaimed it the founding patriarch's ultimate legacy. Every eye in the sect was fixed upon it. And if Lin Fan dared offer it as a sycophantic gesture, the patriarch would expel him on the spot. The scroll would revert to the patriarch, and Lin Fan would gain nothing. A poor bargain. And thus. Option C. Tear it, on the spot. Na slow sharp grin spread across Gu Changsheng's lips. And perfect. And focusing his consciousness, he extended his will, and tapped decisively upon option C. And host has selected option C. Within the scene, Lin Fan accepted the scroll with both hands. And thunderous applause and cheers erupt. Senior brother Lin and senior brother Lin and senior brother Lin, and the disciples chanted in unison, faces blazing with fervent hope. Their sect's future rested entirely upon this youth. And even the patriarch beamed broadly, tears glistened faintly in his eyes. 3 centuries. And the Guimen sect had waited 3 centuries for a genuine prodigy. At last the founding patriarch's scroll had found one worthy of its truth. Lin Fan held the scroll aloft, absorbing the weight of countless gazes, then drew a slow, steady breath. And master, fellow disciples? His voice rang clear and resonant, carrying effortlessly across the plaza. All fell silent, turning their full attention to him. And today receiving this supreme treasure fills me with boundless gratitude. He paused. And yet, no ripple of confusion passed through the crowd. Niet. And Lin Fan lifted his head, his gaze unflinching, resolute. And true masters are never forged by ancestral legacies. Every being who stands atop the summit has walked a path uniquely their own. And relying on external artifacts, or leaning upon predecessors' insights, only distorts one's Dao. His voice swelled, commanding and unwavering. And therefore, Lin Fan seized both ends of the scroll with firm hands. And before the crowd could even register his intent, he tore. And shrak. And the crisp, jarring sound of rending paper sliced through the hushed plaza. And the scroll split cleanly in 2. Lin Fan did not pause. And he folded the halves together, and tore again. And shrak. And 4 fragments. And again, he tore. And shrak. And 8. Fragments fluttered downward like ash. And absolute silence gripped the plaza. Everyone stood frozen in place, as if paralyzed. The smile of the ancestor of the Gi sect was frozen on his face. His mouth was agape and his eyes were wide with shock. In those murky old eyes disbelief was evident. Torn. The scroll left by the ancestor. Was it torn? He had not dared to open it for over 300 years. The treasured artifact of the Gi sect. Just like that. It was torn. The ancestor's lips trembled, his hands shook, and his entire body quaked. Lin Fan, however, was completely oblivious, his spirit high as he lifted his head. Master. Fellow disciples. Lin Fan does not need this scroll. I will rely on my own strength to walk my own path. This is the true path of a strong person. His voice resonated powerfully, echoing above the square. But no one responded to him. Everyone just stared blankly at the fragments on the ground. A few older disciples had reddened eyes. That was the legacy left by the founding ancestor. The root of the Gi sect. Just gone. Seeing everyone silent, Lin Fan frowned slightly. What's wrong with you all? Am I wrong? The ancestor of the Gi sect finally regained his senses. He opened his mouth wanting to say something. But he could say nothing at all. What could he say? Scold Lin Fan. Lin Fan was right, a strong person indeed must rely on themselves. But why tear it apart? Even if he looked down on it, he could have just returned it. That was the only relic left by the ancestor. He still wanted to take a look and contemplate it. The ancestor's chest heaved violently and the expression on his face was more sorrowful than crying. He crouched down, trembling hands reaching for the fragments on the ground. Piece by piece he carefully cradled them in his hands as if holding a shattered heart. Outside the scene, Gu Changsheng observed this moment. Lin Fan stood in the center of the square looking bewildered, completely unaware of why everyone was unhappy. The ancestor crouched on the ground picking up fragments, his back hunched as if aged by 10 years. The surrounding disciples exchanged glances, some angry, some sad, and a few were secretly wiping their tears. Gu Changsheng finally couldn't hold back. Pfft. He let out a laugh. At that moment, a soft voice of confusion came from in front of him. Gu Changsheng snapped back to reality. The scene before him faded away. In its place was a stone chamber. There was hay. And sitting across from him was an old man. The Heavenly Emperor ancestor was looking at him. His brows furrowed slightly. Gu Changsheng's heart sank. It was over. He was still listening to the ancestor's teachings. The ancestor was speaking earnestly and he suddenly laughed. How could he explain this? The old man looked at Gu Changsheng, silent for a moment. Then he spoke. You should seriously listen to my teachings. His tone was calm, devoid of reproach. But it was precisely this calmness that made Gu Changsheng feel even more guilty. You are extraordinarily gifted with celestial bones and celestial scriptures within you. The old man continued. But what I just spoke of is something those things cannot provide you. If you can absorb it, it will greatly benefit you. Yes, I understand my mistake. Gu Changsheng quickly lowered his head. His attitude was sincere and he admitted his error promptly. The old man looked at him and said nothing more. Yet a trace of barely noticeable disappointment flickered in those murky old eyes. After all, he was still too young. A 5-year-old child with an undeveloped temperament was in a playful phase. With the burning heaven celestial body, supreme bone, and primordial celestial scriptures, his talent was indeed astonishing. But no matter how great the talent, it still required character to wield it. Today's teachings this child probably didn't absorb much. The old man shook his head slightly in his heart. He wondered whether to end today's lesson here. Perhaps wait until this child grows a little older, around 12 or 16, when his character is set to teach again. Or summon Gu Qingyun to manage this child's temperament more regularly. Though his talent was good, it must not be wasted. The old man was deep in thought when suddenly, ding. Detected the destined child Lin Fan. Fate trajectory has shifted. Lin Fan tore the scroll of the Gi sect's ancestor, losing his opportunity for comprehension, returning a portion of his fortune to the Heavenly Dao. Current Heavenly Dao fortune fullness 0. 16. Congratulations to the host for triggering a 10,000-fold return. Damaged garbage scroll, the enlightenment of the Dao. Suddenly a mysterious wave erupted from within Gu Changsheng. The wave was not strong, but it was extremely pure. It was the wave of the great Dao. The old man's gaze sharpened. He saw Gu Changsheng sitting cross-legged on the hay, eyes closed. The small body was motionless. Golden light began to appear around him. That light did not come from the outside, it surged forth from within him. The golden flames of the burning heaven's celestial body, the golden light of the supreme bone, and the scriptures of the primordial celestial scriptures, the three intertwined, slowly circulating around Gu Changsheng. Then they began to merge. The old man's murky eyes suddenly erupted with astonishing brightness. This was enlightenment. Gu Changsheng achieved enlightenment. What he had just spoken about, those things concerning the Tao which even ancient beings who have lived through countless epochs might not fully grasp, this 5-year-old child not only absorbed it, but he also achieved enlightenment. The old man's hands trembled slightly. He had lived for so long. From a mortal to the Heavenly Emperor. He had lived from the primordial era to this day. The number of prodigies he had seen was beyond counting. But how many truly achieved enlightenment? In his whole life he had only achieved it 3 times. Each time was on the edge of life and death after millennia of hard cultivation by chance. And this child before him, 5 years old, had only listened to a few sentences of teachings and achieved enlightenment. Buzz, the golden light around Gu Changsheng grew ever more radiant. Among those lights vague shadows began to emerge. It was the 3-legged golden crow. It was the 9 heavens true phoenix. It was the ancient fire dragon. It was the flame giant. It was the vision of the burning heaven celestial Bodhi's descent. But this was still not enough. Deeper within the golden light, even older things began to emerge. A piece of chaos. Within the chaos, a vague figure appeared. Unclear in face and form. Only a feeling remained, that was the embodiment of the Tao. The old man looked at that vague figure, and for the first time shock appeared in his murky old eyes. The origin of the Tao. He murmured, his voice hoarse and barely audible. At 5 years old. He has touched the origin of the Tao. The old man's gaze fell on Gu Changsheng's face. The child still had his eyes closed, unmoving. His little face was full of calm. There was no pain, no struggle. He was quietly immersed in his enlightenment. As if touching the origin of the Tao was the most natural thing for him. The old man fell silent. For a long while he averted his gaze and slowly closed his eyes. A look of apology appeared on his face. He had wrongly suspected this child. It was not that this child had not seriously listened to his teachings, but rather that this child was exceptionally wise, and his earlier laughter must have been a reflection of his understanding. In the stone chamber, Gu Changsheng sat cross-legged on the hay, eyes closed. The golden light around him grew increasingly radiant and bright. Golden flames, golden light, and scriptures intertwined, slowly flowing around him. Then the fusion began. At this moment, Gu Changsheng's consciousness was no longer in the stone chamber. He felt as if he had fallen into a very deep place. There was nothing around. No light, no sound, no up or down, no left or right. Only chaos. In the chaos he sensed something. It was a kind of power. A power that was immensely heavy. Not spiritual energy, not celestial power, but something more fundamental. It felt like the very foundation of this world. Gu Changsheng instinctively reached out his hand to touch that power. Boom, a thunderclap erupted in his consciousness. He saw a giant. The giant towered to the heavens, his height unfathomable. His hands supported the sky above while his feet stood firm on the ground below. Muscles bulged like mountains and his bones were forged like iron. He stood there like a mountain that could never collapse. Gu Changsheng recognized this giant. Pangu. In the myth of the blue star from his previous life, it was Pangu who created the heavens and the earth. At this moment, Pangu's form projected out from behind Gu Changsheng. It burst forth from his body. It broke out of the stone chamber. It soared into the skies. In the stone chamber, the old man was watching Gu Changsheng. Suddenly he felt something. The old man's murky eyes suddenly narrowed. He saw a massive phantom slowly manifesting behind Gu Changsheng. The phantom grew larger. Growing taller and taller. The dome of the stone chamber seemed insignificant before it. It pierced through the stone chamber, through the earth, through the clouds. It stood straight between heaven and earth. It was a giant. A giant the old man had never seen before. The giant's hands supported the heavens while his feet tread upon the earth. There was not a single fluctuation of spiritual energy throughout its body. Yet that sense of oppression, that heavy feeling, made the old man, who had lived through countless epochs as a heavenly emperor, feel a hint of suffocation. What is this? Countless thoughts flashed through the old man's mind. He had seen countless forms of manifestation. Holy realm manifestations, emperor realm manifestations, even heavenly emperor manifestations. But none could compare to the giant before him. It was not a matter of size. It was a matter of level. The aura of this giant was not beneath his own. No. The old man could not see through it. He could not fathom how powerful this giant truly was. If the manifestation was already like this, what about the true body? The old man dared not think further. At this moment, deep within Gu Changsheng's consciousness, he was watching the Pangu manifestation, feeling that power. The great path of strength. What Pangu represented was power itself. The power that created the heavens and the earth. The power to uphold the universe. Gu Changsheng felt himself getting closer to that power. He extended his hand and grasped a thread of it. Just a thread. Boom, consciousness returned. Gu Changsheng opened his eyes. In his golden pupils a fleeting heaviness akin to chaos flashed by. He looked down at his hands. Small, tender, the hands of a 5-year-old child. Yet he could sense that the power contained within these hands had changed completely. His cultivation at the spirit platform realm first layer remained unchanged. But the power had transformed. The great path of strength, even if just a minuscule thread, was enough to multiply his strength several times. This was the most pure path of strength among the 3,000 great paths. You have awakened, the old man's voice came from across the way. Gu Changsheng looked up and saw the old man watching him. In those murky old eyes there was shock, appreciation, and an indescribable something. Did you just have an epiphany? The old man asked. Gu Chongsheng nodded. He had nothing to hide. The manifestation had already appeared and there was no way to conceal it. I touched the edge of the great path of strength. Although it was only a thread, I could already feel the power within it. The old man fell silent for a moment. The great path of strength. He repeated these 4 words with a hint of emotion. As a heavenly emperor, he naturally understood what the great path of strength signified. Among the 3,000 great paths, each has its strengths and weaknesses. Some paths are innately stronger than others. If one only grasps the superficial aspects of the great path of strength, it is merely an ordinary path capable of increasing strength a little. But if one could grasp its essence, the great path of strength would rank at the top among the 3,000 great paths. Strength is the foundation of everything. One force can conquer 10 skills is not just talk. And this 5-year-old child, after listening to his few words of teaching, had touched the edge of the great path of strength. What does this indicate? It indicates that this child's temperament is not bad. It is exceptionally good. Incredibly good. A prodigious talent. The old man had previously thought this child was too young, his temperament undeveloped, unable to absorb teachings. Now reflecting on it, he realized he was mistaken. This child was not unable to absorb it. He absorbed it too deeply. Deep enough to attain direct enlightenment. Deep enough to touch a path that even he had never reached. A smile appeared on the old man's face. He repeatedly said 3 words of approval. Good. 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 Each word of approval weighed heavier than the last. Gu Changsheng looked at the old man, smiling so happily, feeling a bit uneasy. To be honest, his ability to touch the great path of strength had little to do with the old man's teachings. The main reason was the enlightenment of the path returned by the system. But he could not say this. The matter of the system was something only he should know. The old man had laughed enough and looked at Gu Changsheng, his tone becoming serious. Changsheng, on the day you come of age on your 16th birthday, I will give you a Kamingafage gift. A very precious item. Gu Changsheng's eyes brightened. What the Heavenly Emperor called precious was certainly something truly valuable. He curiously asked, what is it? The old man shook his head and did not say. You will know when the time comes. Gu Changsheng did not pursue the matter further. It would eventually be his anyway, there was no need to rush. He sat for a while longer, listening to the old man speak a few more words. Then the old man waved his hand. Go on. Gu Changsheng stood up, bowed to the old man, and turned to leave the stone chamber. The door of the stone chamber slowly closed behind him. The old man sat alone on the hay, a puzzled expression on his aged face. He murmured to himself. I have lived a lifetime without touching the great path of strength. What I spoke of earlier were merely some principles of cultivation. Why was Changsheng able to attain enlightenment? Could it be a flaw in me? The old man began to murmur, repeating the words he had just spoken. The path exists in heaven and earth, and also within an inch. All things have a path, yet only humans are lost. Cultivation is like climbing a mountain, every step is a heavy sky. He recited a few lines, closed his eyes, and carefully felt. There was nothing at all. The old man opened his eyes, his brow furrowing deeper. He recited a few more lines. Yet still there was nothing. The old man sighed. Why could he not sense the great path of strength from it? What he did not know was that Gu Changsheng's ability to touch the great path of strength had nothing to do with the words he spoke. It was entirely due to the return from the system. But Gu Changsheng would never explain this. Outside the stone chamber, Gu Qingyun stood by the door with his hands folded behind his back. He seemed calm, yet a thread of tension lurked behind his gaze. The Tian Di Lao Zu had summoned his son, he had no notion of what was being spoken within. Just moments before, a colossal apparition had burst forth from the stone chamber, cleaving earth and cloud until it stood erect between heaven and earth. It was a towering giant, one he had never seen. Gu Qingyun's pupils contracted, the giant's aura sent even this emperor's heart into a tremor. What kind of manifestation was that? Whose Dharma form could it be? There was only one answer, only 2 people were inside the chamber, either the ancestor or his son. A moment later the apparition dispersed and calm returned. After another interval, the chamber door opened. Gu Changsheng emerged mounted upon a Jinwu and flew toward his father. Father. Gu Qingyun looked at his son, opened his mouth as if to ask, yet found himself at a loss for where to begin. In the end he spoke only one line. That manifestation just now. Was it yours, Changsheng? Gu Chongsheng nodded. Yes. Gu Qingyun drew a long breath. He had guessed as much, but hearing his son admit it still left him stunned. A 5-year-old had produced a manifestation that made even him feel a pang of dread. Who would believe such a thing if told? What was it? Gu Changsheng thought a moment and explained simply. In my moment of sudden insight, I brushed against a corner of the Tao of Strength. That manifestation was the Tao of Strength made manifest. The Tao of Strength, Gu Qingyun's brow arched. Among the 3,000 great ways, the purest was the path of force. His son, only 5 years old, had an enlightenment grazed the Tao of Strength. Gu Qingyun fell silent for a heartbeat, then broke into raucous laughter. Wonderful! He cried, exultation brimming in his voice. My son truly bears the air of a Tiandi. No, beyond the Tiandi. In time my son may transcend. Gu Changsheng, embarrassed by the praise, smiled awkwardly. Father, let us return. Very well, let us go. With a grand gesture, Gu Qingyun rent the fabric of space and carrying his son sped toward the Shensi Fu. In the eternal Tao domain, the Gu family, Shensi Fu. The Gu family's Shensi Fu had lain unused for a very long time. The last Shensi to reside there had been 1,000,000 years ago. After 1,000,000 years, the mansion remained empty, uninhabited. Only now, because the Tiandi Lao Zhu had suddenly anointed Gu Changsheng as Shensi, was the mansion reactivated. Gu Qingyun brought Gu Changsheng down before its gates. Gu Changsheng looked up. The estate sprawled vast, with tiers of pavilions stretching beyond sight. The black stone gate rose some 10 zhang high, its surface carved with ancient motifs. A plaque hung above the lintel bearing 3 characters, Shensi Fu. The calligraphy was vigorous and potent, each stroke breathed the aura of the imperial realm. They pushed open the stone gate and stepped inside. The architecture within was even more awe-inspiring, jade-paved avenues, halls blazing with gilded grandeur, towers reaching into the clouds. Every detail betrayed the legacy of an ageless imperial clan. Yet because it had been uninhabited for so long, it felt somewhat desolate. No servants, no guards, even the spiritual herbs lay in messy disarray. Gu Changsheng did not mind. A quieter dwelling suited him so long as he could live there. Gu Qingyun, however, frowned, not at the solitude. He frowned because of the spiritual energy. He closed his eyes to sense the mansion's chi density, then opened them with his frown deepened. 20-fold. Only 20 times that of the outside. There was displeasure in Gu Qingyun's tone. For ordinary cultivators, a 20-fold chi density would be a dreamlike sanctuary. But this was the Shensi Fu, the dwelling of the Gu family's Shensi, his son's home. 20-fold was far too meager. His son possessed the Fenshin immortal body, the supreme bone, and cultivated the Taigu Senjing primeval immortal scripture. A 20-fold chi density was simply inadequate. Gu Qingyun was about to speak when suddenly he sensed something and lifted his gaze skyward. 3 figures came flying from the horizon, their speed absolute. One moment at the rim of the sky, the next they were above the Shensi Fu. They were old in appearance, beards and hair white, their auras as deep as the sea, great emperor realm. The Gu family's great emperor ancestors. The 3 hovered upon the void, smiling. Behind them a colossal Longmai dragon vein was upheld by their combined might. The Longmai extended for 10,000 li, its body all gold, exuding terrifying surges of spiritual energy. Though condensed, the Longmai remained vast enough to blot out sun and sky. The heavens for miles around were shadowed by it. Gu Qingyun looked up at the Longmai and raised a brow. The 3 great emperor ancestors descended before the Shensi Fu and cupped their hands to Gu Qingyun. Clan chief. Gu Qingyun returned the salute. The 3 ancestors have labored. One ancestor laughed heartily and waved a hand. Not at all. He then turned to Gu Changsheng, his eyes full of admiration. Shensi, the ancestors hold you in high regard. After naming you Shensi, they sent the 3 of us out immediately. Guess what we were sent to do? Gu Changsheng's gaze drifted to the Longmai beside them. Before he could speak, the ancestor pointed. To find you a solitary Longmai and place it beneath this Shensi Fu for your cultivation. We 3 went to many places and ultimately selected this one. The second ancestor continued. This Longmai is of exceptional quality, replete with spiritual energy, sufficient to raise you to the emperor realm. The third ancestor added. Moreover, the Longmai is sentient. Placed beneath the mansion, it will inhale and exhale chi of its own accord, so you need not concern yourself. Gu Changsheng looked up at the sky-swallowing Longmai and his mouth twitched. A Longmai of such scale reserved for a single person. Gu Qingyun surveyed the vein and frowned slightly. As clan chief, he knew the Gu family's resources intimately. He knew how many Longmai the Gu family possessed and where they lay, yet he could not recall any Longmai like this. Three ancestors, may I ask whence this long mai came? Gu Qingyun asked. Since when has the Gu family had such a long mai? One ancestor laughed. Naturally, it is not from our Gu family. It belonged to another power. Another power. The second ancestor nodded with the casual air of one commenting on the weather. The three of us went to a certain power and without a word removed their underground long mai. Then we returned. The third ancestor added. What was that power called again? Forgotten. In any case, it mattered little. Gu Changsheng listened, his mouth twitching. No words of negotiation, they simply took it and left, not even bothering to remember the name. Such brazen appropriation was truly emblematic of the Gu family. Still, it was of no concern to him, he belonged to the clan. Gu Qingyun showed scant reaction to him, it was normal. If the Gu family coveted something, they took it. Not satisfied. Then subdue them until they yield. If that fails, annihilate the clan. That force has lost the dragon vein, so they should be lacking in spiritual energy now. The three great ancestral emperors acted simultaneously. They stood in a triangular formation encircling the lengthy dragon vein in the center. With hands forming seals, streams of golden runes flew from their hands, landing on the dragon vein. The dragon vein began to shrink. 10,000 miles. 1,000 miles. 100 miles. The 10-mile dragon vein was compressed into a golden orb suspended in midair. Then the three ancestors pressed down simultaneously. Boom, the orb sank underground deep into the Divine Sun's residence. The entire Divine Sun's residence trembled violently. Then the spiritual energy began to soar. 30 times. 50 times. 100 times. 200 times. The concentration of spiritual energy skyrocketed until it reached 500 times that of the outside world before slowly stabilizing. Gu Chongsheng took a deep breath. The rich spiritual energy surged into his body and the burning heaven immortal body activated, automatically greedily devouring it. It felt comfortable. The three ancestors withdrew their hands, nodding in satisfaction. All right. The dragon vein is sealed beneath the residence and will operate on its own. The Divine Sun can cultivate in peace from now on. After speaking, the three of them clasped their hands towards Gu Qingyun. Patriarch, we will take our leave now. Gu Qingyun returned the gesture. Thank you, three ancestors. The three great ancestral emperors smiled, their figures flashing, disappearing from sight. In front of the Divine Sun's residence, only Gu Qingyun and Gu Changsheng remained. Gu Qingyun looked at his son and patted his shoulder. Go inside. Cultivate well. Gu Changsheng nodded, riding the golden crow accompanied by the Yaoguang Empress flying into the Divine Sun's residence. Gu Qingyun stood outside watching his son's back, the corners of his mouth slightly rising. He then turned to leave, needing to prepare some things for his son's Divine Sun's residence. Gu Changsheng rode the golden crow circling around the residence. The residence was vast, larger than he had imagined. The front courtyard, middle courtyard and back courtyard added up to over 100 rooms. There were training grounds, cultivation rooms and spirit herb gardens, all that should be there was present. But it felt desolate. There was no human presence. After circling around, Gu Changsheng returned to the main hall. Just as he sat down, footsteps came from outside the door. A group of people arrived. Gu Changsheng walked out of the main hall, standing on the steps to look down. It was a sea of black, all people. They were all women, young and beautiful, dressed in matching blue garments. At the forefront was a beautiful woman, her face kind, radiating an aura of the holy realm. Such a powerful being could easily annihilate any lower realm. Even among the 3,000 Dao states, she would be considered an ancestral level figure. But in the Gu family, she was assigned as a maid, which showed the Gu family's deep foundation and their regard for the Divine Sun. She bowed to Gu Changsheng. Divine Sun, I am here on the Patriarch's orders to bring maidservants into the residence. A total of 10,000 responsible for various affairs of the Divine Sun's residence. Gu Changsheng looked at the 10,000 maidservants before him, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. 10,000 maidservants. Was his father afraid he would feel lonely? The beautiful woman began to introduce. These 5,000 are responsible for the daily management of the residence, cleaning the courtyard and tidying the rooms. These 3,000 are responsible for the spirit herb garden, planting spirit herbs and taking care of the medicinal plants. This 1,000 is responsible for the kitchen, preparing meals for the Divine Sun. This 1,000 is responsible for clothing, sewing robes for the Divine Sun. Finally, this 100 will serve the Divine Sun closely and will teach the Divine Sun various knowledge, including Adult matters. After the beautiful woman finished speaking, the 10,000 maidservants bowed in unison. Greetings, Divine Son. Their voices were uniform, melodious and clear. Gu Changsheng waved his hand. Get up. The 10,000 maidservants stood up straight, quietly waiting for instructions. Gu Changsheng looked at the beautiful woman. What is your name? I am Su Wan. Su Wan, you are in charge of the affairs in the residence. No need to seek me unless necessary. Su Wan respectfully nodded. Understood. Gu Changsheng turned and returned to the main hall. Inside the main hall, Gu Changsheng sat cross-legged on a cushion. The golden crow perched on his shoulder, its small body round and fluffy like a golden furball. The Yaoguang Empress was absent. She had said that she gained some insight after seeing the Pangadharma form and found a place to enter seclusion. Only Gu Changsheng and the golden crow were in the room. Gu Changsheng closed his eyes, feeling the power within his body. The supreme bone glowed slightly at his chest, emanating a domineering aura. This bone was not merely ornamental. It could increase his cultivation speed dozens of times and unleash powerful strength in battle. As for how strong it was specifically, he had not yet tested it. The ancient Immortal Sutra operated automatically within his meridians, with streams of spiritual energy continuously flooding into his body. There was no need for deliberate cultivation, his body was naturally growing stronger. The Immortal Sutra combined with the immortal body along with the supreme bone. The three elements stacked together made his cultivation speed more than 100 times that of ordinary cultivators. Gu Changsheng opened his eyes and looked down at his little hands. 5 years old. Too small. Unable to do anything. He wanted to venture out, but he was too young. He wanted to make up for the regrets of his previous life as a virgin, but he was too young. He wanted to do things that adults do, but he was still too young. He could only cultivate. Gu Changsheng sighed. Little bird, do you think I should enter seclusion? The golden crow tilted its head and chirped. Gu Changsheng nodded. I think it's time to go into seclusion too. I might as well close until I reach adulthood. At 16 I can do whatever I want then. Just as he was speaking, a knock came from outside the door. Divine Son. It was Su Wan's voice. Come in. The door opened and Su Wan walked in holding a ring. A spatial ring. She respectfully handed the ring to Gu Changsheng. Divine Son, this is your resources for this month. Gu Changsheng took the ring and probed with his divine sense. He was taken aback. The space inside the ring was vast, as large as dozens of rooms. It was filled with items. Spirit stones. Spirit stones neatly piled into small mountains. Superior spirit stones, supreme spirit stones, and even a few spirit crystals. Pills. Bottles upon bottles, each labeled. Spirit gathering pills, wash marrow pills, breakthrough pills. Each bottle was of top quality. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures. All sorts. The youngest were at least 10,000 years old. There were also several magical tools. Their grades were not low, all spirit artifact levels. Though they could not compare to emperor-grade artifacts, they were already treasures coveted by ordinary cultivators. In addition, there were various ores, beast bones, spiritual liquids. A dazzling display that left one dazzled. Gu Changsheng withdrew his divine sense, looking at the ring in his hand. He remembered Lin Fan. Remembered the heavenly materials and earthly treasures he saw in the cave. Those 1,000-year-old spirit mushrooms and 10,000-year-old He Shou Wu seemed decent at that time. Now compared to the items in this ring, they were simply trash. No, not even trash. Trash could still be recycled. He wouldn't even bother to pick up those things if they were thrown on the ground. All right, you may leave. Su Wan bowed and retreated, closing the door. Gu Changsheng sat on the cushion, toying with the ring in his hand. Resources are ready. Techniques are ready. Physique is ready. Bones are also in place. There is nothing lacking now. What remains is just one thing. To grow up. Gu Changsheng put the ring on his hand and closed his eyes. Little bird, I'm going into seclusion now. You guard for me, don't let anyone disturb me. The golden crow chirped, flying down from his shoulder and squatting at the door. Its small body blocked the entrance like a door god. Despite its small appearance, it was actually a terrifying emperor-level ancient golden crow. Even ordinary emperors would have to give way when encountering it. Gu Changsheng took a deep breath and activated the ancient Immortal Sutra. Spiritual energy surged from the dragon vein, pouring into his body. The burning heaven immortal body automatically absorbed it, the supreme bone glowing slightly, and the immortal sutra flowed through his meridians. With 3 methods working together, the cultivation speed was outrageously fast. Gu Changsheng's consciousness sank deep. He was going into seclusion. Directly until he was 16. In 11 years, when he emerged from seclusion, he would no longer be this little brat. By then he could do whatever he wanted. Outside the Divine Sun's residence, Su Wan stood on the steps watching the direction of the main hall. The hall doors were tightly shut and a golden little bird squatted at the entrance. She knew that the Divine Sun had begun his seclusion. Everyone disperse, go about your tasks. Su Wan waved her hand. The 10,000 maidservants scattered, each attending to their duties. The Divine Sun's residence fell silent. Only the dragon vein underground was slowly operating, exhaling and inhaling spiritual energy. The spiritual energy surged from underground, converging into the body of that 5-year-old child. 11 years. For mortals it is a lengthy period. From a helpless infant to a youth discovering the stirrings of love. But for an ancient imperial clan like the Gu family, 11 years is merely the blink of an eye. The revered ancestors in the clan often enter seclusion for thousands of years. 11 years, hardly even a nap. During these 11 years of Gu Changsheng's seclusion, the Divine Sun's residence remained unusually quiet. 10,000 maidservants diligently managed every corner of the estate. Su Wan delivered resources to the main hall door on schedule each month, placing them down and leaving, not daring to disturb. The Golden Crow squatted at the door, unwavering for 11 years. Occasionally Gu Qingyun would visit his son. Gu Changsheng's mother had come a few times as well. Aside from that, during these 11 years the 2 destined sons each triggered a choice in their lives. However, due to the poor opportunities they missed, they did not return any overly extraordinary treasures. One was a top-grade spirit herb and the other a high-grade pill. For Gu Changsheng, the divine son of the Imperial Clan, these were of little use and were casually tossed into the beak of the Golden Crow. The palace door had been tightly shut for 11 years. On this day a faint sound came from behind the door. The Golden Crow suddenly raised its head. The door opened. Sunlight poured in, illuminating the cushions and incense burners within the hall. A tall, slender figure stepped out from the shadows. 16-year-old Gu Changsheng stood at the entrance, squinting as he adjusted to the long-lost daylight. Dressed in white robes with black hair cascading down his golden pupils were even deeper than they had been 11 years ago. His shoulders had broadened, he had grown taller, and his baby fat had faded, revealing a handsome profile. Just as he was about to step forward, familiar footsteps approached from the direction of the gate. Gu Qingyun, clad in a green robe, strode over. He visited every few years, and today happened to coincide with his visit. Seeing the tall figure of his son before the palace door, the patriarch of the Imperial Clan paused. Changsheng. Gu Changsheng looked up and smiled. Father. Gu Qingyun approached, examining his son from head to toe, then back again. His gaze held much surprise, gratification, and an indescribable sense of pride. You've grown. He reached out and patted his son's shoulder. The little one, who used to snuggle in his arms, had now grown tall enough to reach his chin. Gu Qingyun took a half step back and suddenly furrowed his brow. His divine sense instinctively reached out, wanting to gauge his son's cultivation, only to find nothing, as if it had sunk into the sea. Father, there's no need to probe. Gu Changsheng smiled. With my celestial body and celestial scriptures, only an immortal can measure it. Gu Qingyun was left speechless and then asked, what is your current realm? Gu Changsheng pondered for a moment, speaking casually. 5th realm, Tianyuan realm. Gu Qingyun was stunned. 5th realm. Tianyuan realm. At 16. He recalled his own youth. The strongest genius of the Gu family in his generation had just touched the threshold of the divine threshold realm at 16 and was hailed as the best in a millennium by the entire family. And his son at 16 was in the Tianyuan realm. He surpassed him by an entire major realm. The further one progresses, the more challenging it becomes. This was an unbreakable rule. 5th realm, Gu Qingyun murmured, repeating it. Then he smiled. It was a light smile, but the pride in his eyes was undeniable. Your grandfather once said I was exceptionally gifted, and I believed him. Now, comparing myself to you, my little talent seems insignificant. Gu Changsheng did not respond, merely smiling. His father's ability to become the clan leader naturally made him an extraordinary genius, but he simply did not possess a system as defiant as his own. Gu Qingyun took a deep breath, repressing the surging emotions within. Just as he was about to say something, boom. A bell rang out from the ancestral grounds of the Gu family. Deep and distant it spread like ripples across the eaves of the Divine Sun's residence and over every peak of the Gu family. Boom, second sound. Boom, third sound. Gu Qingyun looked up, gazing towards the direction of the bell's sound. Then he laughed heartily. I came this time for the Onsenatacade secret realm opening. He turned to his son. The Gu family secret realm requires all disciples aged between 15 and 30 to participate in order to avoid mere arduous training and to temper themselves in real combat. Gu Chongsheng raised an eyebrow. What is in the secret realm? Fierce beasts, perilous lands, opportunities. Gu Qingyun patted his shoulder. You'll find out once you enter. Gu Changsheng looked down at the golden crow on his shoulder, then towards the direction of the bell's sound. Understood, father, let's go. He took a step forward, heading towards the main hall. Gu Qingyun stood in place, watching his son's silhouette. The white robe fluttered slightly in the wind, his stride calm and his back straight. At 16 in the Tianyuan realm, he suddenly felt that the Gu family had hoped to return to its former peak. On the other side, at the sound of the three bells, all Gu family disciples looked up in unison. The secret realm is about to open. Once every decade, we've finally waited for it. The young disciples were extremely excited, rushing towards the Gu family main hall. The Gu family secret realm opens once every 10 years. It is a place for the young disciples of the Gu family to gain practical experience. The secret realm contains fierce beasts, perilous areas, and opportunities. Once inside, killing fierce beasts can earn points. The higher the points, the better the ranking. Those ranked higher can receive abundant resource rewards. Those who perform exceptionally well may even have the opportunity to be promoted to the position of Gu family saint. The position of saint is something countless talents yearn for. Although there is a divine sun above, there is only one divine sun. Unlike the saint, there can be multiple saints. Moreover, once one becomes a saint, their status and resources will significantly increase. All Gu family disciples under 30 are qualified to enter the secret realm. At this moment, over 100 people had already gathered in the Gu family main hall. These are the young talents of the Gu family. Their ages range from 15 or 16 to 28 or 29. The lowest cultivation is Spirit Platform Realm, while the highest has reached Divine Threshold Realm. They gathered in groups, discussing excitedly. This time in the secret realm, I must break into the top 10. Top 10. You have too little ambition. I aim for the top 3. Top 3. Just you. Spirit Platform Realm 8th level dreaming. What's wrong with Spirit Platform Realm 8th level? I'm strong in actual combat. Alright, stop arguing. Do you know what is in the secret realm this time? I know fierce beasts. The lowest is Spirit Platform Realm and the highest is Divine Threshold Realm, even Tianyuan Realm. Tianyuan Realm. Isn't that courting death if encountered? If you run into one, just escape. Who told you to go attack? True enough. How are points calculated? 1 point for a fierce beast of Spirit Platform Realm, 10 points for Divine Threshold Realm, and 100 points for Tianyuan Realm. If I can kill a Tianyuan Realm beast, I'd soar straight up. Just focus on surviving first. Everyone laughed. Just as they were discussing, the light at the entrance of the main hall suddenly dimmed. Someone walked in. Everyone instinctively turned to look. Then the hall fell silent. A young man walked in. He appeared to be around 16 or 17, tall and slender. His black hair was casually tied with a golden ribbon with a few strands falling over his forehead. His face was like a jade crown, his brows like distant mountains, and his golden pupils were deep and bright. He wore a white long robe with a golden belt at his waist. Perched on his shoulder was a small golden bird, round and fluffy like a ball of fur. The young man wore a faint smile as he stepped into the main hall. The eyes of the female disciples of the Gu family instantly widened. Who is this? So handsome. When did our Gu family have such a person? No, his eyes are golden. Golden pupils. It's the divine sun. Gu Chongsheng. It's Gu Chongsheng. The hall erupted in excitement. The divine sun has come out of seclusion. It's been 11 years, I almost forgot what the divine sun looked like. He was just a little one back then, and now he's so tall. Long live the divine sun. Long live the divine sun. Everyone bowed and greeted Gu Changsheng. Gu Chongsheng nodded, smiling in response. It's been a long time. His voice was clear, carrying a hint of warmth. The female disciple's eyes widened even more. Gu Changsheng walked to the front of the hall and found a place to stand. Those around him instinctively took a few steps back, giving him space. It was not fear but reverence. After all, the status of the divine son is equal to that of the ancestors. In the crowd, a young man in his late 20s stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His name is Gu Yin, recognized as the strongest among the current generation of the Gu family. At 28 years old, he is at the 7th level of the Divine Abyss realm. In the lower realms he is already a super powerhouse, but in the Gu family he is merely a standout among the younger generation. Regardless of his age or cultivation, his goal this time is clear: to secure the first place. Gu Yan looked at the back of Gu Changsheng, his gaze flickering slightly. He attempted to probe into Gu Changsheng's cultivation. However, he gained nothing. Gu Yan frowned and withdrew his spiritual sense. He did not speak yet, he was already formulating plans in his heart. At that moment an elder approached the high platform of the grand hall. Clad in grey robes, his face was gaunt and his eyes shone like torches. It was the elder who presided over the bloodline awakening back in the day. He glanced at the crowd in the hall and nodded slightly. Everyone is here. The secret realm is about to open and I will explain the rules. Everyone quieted down, listening attentively. Within the secret realm there are countless ferocious beasts. The minimum requirement is the spiritual platform realm and the maximum is the heavenly origin realm. Killing a beast at the spiritual platform realm earns 1 point. Killing a beast at the divine abyss realm earns 10 points. Killing a beast at the heavenly origin realm earns 100 points. In the end, rankings will be based on accumulated points and the top 10 will receive rewards. The first place will receive an additional reward. The crowd stirred restlessly. A slight smile appeared at the corner of Gu Yan's mouth. This time he was determined to claim the first place. Although Gu Changsheng, the son of God, broke through to the third realm at the age of 5, Gu Yin had his own advantages. He was 12 years older than Gu Changsheng. Similarly, he awakened his bloodline at the age of 5 and possessed the celestial tyrant body, which is truly a remarkable talent, allowing him to challenge opponents of higher levels in actual combat. The elder continued, in addition, those who perform exceptionally will have the opportunity to be promoted to the Holy Son. There is no limit to the number of slots. Anyone who performs well can become the Holy Son. Upon hearing this, everyone became excited. The Holy Son. That is the position just below the Son of God. Once one becomes the Holy Son, their status and resources will be significantly elevated. In the secret realm, no killing among each other is allowed. Violators will be expelled from the Gu family. Alright, those are the rules. After finishing, the elder looked towards Gu Changsheng. There was a hint of expectation in his gaze. Son of God, do you have anything to say? Gu Changsheng shook his head. No. The elder nodded and waved his hand. Secret realm open. The space in front of the grand hall tore apart and a massive gate of light slowly appeared. Above the Gu family, in the depths of the void, 4 figures sat cross-legged. No aura leaked from their bodies, as if they had merged with the heavens and the earth. Yet if there were outsiders present, they would be struck with fear. For these 4 individuals were all of the Emperor realm. The clan leader Gu Qingyun and 3 ancestral elders of the Gu family. The 4 sat side by side, their gazes piercing through the void, landing on the massive gate of light below. Everything within the secret realm would not escape their eyes. Typically, having one emperor observe the opening of a secret realm would be considered significant. This time 4 had come, and moreover the clan leader was personally overseeing it. If the disciples of the Gu family knew, they would be so excited that they couldn't sleep, striving with all their might within the secret realm. But they did not know that the 4 had come for one person. Gu Changsheng. One ancestral elder murmured, his voice hoarse. Strange. After all these years, I still cannot see through Changsheng's cultivation. He turned his head to look at Gu Qingyun. Qingyun, have you done something to prevent us from checking? Gu Qingyun shook his head. Elder, you jest. My son possesses the immortal body and has the supreme bone, and he cultivates the immortal scriptures. How could it be something we mere emperors can easily probe into? Several elders nodded slightly upon hearing this. With the immortal body and immortal scriptures, it is reasonable to be unable to see through. I am somewhat looking forward to it. After 11 years in seclusion, how far has this child come now? The third elder chuckled. No rush, we will see soon enough. The 4 no longer spoke, their gazes fixed on the secret realm. Inside the secret realm, a vast expanse of desolate land lay before them. The sky was gray with no sun, yet it was still bright. In the distance, mountains stretched endlessly, and nearby vegetation thrived. The air was filled with a wild atmosphere. Gu Changsheng stood on a patch of grass, surveying his surroundings. The light gate's teleportation was random, causing everyone to appear in different locations. Before he could take a step, bright lights flashed beside him. 4 figures appeared out of thin air. All 4 were quite young, just over 20, with cultivation around the 5th or 6th level of the spiritual platform realm. Upon their appearance they were initially taken aback, then noticed Gu Changsheng beside them. The eyes of the 4 brightened simultaneously. Son of God. Great. We have arrived together with the Son of God. This is secured. The 4 hurriedly bowed. We meet the Son of God. Gu Changsheng waved his hand. No need for such formalities. The 4 straightened up, their faces filled with excitement. Among them a round-faced youth bolder than the rest took the initiative to speak. Son of God, have you previously studied the distribution of the secret realm? Gu Changsheng shook his head. Not really, I've been in seclusion. In that case we could be of great help to you. We have all researched the secret realm and know where there are good resources. The other 3 quickly chimed in. Yes, we know where the high-level beasts are. We also know where the spirit herbs are. Son of God, let us follow you. Gu Changsheng thought for a moment and did not refuse. He was indeed unfamiliar with the secret realm, and having someone to guide him was better than wandering aimlessly. All right. The 4 were so pleased they nearly jumped up. The round-faced youth asked again, Son of God, where shall we go first? Gu Changsheng inquired. In this secret realm, where can we find high-level beasts? The 4 exchanged glances. The round-faced youth pondered for a moment, his eyes lighting up. I know of a place where there are beasts at the Divine Abyss realm. And it's very close, we can reach it in just the time it takes to burn an incense stick. Even if we don't go there, other places are on the way. Outside the cave there is also a 1,000-year-old 7th grade spirit herb which was not ripe the last time my cousin came, but calculating the time it should be ready now. Gu Changsheng nodded. Then let's go there first. The round-faced youth was overjoyed and turned to lead the way. The other 3 followed behind, their faces full of delight. Half an hour later the 5 arrived at the foot of a mountain peak. The mountain was not high, but there was a huge dark entrance on the cliff unknown to where it led. Outside the entrance grew a completely snow-white spirit herb. The herb was the size of a wash basin and emitted a faint glow. A 1,000-year-old 7th grade spirit herb. And it was already ripe. The round-faced youth's eyes widened at the sight of the herb. It's ripe. It's really ripe. He instinctively took a couple of steps forward, then suddenly halted. Outside the entrance lay a dozen ferocious beasts. Wolf-like beasts the size of cows with pitch-black bodies and green glints in their eyes. They were at the spiritual platform realm. A dozen wolf demons at the spiritual platform realm were encircling the spirit herb, watching it greedily. A more terrifying aura faintly emanated from deep within the cave. The strength of that aura caused the round-faced youth's face to turn pale. This doesn't seem right. His voice trembled slightly. Last time my cousin came, the beast inside was only at the 4th level of the Divine Abyss realm. How come it feels like at least the 8th or even the 9th level now? The other 3 also sensed it, their expressions growing grave. Beasts at the 8th or 9th level of the Divine Abyss realm are no joke. The 4 of them at the spiritual platform realm would just be delivering food. The strongest among the current generation of the Gu family, Gu Yen, is only at the 7th level of the Divine Abyss realm. The beasts inside are stronger than Gu Yen. The round-faced youth hesitated and looked towards Gu Changsheng. Son of God, how about we change to another place? That beast is too strong, what if? Gu Changsheng glanced at him and smiled. Leave the outsiders to you. I'll handle the one inside. The 4 were taken aback. The round-faced youth opened his mouth to say something but swallowed his words upon seeing Gu Changsheng's golden eyes. Understood. The 4 replied in unison and charged towards the dozen wolf demons. Outside the secret realm in the depths of the void, the 4 emperors observed this scene with slightly furrowed brows. One elder spoke. This ferocious beast. I remember it. 50 years ago it was only at the 4th level of the Divine Abyss realm. In just 50 years it has actually broken through to this level. That is rather strange. Another elder nodded. Beasts at the 8th or 9th level of the Divine Abyss realm are not easy to deal with. Changsheng is only 16 this year and has never fought in real combat. I wonder if he can handle it. The elders exchanged glances, not refuting, but their eyes carried a hint of reservation. At 16 years old he had been in seclusion for 11 years, never having experienced actual combat. The opponent is a ferocious beast at the 8th or 9th level of the Divine Abyss realm. Even with the supreme bone of the immortal body, it might not be enough. After all, he is still quite young. Their gazes turned back to the secret realm. In the secret realm, Gu Changsheng floated quietly in midair. Below, 4 disciples of the Gu family were entangled in battle with a wolf demon. It was a back-and-forth fight between those at the spiritual platform realm. Deep within the cave, the terrifying aura grew increasingly restless. Clearly the battle outside had disturbed it. Boom, a loud explosion echoed. The massive stone at the entrance of the cave exploded apart. A colossal creature charged out from within. It was a bear standing over 3 zhang tall, its body pitch black with eyes as red as blood. Its claws were longer than blades, and with each step it took on the ground, the earth trembled. 9th level of the Divine Abyss realm. This bear demon's aura was even stronger than expected. The faces of the 4 Gu family disciples changed drastically as they retreated repeatedly. Be careful, Divine Son. This beast is at least 9th level of the Divine Abyss. The black bear burst from the cave and immediately spotted the 10,000-year-old spirit herb. Then it saw the wolf demon and the Gu family disciples fighting beside the spirit herb. Finally, it raised its head and saw Gu Changsheng floating in midair. Roar, the black bear howled at the sky in fury. This is its territory. The spirit herb belongs to it. These humans should be punished. With a push of its legs, its 3 zhang tall body leaped into the air, pouncing towards Gu Changsheng. The bear's paw struck out, creating a whirlwind. The wind arrived before the paw did. The sheer force of the wind bent the grass and trees on the ground. The 4 Gu family disciples were pushed back repeatedly by this force, their faces as pale as ghosts. This is the power of the 9th level of the Divine Abyss realm. Terrifying. Gu Changsheng looked at the charging black bear, his expression unchanged. He raised his right hand, clenched his fist, and then he threw a punch. A simple punch. No fluctuations of spiritual energy, no phenomena. Just pure power. The power of the path of strength. The fists collided. Crack, that was the sound of bones shattering. The black bear's paw, as if made of paper, was pierced through by a single punch. The force of the punch did not diminish and continued forward. Boom, the fist struck the center of the black bear's brow. Time seemed to stand still for a moment. Then, the bear's towering body flew backward like a kite with a severed string. It smashed through mountains, broke trees, and rolled on the ground for over 10 flips. Finally, it lay still. A deep dent was left in its brow. Blood flowed from its 7 orifices. A single punch ended the 9th level of the Divine Abyss realm. The 4 Gu family disciples stood rooted to the spot, their mouths agape, their eyes wide as saucers. What did they just witness? A ferocious beast at the 9th level of the Divine Abyss realm. One punch. Just one punch. It was killed. The round-faced youth's jaw nearly dropped. This. He stammered, unable to form a complete sentence. The other 3 were no better off. One dropped to the ground. Another covered his mouth. To witness this scene in their lifetime made it all worth it. Outside the secret realm, deep in the void, the 4 great emperors fell silent simultaneously. After a moment, one elder spoke up. One punch. Another elder took a deep breath. A 9th level Divine Abyss beast killed with a single punch. How far has this child's cultivation reached? The 3rd elder shook his head. I can't see through it, really can't see through it. The 3 of them looked towards Gu Qingyun, whose smile could not be suppressed. He shrugged. I said one palm can destroy it. The 3 elders exchanged glances, remaining silent. But the reservations and doubts in their eyes had completely vanished. What replaced them was shock. Surprise. An indescribable excitement. How many years has it been? Is my Gu family finally going to produce a second heavenly emperor? In the secret realm, Gu Changsheng retracted his fist and looked down at his hand. Then he shook his head. Not as strong as I imagined. He spoke softly, his tone flat, as if discussing something trivial. At this moment, Gu Changsheng's cultivation had already reached the 5th realm, the Tianyuan realm. Facing a beast of the Divine Abyss realm, it was like a dimensional suppression. If it weren't for the detour, Gu Changsheng would not have chosen to come here. The 4 Gu family disciples twitched their mouths at this statement. 9th level of the Divine Abyss, not strong. One must know that a beast at the 9th level of the Divine Abyss realm is even harder to deal with than a cultivator at the 10th level of the Divine Abyss, unmatchable without the Tianyuan realm. So, the Divine Son is 16 years old and has already reached the Tianyuan realm. Hiss. Gu Changsheng landed on the ground and walked towards the 10,000-year-old spirit herb. Bending down he picked it and casually tossed it to the round-faced youth. Take it. The round-faced youth fumbled to catch it, completely dumbfounded. 10th Ascendier spirit herb. He gave it to him. Divine Son, this is too precious. I don't want it. Gu Changsheng waved his hand. I have no use for it. He truly had no use for it in terms of resources. For a divine son, the spirit herb was insignificant to him. It couldn't even fit in his spatial ring. The other three looked at the spirit herb in the round-faced youth's hands, their eyes turning red. They envied his good fortune in receiving a reward from the divine son. Gu Changsheng ignored their emotions and glanced at the corpse of the black bear in the distance. On the token a number appeared. Points 10. On the secret realm leaderboard his name instantly jumped to first place. Gu Changsheng 10 points. Second place Gu Yan 1 point. Less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense after entering the secret realm, Gu Changsheng was already in first place. In another part of the secret realm deep within a dense forest. Gu Yan retracted his palm and the 9th-level spiritual platform beast in front of him crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. He shook his wrist and was about to check the changes on the token when several other Gu family disciples surrounded him. Yan Gu is amazing. 9th-level spiritual platform solved with one palm. Gu Yan didn't respond, his gaze fixed on the token. The leaderboard refreshed. First place Gu Changsheng 10 points. He frowned slightly. 10 points. The score that only a divine abyss beast would yield. Within less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense after the secret realm opened, Gu Changsheng had already killed a divine abyss beast. 10 points. A tall, thin disciple behind him leaned over, also seeing the number on the token. How long has the divine son been in? Another round-faced disciple calculated with his fingers. From entering the secret realm until now, at most half a stick of incense. Half a stick of incense to find a divine abyss beast and kill it. It's not about finding it. It's about killing it. A divine abyss beast, even at the first level, is not something that can be dealt with casually. The divine son is only 16 this year, right? The others exchanged glances. Gu Yan put the token back at his waist and looked up. Let's go. Where to? The thin disciple asked. Gu Yan had already taken a step. I visited this secret realm 10 years ago. To the west there's a stone forest where a fire-scaled beast at the 8th level of the divine abyss resides. There are also plenty of spiritual platform beasts nearby. He paused. Leave that fire-scaled beast to me. You handle the surrounding beasts. How many points you get depends on your ability. The eyes of the several disciples lit up and they hurriedly followed. The dense forest grew deeper and the light faded. The branches and leaves overhead intertwined to form a large net, filtering the daylight into fragments. Occasionally low-level ferocious beasts jumped out from the bushes, getting slapped away by Gu Yan, and the points on the token slowly increased. After walking for about a stick of incense, Gu Yan suddenly stopped. On the token, Gu Changsheng's score changed. 30 points. He stared at that number, his eyelids twitching. 30 points. 3 divine abyss beasts. Jumping from 10 points to 30 points in less than 2 sticks of incense. The people behind him also saw it. 30 points. The fierce beasts in the divine realm of this secret territory do not simply stand in a row waiting for him to kill them. It takes time just to travel, doesn't it? Unless he doesn't pick and just kills whenever he encounters one, then leaves. But he must run into them first, right? Gu Yan did not participate in the discussion. He stood still for a few moments in silence, then turned around and changed direction. Yan Gu. The tall and thin disciple was taken aback. The stone forest isn't that way. I know, Gu Yan replied, his footsteps unyielding, his voice coming back from ahead. The fire-scaled beast on the other side of the stone forest is worth only 10 points. He currently has 30 points. Even if I take down that fire-scaled beast, it's still far from enough. He quickened his pace. Changed to another one. Which one? Gu Yan did not answer directly but led several people through the dense forest over a low mountain and finally stopped at the entrance of a valley. The valley entrance was piled high with rubble and both sides of the mountain walls were covered with dark red vines resembling dried bloodstains. I came here 10 years ago. Gu Yan looked deep into the valley, his expression darkening. There is a first-level monster of the Tianyuan realm inside. At that time I hid far away and didn't dare to approach. But I saw it. Tianyuan realm. The tall and thin disciple's voice changed. It was injured. Gu Yan added. It had fought with another fierce beast and was severely wounded. 50 years have passed, that injury won't heal easily. He glanced back at the others. You all wait outside. I'm going in. After saying this, he stepped into the valley. Deep in the valley, a giant beast was lying beneath a massive stone. It resembled a lizard covered in gray-green scales measuring over 7 to 8 zhang in length from head to tail. Its left front leg was curled up and a deep old wound cracked its scale armor, faintly revealing the dark red flesh beneath. The giant beast sensed someone approaching and slowly raised its head. Its pair of vertical pupils glowed coldly and a low rumble of a growl emerged from its throat. Gu Yan did not waste words. With a push of his foot, he transformed into a fleeting shadow and charged directly toward the left side of the giant beast, right towards the wounded leg. The Tsong Tianbati was activated with full force. A layer of light golden patterns appeared on the surface of his skin, resembling some ancient inscriptions. His chi surged with every step, leaving shallow pits in the ground. With a punch, the air erupted into a loud explosion. The giant beast swung its tail in retaliation. Its tail, like a massive iron whip, lashed towards him. Gu Yan did not evade and struck the tip of its tail with his fist. Bang! The giant beast's tail was repelled and Gu Yan himself staggered back 3 steps. His right fist felt slightly numb, but the golden light of the Tsong Tianbati only flickered briefly before stabilizing. He charged forward again. His fists fell like rain, each striking against the scale armor, creating a sound of metal clashing. The scales shattered, revealing dark red flesh beneath. The giant beast howled in pain and retaliated wildly. Its tail swept, massive jaws snapped, and its front paws struck. Gu Yan evaded when he could and braced for the blows he couldn't avoid. The golden light of the Tsong Tianbati flickered uncertainly, yet he never retreated. The few disciples outside the valley watched from a distance, filled with dread. After a short while, the movements of the giant beast slowed down. That already injured left front leg finally could not bear the strain. With a crack it bent, causing its massive body to lean to one side. Gu Yan was waiting for this moment. He surged forward, slamming his fist into the old wound on the giant beast's left front leg. The golden light of the Tsong Tianbati surged into the beast's body, exploding within. The giant beast let out a piercing scream, its massive body crashing to the ground. Gu Yan gasped for breath, retracting his fist. The sleeve of his right arm had already torn into strips and the veins on his forearm bulged, trembling slightly. I won. He raised his head, preparing to deliver the final blow. Suddenly the ground shook. It was not the tremor caused by the giant beast falling, but a deeper, heavier vibration coming from further within the valley. I won. He raised his head, preparing to deliver the final blow. Suddenly the ground shook. It was not the tremor caused by the giant beast falling, but a massive figure slowly emerged from deeper within the valley. Its shape was identical to that of the fallen giant beast, but its size had increased by a whole circle, exceeding 10 zhang from head to tail. Its scales were dark green, glistening with a chilling sheen. Its aura was far stronger than that of the giant beast lying on the ground. Gu Yan's pupils constricted sharply. Tianyuan Realm 6th level. The giant beast did not glance at its fallen companion. Its eerie green vertical pupils were fixated directly on Gu Yan. Then it opened its mouth. Roar! A furious roar shook the valley. Rubble fell from the mountain walls on either side, and several disciples at the valley entrance were directly knocked to the ground. What? What realm is this? I can't see through. Not at all. It's way stronger than the last one. Gu Yan gritted his teeth, and the golden light of the Tsong Tianbati shone once more. It was brighter and more dazzling than before. He took a step forward, actively meeting the charge. The giant beast struck down with a claw. Gu Yan crossed his arms to block. The golden light trembled violently beneath the claw, and he was knocked back, his feet dragging long trenches in the ground. Before he could steady himself, the giant beast's tail swept toward him. Bang! Gu Yan was sent flying, crashing into the mountain wall, creating a human-shaped dent. He struggled to get up, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. The golden light of the Tsong Tianbati dimmed slightly but still shone. The few disciples at the valley entrance got up from the ground, wanting to rush in to help. Just as they took a step forward, the giant beast's gaze swept over them, and that pressure pinned them in place. Their legs trembled, their hands shook, and even their spiritual energy became stagnant. They couldn't help at all. Not at all. Outside the secret territory, deep in the void, the gazes of 4 emperors simultaneously fell upon the valley. Tianyuan Realm 6th level. One elder raised an eyebrow. This secret territory was just cleared out 10 years ago. Where did this Tianyuan realm 6th level come from? It must have broken through due to some opportunity in recent years. Another elder stroked his beard. This creature has quite the fortune. Should we intervene? The three looked towards the fourth emperor. This was an elder with gray hair and beard, a thin face, his gaze fixed on the figure struggling to crawl out from the dent in the mountain wall. Gu Yan's direct ancestor. The gray-haired elder stroked his beard, his expression calm. No need. His tone was flat. Yener possesses the Tsong Tian Bati. He can withstand this situation. The other three elders exchanged glances but remained silent, their gazes returning to the secret territory. He can withstand it, but being able to withstand it and being able to defeat it are two different matters. In another part of the secret territory, Gu Changsheng led 4 disciples across a field of rubble. The spirit beast of the Ling Tai realm that jumped out along the way did not catch his eye, while the 4 behind him swarmed to deal with it. Occasionally, when 1 or 2 beasts of the divine realm appeared, Gu Changsheng would raise his hand to deliver a punch. The score on the token slowly rose to 30 points. The round-faced youth's score also increased significantly, grinning from ear to ear. After walking for a while, Gu Changsheng suddenly stopped. He lifted his head, looking into the distance. From that direction came a faint tremor. The few behind him also sensed it. This aura. The tall and thin disciple's expression changed slightly. Tianyuan realm. Gu Changsheng's eyes brightened. Since entering the secret territory, he had taken down beasts of the divine realm with just 1 punch, not even breaking a sweat. He had been looking for a worthy opponent to test his skills. Now he found one. You all wait here. As soon as he finished speaking, he shot off. Gu Changsheng streaked forward. His figure moved like lightning, vanishing behind the rocks in the blink of an eye. The round-faced youth stood frozen, mouth opening and closing, and finally managed only as the divine son. Going to fight? Isn't that obvious? The lanky disciple rolled his eyes. The aura of the Tianyuan realm has already reached us. The divine son must be going to face that huge creature. Then, shall we follow and take a look? They exchanged glances, but in the end dared not move. To wade into a battle at the Tianyuan realm would be to become cannon fodder. Best to wait obediently. Deep within the valley, Gu Yan knelt on one knee. The sleeve of his right arm had been torn into strips, veins bulging along his forearm and his fingers trembling. A trickle of blood welled at the corner of his mouth and fell onto the shattered stones. The golden radiance of the Tsongtian overlord body had dimmed considerably, like a candle about to be extinguished. Before him, the colossal beast of the Tianyuan realm 6th tier advanced slowly. Each footfall shook the earth, sending stones leaping. Its dark green vertical pupil fixed upon Gu Yan as a low bellow rolled from its throat, a nauseating wind washing over the valley. Gu Yan gritted his teeth and tried to rise. His legs trembled, his knees gave way, and he sank back down. He could not. The gap in cultivation was too vast. He stood at the 7th tier of the Shinkei realm while the adversary was 6th tier in the Tianyuan realm, more than an entire great realm apart. No matter the strength of the Tsongtian overlord body or the excellence of his techniques, they could not bridge such a chasm. To have held on until now was the limit. The beast opened its jaws, a black radiance surging from its throat aimed at Gu Yan. Just as it prepared to deliver the final strike, a figure descended from the heavens. Clad in white hair streaming black in the wind, he landed before Gu Yan, placing himself between the youth and the beast. Gu Yan looked up and saw that silhouette, tall and upright, his white robe immaculate. Divine Son. Gu Changsheng glanced back at him, his gaze lingering on Gu Yan's wounds and on the faint golden glow of the Tsongtian overlord body. Then he stepped forward and patted Gu Yan's shoulder. Your Tsongtian overlord body is truly formidable. If you could break through to the Tianyuan realm, you might stand a chance against such a beast. His tone was flat, as if speaking of something mundane. But for now your cultivation is insufficient. Gu Changsheng withdrew his hand and turned toward the beast. Now watch me. Gu Yan's brow rose. He meant to say something. He opened his mouth to warn that the beast's defenses were exceedingly strong, that even masters of the Tianyuan realm found its scales hard to breach. But the words dwindled into a single halting sentence. Divine Son, be careful. That creature's hide is unnaturally tough. Even a Tianyuan realm powerhouse would struggle to pierce its defense. Gu Changsheng did not halt his steps nor turn his head. He only chuckled and then loosened his cultivation completely. The aura of the Tianyuan realm 2nd tier surged from his body, sweeping through the entire valley. The air grew several degrees heavier. Pebbles on the ground leapt as if alive. Gu Yan's pupils contracted sharply. Tianyuan realm 2nd tier. At 16, Tianyuan realm 2nd tier. He stood stupefied, forgetting even the ache of his wounds. How could this be? In the Gu clan's generation, a prodigy who at 16 could even touch the threshold of the Shinkei realm was already counted among the elite. Most were still lingering at the 7th or 8th tiers of the Lingtai realm. When he himself was 16, he had only reached the 9th tier of the Lingtai realm and had been hailed by the clan as an unseen-a-century genius. But Gu Chongsheng, Tianyuan realm 2nd tier. He stood a full great realm above where Gu Yan had been at that age. Gu Yan's lips twitched, no words would form. Beyond the secret realm in the depths of the void, the gazes of the 4 great emperors fell upon the valley. One ancestral elder's eyes widened slightly. Tianyuan realm 2nd tier. The tone was calm, but his look betrayed the tremor within. 16 Tianyuan realm 2nd tier. Below 30, none in the Gu clan has ever reached this realm, nor any in the other imperial houses. Gu Qingyun could not suppress a smile at the corner of his mouth. He let out a light laugh. A tiger begets no dog. The other 3 ancestral elders turned to him at once. Their expressions aligned, so did their meaning. You, Gu Qingyun, were indeed formidable in your youth, the greatest prodigy of the Gu generation. But compared to your son, the difference is not slight. Gu Qingyun felt a touch embarrassed under their scrutiny. He cleared his throat and refocused his gaze upon the secret realm. Within the secret realm, Gu Changsheng floated midair. His white robe fluttered in the wind, the current lifted his black hair, revealing a young, composed face. Golden pupils reflected the beast's form. Across from him, the Tianyuan realm 6th tier Leviathan's vertical pupil constricted. It sensed danger. This human before it was far stronger than the one before. The beast reared and howled, a faint chilling sheen washed over its dark green scales. It opened its maw and blasted a pillar of black light from its throat toward Gu Changsheng's face. Gu Changsheng did not flinch. He raised his right hand, fingers splayed. A faint golden glow surfaced upon his palm. The black column slammed into the gold as water breaks upon rock, scattering in all directions. The beast's vertical pupil snapped narrow. Gu Changsheng withdrew his hand and glanced at his palm. It was warm, nothing more. It's my turn. He clenched his fist. Golden flames of the Fenchen immortal body surged forth, wrapping his entire right arm. The supreme bone lit within his chest, golden runes rose beneath his skin, trailing along veins to the edge of his fist. Behind him a colossal phantom began to coalesce, a giant of flame, 3 heads and 6 arms, its body consumed in golden divine fire. Each head bore 3 eyes, the 6 arms each grasped an illusory weapon, blade, sword, spear, halberd, hammer and seal. The manifestation of the Fenchen immortal body rose behind Gu Changsheng, towering immeasurably, its head touching the sky and feet rooted to the earth. Golden divine fire poured from its form like a waterfall through the valley. The canyon walls reddened under the heat, rocks cracked and vegetation turned to ash in an instant. Before this manifestation, the beast's bulk shrank to the size of an ant. It was afraid at last. The fire giant reflected in its vertical pupil, its massive body began to retreat, its 4 claws gouging at the earth with a grating screech. Gu Chongsheng gave it no chance to flee. He unleashed a punch, a simple punch. Yet within it lay the golden flames of the Fenchen immortal body, the rune power of the supreme bone, and a trace of the great Tao of Force's blessing. The 3 forces compounded, surging forth along his fist. The flaming giant behind mirrored the strike, its arm of the towering manifestation slammed down, trailing sheets of golden flame like a sun plummeting from the heavens. The beast let out a despairing roar, frantically spewing black columns to shield itself. It was useless. The punch struck, its crown scales shattered as if made of paper. Flesh and blood flew, bones cracking. The beast's roar cut off abruptly. Its massive body was driven into the earth, gouging a tremendous crater. Debris and dust shot skyward like a mushroom cloud. The valley trembled, fissures webbed across the canyon walls. When the dust settled, the pit revealed the motionless corpse of the Tianyuan realm 6th tier Leviathan. Its head was crushed flat, dark green scales littered the ground and murky red blood flowed everywhere. A single fatal blow. Gu Changsheng withdrew his fist and hovered in midair. The flaming giant behind him dissipated and the sheets of golden fire receded. Silence returned to the valley, broken only by the sound of tumbling stones. The token at his waist flickered, points 100. Added to the previous 30, his total now stood at 130 points. On the mystical realm points leaderboard, Gu Changsheng's name hung proudly at the top. The second place did not even have a fraction of his score. Gu Yen stood motionless, mouth agape, eyes round as saucers. What had he just witnessed? The Tianyuan realm 6th tier monster that had nearly beaten him to death, gone before the divine sun with a single punch. No, not even a single proper punch. The force contained within that blow made his heart quake even from a distance. Gu Yen lowered his head to his battered body, then glanced at the corpse lying cold in the pit. He shook his head in helplessness and let out a wry laugh. I was foolishly thinking I could compare myself to the divine son. He murmured softly. Now it seems I was merely a mayfly before the heavens. The ferocious beast that had severely injured him was nothing more than a few moves in front of the Son of God. No, it wasn't even a few moves. Just a single punch. Moreover, the Son of God was only 16 years old at the second level of Tianyuan realm. Approaching 30, he was merely at the 7th level of godly quiescence realm. How could such a gap be compared? If it were just a slight difference, he might still feel discontent and think about catching up. But with such a vast difference, he had no thoughts left. Because there was no need to compare at all. Gu Changsheng descended from the air and walked up to Gu Yen. His white clothes were unwrinkled as if he had merely stepped out for a walk. Gu Yen took a deep breath and struggled to stand up. The pain from his injuries remained, his legs were trembling, yet he gritted his teeth and stood tall. Then he deeply bowed to Gu Changsheng. I pay my respects to the Son of God. This bow was more sincere than any previous ones. Lord Son of God should be regarded as the foremost among the younger generation of the Gu family. Gu Changsheng glanced at him and waved his hand. Go tend to your wounds first, the secret realm is not yet over. Gu Yen straightened up and nodded. He watched Gu Changsheng's retreating figure, letting go of the last shred of thought in his heart. He should no longer compare himself to the Lord Son of God, he should set a different goal, one that he could aspire to surpass. Outside the secret realm, in the depths of the void, the gazes of the 4 great emperors returned from the valley. An elder stroked his beard, a smile on his face. A single punch to end it all. At the 6th level of Tianyuan realm, it didn't even have the chance to fight back. Another elder nodded. With the burning sky celestial body combined with the supreme bone along with that celestial scripture. The combination of these 3 elements makes it so that even being invincible within the same realm is an understatement. Defeating foes of higher realms is like child's play. 16 years old at the 2nd level of Tianyuan realm. In my many years of life, this is the first time I've encountered such a prodigy. The 3 elders exchanged praises without holding back. Gu Qingyun, listening on the side, could not suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth. At that moment, one elder suddenly frowned. His name was Gu Tianqing, one of the oldest emperors of the Gu family. He was responsible for observing the secret realm's opening 10 years ago. Something's not right. Gu Tianqing spoke, a hint of confusion in his tone. The other 2 elders looked at him. Gu Tianqing stroked his beard and slowly said, have you noticed that the beasts in this secret realm are much stronger than those from 10 years ago? 10 years ago, when I came to observe, the strongest in the secret realm was only at the 1st level of Tianyuan realm. But what about this time? First there was that black bear which had only reached the 4th level of godly quiescence realm 50 years ago, now at the 8th or 9th level. Then there's this lizard-like beast which wasn't seen 10 years ago, now directly at the 6th level of Tianyuan realm. It's understandable for one beast to break through, perhaps it was lucky and consumed some heavenly materials. But for 2 in succession, and with such a large margin of breakthrough, that becomes intriguing. The 2 other elders listened, their smiles fading. They carefully recalled and indeed felt something was off. A beast at the 6th level of Tianyuan realm is completely beyond the standard set for the Gu family's secret realm. The secret realm setting has a maximum of godly quiescence realm and occasionally a 1st level of Tianyuan realm, but that is very rare. It is meant for young disciples under 30 to hone their skills. If a 6th level Tianyuan realm ferocious beast suddenly appeared, if it weren't for Gu Changsheng being here today, any other disciples who encountered it would likely face fatal consequences. Gu Tianqing looked at Gu Qingyun. Qingyun, you are the clan leader and the matter of the secret realm falls under your jurisdiction. What is going on here? The other 2 elders also looked over. Gu Qingyun, under the gaze of the 3 elders, showed no signs of panic on his face. He smiled faintly. The elders can continue watching. Gu Tianqing furrowed his brow. Continue watching. What if another disciple encounters such a beast of this level? What will we do then? Gu Qingyun replied calmly. This secret realm is under my control. He paused, casting his gaze deep into the secret realm. I want to see who dares to make small moves in front of the Gu family. With that he chuckled softly. His laughter was filled with confidence, completely disregarding the anomalies occurring in the secret realm. The 3 elders exchanged glances and shook their heads simultaneously. However, they did not press further. They understood Gu Qingyun well. In the past, Gu Qingyun's prestige in the Gu family was only second to the current Gu Changsheng. Apart from his high cultivation talent, he was also exceptionally intelligent. It was precisely because of this that he could become the clan leader of the Gu family. When he said the secret realm was under his control, it would certainly be fine. The three elders fell silent again, turning their gazes back to the secret realm. Inside the secret realm in the valley, Gu Changsheng stood at the edge of a deep pit, glancing at the giant beast that had died within. The token at his waist displayed a score of 130 points. First place far ahead. Gu Yan had already stepped aside, pulling out a healing pill from his storage bag and began to treat his injuries. His injuries were serious, but the recovery ability of the Azure Sky dominant body was very strong. As long as he didn't die, he would quickly recover. Gu Changsheng was just about to leave the valley and continue on to other places. Suddenly a familiar mechanical voice echoed in his ears. Ding. Destiny Child Xiaocheng detected, triggering life choices. Gu Changsheng paused his steps. Finally, it has come. It had been 11 years with only 2 triggers of life choices in between, and neither had returned anything particularly good. Now has it finally come again? He found a clean spot to sit down, his consciousness sinking into the system. A semi-transparent panel appeared before him along with an image. Only he could see it. In the image, in the lower realm, the Zhangyun realm. A small city. The city wasn't large. From above it spanned only a few dozen miles. The streets were bustling with people, quite lively. At the city gate a stone monument had 3 words inscribed, Wutan City. Gu Changsheng's mouth twitched upon seeing this name. Wutan City. Isn't this that classic place? He continued to look. The image zoomed in, arriving at a main street within the city. On the street stood a building several times larger than the surrounding shops, a golden sign hanging at the entrance, Wutan Auction House. A figure dressed in a black cloak was entering through the side door. The cloak was large, obscuring most of the face, leaving only a chin visible. The figure did not appear old, but walked with a steady demeanor. It was none other than Xiao Chen. It had been 11 years since he had missed the Holy Bone. In these 11 years Xiao Chen had not fared well. He barely made a living in Wutan City, relying on his meager alchemy skills. The reason for choosing this place was that Wutan City was small and remote enough. No one would pay attention to an unknown alchemist. 11 years had passed and his cultivation had risen from the initial awakening state to the 4th level of the profound realm. This speed is actually not slow in the lower realm. However, Gu Changsheng knew that if he hadn't intercepted so many opportunities from him, Xiao Chen's cultivation should at least be at the 8th or 9th level of the profound realm, if not higher. In the scene, Xiao Chen walked into the auction house, proceeding down the dimly lit corridor adorned with various paintings. In the past, he was always greeted by a young attendant. He handed the pills to the attendant, who took them for appraisal before returning with spirit stones. The transactions were straightforward and never dragged on. But today was different. At the end of the corridor, it was not the attendant awaiting him. It was a woman. She appeared to be in her late 20s, dressed in a light purple cheongsam. The cheongsam fit her perfectly, accentuating her slender waist and curvaceous figure. The hem of the dress was slid up to her thigh, revealing a glimpse of her fair calf. She had long black hair styled into a bun held in place by a jade hairpin. Her face was delicate, her eyes sparkled with springtime allure, and her lips bore a hint of an elusive smile. Standing there, she resembled a blooming peony, regal yet charming. Xiao Chen paused momentarily. He had spent 11 years in Wutan City and had never seen this woman before. "Sir, thank you for waiting," she spoke, her voice soft yet captivating, imbued with a pleasant magnetism. "I am Luo Fei, the chief auctioneer of this house." She slightly bowed, the collar of her cheongsam parting just enough to reveal a small patch of snowy skin. Xiao Chen's gaze involuntarily swept over her, and he swallowed hard. He quickly diverted his gaze, internally chastising himself for his lack of composure. After 11 years he had mostly roamed the mountains and spent his time in the alchemy room, having seen only a handful of women. Suddenly faced with such a beautiful woman, he found himself struggling to cope. Yet he knew that what he needed most now was to remain low-key. He must not cause trouble or reveal his identity. "Miss Luo Fei," Xiao Chen spoke, lowering his voice to sound hoarse and deep, deliberately masking his original tone. "Here are the pills I've prepared for this month, please take a look." He produced a cloth bag from under his cloak and handed it over. Luo Fei accepted the bag without opening it, placing it aside. "Sir, there's no rush," she smiled, her gaze on Xiao Chen bearing a scrutinizing intent. "In fact, I have been observing you for quite some time." Xiao Chen's body tensed slightly. "You come to the auction house every month to sell pills, and you have been doing so for a full decade," Luo Fei continued, her tone unhurried. The pills you refine are of high grade and consistently of good quality. In Wutan City there are no more than 3 people capable of producing such pills. She paused for a moment. Thus I would like to invite you to become our resident alchemist at the auction house. Xiao Chen shook his head directly. No need for that. I am used to working alone and don't wish to be bound by constraints. Luo Fei seemed to have anticipated his refusal, her smile unwavering. Please don't be so quick to reject, sir. She took 2 steps forward, closing the distance between them. A faint fragrance wafted into Xiao Chen's nose. We have a 3rd-grade alchemist at our auction house who wishes to meet you in person to discuss matters in detail. Furthermore, the compensation will surely satisfy you. Xiao Chen fell silent. A 3rd-grade alchemist. In this lower realm, alchemists are divided into 9 grades, with the first being the lowest and the 9th the highest. A 3rd-grade alchemist can already refine pills needed by cultivators in the Lingtai realm. In a small place like Wutan City, such a person is undoubtedly top tier. Someone of that caliber wants to see him. Xiao Chen hesitated for a moment before finally nodding. Lead the way. A glimmer of amusement flashed in Luo Fei's eyes as she turned and walked ahead. The sway of her figure beneath the Cheongsam caught Xiao Chen's gaze, compelling him to steal another glance. At the end of the corridor was a wooden door. Luo Fei pushed it open, revealing a spacious reception room within. An elderly man was seated there. The man appeared to be in his 60s, with grizzled hair, dressed in a grey long robe. On the tea table before him were several vials of pills and a small alchemical furnace. He was the 3rd-grade alchemist. Upon seeing Xiao Chen enter, the old man rose and cupped his hands in greeting. I am Han, the chief alchemist of this auction house. I have long admired your illustrious name. Xiao Chen returned the gesture. You honor me, old Han. The two took their seats while Luo Fei prepared tea beside them, her movements graceful. Old Han sized up Xiao Chen with curiosity in his eyes. You have been in Wutan City for 10 years, yet I have never had the fortune to meet you until now. Seeing you today, you are indeed extraordinary. He paused, his tone growing more serious. I won't beat around the bush. I have seen the pills you refine. Your techniques are exceptionally skilled, even surpassing mine. He continued, the only thing you lack is sufficient cultivation. If your cultivation was adequate, your alchemy would surely exceed mine. Xiao Chen remained silent, waiting for him to continue. Old Han picked up a long wooden box from the side and placed it on the tea table. Opening the box revealed a bow lying within. The bow was a deep brown color, its material resembling both wood and bone, intricately carved with fine patterns. However, the entire bow was broken. There was a long crack on one of the bow's arms, nearly splitting it in 2. One of the bowstrings was broken while the other barely remained attached. This is the centerpiece of this auction, Old Han said. A mid-grade spiritual artifact level spirit bow. Although it is somewhat damaged, its power remains considerable. It is of significant value. He nudged the wooden box closer to Xiao Chen. If you are willing to become our chief alchemist, this bow will be gifted to you. Xiao Chen's gaze fell upon the bow. After all, he was from the Xiao family of the 3,000 domains, and his eyes were trained. He immediately recognized that this bow indeed reached the standard of a mid-grade spiritual artifact. Although it was damaged, for someone like him at the 4th level of the Tongxian realm, it was already a rare treasure. With this bow, his strength could increase by at least 30%. Xiao Chen was tempted. But just as he prepared to speak, outside the frame, Gu Changsheng was presented with an option panel. Ding. The child of destiny Xiao Chen triggers a life choice. How will you decide regarding the offer from the 3rd-grade alchemist and the gift of the broken spirit bow? Accept with pleasure, become the chief alchemist of the auction house and receive the broken spirit bow. B firmly refuse, stating that he is used to his freedom and does not wish to be bound. C willing to accept the spirit bow but not to become the chief alchemist, only doing temporary cooperation. Gu Changsheng looked at the 4 options, a slow smile creeping across his lips. Option D. It's you. He focused his consciousness, pointing directly at option D. The host has chosen option D. In the scene, Xiao Chen's expression suddenly changed. He looked at the broken spirit bow in the wooden box and then at Luo Fei, who was brewing tea nearby. Luo Fei noticed his gaze, looked up at him and gave a slight smile. This smile ignited a spark of desire in Xiao Chen's heart. It had been 11 years. He had endured for 11 years. Stuck in this broken place for 11 years, there hadn't even been a single woman to talk to. Now right in front of him there was one who was so beautiful. What spirit bow, what chief alchemist, none of that mattered compared to this. Xiao Chen took a deep breath and stood up. Old Han thought he was going to take the spirit bow, a smile appearing on his face. Have you come to a decision, sir? Xiao Chen shook his head. I don't want the spirit bow. Old Han was taken aback. Then what do you mean? Xiao Chen turned his head to look at Luo Fei. His gaze swept from head to toe, taking in Luo Fei with unmasked desire. Luo Fei felt a bit uneasy under his stare, her smile faltering. Sir. Xiao Chen grinned widely, revealing 2 rows of teeth. His smile carried a hint of lewdness. Old Han missed Luo Fei. If you want me to be the chief alchemist, I can. But I don't want the spirit bow. He raised his hand, pointing at Luo Fei. I want her. Just spend one night with me. Just one night and I'll agree to your terms. As his words fell, the reception room fell silent, so quiet one could hear a pin drop. Old Han's smile froze on his face. Luo Fei's smile also stiffened. The hand holding the teapot halted in midair as if she had been petrified. Xiao Chen thought they hadn't heard clearly and repeated, I said let Miss Luo Fei spend one night with me. Just one night and I will. That's enough. Luo Fei suddenly stood up, the teapot in her hand crashing heavily on the coffee table, splashing tea everywhere. Her face flushed red, her chest heaving violently. Her eyes were filled with anger and disappointment. I thought that a young man like you with such alchemical skills would surely be a person of calm temperament. If you were willing, we could have slowly gotten to know each other, perhaps. She bit her lip, unable to finish her sentence. I never expected you to be such a lecher. Old Han's expression also darkened. After all these years he had seen shameless people, but none as shameless as this. They had kindly invited you to be the chief alchemist, even offering the spirit bow. And you to directly ask to sleep with the young lady. Sir, Old Han stood up, his tone icy. You are not treating our auction house with any respect. Xiao Chen opened his mouth, wanting to say something. Old Han waved his hand. Guards, show him out. From today on we will not accept any of the pills you refine at our auction house. Please leave, sir. 2 guards entered from outside, standing to the left and right of Xiao Chen. His expression changed slightly as he wanted to explain. But seeing Luo Fei's disgusted gaze and Old Han's cold expression, he swallowed the words he wanted to say. Turning, he strode out of the reception room. In the corridor his footsteps grew fainter. Back in the reception room, Luo Fei sat down again, her anger not yet fully dissipated. Old Han sighed. Luo Fei, don't take it too much to heart. Such a person isn't worth it. Luo Fei shook her head, her tone filled with disappointment. I observed him for 10 years. In those 10 years he always came alone, never saying a word, never interacting with anyone. I thought he was a person of patience, someone to entrust important matters to. I never expected. She gave a bitter smile. Forget it, let's not mention it. Old Han nodded, putting away the wooden box. Outside the scene, Gu Changsheng watched this unfold, nodding in satisfaction. Just then the system notification tone rang out. Ding. Detected the child of destiny Xiao Chen, whose fate trajectory has deviated significantly. Xiao Chen lost the broken spirit bow, failed to become the chief alchemist of the auction house, lost potential future opportunities, returning part of the fortune to the Heavenly Dao. Current Heavenly Dao fortune fullness 0. 19. Congratulations to the host, triggering a return crit, a billion-fold return. Broken spirit bow, medium grade spirit tool, Heavenly Emperor artifact, Xianyuan Bao. Buzz. Gu Changsheng felt something new in the system space. He reached out with his consciousness. A bow lay quietly in the system space. The bow was completely golden, as if forged from some unknown metal, its surface shimmering with a faint glow. The bow's limbs had no cracks and the bowstring was intact. The entire bow emanated an ancient and domineering aura, as if it had been passed down from a primordial era. Heavenly Emperor artifact. Xianyuan bow. Upon seeing this bow, Gu Changsheng's eyes lit up. A Heavenly Emperor artifact. One must know that a Heavenly Emperor artifact requires the Heavenly Emperor to personally nurture it, and one Heavenly Emperor can only nurture one. The Gu family only had one Heavenly Emperor, so publicly there was only one Heavenly Emperor artifact. Now he had directly acquired another one. Moreover, it was one that did not require nurturing and could be used immediately. Gu Changsheng felt very pleased. He was just about to examine the bow closely when he suddenly sensed something. He lifted his head. In the direction outside the valley, the sky in the distance suddenly changed color. Boom. The gray sky looked as if ink had been splashed on it, with black spreading rapidly from the point of the golden explosion. In just a few breaths the entire sky turned black. All the disciples of the Gu family in the secret realm looked up. Why has the sky turned dark? What is that thing? I don't know. It feels off. Some were still hunting beasts, others were on the move, but everyone stopped in unison looking up at the sky. Above the black sky a crack slowly tore open. There was no sound, no light. Just a crack as if someone had sliced through a curtain. From within the crack a figure emerged. It was a humanoid being entirely black with a metallic sheen on its surface and fine patterns at its joints. Its eyes were two glowing crimson orbs devoid of pupils shining straight ahead. A puppet. But how could there be a puppet in the secret realm? This place only had beasts, never had artificial creations appeared. All the disciples were frozen in place. What stunned them further was the aura emanating from this puppet. Celestial origin realm. And not an ordinary celestial origin realm. Far stronger than the 6th level celestial origin realm beast from earlier. 7th level. 8th level. Or even 9th level. No one could say for sure, but everyone felt that oppressive aura. The puppet stood in the void, its crimson eyes sweeping below. Then its gaze locked onto a figure in the distance. In the direction of the valley a young man in white was hovering in midair staring at it. The puppet's eyes suddenly flared with crimson light. It moved. The speed was so fast that it was almost imperceptible to the naked eye, like a black lightning bolt charging straight towards Gu Changsheng. This strike was without any pretense. It was meant to be a one-hit kill. Outside the secret realm, deep in the void, the 4 great emperors stood up simultaneously. The 3 old ancestors' expressions changed slightly. A puppet. How could there be a puppet in the secret realm? Above the 9th level of celestial origin realm. This thing is not native to the secret realm. Someone is up to no good. Gu Qingyun stood there, his expression completely different from the other 3 ancestors. No surprise, no anger. He smiled faintly and slowly stood up. I've finally been waiting for you. As soon as he finished speaking he raised his hand and directly tore through the void before him. It was not just tearing a rift, it was directly reaching in. A colossal hand's phantom pierced through layers of space, appearing directly in the secret realm. The Emperor made his move. That hand overshadowed the sky, fingers spread wide, grasping toward the puppet. The speed was so fast that the puppet had no time to react. But the puppet was no fool. Upon sensing that hand, its crimson eyes suddenly narrowed. Clearly I have severed all connections to the outside world. How could it discover me so quickly? It muttered to itself, its voice like metal scraping, harsh and grating. No, I must kill this child. Suddenly a layer of black flames ignited on the surface of the puppet's body. It was burning itself. Burning its core, consuming all its energy to exchange for a momentary burst of speed. The already absurdly fast figure accelerated once again. It was more than double the speed. It needed to kill Gu Changsheng before that hand caught it. The distance was closing in. 500 zhang. 300 zhang. Gu Changsheng hovered in midair, watching the increasingly close shadow. There was no panic on his face, not even the slightest excess expression. He raised his right hand. Consciousness delved into the system space, grasping the bow he had just acquired. The Xianyuan bow appeared in his hand. The bow was entirely golden, its surface shimmering with a faint glow emanating an ancient and domineering aura. The moment Gu Changsheng grasped the bow he felt its weight. The weight of a heavenly emperor's artifact. This bow could not be drawn by an ordinary cultivator. Let alone him, even a Saint Realm powerhouse would struggle to draw it. Even the strongest of emperors might not be able to fully draw it. Only a heavenly emperor could truly unleash its power. But Gu Changsheng was different. He possessed the Tao of strength. Even if it was just a trace, it was still the Tao of strength. Power was the one thing he lacked the least. Gu Changsheng took a deep breath, fully activating that trace of comprehension of the Tao of strength within him. He knocked the bowstring. The Xianyuan bow utilized the world's spiritual energy as arrows, requiring no physical arrows. He pulled the string with all his might. The bowstring did not budge. It was too heavy. Gu Changsheng gritted his teeth, the golden flames of the burning heaven immortal body surged from within him, the supreme bone glowed at his chest, and the primordial immortal scripture operated frantically. With the combination of 3 powers, the bowstring finally moved. 1 inch. 2 inches. But it was still not enough. A colossal phantom emerged behind Gu Changsheng. The Pangadharma image. The towering giant appeared once more, even more solid and clear than before during his last enlightenment. The giant extended its hands grasping the Xianyuan bow held by Gu Changsheng. It helped him pull the string. The bowstring was drawn little by little. Half drawn. Fully drawn. The Xianyuan bow was drawn to its full extent. A radiant golden light surged from the bow, illuminating the entire black sky. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged wildly, gathering on the bowstring, coalescing into a golden arrow. The arrow emitted a blinding light resembling a small sun. The puppet was only 50 zhang away from Gu Changsheng. Its claws had already extended, black flames burning at its fingertips. At that moment, Gu Changsheng released his fingers. Whoosh, the golden arrow shot forth. Its speed was so fast that even its afterimage could not be seen. The arrow sliced through the void, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound. Wherever it passed, the black sky was torn open, revealing a golden rift. The puppet's crimson eyes widened in shock. It attempted to evade. But it could not escape. The speed of this arrow surpassed even that of its own burning self. Thud, the arrow pierced through the puppet's abdomen and emerged from its back. The golden light exploded within the puppet, black fragments scattering everywhere. The puppet's body suddenly stiffened, its forward momentum coming to an abrupt halt. It hung suspended in midair, looking down at the gaping hole in its abdomen. Black liquid flowed from the wound, dripping onto the ground. But it was not dead yet. The puppet had no vital points. As long as its core remained intact, it would not perish. The arrow had pierced its abdomen while the core resided in its chest. This was also Gu Changsheng's intention, merely to capture it. Killing it now would sever all clues. The puppet raised its head, its crimson eyes fixated on Gu Changsheng, still wanting to move. But that hand which had reached out from the void had already grasped it. The 5 fingers closed tightly, holding the puppet in the palm. The power of the emperor was not something a Tianyuan realm could resist. The puppet struggled a couple of times but remained utterly still. Outside the secret realm, in the depths of the void, Gu Qingyun retracted his hand, directly pulling the puppet out from the secret realm, suspending it before him. The 3 ancestors surrounded, their gazes fixed on the damaged puppet. Gu Qingyun's expression was calm, but his eyes were cold. He looked down at the puppet in his palm and snorted softly. How dare someone use such little tricks in my Gu family? He raised his other hand, fingers tapping on the puppet. The black outer shell of the puppet began to peel away like a snake shedding its skin. Beneath the shell a human face was revealed. Old, withered and covered in wrinkles. It was an old man. His eyes were tightly shut and there were traces of black blood at the corners of his mouth. Yet he was still alive. Gu Changsheng's arrow had pierced his abdomen and Gu Qingyun's large hand had shattered his shell, but he still clung to life. Gu Qingyun looked at that face, offering no words. His palm pressed down on the old man's head. Soul search. The old man's body convulsed violently, his face contorting in anguish. But soon Gu Qingyun's brow furrowed. There are restrictions. A restriction had been placed on the old man's sea of consciousness. If someone attempted a soul search, the restriction would trigger and erase all memories. This was to prevent exposure of identity. The faces of the 3 ancestors also darkened. Can it be broken? Gu Tenxing asked. Gu Qingyun sneered. A mere restriction can perplex me. He pointed his fingertip, a beam of light emerging, penetrating the old man's brow. Deep within the sea of consciousness, the restriction resembled a net, densely entangling all memories. Gu Qingyun's light was like a knife cutting through that net, slice by slice. The restriction struggled and resisted, but before the emperor such efforts were futile. After a few breaths the restriction shattered. The old man's memories surged forth like a flood, all of it being read by Gu Qingyun. Meanwhile, in the secret realm, the black sky began to recover, the grayish heavens reappearing. The rift slowly closed. All the disciples of the Gu family had yet to react to what had happened when their bodies were enveloped by a force. Teleportation. The secret realm had closed ahead of schedule. Figures appeared from the void, landing in the square before the Gu family's main hall. Some were bewildered, some were anxious, while others were still looking around. What happened? Why did the secret realm end early? I don't know. What was that puppet just now? It seems to have gone towards the divine sun. Gu Yan also emerged from the secret realm, his injuries not yet fully healed, his face still pale. He looked up at the sky, searching for something. Gu Changsheng walked out of the void, his clothes not a speck of dust. A golden little bird was perched on his shoulder. He glanced at the crowd in the square, not stopping. Little bird, let's go. The golden crow chirped, taking flight from his shoulder, its form growing larger. Gu Changxing jumped onto the back of the golden crow which flapped its wings soaring towards the heavens. In the depths of the void at the location of Gu Qingyun and the three ancestors, the golden crow carried Gu Changxing up. Gu Changxing jumped off the golden crow's back first bowing respectfully to the three ancestors. I have seen the three ancestors. The three ancestral elders nodded in return, their expressions grave and solemn. Gu Changxing strode forward to stand before Gu Qingyun. In Gu Qingyun's grasp hung the elderly man, his body mangled and broken yet still clinging to a thread of life. Gu Changxing's gaze swept coldly over the elder, then lifted to meet his father's eyes. Father, whose hand dared strike against our Gu clan? His voice was calm yet his eyes burned with unwavering intensity. To conceal a person within the Gu clan's hidden realm, this was no feat for the ordinary. Moreover, the moment this intruder emerged, he charged straight toward Gu Changxing himself. The intent was unmistakable. To kill him. Gu Qingyun did not answer immediately. His countenance dark and turbulent energy surged from his being, threatening to eclipse even the three ancestral elders standing beside him. Supreme Emperor, Peak Realm. Though young in appearance, Gu Qingyun's cultivation rivaled that of these elders, beings who had lived for untold eons. He lowered his gaze to the elder in his grip and spoke. His voice was low yet each word dripped with glacial frost. Don Dao Domain, Kai family. 6 words. The elder, already on the verge of death, convulsed violently at the mention of Kai family. His clouded eyes snapped open, wide with raw terror. No, it wasn't us, not the Kai family. His voice was hoarse and frail yet frantic with desperation. 10 years ago, a mysterious figure approached us. He orchestrated everything, we had no power to resist. It wasn't us. I beg you. Gu Qingyun gazed down upon him, his expression unreadable. I know full well your Kai family lacks the audacity for such an act. His tone remained placid. But as for the true mastermind, I trust your Kai family will soon provide me with answers. The elder opened his mouth once more, but Gu Qingyun had already lost all interest. His palm clenched. Puff. In an instant the elder dissolved into fine dust, not a single fragment remained. The three ancestral elders watched in silence. Kai family. A notable power within the Don Dao domain. They boasted a sage realm sovereign within their ranks, ranking among the elite of the Don Dao domain. Yet compared to the Gu clan, they were not even worthy to tie its sandals. Gu Qingyun flicked his hand, brushing away the lingering residue, and turned. His face remained storm-darkened, his aura uncontained, so oppressive it made the surrounding void tremble faintly. Indeed. This incident had stirred the Gu clan's celestial emperor ancestor from his slumber. An assault upon Gu Changxing, the divine heir of the Gu clan, was an affront to the entire clan. It was an attempt to extinguish the last ember of hope for the Gu clan's restoration to former glory. Just as Gu Qingyun prepared to dispatch envoys to the Kai family, an ancient voice resonated from the deepest recesses of the Gu clan's ancestral land. There is no need. This old man shall go himself. Though quiet, every syllable rang with absolute clarity. In the next breath, the Eternal Dao domain itself transformed. A terrifying, peerless aura erupted from the Gu clan's ancestral heart, a dormant volcano slumbering for eons now erupting in cataclysmic fury. Sole sovereign across 10,000 eras. That aura instantly blanketed the entire Eternal Dao domain, sky and earth alike, nowhere untouched, nowhere safe. Every living being across the domain, whether deep in meditation or lost in slumber, was jolted awake by its overwhelming presence. Cultivators below the sage realm collapsed to their knees, limbs trembling too violently to hold themselves upright. Yet this was only the beginning. The aura surged outward, bursting beyond the Eternal Dao domain, flooding into adjacent domains, then farther still. 1, 2, 3. Within mere heartbeats, dozens of domains fell beneath its dominion. All cultivators who sensed it paled instantly. This was the pressure of a celestial emperor, and not just any celestial emperor but the strongest among them all. Don Dao domain. Kai family. A prominent force within the Don Dao domain, anchored by a sage realm sovereign spanning thousands of miles with over 100,000 clansmen. On this day the Kai family carried on as usual, tranquil, untroubled. Clansmen trained as they always did, others tended to duties, none aware that calamity loomed at their threshold. Above the Kai family's ancestral lands the sky tore open. A colossal bloodred eye emerged from the rift, vast enough to blot out half the heavens. The moment the eye opened, dread descended from above. Every ordinary clansman, before even uttering a cry, disintegrated into dust. Tens of thousands, gone in the blink of an eye. Flesh-bone garments, all reduced to powder scattering silently across the earth. Only those of higher cultivation managed barely to withstand the first wave of pressure. Yet even they fared little better. Some bled from every orifice, others crumpled to the ground unable to rise, still others fled in panic, only to collapse after a few desperate steps. Panic consumed the Kai family. Who dares this? Who attacks the Kai family? Summon the ancestral elders, quickly. The Kai family's sage realm elder burst forth from seclusion, then froze, gazing upward at the blood-red eye, his face draining of all color. He recognized that aura. A celestial emperor, legendary, transcendent. A being so exalted he had never dreamed of laying eyes upon one, now descending in person to obliterate his entire lineage. Trembling uncontrollably, the elder's lips quivered, utterly speechless. At that very moment the sky above the Kai family rent open once more. Another aura descended, slightly weaker than the Gu clan's celestial emperor, yet undeniably of the same celestial rank. A figure stepped forth from the rift, shrouded in soft radiant light, face obscured yet authority undeniable. Li clan's celestial emperor. The Dawn Dao domain was Li clan territory, the Kai family its vassal. For the Gu clan's celestial emperor to act openly upon Li soil meant the Li clan sovereign could not remain idle. The Li clan's celestial emperor hovered in the void, offering a respectful bow toward the blood-red eye. His voice carried reverent caution. Esteemed elder, what grievance warrants your personal intervention? The Kai family is a vassal under the Li clan's protection. Should retribution be required, we of the Li clan stand ready to administer it. There is no need to trouble your esteemed self with such a matter. The blood-red eye rotated slowly, fixing its gaze upon the Li clan's celestial emperor. An ancient voice emanated from it, addressing him directly by name. Li Kanglin, this matter does not concern you. Placid in tone yet absolute in command, each word a dismissal unadorned and irrevocable. The Li clan's celestial emperor stiffened momentarily, but neither anger nor defiance stirred within him. Among the 5 imperial clans ruling the 3,000 Dao domains, each possessed one celestial emperor. And the Gu clan's celestial emperor stood head and shoulders above them all. Not merely stronger, he was incomparably categorically superior. Even the combined might of the other 4 celestial emperors might not suffice to challenge this venerable being. After a silent pause, the Li clan's celestial emperor said nothing more. He understood if the Gu clan's celestial emperor had deigned to intervene personally, something grave had transpired, and it bore no relation to the Li clan. Had the Li clan truly offended the Gu clan, it would not have been a single eye descending, it would have been the venerable sovereign himself. The heavenly emperor of the Li family stepped aside, no longer obstructing. The blood-red eyes looked down again at the Kai family. The surviving members of the Kai family were all collapsed on the ground, their faces ashen. The heavenly emperor of the Gu family ceased speaking further. A beam of light shot from his eyes, enveloping the entire Kai family. Wherever the light touched, the flesh of all individuals began to shatter. Crack crack, the sound of bones breaking and flesh tearing echoed. The saintly ancestor of the Kai family exerted all his strength to resist, but he couldn't even last a breath before his body exploded. Souls floated out from the broken bodies, screaming in terror. All souls were drawn out from their flesh by that force hovering in midair. Dense and numerous, thousands upon thousands. Above the blood-red eyes a semi-transparent bag appeared. The mouth of the bag opened, emitting a pulling force. All the remaining souls, like leaves blown by the wind, flew into the bag. Not a single one was left behind. After absorbing the last wisp of residual soul, the mouth of the bag automatically closed. The blood-red eyes slowly closed and the crack in the void disappeared. The overwhelming pressure of the heavenly emperor, which had enveloped dozens of realms, also dissipated. Everything returned to calm. But the Kai family was no more. The land spanning thousands of miles was dead silent, with not a single person or a complete building in sight. Only dust and remnants covered the ground. In the Dawn realm and surrounding realms, all cultivators who sensed this scene fell into silence. A force hundreds of thousands of kin just vanished. The entire process took less than a few breaths. This was still due to another heavenly emperor appearing and exchanging a few words, otherwise it would have been even quicker. The methods of the heavenly emperor of the Gu family were frighteningly violent. The heavenly emperor of the Li family stood in place, his face so dark it could drip water. After living for so many years, no one had ever dared to treat him with such disrespect. However, the other party was that old man from the Gu family, and he had no way to retaliate. The heavenly emperor of the Li family took a deep breath, suppressing the anger in his heart, and shouted into the void. Come forth. Several figures descended from the void, kneeling on one knee. Go investigate. The voice of the Heavenly Emperor of the Li family was low, yet every word carried anger. Find out exactly what happened with the Gu family and why that old man became so furious. Hurry. Several figures received their orders and quickly vanished into the void. The Heavenly Emperor of the Li family took one last look at the ruins of the Kai family, then turned and tore through the void, leaving. In the Eternal Realm Gu family. A semi-transparent bag appeared out of thin air, landing in front of Gu Qingyun. The bag was small, only palm-sized, filled with the residual souls of all the Kai family members. The voice of the Heavenly Emperor of the Gu family echoed from deep within the ancestral land, sounding indifferent, as if he had accomplished something trivial. Qingyun, this matter is entrusted to you. This is all the members of the Kai family. As the voice fell, the depths of the ancestral land returned to silence. 3 elders stood to the side, their expressions full of respect. Gu Qingyun bent down, picked up the Qiankuan bag and weighed it in his hand. The residual souls inside were still struggling, emitting faint humming sounds. Gu Qingyun maintained a blank expression as he tucked the bag into his sleeve. Come forth. Several figures descended from the void. Go to the Dawn Realm and take over the Kai family's territory. All valuable items should be moved back to the Gu family. We are not a wasteful clan. Understood. Several figures received their orders and swiftly departed. In the Son of God Manor. A few lamps were lit in the main hall, casting a soft light. Gu Chengsheng sat cross-legged on a mat, contemplating the events of the day. His father was already investigating the events of the day. With Gu Qingyun's capabilities, results would be forthcoming in a few days. As for himself, he just needed to focus on cultivation. These were his father's exact words. Gu Chengsheng felt no discomfort about it. Investigating enemies and clearing the clan were tasks meant for the clan leader. He was the son of God, and it was enough to concentrate on becoming stronger. Besides, there were still 3 months left. In 3 months it would be his 16th birthday. The Heavenly Emperor had mentioned that he would give him a very precious gift on the day he came of age. Gu Chengsheng felt somewhat excited. What kind of treasure could the Heavenly Emperor consider precious? Just as he was pondering, a powerful aura surged from the back courtyard of the Son of God Manor. It was very strong. Strong enough to make the main hall tremble. Gu Chengsheng recognized this aura. Yao Guang, the Empress. After 11 years of seclusion, she finally showed signs of movement. From the direction of the back courtyard, a beam of golden light shot into the sky, piercing through the clouds. The strength of the aura even tore a hole in the clouds above the Son of God Manor. Deep within the Gu family's ancestral land, a few dormant imperial auras stirred slightly. A few elders' divine senses probed over, sweeping across the Son of God Manor, and quickly retracted. Yao Guang, the Empress. Their own son of gods, made bound by the Dao contract, posed no concern. The aura from the back courtyard gradually stabilized and the golden light receded. Everything returned to calm. Footsteps were heard approaching from outside the door. Very light. Gu Chengsheng raised his head to look at the door. A figure walked in. Clad in white as snow, with hair like a waterfall. Barefoot on the bluestone floor, she moved silently. Yao Guang, the Empress, halted at the door, her gaze falling upon Gu Chengsheng, momentarily stunned. In her memory, Gu Chengsheng was still the little boy of 5. Riding on the back of the golden crow, flying around the manor and sleeping on her chest at night. 11 years had passed and that little boy had completely transformed. The young man before her now appeared 16, tall and slender, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist. The white robe he wore was exceptionally flattering. His black hair was casually tied with a golden ribbon, with a few strands falling over his forehead. His features were handsome, with deep bright golden pupils. He sat on the mat looking up at the door, the corners of his mouth carrying a faint smile. Yao Guang, the Empress, was stunned for 3 breaths. Then she lowered her head and bent her body. I have met the young master. Her voice was cold yet softened compared to before. Gu Chengsheng nodded slightly. You may rise. Yao Guang, the Empress, straightened up and stood to the side with her arms lowered. After 11 years she was still the same. Dressed in white and barefoot, her hair like a waterfall. Her face was exquisite and her eyes carried a cold aura like an ice lotus on a snowy mountain. Her eyes now held a bit more warmth. Gu Chengsheng glanced at her twice, his gaze shifting from her face to her feet. Barefoot, her toes were fair and rounded, resting on the bluestone floor. He withdrew his gaze. Were you just breaking through? Yao Guang, the Empress, nodded. Yes. I was fortunate to break through to the late stage of the great emperor. Her tone was calm, but Gu Chengsheng knew this was no small feat. 11 years of seclusion advancing from mid-stage to late stage of the Great Emperor. This speed was not slow. Perhaps she was originally stuck at the peak of mid-stage Great Emperor and now with insights gained it came naturally. Yet Yao Guang the Empress did not think so. She knew that breaking through to the late stage of the Great Emperor normally took a millennium. But because she became Gu Changsheng's maid, she gained insights in just 5 short years and successfully broke through in the past 11. She knew that all of this was thanks to Gu Changsheng. At this moment Yao Guang the Empress stood to the side, her hands clasped in front of her, fingers slightly entwined. She felt somewhat uneasy. A dignified late-stage Great Emperor stood before a 16-year-old boy feeling somewhat awkward. Because she was a maid. A maid bound by the Dao contract. From that day 16 years ago her fate had been tied to that of this boy. Now the boy was soon to turn 16. Coming of age. She knew what her duties as a maid entailed. The gaze of the Yao Guang Empress flickered slightly and she did not think further. Then it flapped its wings and flew away without looking back, heading for the door. Only 2 people remained in the main hall. Inside the candlelight swayed gently. Young master, the Yao Guang Empress spoke. Her voice was soft like the wind blowing across an icy surface. You have grown up. Gu Changsheng smiled slightly. It has been 11 years, of course I've grown up. The Yao Guang Empress gaze slowly slid over his face. From his brow bone to his nose and down to his chin, the little one who used to nuzzle in her arms had now grown taller than her. She recalled the first time she held the child 16 years ago. Small, soft, with his head buried in her chest, wriggling around. At that time she only found the child amusing. Looking again now, that tender face had shed its baby fat with handsome features and smiling eyes. The golden pupils glimmered warmly under the candlelight, resembling 2 pieces of amber embedded in white jade. Her heart skipped a beat. In 3 months the young master will come of age. The Yao Guang Empress said softly. According to the customs of the Gu family before the ceremony of adulthood for the divine child. She paused and lowered her eyelashes. The maid must help the divine child shed his childhood form. The hall fell silent for a moment. The candlelight flickered. Gu Changsheng looked at her. The tips of her ears glowed faintly pink under the candlelight like flower buds just emerging in early spring. Is this the rule? He asked. It is the rule, she replied. Another silence followed. The Yao Guang Empress lifted her eyes and looked at Gu Changsheng. In her cold gaze a hint of subtle awkwardness flashed by. Young master. She gently inhaled as if making a certain decision. Since I began my cultivation I have never been close to any man. Her voice was very soft, softer than before. If there are any shortcomings later, I hope the young master can understand. Gu Changsheng looked at her. Her eyelashes drooped, casting delicate shadows on her eyelids. The blush on her ear tips was deeper than earlier. You are the Empress, he suddenly said. Back then you established the Heavenly Dao contract and entered the Gu family as a maid to transcend the tribulation. Now after these years you are already at the late stage of the Emperor realm. Will you continue on this path? The Yao Guang Empress raised her eyes to look at him. The candlelight danced in her eyes. I will, she said without hesitation. Back then my master said I have a calamity in my fate, and if I cannot transcend it I will be trapped in the Emperor realm forever. I have deduced for 10,000 years, yet I could never find the location of that calamity. Until the young master descended, the heavenly secrets cracked open a gap and I finally saw clearly. She paused. My calamity lies with the young master. My path also lies with the young master. Entering the Gu family as a maid is not a degradation. It is the young master who has given me an opportunity. This was the first time she referred to herself as a maid. Gu Changsheng quietly watched her. It was evident that the Yao Guang Empress' obsession with her cultivation bordered on madness. The Yao Guang Empress continued, 16 years ago I indeed established the Heavenly Dao contract to break through. But today, she knelt on the ground, lifting her face, her clear and cold brows illuminated by the candlelight softened like spring water. I am willing. Then she moved. She raised her hand, her fingertips falling on the silk ribbon at her waist. Gently she tugged. The white garment loosened. The collar slipped, revealing a small patch of skin on her shoulder. The candlelight fell upon it like moonlight on snow. She took a step forward. Barefoot on the stone surface, it was silent and soundless. The white garment slid from her shoulder, pooling at her feet like a circle of melting snow. The candlelight flickered, casting interwoven shadows upon her. Collarbones. Shoulder hollows. Further down, Gu Changsheng's throat bobbed slightly. This scene was one he had never witnessed before. Even in his past life he had only seen such beauty in software, never in reality. The Yaoguang Empress knelt before him, tilting her face up. The coldness faded, leaving only softness. From today onwards I am the young masters. She extended her hand, her fingertips touching Gu Changsheng's collar. Her fingertips were slightly cool and he could feel it even through the fabric. Gu Changsheng looked down at her. Her eyelashes trembled gently. The moonlight outside the hall leaked through the gaps in the window, falling on the ground like scattered silver. The lights had gone out at some point. As dawn broke on the horizon, the hall door finally opened. Gu Changsheng walked out. His white robe was neatly arranged, a golden belt cinched at the waist, and his black hair was casually tied with a ribbon. He looked very well, appearing refreshed as if he had just slept through the night. But upon closer inspection a hint of faint dissatisfaction was hidden in his golden eyes. Like having a good meal but not feeling full. Behind him the Yaoguang Empress followed out. She had changed into a new white garment, the same style as yesterday. Barefoot on the stone steps, her steps were slower than usual. Her face was flushed. It was a rosy hue that emerged from the fullness of her blood. Like a stream that had been frozen all winter, finally thawing, the surface shimmering with spring light. Her cold demeanor remained, but the layer of ice had cracked, revealing the soft warmth beneath. She lowered her eyes, standing half a step behind Gu Changsheng. Her lips were slightly more rosy than usual, glistening faintly with moisture. Gu Changsheng glanced back at her. His gaze slid over her face, landing on her lips, pausing for a moment. Then he withdrew his gaze, letting out a gentle breath. The body of the emperor was too hard. Whether it was the burning heaven immortal body or the supreme bone, the cultivation at the second layer of the Tian Yuan realm was evident. He exerted all his strength but could not break through her defenses. But aside from that last step, everything that needed to be done had been done. Her lips were very soft. Softer than he had imagined. As for the rest, he would make up for it when his cultivation was higher. With this thought, Gu Changsheng looked back. Today I will go find my father, you two do not need to follow. The Yaoguang Empress stopped, slightly bowing. The golden crow tilted its head, chirped, and flew back to the stone steps in front of the hall. Gu Changsheng stepped into the air alone, flying towards the Gu family grand hall. In the Gu family grand hall. The hall door was wide open and Gu Qingyun sat in the main seat holding a jade slip and reviewing something. Sensing Gu Changsheng's aura, he raised his head and set the jade slip aside. You have arrived. Gu Changsheng entered the grand hall and sat down across from his father. Father, how has the matter in the secret realm been investigated? Gu Qingyun did not beat around the bush. Aside from the identity of that man in black still being unclear, everything else has been resolved. He lightly tapped his fingers on the table. When the secret realm opened 10 years ago, one of the 3 stewards responsible for setting up the secret realm was bribed. The puppet was placed inside during the opening of the secret realm, hidden in an abandoned cave deep within the secret realm, concealed by a restriction to mask its aura. That steward left the Gu family 10 years ago and went to the Don Dao domain. When I sent someone to chase after him, the person was already dead. The cause of death was backlash from the Sea of Consciousness restriction, just like the puppet in the secret realm. Gu Changsheng's brows slightly moved. So the clue has been cut off. Exactly, Gu Qingyun nodded. The person who bribed him was very cautious and never showed up. The steward himself did not know who the other party was, he only received the items to do the job. The old ancestor has personally deduced the heavenly secrets. Gu Qingyun's tone became more serious. With the heavenly emperor intervening in the deduction, logically nothing should be able to hide. But even the identity of that person was only seen as a massive fog by the old ancestor. Gu Changsheng fell silent for a moment. Even the Grand Emperor could not discern the truth. There were only 2 possibilities: an alien race he spoke, or the other 4 imperial clans. Gu Qingyun looked at him, a glimmer of appreciation flashing in his eyes. I think so too. He stood up, clasped his hands behind his back and walked to the window. The 3,000 Dao domains belong to the human race, but they are not solely occupied by humans. The alien world has been restless in recent years. If an alien race intends to act against the Gu family, it would not be surprising. He turned around, looking at Gu Changsheng. As for the 4 great imperial clans? They have the Grand Emperor and the ability to interfere with the Grand Ancestor's calculations. But to be honest, I don't really believe they would dare to do so. Gu Changsheng nodded. They have the Grand Emperor and the ability to interfere with the Grand Ancestor's calculations. But to be honest, I don't really believe they would dare to do so. A single Grand Emperor could suppress the other 4 Grand Emperors to the point where they could not raise their heads, let alone the Gu family, which had dozens of emperors and over 300 saints. Unless the 4 great imperial clans were seeking death, they would not take such a risk. But it could not be completely ruled out. I will continue to investigate this matter. Gu Qingyun said, no matter who it is, anyone who dares to act against you will certainly have to pay the price. His tone was very calm, as if he were stating an obvious fact. Gu Changsheng did not respond. He knew his father did not need his comfort and did not require him to say anything. Gu Qingyun was the head of the Gu family, a peak emperor, and had much more experience in dealing with such matters. In 3 months you will turn 16. Naturally, the comminglage banquet of the Gu family's divine son cannot lack grandeur. Gu Changsheng understood the implication in his father's words. A banquet. Of course, Gu Qingyun smiled. I have discussed it with several elders. 3 months later we will invite the major powers from the 3,000 Dao domains to attend the comminglage banquet of our divine son. Moreover, the other 4 great imperial clans will also be invited. Gu Changsheng raised an eyebrow, using the banquet to observe their reactions. Exactly, Gu Qingyun nodded. If they are indeed behind this, there will surely be some signs at the banquet in 3 months. Gu Changsheng thought for a moment and found this arrangement quite good. No matter who was behind it, such a significant event as the comminglage banquet of the Gu family would draw representatives from all the major powers in the 3,000 Dao domains. It would be an excellent opportunity for observation. There is one more thing. Gu Qingyun's tone suddenly changed. The look in his eyes as he gazed at Gu Changsheng carried a hint of something different. Yesterday the Empress Yaoguang stayed in your palace for the entire night, didn't she? This was not a question. Gu Changsheng did not deny it. Yes. Gu Qingyun smiled, his expression carrying a hint of I understand you, my son. Did you have an experience? Sort of, Gu Changsheng replied. Gu Qingyun chuckled a few times but did not press for details. He picked up his teacup, took a sip and then set it down. On the day of the comminglage ceremony, aside from having them attend the banquet, there is one more thing. He looked at Gu Changsheng. To select a concubine for you. Gu Changsheng was taken aback. A concubine? Yes, Gu Qingyun said casually, you are the divine son of the Gu family, the future master of the Gu family. Having a few concubines is perfectly normal. Back when I had my comminglage ceremony, I selected 6. He spoke with a hint of pride. Gu Changsheng looked at his father, his mouth twitching. 6. Was that so few? This time all major powers from the 3,000 Dao domains will come and their finest daughters will also be present. You must choose wisely, Gu Qingyun continued. Gu Changsheng thought for a moment and then smiled. All right. He had no reason to refuse. It was indeed quite normal for a divine son of an imperial clan to have a few concubines. Gu Qingyun nodded in satisfaction. Then it's settled. 3 months later the 3,000 Dao domains will gather at our Gu family. You go back and prepare. Gu Changsheng stood up, bowed to his father and turned to leave the great hall. 3 days later. Golden invitations flew out from the Gu family in the Eternal Dao domain, passing through countless spatial passages, reaching every corner of the 3,000 Dao domains. Imperial level powers. Saint level powers. All major imperial clans. Every power that could be ranked in the 3,000 Dao domains received one. The golden invitation had only a few lines of text. Gu Changsheng, the divine son of the Gu family, has turned 16 and is hosting a comminglage banquet. 3 months later the Gu family in the Eternal Dao domain awaits your honored presence. Signed by Gu Qingyun. Just a few lines of text, yet it stirred up a tremendous uproar across the 3,000 Dao domains. In a certain sacred place the Holy Master looked at the golden invitation in his hand, trembling. The comminglage banquet of the Gu family's divine son, and he wants to select concubines. He suddenly stood up, shouting towards the door, go. Summon all female disciples under 30 in the sacred place who are unmarried. Select the best ones. Looks, qualifications, family background, none can be lacking. In a certain Buddhist monastery, the abbot held the invitation, remaining silent for a long time. An elder beside him cautiously asked, Abbot, we are from the Buddhist sect, we shouldn't need to. Who says so? The abbot interrupted him, there are many young women among our temple's secular disciples. Go select a few with outstanding looks and qualifications who have taken vows. The elder was taken aback. Abbot, this. What do you mean by this? The abbot glared at him. That is the Gu family. If we can form this alliance, our Thundersound Temple will be worry-free for millennia. In a certain sword sect. The sect master slammed the invitation on the table, laughing heartily. Good. 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 He repeated the word 3 times. My sword sect may lack many things, but we have plenty of female disciples. This time we must select the most outstanding ones to send to the Gu family. An elder beside him reminded sect master our female disciples tend to have strong personalities. It doesn't matter if they're strong-willed, as long as they are beautiful it will suffice. We don't know what kind of girl the Gu family's divine son likes. Sending more won't hurt, surely one will catch his eye. In the 3,000 Dao domains, all powers that received the invitations were doing the same thing, selecting the most outstanding daughters among their clan. This was an opportunity. If one's daughter could become the concubine of the Gu family's divine son, it would be a leap to the heavens. The entire family would benefit from the glory. If it didn't work out, there would be no loss. To be able to attend the comingafage banquet of the Gu family's divine son was in itself a form of honor. Thus the talented young women of the 3,000 Dao domains began a silent competition. In the divine son's residence, Gu Changsheng sat cross-legged on a mat, the golden crow perched on his shoulder, while the Empress Yaoguang stood by with her hands at her sides. He was contemplating the comingafage banquet in 3 months. The 4 great imperial clans would come, various powers would come, and those talented young women would also arrive. By then he would have to take a good look. Just as he was thinking, a familiar mechanical voice suddenly rang in his ears. Ding. Detected the child of destiny Xiao Chen, triggering a life choice. Gu Changsheng's spirit surged. It has arrived. A semi-transparent panel appeared before him along with an image that only he could see. In the image, the lower realm, the Zhangyun realm. Wutan City. In a humble room, Xiao Chen sat at the table, staring blankly at the few remaining bottles of pills in his hand. His expression was not pleasant. Ever since the incident at the auction house, all the auction houses in Wutan City have refused to accept his pills. His reputation spread throughout Wutan City, not as an alchemist but as that lecher who wants to sleep with Miss Luo Fei. Now as he walked down the street, people pointed at him. It seems I can't stay in Wutan City any longer, Xiao Chen muttered to himself, his tone filled with frustration. I need to find another place. As he pondered which city to go to, suddenly, a gust of wind swept outside. The force of the wind blew the door open, causing the pill bottles on the table to tumble to the ground. Xiao Chen abruptly stood up and looked up. A shadow dressed in black descended from the sky, landing in the open space outside the house. The figure wore a black robe and the hood obscured most of their face, revealing only a chin. No aura leaked from the figure, yet just standing there exuded an oppressive feeling that made it hard to breathe. Xiao Chen's back was instantly soaked with cold sweat. He had never felt such a powerful presence. Stronger than the guardian of the sacred land from years ago. Much stronger. Who are you? Xiao Chen instinctively took a step back, his voice trembling. The figure in black did not answer. They stepped inside the house, the black robe casting a long shadow on the ground. Xiao Chen. The figure finally spoke, their voice deep and hoarse like the sound of metal grinding. 3,000 domains, Eastern Xian domain, young master of the Xiao family. Years ago you were publicly humiliated by the saintess of the sacred land Lu Ruyan and rejected. Xiao Chen's expression changed instantly. On the day of your rejection you insulted the guardian of Lu Ruyan, who was forced to use their trump card and fled to the Zhangyun realm. For the past 11 years you have been hiding in Wutan City, relying on refining low-tier pills to survive. Not long ago you were expelled for disrespecting Miss Luo Fei at the auction house, and now your means of selling pills have been cut off. Xiao Chen's face had turned as pale as death. How do you know all of this? His voice trembled. Who are you? How do you know I'm here? The figure in black did not answer his questions. They let out a cold laugh. You escaped quite quickly back then. But do you know your family is still in the Xiao family? That guardian of the sacred land will not let it go after being publicly humiliated by you. You escaped, but he vented his anger on your family. Do you know that after that day the Xiao family nearly faced extermination? Xiao Chen's eyes instantly turned red. This was the deepest fear he had buried in his heart. For over a decade he had contemplated this question countless times. He escaped, but what about his family? His father Xiao Lingtian, his mother and his brothers and sisters in the clan. He dared not think further. So he continuously told himself that the Xiao family was deeply rooted in the Eastern Xian domain and that guardian would not dare to act. But now this figure in black told him that the Xiao family was nearly exterminated. What has happened to them now? Xiao Chen stepped forward, his voice hoarse. What have you done to them? The figure in black looked at him coldly. They are fine. Xiao Chen froze. They have all been saved by me. If it weren't for me, they would have long become souls under that guardian's control. Your father, your mother, your sister, and thousands of people from the Xiao family, I have protected them all. Xiao Chen opened his mouth momentarily at a loss for words. But he was not a fool. He quickly calmed down and stared at the figure in black. Why did you save my family? What do you want me to do? The corners of the figure's mouth slightly lifted under the hood. Not too foolish. They took 2 steps forward, looking down at Xiao Chen. I saved your family because I have use for you. Xiao Chen gritted his teeth. I'm just a junior in the Tongxian realm. How could a powerhouse like you have any use for me? The figure in black let out a soft laugh. Of course there is use for you. Their voice lowered further. I need you to help me eliminate someone. Xiao Chen's heart sank suddenly. Who? The figure in black did not answer immediately. They raised a hand and a light shone from their fingertip, condensing into a name in the air. 7 characters. Gu family divine son Gu Changsheng. Off screen. Gu Changsheng's brow furrowed sharply. Is it again me? The last time in the secret realm that Puppet's target was him. This time someone else wants to kill him. Moreover, it is through Xiao Chen, this destined child. Gu Changsheng's expression turned serious as things began to get interesting. Continuing to watch. On screen. Xiao Chen stared blankly at the 4 characters, then he erupted in curses. What kind of joke is this? The Gu family. The Chongsheng Imperial Clan Gu family. I don't even have the qualifications to meet an ordinary clansman of the Gu family, and you want me to kill the Gu family divine son? Are you dreaming? The figure in black did not get angry. They quietly waited for Xiao Chen to finish cursing before speaking. 3 months from now the Gu family divine son will hold a Kamingafage banquet. At that time the young talents of all major forces will be present and you will have the opportunity to meet him. That will be your chance. Just as Xiao Chen was about to retort, the figure in black suddenly raised a hand. A beam of light shot from the figure's fingertip, directly entering Xiao Chen's brow. Xiao Chen shook violently. In his sea of consciousness a technique slowly unfolded. The strength of that technique far surpassed any he had ever seen. Stronger than the Xiao family's ancestral technique, even more potent than the aura of that sacred land elder from years ago. This is an assassination-type imperial scripture. It may even be more than that. With this technique you will surely be able to kill him. The voice of the figure in black echoed in his ears. Xiao Chen snapped back to reality from his shock and shook his head vigorously. Impossible. Even with the technique it wouldn't be possible. He's the Gu family divine son. The heir of the Chongsheng Imperial Clan. What can I use to kill him? The figure in black did not waste any more words with him. They waved their hand and the space tore apart. Xiao Chen felt darkness engulf him and the world spun around him. When he opened his eyes again he was no longer in Wutan City. This was an unfamiliar realm. The spiritual energy was so dense it was almost tangible, far beyond the level of the Zongyun realm. In the 3000 Dao prefectures Xiao Chen had no time to observe his surroundings before he witnessed a scene that made his eyes widen in horror. Not far ahead, within a transparent protective shield, hundreds of people were trapped. All of them were from the Xiao family. His father Xiao Lingtian, his mother, his sister, and the elders and siblings from the clan. All their faces were filled with terror. Outside the protective shield stood several others in black robes, their auras as unfathomable as the figure who brought him here. Father. Mother. Xiao Chen rushed forward frantically but was bounced back by the protective shield. When Xiao Lingtian saw his son his expression changed drastically. Chainer. How did you end up here? Leave. Hurry up. These people are extremely powerful, you are no match for them. Can't you see the man in black next to you? How cliched is the story of the chosen one. Brother. Run. Xiao Chen's eyes were bloodshot. He turned around and stared fiercely at the man in black. Let my family go. The man in black raised his hand and grabbed towards the protective shield. Xiao Lingtian's body uncontrollably flew out of the protective shield and fell into the hands of the man in black. The man in black's fingers gripped Xiao Lingtian's throat tightly. Xiao Lingtian's face instantly turned crimson as he struggled desperately, unable to move a single finger. Father. Xiao Chen rushed forward like mad. The man in black waved his other hand lightly and Xiao Chen was knocked back by an invisible force crashing heavily to the ground. I am not giving you a choice. The man in black looked down at him, his voice cold. I am commanding you. Xiao Chen lay on the ground, his nails digging into the dirt, trembling all over. Xiao Ling Tian exerted his last ounce of strength and hoarsely shouted, Chainer. Don't be impulsive. This person is extremely powerful. The man in black glanced at Xiao Ling Tian, then turned his gaze back to Xiao Chen. If you follow my orders to assassinate the heir of the Gu family, your whole family can live. Your father, your mother, your sister, and everyone in the Xiao family. Otherwise. His fingers tightened slightly. Xiao Ling Tian let out a painful grunt, his face turning from crimson to purple. All of you must die. Including you. Xiao Chen knelt on the ground, trembling all over. He looked at his father's purple face, at his mother and sister's terrified tears in the protective shield, and at the despair in the eyes of his clansmen. His hands trembled. His lips quivered. He wanted to rush forward, but he knew he was no match for the man in black. He could do nothing. Outside the frame. Gu Changsheng finally stopped his complaints. Is this person the same as the mysterious figure behind the puppet in the secret realm? He continued to watch. In the scene, Xiao Chen knelt on the ground, his whole body seeming to be drained of all strength. At that moment, Gu Changsheng's system prompt sound echoed in his ears again. Ding. The chosen one Xiao Chen has triggered a life choice. A semi-transparent panel popped up in front of him with 4 options floating before his eyes. Faced with the man in black threatening your father's life to force you to assassinate the heir of the Gu family, how will you choose? Agree to the man in black, go assassinate Gu Changsheng and seek a glimmer of hope for your family. B. Directly refuse, cut off your hair on the spot and declare to sever your father-son relationship. Claim that you have no courage to assassinate the heir of the Gu family. C. Agree to assassinate Gu Changsheng, but the condition is that the man in black must kill your father first. D. Do not believe the man in black will really harm your father and express your doubts on the spot. Gu Changsheng looked at the 4 options on the screen. Option D. The host has chosen option D. In the scene, Xiao Chen knelt on the ground, trembling all over. The cold voice of the man in black echoed in his ears, if you follow my orders, your whole family can live. Otherwise, everyone must die. Xiao Chen lowered his head, silent for a long time. Then he raised his head, a strange expression on his face. Not fear, not anger, but doubt. You want kill my father? Xiao Chen spoke up, his voice not loud but each word was clear. The rift closed. Everything returned to calm. Only Xiao Chen remained alone in the wilderness, kneeling before the bloodstain left by his father. The wind blew, stirring his hair and tattered robe. Xiao Chen lowered his head, motionless. He did not understand. He did not understand why he was targeted. He was merely an ant in the awakening realm, a useless individual who could not even protect his own family. Why was he chosen to assassinate the heir of the Gu family? Why? In the void, the man in black stood with his hands behind his back. Behind him were the members of the Xiao family, sealed within the layers of void. He glanced down at the kneeling Xiao Chen, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. He also did not understand. Why would the Holy Emperor command him to seek out such a lowly ant? Even resorting to threats. With the strength of the Holy Emperor, was it really necessary to go through so much trouble to kill a Gu family heir? The man in black shook his head. He was just a subordinate and did not need to think too much. He would do as the Holy Emperor commanded. The figure of the man in black vanished into the void. Outside the scene, Gu Changsheng watched this unfold, his smile long gone. A system notification sounded. Ding. Detected the child of destiny Xiao Chen, whose fate trajectory has deviated significantly. Xiao Chen lost his father, his mentality underwent a major transformation. The subsequent fate will change, returning part of the luck to the Heavenly Dao. Current Heavenly Dao luck fullness 0. 22. Congratulations, host. Triggered a return crit, a billion times return. Xiao Chen's father, low-level cultivator, emperor puppet. Buzz, something new appeared in the system space. Gu Changsheng's consciousness extended in. A person lay quietly in the system space. Middle-aged in appearance, with a resolute face and tightly closed eyes. Dressed in black armor exuding the aura of an emperor level. Moreover, it was complete and did not require nurturing, ready for immediate use. Gu Changsheng looked at that face, the corner of his mouth twitched. Wasn't this Xiao Chen's father? Identical. Xiao Chen's father was merely a low-level cultivator, not even as good as a doorkeeper in the Gu family. The system returned a puppet of the emperor level directly. Gu Changsheng's thought invaded the core of the puppet, instantly completing the control. The puppet opened its eyes expressionless, simply standing there quietly waiting for its master's command. Gu Changsheng nodded in satisfaction. Another trump card added. However, he was more concerned about another piece of information. The 10,000 Laws Holy Land. As the heir of the Gu family, he had some understanding of the major forces in the 3,000 Dao domains. The 10,000 Laws Holy Land, a Holy Land level force, was countless times stronger than those sects in the lower realm. In the Holy Land there was an emperor-level ancestor stationed, considered quite prominent in the 3,000 Dao domains. But even so, it was still far behind the Gu family. Such a force actually participated in the plot to assassinate me. Or is the 10,000 Laws Holy Land merely a pawn being used? Gu Changsheng stood up. In 3 months the heir banquet will take place and the 10,000 Laws Holy Land will also attend. At that time the so-called child of destiny Xiao Chen will mix in with the 10,000 Laws Holy Land. Assassinate him. Gu Changsheng chuckled softly. He was somewhat looking forward to it. Gu Changsheng left the main hall preparing to find his father. Just as he stepped outside, Su Wan approached. Your Excellency, something has happened outside. What happened? Several powerful forces from neighboring Dao domains have sent people to present gifts in advance. They said it was to prepare for the heir banquet in 3 months. Su Wan paused, adding several groups have come already. The clan leader asked you to meet them when you have time. Gu Changsheng raised an eyebrow. Gifts delivered 3 months in advance. These forces certainly knew how to play the game. All right, I understand. Just as he was about to find his father, another figure walked in from outside the estate. Dressed in white and barefoot with hair flowing like a waterfall. The Yaoguang Empress. She approached Gu Changsheng and slightly bowed. Young master. Gu Changsheng looked at her. What is it? The Yaoguang Empress hesitated for a moment. I would like to ask for a few days off to return to the Yaoguang Holy Land. Recently there have been some disturbances over there and I need to go back to take a look. Gu Changsheng was taken aback. Yaoguang Holy Land. He thought for a moment and asked, how long will you be gone? The Yaoguang Empress calculated. Including the round trip and handling affairs, at most a month. Gu Changsheng nodded, then shook his head. A month? That's too long. The Yaoguang Empress thought he was denying her leave and was about to say something. Gu Changsheng continued, I'll go with you. The Yaoguang Empress was taken aback. Young master, that won't do. I'm just going back to handle some minor matters. How can you? Why not? Gu Changsheng interrupted her. I've been in the Gu family since birth and have never been out. Since I have 3 months of free time, it would be good to go out with you for a change of pace. Gu Changsheng interrupted her. I've been in the Gu family since birth and have never been out. Since I have 3 months of free time, it would be good to go. Jin Wu chirped and flapped its wings. The Yaoguang Empress looked at Gu Changsheng's excited demeanor, wanting to say something but ultimately did not dare to object. She was a maid. If the young master wanted to go, she could not stop him. Moreover, with her and Jin Wu around, the young master should be safe. The three of them just reached the entrance of the heir's estate when an old voice descended from the sky. Changsheng, where are you going? The voice was not loud, but Gu Changsheng recognized it. The Heavenly Emperor Ancestor. He halted his steps and looked up at the sky. Ancestor, I want to go out for a walk. There are some matters in the Yaoguang Holy Land and I want to go take a look with her. The sky fell silent for a moment. In the void, 3 beams of light appeared simultaneously. The first beam dissipated, revealing a palm-sized bronze bell. Entirely black, the surface engraved with dense runes exuding a heavy and ancient aura. The second beam dissipated, revealing a small flag. Also palm-sized, the flag bore an embroidered golden divine beast, vivid and lifelike. The third beam dissipated, revealing a jade pendant. Pure white, warm as jade, radiating a gentle glow. The 3 items floated before Gu Changsheng. Each exuded the aura of an emperor-level artifact. Emperor artifacts. 3 emperor artifacts. The Yaoguang Empress pupils slightly constricted. Jin Wu's eyes also widened in surprise. Gu Changsheng looked at the 3 items before him, somewhat astonished. What is this? The voice of the Heavenly Emperor Ancestor came. The bronze bell is named Jintian. It can attack and defend. When fully activated, it can withstand an emperor's strike. The small flag is named Jiao Hun. It can summon the ancestral spirits of the Gu family to assist in battle. The jade pendant is named Dun Su. When shattered it can instantly teleport back to the Gu family, ignoring any restrictions. Take these 3 items with you. Since you want to go out, I won't stop you. A strong person is not raised in a greenhouse. But you must take these items with you. Gu Changsheng did not refuse. He raised his hand and the 3 items flew into his sleeve. Thank you, ancestor. Go ahead. Remember to return for the heir banquet in 3 months. Yes. Gu Changsheng turned and jumped onto Jin Wu's back. The Yaoguang Empress followed in the air. Before leaving, Gu Changsheng clasped his hands. Ancestor, I had something to discuss with my father, but since I encountered you it would be better to speak directly with you. What matter? The 10,000 Laws Holy Land will make small moves during this heir banquet aiming to assassinate me. The ancestor fell silent for a moment before speaking again. Understood. Leave early and return early. Finally Gu Changsheng clasped his hands again and the 3 of them soared into the sky, disappearing into the clouds. In the void the voice of the Heavenly Emperor ancestor sounded once more. It was not directed at Gu Changsheng but at others. You 3 follow him. Protect him in secret, do not let him discover. 3 low deep voices echoed in the void. Yes. 3 figures shot out from the depths of the Gu family's ancestral ground, silent and swift beyond the naked eye. The 3 had an aura as deep as the sea, all being at the emperor level. 3 emperor-level ancestors. Along with the Yaoguang Empress and Jin Wu, that made a total of 5 emperor levels. Moreover, with the 3 emperor artifacts on Gu Changsheng, his outing was fully equipped. The golden crow flew swiftly, the clouds rolling beneath it. Ahead lay the direction of the Yaoguang Sacred Land. The Yaoguang Sacred Land, with 9 peaks piercing the skies, was shrouded in swirling mists at their summits. Between the peaks were flying waterfalls and flowing springs, splendid palaces, and celestial abodes with spiritual cranes spiraling around. From a distance it resembled a beautiful painting. At this moment the Yaoguang Sacred Land was different from usual. The square was packed with people. The peak masters of the 9 mountains had all gathered, and the 9 experts of the sacred realm sat on a high platform, their gazes fixated on the tall tower in the center of the square. The trial tower consisted of 9 levels. Each level contained different grades of demonic beasts and spiritual entities, with the beasts growing stronger as one ascended. Passing the 8th level qualified one to become the sacred land's divine son. The former Yaoguang Empress had stopped at the 8th level. But beside the tower there was something else, the Yaoguang Sacred Bell. The bell was entirely snow-white, standing 3 zhang tall, suspended in midair, radiating a gentle glow. This was the treasure of the Yaoguang Sacred Land, classified as a sacred-grade artifact, yet it was far more effective in selecting talents than an imperial weapon. Just this morning the sacred bell rang. It rang 9 times. The 9 chimes signified that a divine son rarely seen in a million years would emerge from the sacred land. Once the news spread, the entire Yaoguang Sacred Land erupted in excitement. At this moment the 7th level of the tower lit up. Someone was battling on the 7th level. The crowd was abuzz with discussion. It's the 7th level. It's already the 7th level. To go from the 1st level to the 7th in just half an hour, this is too fast. Who in the world is this? How come we've never heard of him before? The peak masters were also murmuring. The master of the 7th peak, an old man with white hair, stroked his beard and spoke. This boy has been with the Yaoguang Sacred Land for over 200 years, previously inconspicuous with average cultivation. I never expected such a tremendous change this time. He must have encountered some extraordinary opportunity. Otherwise it would be impossible to transform from an ordinary disciple to this extent so suddenly. The master of the 1st peak, the strongest among the 9 peaks, was at the pinnacle of the sacred realm. He remained silent, merely staring at the 7th level of the tower. The lights of the 7th level flickered several times. Everyone's hearts tightened. Flickering lights indicated an intense battle with potential failure at any moment. Yet the lights stabilized. Then the 8th level lit up. Boom, the square erupted in chaos. The 8th level. He passed the 8th level. Divine Son. Our Yaoguang Sacred Land has a divine son. It's been a million years. Finally we have another divine son. The 9 peak masters stood up simultaneously, their faces filled with excitement. The master of the 1st peak took a deep breath to suppress his astonishment. This child. Truly blessed by the heavens for our Yaoguang Sacred Land. He turned to look at the other peak masters. Have we sent word to the Empress? Yes, we have. The Empress is already on her way back. Inside the tower at the 8th level, Chu Feng stood in the empty center of the tower panting heavily. He had been a lowly disciple of the Yaoguang sacred land for over 200 years. 6 months ago he obtained a pill and a relic. After consuming it, his cultivation skyrocketed and his physique underwent a transformation. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. The sacred bell rang 9 times. The trial tower reached the 8th level. The position of Divine Sun was within reach. Chu Feng looked up at the staircase leading to the 9th level, a glimmer of desire flashing in his eyes. The 9th level. The 9th level which even the Yaoguang Empress could not pass. If he could pass the 9th level. Chu Feng clenched his fists. Let's give it a try. He stepped onto the staircase. At that moment the heavens changed. The clouds above the 9 peaks suddenly exploded and a golden light descended from the sky. A terrifying aura enveloped the entire Yaoguang sacred land. Everyone looked up at the same time. The protective array silently split open a gap. It was torn open from the outside. The faces of the 9 peak masters changed dramatically. Enemy attack. Know this aura. It's the Empress. A divine vessel sailed in through the gap. The divine vessel was entirely golden, over 100 zhang long, with a golden crow soaring at the bow. The ship radiated an imperial aura suffocating everyone below. The divine vessel hovered in midair. A white figure floated down from the divine vessel. It was the Yaoguang Empress. She stood in the void, her gaze sweeping below. It's the Empress. The Empress has returned. The 9 peak masters knelt first. We pay our respects to the Empress. Following them, all elders and disciples fell to their knees. We pay our respects to the Empress. Their voices were synchronized, echoing through the skies. The Yaoguang Empress nodded slightly. Rise. She did not descend but turned to look at the divine vessel. A tall figure emerged from the divine vessel. He appeared as a youth donned in a white robe with a golden sash, his black hair tied with a golden ribbon. A small golden bird perched on his shoulder. He walked to the bow of the divine vessel, looking down at the Yaoguang sacred land. The Yaoguang Empress did not move, waiting for the youth to reach her side. Then with a wave of her hand, the divine vessel began to shrink. In the blink of an eye, the 100 zhang divine vessel transformed into a golden dragon chair floating in midair. The youth sat down. The Yaoguang Empress stood beside him with her hands at her sides. Her demeanor was respectful, like a maidservant. The crowd fell into silence. Everyone stared at this scene, their minds unable to comprehend. The Empress stood. That youth was seated. Who is that? I don't know. I've never heard of him. What kind of identity does he possess to make the Empress stand to serve him? The 9 peak masters exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock. The Yaoguang Empress spoke. This is the divine son of the Changsheng Imperial Clan, Gu Changsheng. All of you should treat the divine son as if you were meeting me. Bow down. Just 2 short sentences. The entire audience fell silent. The Changsheng Imperial Clan. The ancient imperial clan with a heavenly emperor presiding over it. The strongest force among the 3,000 Dao domains. Gu Changsheng, the divine son. Everyone's minds buzzed. The master of the first peak was the first to react, kneeling on both knees, his forehead touching the ground. We pay our respects to the divine son. The 9 peak masters all knelt. All the elders knelt. All the disciples knelt. The square was filled with a sea of kneeling figures, none daring to raise their heads. Gu Changsheng sat on the dragon chair, gazing at the dense crowd kneeling below, and smiled. Rise. No one dared to move. The Yaoguang Empress nodded slightly. The divine son has commanded you to rise. Only then did the crowd dare to stand, but they still kept their heads down, not daring to look directly. Gu Changsheng tilted his head to look at the Yaoguang Empress. If you have matters to attend to, go ahead. I'll observe here. The Yaoguang Empress nodded. She looked at the master of the first peak. What news do you have for me? The master of the first peak hurriedly stepped forward and recounted the 9 chimes of the sacred bell and the events of the trial tower's 8th level. Upon hearing this, the Yaoguang Empress' gaze fell on the tall tower. The light of the 8th level was still shining. Where is this person now? The master of the first peak pointed towards the tower. Still inside the tower. He has passed the 8th level and is attempting the 9th level. The Yaoguang Empress nodded slightly. I once made a promise that whoever passes the 8th level would be accepted as a direct disciple. Indeed. Your Majesty, what do you think? Empress Yaoguang shook her head. Now I am but a servant of the Gu family's divine child and am no longer qualified to take on disciples. This child should be accepted by you Defeng. You will personally instruct him. The Defeng sect leader was taken aback for a moment, then bowed deeply. I will comply with the Empress' decree. In the crowd some disciples whispered among themselves. Is the Empress no longer accepting disciples? The Empress has already stated she is a servant of the Gu family's divine child, how could she accept disciples? Doesn't that mean Chu Feng has lost out significantly? Lost out. To become the personal disciple of the Defeng sect leader is something many would covet. Just then there was a sudden change at the high tower. The light on the 9th level lit up. Everyone turned their heads simultaneously. The 9th level. The 9th level has lit up. Chu Feng has entered the 9th level. The leader of the 9 peaks stood up again, his eyes wide with shock. The Defeng sect leader's voice trembled. The 9th level. He has entered the 9th level. Empress Yaogang's gaze also tightened slightly. The 9th level. She had faltered at the 8th level back in the day and was unable to step into the 9th. This disciple named Chu Feng had actually reached this step. The light on the 9th level of the tower flickered several times. It was more intense than the 8th level, the light flickering uncertainly. Everyone held their breath. Can Chu Feng make it through? The leader of the 9 peaks clenched his fists. Ordinary disciples didn't even dare to breathe. The light flickered for a long time. For the duration of a tea time. For the duration of an incense stick's burning. Then, the light stabilized. It shone. The 9th level has been passed. A golden beam of light erupted from the tip of the high tower, soaring into the sky. The entire Yaoguang sacred land trembled. The Defeng sect leader took a deep breath, his voice trembling. The 9th level. He has passed the 9th level. This child's talent surpasses that of the Empress in her youth. The leader of the 3 peaks murmured to himself. What does passing the 9th level signify? It signifies the potential of a heavenly emperor. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone fell silent. The potential of a heavenly emperor. Among the 5 great imperial families of the 3,000 Dao domains, there was one heavenly emperor, and aside from that no one else could reach that height. And now a disciple of the Yaoguang sacred land had actually reached this step. Gu Changsheng sat on the dragon throne watching the light from the 9th level of the tower, raising an eyebrow. Quite interesting. The light from the 9th level of the tower shone steadily, not flickering again. The golden light at the tower's tip soared into the sky, bursting open in the heavens. Then an anomaly appeared. The clouds above the Yaoguang sacred land were torn apart by golden light, and streaks of rosy light cascaded down from the sky like waterfalls. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, the 7 colors of light intertwined, illuminating the entire sacred land. The spirit beasts on the 9 peaks all knelt on the ground, trembling in fear. In the spirit herb garden, the herbs grew wildly, maturing in an instant. A mysterious fragrance filled the air, refreshing anyone who inhaled it. All the leaders of the 9 peaks stood up, their eyes wide with shock. This is the manifestation of a sacred body descending. The Yaoguang sacred body. It is the Yaoguang sacred body of our Yaoguang sacred land. After 1,000,000 years, the sacred land has finally produced another sacred body. The voice of the Defeng sect leader trembled. The leader of the 3 peaks covered his mouth, his eyes red. The disciples in the square went wild. Senior brother Chu Feng has awakened the sacred body. Heaven bless Yaoguang. Inside the tower, Chu Feng stood at the center of the 9th level, enveloped in golden light. A vast amount of information surged into his mind. It was the inheritance of the tower. A technique, a set of divine abilities, and all knowledge regarding the Yaoguang sacred body. Chu Feng closed his eyes, feeling the power surging within him. His blood was boiling, his bones were reorganizing, and every inch of his skin was being transformed by the power of the sacred body. After a moment, he opened his eyes. A golden light flashed in his eyes. Chu Feng clenched his fists, feeling the power emanating from his palms. This is the sacred body. This is the power of the divine child. He took a deep breath and turned to walk towards the tower door. The moment the tower door opened, light flooded in from the outside. Chu Feng walked out of the high tower, standing on the steps. Sunlight shone on his face and his robes fluttered. All eyes in the square were on him. Chu Feng. Chu Feng. Chu Feng. The cheers were deafening. Chu Feng's lips curled into a smile as he spread his arms wide to embrace the glory that belonged to him. Then he looked up at the white figure in the void. Empress Yaoguang. Dressed in white as snow, barefoot and walking through the air, her black hair flowing in the wind. She stood there like a celestial being from the 9 heavens. Chu Feng's eyes lit up. He ignored the young man beside Empress Yaoguang and bowed deeply to her. Disciple Chu Feng pays respects to master. His voice was loud, echoing throughout the square. He was clever. He did not call her Empress Senior or Ancestor but directly referred to her as master. After all, this was the promise made by the Empress back in the day: whoever passed the 8th level would be accepted as a personal disciple. Now he had not only passed the 8th level but also the 9th level and awakened the sacred body. This master he was determined to have. Chu Feng lowered his head, waiting for Empress Yaogang's response. He thought he would hear something like "Rise, my disciple." But after waiting for a long time, he heard nothing. Chu Feng raised his head slightly and saw Empress Yaoguang looking at him with an expressionless face. Then Empress Yaoguang spoke. It was not directed at him. It was addressed to everyone. This is the divine child of the Gu family from the Chongsheng Imperial Clan, Gu Chongsheng. Her voice was not loud, but everyone heard it clearly. Just now you all have already paid your respects. Now Chu Feng, you must pay your respects again alone. Chu Feng was taken aback for a moment. His gaze finally turned towards the young man beside Empress Yaoguang. The young man sat on a golden dragon throne adorned in white robes with a golden belt, his black hair tied with a golden ribbon. A golden little bird perched on his shoulder. He had a handsome face and his golden pupils were looking at him with a smile that was not quite a smile. The divine child of the Gu family. Chu Feng had heard of the Chongsheng Imperial Clan's Gu family. The strongest force in the 3,000 Dao domains, with a heavenly emperor presiding, the foremost among the 5 imperial families. But so what? He was the divine child of the Yaoguang sacred land, having awakened the sacred body and passed the trials of the High Tower's 9th level. His master was Empress Yaoguang, a powerful figure of the emperor realm. Why should he kneel to someone of the same age? Chu Feng straightened up slightly, bowing to Gu Changsheng and cupping his hands in respect. Chu Feng pays respects to the divine child. It was just a bow. He did not kneel. The entire scene fell silent for a moment. The disciples in the square exchanged glances, some whispering. Is he not kneeling? But he is the divine child of the Gu family. Senior brother Chu Feng just awakened the sacred body. It's normal for him to have high spirits. The leader of the 9 peaks also looked displeased. The Defeng sect leader frowned, wanting to say something but remained silent. Empress Yaogang's expression darkened on the spot. A hint of coldness flashed in her eyes. Chu Feng does not kneel. She was the servant of Gu Changsheng. Her own people in front of her not giving face to her master. Isn't this slapping her in the face? Chu Feng was the divine child, the sacred body, the hope for the future of the sacred land. But in her eyes all of these together could not compare to a single finger of Gu Changsheng. Empress Yaoguang raised her hand. A slap in the air. Clap, the crisp sound echoed throughout the square. Chu Feng was flung out, crashing heavily to the ground. His left cheek swelled up and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. He was completely dazed. You are disrespectful to the divine child of the Gu family. Do you know your crime? Empress Yaogang's voice was icy, devoid of any warmth. The divine child of the Gu family is the heir of an ancient imperial clan. How dare you, a newly ascended divine child, act arrogantly before him? Do you know that your attitude today will bring calamity to the Yaoguang sacred land? I wouldn't even dare to sit before the divine child, yet you won't even kneel. Chu Feng lay on the ground, his head buzzing. He opened his mouth to say something, but seeing the cold expression on Empress Yaogang's face, he swallowed his words. The square was silent as a grave. No one dared to speak. The leader of the 9 peaks kept his head down, not daring to breathe. The disciples were even more silent, as if frozen. At that moment a familiar mechanical voice rang in Gu Changsheng's ear. Ding. New destined child detected, Chu Feng. Would you like to bind? Gu Changsheng raised an eyebrow. Destined child. This Chu Feng. He focused on yes. Binding successful. Current destined children Xiao Chen Lin Fan Chu Feng. Ding. Destined child Chu Feng triggers life choices. A semi-transparent panel popped up in front of him and 4 options floated before his eyes. Faced with the Empress Yaogang's punishment and the pressure from the divine child of the Gu family, how will you choose? And kneel down on the spot, perform a grand bow and apologize to the divine child of the Gu family. Be firmly refused, preferring death to kneeling. Claim to only kneel to parents, heaven and earth and master. C hurry to explain that he is not refusing to kneel but rather wants to lie down to kneel as he did not pose correctly just now. D start to talk nonsense claiming he is also part of the Gu family, even recognizing Gu Changsheng as kin on the spot. Gu Changsheng sat on the dragon throne gazing at the 4 options presented before him. He never expected to have a life choice in front of the child of destiny. Isn't that exceedingly interesting? He took a careful look. The first 2 options were likely the normal trajectory of the child of destiny, while the latter 2 would alter the trajectory, yielding returns multiplied by tens of thousands. So, host has selected option D. The scene showed no changes, but Chu Feng, lying on the ground, suddenly spoke up. Master. His voice was loud, tinged with a sob. I do not refuse to bow, but there are unspeakable difficulties. Everyone present was momentarily taken aback. Empress Yaoguang was also stunned for a moment, her brows slightly furrowed. What difficulties do you have? Chu Feng, struggling to hold himself together, managed to stand up. His robe was torn, his face swollen, and there were traces of blood at the corners of his mouth. Yet he stood tall. He first cupped his fists toward Gu Changsheng. Gu Changsheng looked at him, a slight smile appearing at the corners of his mouth, revealing a hint of amusement and curiosity. Chu Feng did not notice these expressions. He took a deep breath and spoke loudly. The reason I did not kneel earlier is not that I do not wish to, but because I did not have the correct identity to kneel. Empress Yaegang's brows furrowed even deeper. What identity do you have? Her voice was cold. Before the Gu family's divine son you are but an ant. What identity do you possess? Chu Feng gritted his teeth. The words were harsh to hear, but he endured. He knew that what he was about to say next could lead him to great heights. A gamble. He raised his head, his gaze fixed on Gu Changsheng. Because I am the long-lost son of the Gu family's divine son. The entire place fell silent. To become the divine son of the Yaoguang Holy Land, it is not for any other reason but to have the opportunity to approach the Gu family and to recognize the divine son Gu as my father. Pfft. Gu Changsheng could not hold back. He burst into laughter, genuinely amused. Recognizing a father. He had originally thought it would be a matter of recognizing a foster brother or an uncle, but who would have imagined it would be so direct? The golden crow on the dragon throne tilted its head, chirping as if to say, is this person out of his mind? On the square, the expressions of the 9 peak masters and all the disciples were spectacular. Some had their mouths agape, others stared wide-eyed, and some nearly had their jaws drop. Recognizing a father. In front of so many people. And even claiming the Gu family's divine son as his father. The master of the Great Peak covered his face. The master of the 3rd Peak twitched his lips, unsure of what to say. The master of the 7th Peak simply turned his head away, not wanting to look any longer. Empress Yaegang's expression shifted from confusion to a livid anger. She had been Gu Changsheng's maid since childhood. She had been by his side since he was 5. Even after 11 years of seclusion, she was still in the back courtyard of the divine son's manor. Empress Yaoguang knew better than anyone whether Gu Changsheng had any offspring. How could a 16-year-old boy possibly have a son that appeared to be in his 20s? Moreover, Empress Yaegang's gaze turned icy. Recognizing someone as a father might be a mere joke, but recognizing a member of the Gu family as a father was tantamount to impersonating the bloodline of the Changsheng Emperor. This is a capital offense. A crime punishable by extermination of 9 clans. More seriously, if this news spread, the Yaoguang Holy Land would also be implicated. If a power dared to impersonate the bloodline of the Changsheng Emperor, the Gu family would be enraged and the entire Holy Land would have to pay the price. Thinking of this, Empress Yaoguang became both furious and anxious. She raised her hand and from afar delivered another slap. This slap was different from the last. The previous one was merely a punishment, this slap was serious. Slap, Chu Feng was sent flying, crashing heavily against the tower's wall before falling to the ground. His body felt as if it had shattered, bones cracking loudly. His internal meridians were thrown into chaos and his spiritual power was wildly rampaging. A crack opened in his dantian and spiritual power surged out uncontrollably. His cultivation began to regress. 1st layer of Lingtai realm. 9th layer of Tongxian realm. 8th layer. 7th layer. It kept plummeting. Worse still, his recently awakened Yaoguang holy body also dimmed at that moment. The golden light on him flickered like a candle in the wind about to extinguish. Chu Feng lay on the ground vomiting blood in large amounts. He wanted to speak but his throat felt blocked, unable to make a sound. Empress Yaoguang withdrew her hand, her voice chilling to the bone. From today onward Chu Feng is no longer the divine son of my Yaoguang Holy Land. The title of divine son is revoked. With a single sentence Chu Feng was cast from the clouds into the abyss. No one in the venue dared to speak. Empress Yaoguang turned around and looked at Gu Changsheng on the dragon throne. Her expression shifted from cold to panicked. With her knees bending she directly knelt in the void. Lord Divine Son, forgive me. Her voice trembled. This person speaks nonsense and has nothing to do with my Yaoguang Holy Land. There is absolutely no intent to offend the Gu family within the Yaoguang Holy Land. I beg the Divine Son to see through this. The Master of the Nine Peaks turned pale, simultaneously kneeling to the ground. All elders and disciples followed suit. The square once again fell silent as a sea of kneeling figures emerged. This time it was not out of reverence but fear. Gu Changsheng sat on the dragon throne looking down at the kneeling Empress Yaoguang and then glancing at the distant Chu Feng who lay on the ground coughing up blood. Before he had the chance to say anything more, a familiar system prompt sounded in his ear. Ding. Detection of the Child of Destiny. Chu Feng shows a significant deviation from the destiny trajectory. Chu Feng has been stripped of the title of Divine Son. His cultivation regresses, his Yaoguang holy body dims, and he loses all opportunities that should have been his, returning part of the fate to the Heavenly Dao. Current Heavenly Dao Fortune Fullness 0. 26. Congratulations host, you have triggered a 10,000-fold return. Postnatal Yaoguang Holy Body, complete Yaoguang Divine Body. The moment the system prompt finished, Gu Changsheng felt a warm current surge within his body. That warmth spread from his chest flowing to his limbs and bones. Unlike the burning heaven immortal body which was fire dominance and scorching heat that incinerated everything, this new power was light, gentleness and warmth that illuminated all. The two powers coexisted within him without conflict but rather resonating with each other. Like the sun and the moon hanging in the sky simultaneously, each emitting their own light, neither obstructing the other. A person possessing two types of physique simultaneously. Gu Changsheng did not know if anyone in the history of the 3,000 Dao domains had ever achieved such a feat. But even if there had been, it would certainly not exceed 10. He looked down at his hand. Beneath his skin a faint white light flowed like moonlight falling on snow. The Yaoguang Divine Body. The fusion was complete. Chu Feng still lay on the ground. He was vomiting blood in great amounts, his body racked with pain, his meridians in disarray, his dantian ruptured and spiritual power was violently leaking out. His cultivation had already dropped to the third layer of Tongxian realm and continued to decline. Worse still, his recently awakened Yaoguang holy body was visibly dimming. Like a lamp that was about to run out of oil. Chu Feng was scared. He was genuinely scared. The opportunity he had worked so hard to gain, the holy body, he had barely awakened the Divine Son title he had finally obtained. He could not let it all vanish just like that. He struggled to lift his head, looking toward Empress Yaoguang in the void. Tears mixed with blood streamed down his face. Master. Master, save me. His voice was so hoarse it was barely audible. I am the only one in the Yaoguang Holy Land in these many years to awaken the Yaoguang Holy Body. I am also the only Yaoguang Holy Body in the entire 3,000 Dao domains. If you abandon me, the Yaoguang Holy Land will have no hope of progress for 1,000,000 years. The more he spoke, the more anxious and flustered he became. The Yaoguang Sacred Body is the hope of the Sacred Land. Master, you cannot abandon me. Master, please heal me. I cannot die. I cannot die. His voice echoed across the plaza, piercing and filled with despair. The Master of the Nine Peaks looked at him. Some showed pity, some shook their heads and others turned away. But no one dared to speak on his behalf. No one had the courage. The Yaoguang Empress knelt in the void, not even turning her head. She knelt before Gu Changsheng, waiting for him to speak. Chu Feng's cries did not penetrate her ears. What was the Yaoguang Sacred Body? What was the hope of the Sacred Land? In her eyes, all of these things combined could not compare to a single word from Gu Changsheng. Gu Changsheng glanced down at the Yaoguang Empress kneeling before him, then looked at Chu Feng, who was sobbing uncontrollably from afar. He smiled softly. You say you are the only Yaoguang Sacred Body in the 3,000 domains. His voice was not loud, but everyone heard it clearly. Chu Feng's cries came to an abrupt halt. He raised his head, his tear-filled eyes gazing at Gu Changsheng, unsure of what this Divine Son would say. Gu Changsheng stood up from the dragon throne. His white robe fluttered gently in the wind, black hair swept up by the currents. He stood in the void looking down at Chu Feng from a height. Then he raised his right hand. Then what is this? His palm faced upwards. A beam of white light illuminated from his palm. The light was soft like moonlight, like flowing water, like the first ray of sunlight at dawn spilling over the snow. But the moment it lit up the sky above the Yaoguang sacred land, transformed entirely. The originally rainbow-colored sky dyed by the sunset turned pure white. It was not the white of clouds obscuring the sun but light. It was an all-encompassing, overwhelming white light, gentle yet grand. The snow accumulated on the 9 peaks reflected the white light dazzlingly bright. The waterfall mirrored the white light, resembling a glowing silver dragon descending from the mountaintop. All the beasts in the spirit beast garden knelt on the ground, not daring to raise their heads. In the spirit herb garden, the medicinal herbs grew wildly, their mature fragrance permeating the air, thick and intoxicating. This phenomenon was at least 10 times stronger than when Chu Feng previously awakened his sacred body. If Chu Feng's sacred body was a firefly, then what Gu Changsheng was displaying now was the moon in the sky. The mayfly before the great tree was nothing compared to this. At that moment, ding. The Yaoguang sacred bell rang. 1 chime, 2 chimes, 9 chimes. Everyone knew what it meant when the sacred bell chimed 9 times. 9 chimes meant the qualification of a divine son. But the bell did not stop at 9 chimes. 11 chimes. The sound of the bell rang on and on, echoing across the plaza, causing people's eardrums to throb. 40 chimes. The master of the Great Peak had his mouth agape, his jaw nearly dropping. How? How is this possible? 60 chimes. 70 chimes. Chu Feng lay on the ground, forgetting to cry or shout. He stared at the white light in the palm of the white-clad youth in the void, as if he had been frozen in place. 80 chimes. 90 chimes. 99 chimes. The bell finally stopped. A full 99 chimes. The entire area fell silent. No one spoke, no one dared to speak, not even to take a deep breath. The Yaoguang Empress kneeling in the void suddenly lifted her head. Her eyes widened in disbelief. She certainly knew that Gu Changsheng possessed the burning heaven immortal body. That was an immortal body, a legendary immortal body barely recorded in the 3,000 domains. But what was this now? The Yaoguang divine body. A person possessing 2 types of physiques at the same time. The Yaoguang Empress mind buzzed. The burning heaven immortal body combined with the Yaoguang divine body. An immortal body plus a divine body. What kind of concept was this? She dared not contemplate it. One special physique was already a once-in-a-lifetime prodigy. 2 physiques combined were not just 1 plus 1 equaling 2. It was exponential, doubling again and again. If the young master were to break through to the Heavenly Emperor. No, with such talent the Heavenly Emperor might just be the starting point. The Yaoguang Empress took a deep breath, lowered her head, and dared not look any longer. The master of the 9 peaks finally came to his senses. The Great Peak Master's voice trembled. This is not the Yaoguang sacred body. This is the Yaoguang divine body. It is the legendary Yaoguang divine body. The Peak Masters turned sharply to look at him. The Yaoguang divine body. That is the one predicted by the founder of the sacred land. Yes. The Great Peak Master's voice was hoarse. The founder once said if the Yaoguang sacred body were to appear, the sacred land could enter the ranks of the top powers in the 3,000 domains. If the Yaoguang divine body were to appear. He paused, swallowing hard. The sacred land could stand shoulder to shoulder with the imperial clans. The moment those words left his mouth, all the masters of the 9 peaks fell silent. To stand shoulder to shoulder with the imperial clans. That was a timeless imperial clan led by a heavenly emperor. Yet at this moment the Yaoguang divine body was right before their eyes. But the problem was this youth was from the imperial clan. Chu Feng lay on the ground feeling as if he had become foolish. He looked at the white light in the void, sensing his own Yaoguang sacred body. His sacred body was disintegrating. It was happening even faster than before. It was as if he had encountered a nemesis, a natural enemy, the true master. And he felt like an imposter. Chu Feng's lips trembled. He wanted to say something, but his throat felt blocked by a stone and he couldn't utter a word. Just moments ago he had been crying out, claiming to be the only Yaoguang sacred body, the hope of the sacred land. And now, the true body was right before his eyes. A true body that was 100 times, 1,000 times stronger than him. Just then, a crack opened in the protective formation above the Yaoguang sacred land. A flying vessel sailed in from outside. The vessel was not large, entirely silver, with a flag hanging at the bow embroidered with a crescent moon. People from the Taiyin sacred land. The master of the 9 peaks glanced up, frowning slightly. Another one has come. The flying vessel hovered in midair and two figures descended from it. In front was a young woman appearing to be in her early 20s with an above-average appearance, not stunning but quite pretty. She wore a light blue long dress with a white ribbon tied around her waist, her hair styled in a simple bun adorned with a jade hairpin. Behind her was an old woman, her hair grey, her face aged, hunched over, leaning on a cane. Yet her eyes were bright, far from those of an elderly person. The old woman scanned the plaza, sweeping over the kneeling masters and disciples of the Nine Peaks, then raised her gaze to the void. Her pupils suddenly constricted. There was a person kneeling in the void. The aura was terrifying, yet it radiated a hint of imperial majesty. That person knelt before a dragon throne in the void, head bowed, posture respectful. The old woman gasped in cold air. She had never seen the Yaoguang Empress in person, but she could feel from the aura that this person's cultivation was far beyond her own. The Great Emperor realm. There was only one great emperor in the Yaoguang sacred land. That was the Yaoguang Empress. And now the Yaoguang Empress was kneeling before someone else. What identity did the person seated on the dragon throne possess? The old woman's mind buzzed and she dared not think further. She grasped her saint's sleeve and whispered. Swear it's best not to get involved in the affairs of the Yaoguang sacred land. Today I made an exception to bring you to see your Chufeng brother. That is already a special case. We still need to hurry to the adult ceremony of the Gu family's divine son. We cannot delay here. You know what the purpose of this trip is. Jiang Shuer certainly knew. The Taiyin sacred land had sent her out to attend the adult ceremony of the Gu family's divine son. More accurately, they had sent her to compete to become one of the candidates for the divine son's concubine. This was the decision of the sacred land and she could not defy it. Yet deep in her heart she was unwilling. She only had one person in mind. Her Chufeng brother. They had grown up together, childhood sweethearts. That is why she took a detour to the Yaoguang sacred land before heading to the Gu family. She wanted to see Chufeng one last time to say a proper goodbye. To his surprise, he encountered such a scene upon arrival. Chufeng lay on the ground covered in blood, his breath so faint it was almost imperceptible. Brother Chufeng. Jiang Shuer's complexion changed drastically as she hurried over, crouching beside him. Her hands trembled, wanting to touch him but hesitant. What happened to you? Don't scare me. How could this be? How did you get so hurt? Chufeng's eyelids flickered slightly. He struggled to open his eyes, his vision hazy, yet he recognized the person before him. Shuer. You're here. His voice was so hoarse it was barely audible. Save me. Please save me. My holy body is about to shatter. My cultivation is regressing. Tears streamed down Jiang Shuer's face. In a flurry, she rummaged through her storage bag for healing pills, bottles and jars scattering all over the ground. I brought pills, I brought healing pills. Brother Chufeng, hold on. She twisted open a bottle, about to pour it into Chufeng's mouth. You dare to ignore the Son of God? A voice suddenly echoed from the void. It was not loud, but it was chilling. Like a bucket of ice water poured over her head. Jiang Shuer's hand froze in midair. She looked up towards the void, then noticed there were two figures high above. A golden dragon chair hovered in the air. Sitting on the dragon chair was a young man clad in a white robe with a golden belt, his black hair tied up in golden pupils, staring directly at her. Beside the dragon chair knelt a woman in white. Jiang Shuer did not recognize the young man nor the kneeling woman in white. She frowned and asked, "Who are you?" The old woman's face turned pale instantly. She hastily covered her holy maiden's mouth, pulling her up from the ground and dragging her behind. Then the old woman bent down, deeply bowing towards the young man in the void. My lord, forgive me, the younger generation was ignorant and has offended you. We will leave at once, we will leave. Her voice trembled. Although she did not know who this young man was, she understood one thing. The Empress Yaoguang knelt before him. In the entire 3,000 Dao domains there were no more than two figures who could make an emperor kneel. No matter who he was not someone she could offend. The old woman pulled Jiang Shuer to leave. Jiang Shuer broke free from her grasp, standing in front of Chufeng. No matter who you are. Her face flushed red, her eyes filled with determination. I am Jiang Shuer, the holy maiden of the Taiyin Holy Land. Today no one is allowed to harm my brother Chufeng. She turned to look at Chufeng. Brother Chufeng, who are they? Why do they dare to harm you? Don't be afraid, I am going to attend the Comingafage banquet of the Gu family's Son of God. With this title no one dares to lay a hand on me. She spoke confidently. In fact, it was indeed the case. For the Comingafage banquet of the Gu family's Son of God, all major forces in the 3,000 Dao domains would send representatives. Although the Gu family would not be directly responsible for the safety of those attending the banquet, if anyone encountered an accident along the way, the Gu family would definitely hold them accountable. Whoever dared to strike against those attending the banquet would be disrespecting the Gu family. This was the terror of the Gu family. How dare a mere holy maiden be so reckless? Chu Feng lay on the ground hearing the words Gu family Son of God's Comingafage banquet. His face turned even paler. Pale as paper. He struggled to lift his head, glancing at the young man in the void, then at Jiang Shuer. His lips trembled a few times. Shuer. That person above. Is the Gu family Son of God? Jiang Shuer was stunned. The old woman was also taken aback. Jiang Shuer's face turned from red to white, then from white to green. She opened her mouth but couldn't utter a single word. The old woman nearly lost grip of her staff, her whole body swaying. The Gu family's Son of God. The son of the Chongsheng Emperor clan, the Gu family. The one whom the Empress Yaoguang serves kneeling. Just now her holy maiden had asked that person, "Who are you?" The old woman felt her life was about to end here. Gu Changsheng sat on the dragon chair looking down at the scene below. Jiang Shuer stood protectively in front of Chu Feng, confidently declaring, "I am the holy maiden of the Taiyin Holy Land, and with the title of the Gu family Son of God's banquet, no one dares to touch me." He almost laughed again. It's like this again, now another childhood friend stepping up. Gu Changsheng even suspected if the matters related to the Child of Destiny were truly lowering intelligence. This logic was too absurd for Gu Changsheng to bother to critique. But that was fine too. After watching so much melodrama, it was quite relieving. Jiang Shuer stood in place, her mind buzzing. The Gu family's Son of God. The person above is indeed the Gu family's Son of God. She just used the Gu family Son of God's banquet as a shield. The very person she was using as a shield was watching her from above. Jiang Shuer's legs began to tremble. Her greatest support was gone. She could defy anyone. Even those from the other 4 imperial clans. She could use the Gu family as a backing. After all, she was a guest attending the Gu family Son of God's banquet. But the person before her was the Gu family Son of God. Who could she rely on? Could she use the Gu family Son of God himself to suppress the Gu family Son of God? Jiang Shuer knelt down with a thud. Thud. Her knees hit the bluestone ground with a loud sound. She supported herself on the ground, trembling all over. "My lord, please forgive me." My voice was sharp and thin, tinged with a sob. "I am blind and ignorant, unable to recognize your true form, and have spoken disrespectfully, offending you. I beg you to spare my life, my lord." The old woman also knelt down. Her staff was thrown aside, her forehead pressed to the ground, not daring to look at Gu Changsheng even once. "My lord, spare us. The young holy maiden, ignorant and reckless, has offended you. I am willing to bear the punishment on behalf of the holy maiden. I beg you to show mercy." The two knelt on the ground, trembling. The Empress Yaoguang knelt in the void, not raising her head. Hearing Jiang Shuer's words, she slightly turned her face to look at Gu Changsheng. "Young master, how should these people be dealt with?" Her voice was soft, carrying an inquiring tone. Gu Changsheng smiled slightly. "According to Imperial Clan rules, those who disrespect the Imperial Clan shall have their cultivation abolished, and in severe cases," he paused, "their Dao lineage will be extinguished." 4 words. Light and casual, as if discussing the pleasant weather. But when they fell, the air in the entire square became suffocating. Extinguish their Dao lineage. To extinguish the Dao lineage of the Taiyin Holy Land. Jiang Shuer's face instantly turned devoid of color. The old woman's body stiffened suddenly. The Lord of the 9 Peaks kept his head down, not daring to breathe. No one thought Gu Changsheng was joking. When the Gu family Son of God said to extinguish someone's Dao lineage, it meant it would truly happen. Jiang Shuer knelt on the ground, her lips trembling, wanting to say something but too afraid to. Tears streamed down her face. She turned to look at Chu Feng, who lay on the ground. Her gaze was filled with pleading. "Brother Chu Feng, please say something." Chu Feng lay on the ground, watching Jiang Shuer's eyes, feeling a tumult of emotions. His holy body was still disintegrating, his cultivation regressing, his whole body in pain as if it were falling apart. Yet his mind remained clear. He knew this was not the time for loyalty. He was in no position to protect himself. Just then a familiar mechanical sound echoed in Gu Changsheng's ears. Ding. The Child of Destiny Chu Feng has triggered a life choice. A translucent panel appeared before him. In the face of the danger to his childhood friend Jiang Shuer, how will you choose? A rather die than submit. Even if it means dying together with my childhood friend, I will never bow to the godson of the Gu family. Let's kneel together and plead for mercy. Please, great godson, spare Jiang Shuer in my life. See death to my childhood friend, but I shall not die. I will sever ties with Jiang Shuer right here and now, claiming I do not know her, letting her take the blame alone. Kill decisively. I will strike Jiang Shuer dead on the spot and declare you dare speak disrespectfully to the godson of the Gu family, you deserve to die. Your holy land behind you also deserves to be destroyed. D. The host has chosen option D. Below. Chu Feng lay on the ground, suddenly moving. He struggled to stand up. His injuries were severe, his legs trembled, his hands shook, yet he stood tall. Jiang Shuer saw him rise, a glimmer of hope flashing in her eyes. Chu Feng, elder brother, her words were not yet finished. Chu Feng suddenly struck, and even the nearby guardian did not react in time. Or rather, with a powerful being above, she did not dare to move. In the next moment, Chu Feng's hand had already pierced through her dantian. Puff, blood spurted from Jiang Shuer's chest, splattering on Chu Feng's face. Jiang Shuer's eyes widened, her mouth agape, disbelief written all over her face. She looked down at the hand that had pierced her dantian. Blood dripped down her fingers. It fell on the bluestone ground, 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 drops. Chu Feng. Her voice seemed to be squeezed out from her throat. Chu Feng looked at her expressionlessly. Then he spoke. His voice was loud enough for everyone in the vicinity to hear clearly. Jiang Shuer. You dare speak disrespectfully to the godson of the Gu family. You deserve to die. Your holy land behind you should also perish. He withdrew his hand. Jiang Shuer's body slumped down weakly. I was just about to save you. You actually treat me this way. Her eyes were still open, tears staining her face. Unwilling to close her eyes, the entire place fell into silence. The old woman knelt on the ground as if struck by lightning. She looked at Jiang Shuer, who lay before her, her mouth opening and closing, unable to utter a word. Her body trembled, not from fear but from anger. Yet she dared not move. She dared not strike at Chu Feng nor at Gu Chongsheng. She could only kneel there, watching the corpse of her holy maiden trembling all over. The Empress of Yaguang was also momentarily stunned. She did not expect Chu Feng to be so ruthless, entirely unlike what one would expect from someone his age. Moreover, the one who had just cried out for "Master, save me," had in the blink of an eye killed someone who cared for him. Her heart could not help but feel a sense of relief. Fortunately, she had understood this child's nature in advance, and today the young master happened to be present, forcing his true nature to be revealed. If this child were truly to become the godson of the Yaguang Holy Land, and she were not present within the Holy Land, would he not lead it to destruction? In contrast, Gu Changsheng wore a smile as he listened to the notification sound in his ear. Ding. Detected the destined child Chu Feng. The trajectory of fate has deviated again. The death of Jiang Shuer led to Chu Feng losing the bond with her, completely altering the subsequent fate, returning part of the luck to the Heavenly Dao. Current fullness of Heavenly Dao luck 0. 31. Congratulations to the host, triggering a 10,000-fold return. The death of Jiang Shuer, an extrapolation of the future celestial emperor. Gu Changsheng raised his eyebrows slightly. The extrapolation of the future celestial emperor. What is that? Before he could think further, a mysterious force surged from the system space, enveloping his consciousness. The scene before him began to distort. The square, the dragon chair, the Empress of Yaguang, Chu Feng, all disappeared. In their place was a chaotic void. There was no up or down, no left or right, no passage of time. Surrounding him was a gray mist within which flowed a river. It was no ordinary river. The water in the river was light. It was countless streams of light flowing from afar and heading toward the distance. Each stream of light represented a segment of time. Gu Chongsheng stood by the riverbank and looked down. The river reflected countless scenes. Some were born, some perished, cities were built and cities collapsed, families flourished and holy lands perished. The river of time. Gu Chongsheng gasped. It was the first time he had seen such a thing. A forbidden domain that only beings of celestial emperor level could possibly touch. Yet now a mere celestial realm cultivator stood by the river. The power of extrapolation pulled him flying forward along the riverbank. Gu Chongsheng wanted to stop. He wanted to see what was in the adjacent river channel, to see if he could turn to another point in time. But that force was too strong, he could not control his direction at all. He could only follow the trajectory of the extrapolation. Gu Changsheng felt a twinge of regret. If only he could pause in the middle or go to the place he wanted to go, wouldn't he then know everything about the future? However, he did not feel disheartened. This river of time among the 3,000 domains probably few could enter. Just being able to come once was already remarkable. The power of extrapolation carried him forward for a while before suddenly sinking. Gu Changsheng looked down. An image appeared on the surface of the river. A little girl. The girl seemed to be 5 or 6 years old, thin as a twig, her hair a dull yellow, her face dirty. Dressed in a tattered grey outfit, she squatted in the corner of a mansion's backyard holding a hard bun and nibbling on it. Gu Changsheng recognized the plaque on the mansion. Li family. The imperial clan of the Chongsheng Emperor. One of the 5 great imperial clans existing alongside the Gu family. Is this little girl a member of the Li family? Gu Changsheng continued to look on. The scenes flashed rapidly. The little girl was named Li Nian. Her father was a distant disciple of the Li family with low cultivation and mediocre talent, hardly someone to speak up within the clan. Her mother was a woman from a small holy land who gave birth to her after being violated by her father. Her mother died in childbirth. Her father was punished by the family for this matter as it brought shame to the imperial clan, so he harbored resentment, venting all his anger on the little girl. He beat her, scolded her. He didn't give her food. When the little girl was 5 years old, her father drunk crushed her dantian with a palm. Her meridians were severed. From then on she became a useless person. In the Li family, an unqualified useless person lived even worse than a servant. While other children practiced, she chopped wood. While other children competed, she washed clothes. When other children were praised by elders, she was beaten. The scenes passed frame by frame. When the little girl was 10 years old, her father died. He died while on a mission outside. No one took care of her, nor did anyone care about her. She was like a discarded kitten struggling to survive in the most remote corner of the Li family. She was underfed, poorly clothed, shivering in the woodshed during winter. Yet the little girl in the scene always had bright eyes. She never cried. At least Gu Changsheng did not see her cry. At 13 the little girl had grown a bit, yet she remained thin and weak, still without cultivation, still being treated like a servant. One day while gathering firewood on the back mountain, she accidentally stepped into a cave. Inside the cave lay a skeleton. Beside the skeleton was a jade pendant. The moment the little girl picked up the jade pendant, a beam of light entered her brow. It was a cultivation technique. A technique that even a celestial emperor would envy. The scenes began to accelerate. The little girl's cultivation soared from 0. She hid from everyone to cultivate. During the day she pretended to be useless, and at night she secretly practiced. Unbeknownst to how many years had passed, she broke through to the Holy Realm. No one in the Li family knew. After several thousand years she broke through to the Emperor realm. Still no one knew. A myriad of years later she stood atop a deserted peak, drawing the wrath of the heavens. Heavenly Emperor's tribulation. On that day the entire 3,000 Dao domain trembled. The emperors of the 5 great clans opened their eyes, simultaneously gazing in that direction. A new heavenly emperor was born. Not belonging to any clan nor to the Li family. She was a loose cultivator. The scene froze on the face of a little girl, no, now a cold woman. Her gaze was calm. There was no joy, no excitement, not even hatred. Only tranquility. Like a still pond. Gu Changsheng looked at her, remaining silent for several breaths. The bloodline of the Li family, which they had discarded. Abandoned, abused, and left with a ruined dantian. In the end she became the 2nd heavenly emperor of the Li family. Yet she had no connection with them at all. The scene faded away. The power of the deduction dissipated. Gu Changsheng's consciousness returned to his body. He blinked. The plaza remained, the dragon throne still there, and the Yaoguang Empress was still kneeling in the void. Chu Feng still stood below, blood dripping from his hands. Nothing had changed. From entering the river of time to emerging it took less than a breath. Time in the river of time did not synchronize with reality. Gu Changsheng leaned against the dragon throne, the corner of his mouth slowly rising. The future heavenly emperor. Now she was just a little girl suffering in the Li family. Her dantian was ruined, her meridians severed, abandoned by all. No one knew her worth. No one knew how far she would go in the future. Gu Changsheng knew. Moreover, he knew earlier than anyone else. Li family. He murmured. According to the timeline in the deduction, she was now about 13 years old. It was the worst time with her dantian ruined meridians severed and everyone could bully her. Exactly 1 week later she would find a jade pendant in a cave. Within that pendant lay a technique that even the Heavenly Emperor would envy. In other words, there were still 7 days until she obtained that technique. The corner of Gu Changsheng's mouth slightly lifted. He already had a plan. In addition, Gu Changsheng thought of another matter. Earlier in the River of Time he had seen many people. The members of the Li family, the ancestors of the Li family, the Heavenly Emperor of the Li family. He saw their past, saw their futures. But one strange thing occurred. He couldn't see himself. Every light in the River of Time, every person he could see clearly. Only he himself seemed to not exist. His reflection never appeared on the river's surface. Gu Changsheng pondered for a moment and then let it go. He held the power of the Heavenly Dao, and even the Child of Destiny had to follow his choices. It was only natural to be detached from the River of Time. Chu Feng was still standing there. He knelt on the ground, blood still dripping from his hands next to the bloodstain left behind after the corpse of Jiang Shuer was taken away by the old woman. Lord Divine Sun. Lord Divine Sun, please see clearly. Chu Feng's voice was loud, carrying an almost mad flattery. This Jiang Shuer dared to offend Lord Divine Sun, she deserves to die. She even wanted to recruit me to oppose Lord Divine Sun. Chu Feng would be the first to disagree. My admiration for Lord Divine Sun is like the continuous flow of the river. The more he spoke, the more enthusiastic he became, even bowing his head several times in Gu Changsheng's direction. Father. You are my biological father. The entire place fell silent for a moment. They had seen shamelessness, but never such shamelessness. Hypocritical to the extreme, it was nauseating. Gu Changsheng sat on the dragon throne, and upon hearing the words father, the smile on his face faded. He stood up. His white robe fluttered slightly in the wind. He looked down at Chu Feng, his voice icy. What did you call me? Chu Feng raised his head, a fake smile plastered on his face. Father. You are the divine son of the Gu family. I am your long-lost biological son. Have you forgotten? As I mentioned earlier, I became the divine son of Yaoguang's sacred land to be close to the Gu family, to acknowledge you as my biological father. His voice was loud, afraid that others wouldn't hear. Gu Changsheng looked at him, and after a few breaths he spoke. Each word was clear, though his tone was not loud. This divine son is 16 this year. My 16th birthday will only be in 3 months. You claim to be my son. He paused, his tone growing colder. Does that mean this divine son had a son as big as you when he was 15 or even younger? Are you telling the entire 3000 Dao domain that my Gu family deceives the world and this divine son is actually older than 16? A tremendously large hat was placed on Chu Feng's head. Chu Feng's smile froze on his face. His mind buzzed, he wanted to argue, but his mouth opened and closed, unable to say a word. A son who looked older than his father. Where would the Gu family's reputation be if this got out? Gu Changsheng's expression grew colder. Defiling the Gu family's honor. Must die. When those 2 words fell, the heavens and earth changed. Behind Gu Changsheng, the golden flames of the burning heaven immortal body surged into the sky. The supreme bone glowed with golden light on his chest, and the Yao Guang divine body radiated pure white light. 3 powers intertwined and a heavenly phenomenon descended. The sky turned into a blend of gold and white. The 9 peaks trembled. The disciples in the plaza were pressed to the ground by this pressure, unable to lift their heads. This was not a gap in cultivation, but the suppression of the supreme bone and immortal body. The peak masters of the 9 peaks turned pale, struggling to resist that aura, but their knees still buckled. They could resist with their cultivation, but they dared not without using their cultivation. Relying only on their bodies, they simply could not withstand it. At this moment, the Yao Guang Empress stood up from the void. Her expression was colder than Gu Changsheng's. She had endured the earlier father for a long time. An aunt dares to call me young master father. The Yao Guang Empress raised her hand. 1 palm struck down. A full power strike from the late stage of the Emperor realm. This palm was enough to flatten the sacred land. Chu Feng didn't even have time to scream before he was smashed into the ground. The bluestone ground exploded into a large pit, debris, flying dust rising into the sky. As the dust settled. In the pit, Chu Feng lay there. Covered in blood with countless broken bones, his limbs bent at impossible angles. Yet he still had a breath left. He was still gasping. The Yao Guang Empress frowned. Logically speaking, with a cultivator below the spiritual platform realm, he should have undoubtedly died from that palm. How was he still alive? Gu Changsheng raised an eyebrow. Truly the child of destiny. He couldn't even die from this. Chu Feng lay in the pit coughing up blood. This copper mirror could withstand a full power strike from an emperor. Now under the blow from the Yao Guang Empress it had shattered. He no longer had any cards left to save his life. I'm not your son. His voice was faint. I am an ordinary disciple of the Gu family. I am a bloodline lost from the Gu family. Spare me, my lord. Gu Changsheng looked down at him, a mocking smile spreading across his face. You just said you are my son. Now you claim to be an ordinary disciple of the Gu family. This indicates you are extremely shrewd. He paused. This child must not be left alive. As soon as the words fell, a figure dashed out from the side. It was the old woman. Jiang Shui's protector. She had not left. Or perhaps she had long intended to take action. The old woman's palm struck fiercely on Chu Feng's crown. This time there was no copper mirror to block it. The full force strike of a half-saint powerhouse hit a waist with depleted cultivation and injuries all over. Puff, Chu Feng's physical body shattered completely. His bones turned to dust and his flesh exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Yet he did not die entirely. A wisp of residual soul floated out from the blood mist, semi-transparent, swaying as if it would dissipate at any moment. Chu Feng's residual soul knelt in the void, frantically bowing. My lord. I am not an ordinary disciple of the Gu family. Nor am I your son. I am just an ordinary person from the Yaoguang sacred ground. A lowly disciple. Please spare me. I will never dare again. Gu Changsheng looked at him and smiled again. You keep changing your story. You first said you were my son, then changed to being a disciple of the Gu family, and now you're saying you are a lowly disciple of the Yaoguang sacred ground. Each time it's different, each time it changes. This shows you are a very cunning individual. You must not be allowed to live today. He raised his hand and pointed into the distance. A beam of white light shot from his fingertip, striking Chu Feng's residual soul. The residual soul exploded like a bubble, turning into countless specks of light that dissipated in the air. This time it was completely gone. Gu Changsheng withdrew his hand, looking down at the puddle of flesh and blood in the pit. A system notification rang in his ears. Ding. Host successfully killed the chosen one, Chu Feng. Heavenly Dao's fortune returned 1. Current Heavenly Dao's fortune fullness 1. 31. Congratulations host, you triggered a 10,000-fold return. Returned item unconscious puppet chosen 1 Chu Feng. Gu Changsheng's consciousness delved into the system space. There was another person inside. Chu Feng. Unlike the previous imperial puppet, this puppet took on Chu Feng's appearance, standing in the system space with vacant eyes and no self-awareness. He knelt half on the ground, his mouth moving mechanically. Master, please give your orders. Gu Changsheng raised an eyebrow. He looked at the description on the system panel. The chosen one Chu Feng has been transformed into an unconscious puppet. Retaining the original body of the chosen one, although it has no heavenly Dao fortune, the body of the chosen one can still attract opportunities. When the puppet goes out to train, there is a certain probability of triggering encounters and obtaining treasures, all of which belong to the host. The puppet can be controlled by the host's will and can be destroyed with a thought. Note: the puppet cannot trigger life choices. Gu Changsheng finished reading and slowly smiled. Isn't this just a human-shaped treasure-seeking mouse? Letting him out to explore, to collect treasures on his own. Whatever he finds will be mine. Moreover, there's no need to worry about him betraying me. With just a thought I can destroy him. Gu Changsheng nodded in satisfaction. He would be of great use in the future. The matter of the Yaoguang sacred ground with Chu Feng's death would temporarily come to a close. Those who rise quickly as chosen ones also fall quickly. With the passage of time, people would gradually forget that there was once an unparalleled genius named Chu Feng. After all, in the 3,000 Dao states, countless geniuses have fallen early. Only those who can survive to the end are the true winners. Gu Changsheng stayed in the sacred ground for another 7 days. During these 7 days, the Yaoguang Empress had clarified all the affairs of the sacred ground. In the main hall, all the peak masters of the 9 peaks had gathered. The Yaoguang Empress sat in the main seat and the people below listened quietly. From today onwards, all affairs of the Yaoguang sacred ground will be temporarily handled by the peak master of the Great Peak. The Great Peak Master knelt on the ground, his forehead touching the floor. Your Majesty, how can I? This is not a discussion, it's an order. The Yaoguang Empress spoke in a flat tone. From now on I will focus on serving the chosen one of the Gu family. Unless there is a catastrophic disaster, I will not return to the sacred ground. All 9 peak masters knelt on the ground, no one daring to raise their heads. The great peak master's voice trembled. I obey the command. The Yaoguang Empress nodded and turned to leave the hall. During these 7 days Gu Changsheng lived quite comfortably. The Yaoguang Empress specially arranged several female disciples to serve him in turns, pouring tea, lighting incense, and preparing the bed. Each one was beautiful with gentle movements and soft voices. Gu Changsheng was not polite, he drank when he wanted and lay down when he wanted. But he was not idle either. He released Chu Feng's puppet from the system space. The puppet stood before him, its eyes vacant and motionless. Gu Changsheng sent a thought into the puppet's forehead. The puppet turned and walked out of the hall, out of the Yaoguang sacred ground, heading into the distance. From then on there was a puppet without self-awareness in the 3000 Dao domains. It would explore, cultivate, and collect treasures. Then those treasures would be directly transmitted to Gu Changsheng's system space through some connection between the system and Gu Changsheng leaned back in his chair taking a sip of tea. A human-shaped treasure-seeking mouse. Comfortable. On the 7th day Gu Changsheng sat in the courtyard holding a jade slip. 7 days ago he knew that a little girl named Lin Yan would find that jade pendant today. Now she should have already obtained it. He could not wait any longer. Gu Changsheng infused a wisp of divine sense into the jade slip, then crushed it. The jade slip transformed into a beam of flowing light, disappearing into the sky. In the Eternal Dao domain Gu family. In the council hall. Gu Qingyun was handling family affairs with a pile of jade slips in front of him. A beam of light flew in from outside the hall and landed before him. Gu Qingyun raised his hand to catch it, probing with his divine sense. It was a message from his son. The content was brief. Father, I have caught a glimpse of a thread of causality. The Li family has a daughter named Lin Yan, 13 years old, with extraordinary talent and limitless potential. This person is suitable to be my child's maid. Please arrange it, father. Gu Qingyun read it and fell silent for a moment. Then he smiled. This kid. He put down the jade slip and stood up. Come here. What orders does the clan leader have? Relay my command. Gu Qingyun stood with his hands behind his back, his voice not loud, but each word carried an undeniable pressure. 3 months later at the banquet of the chosen one, add 1 item. If there are girls aged 12 to 14 from the major imperial family's sacred grounds or clans in the 3000 Dao domains and their names contain yen, they may attend the banquet. The chosen one will personally select a maid, and the selected ones will enter the residence of the chosen one of the Gu family. The figure accepted the order. I will take care of it right away. Gu Qingyun nodded. As the clan leader he did not need Gu Changsheng to elaborate, he understood what to do. The same imperial clan, the Li family, would not allow the Gu family to explicitly request a single individual. Doing so would only draw unnecessary attention and could even lead to the Li family freezing the matter, questioning why this girl caught the Gu family's attention. Conversely, expanding the scope to include a person would be much better. On the day the news spread, the entire 3000 Dao domain trembled. The Gu family's divine son is selecting concubines with only one condition, aged between 12 and 14 with the character Nian in their name. Simple, direct, and unreasonable. When countless forces received this news, their first reaction was confusion. They understood the rules of the Gu family. The age cannot differ and the name cannot be changed. The consequences of altering even a single character are too great for anyone to bear. Thus all major forces could only obediently search within their clans for eligible girls. In this search they indeed found quite a few. With a large population base among the major forces, while they may not find it in the main line, they can always unearth a few from the branches. A certain holy place. At the sword training ground in the back mountain, a 14-year-old girl wielded a long sword, her movements graceful, the sword light like a flowing ribbon. Opposite her stood a young man also holding a sword, and the two engaged in a harmonious exchange. The girl's name is Wang Yinyan, a disciple from the branch of the holy place, possessing above-average talent and a fair appearance. The young man across from her is Lin Feng, her senior brother, with whom she grew up sharing a deep bond. After finishing a set of sword techniques, Wang Yinyan sheathed her sword and walked to Lin Feng's side, a smile gracing her face. Senior brother Lin Feng, how did I perform in that last move? Lin Feng wiped the sweat from his brow and smiled, saying, you've made great progress. In a few months I won't be your match anymore. Wang Nianyan's face flushed slightly as she was about to respond. Suddenly a figure swooped in from the distance and landed before the two. It was an elder from the holy place. Excitement barely contained on his face. Nian Nian. Exciting news. Wang Nian Nian was taken aback. The elder grasped her sleeve, speaking rapidly. The Gu family's divine son is selecting concubines, and the conditions are exactly the same as yours. Aged 14 with Nian in the name. You have been chosen. In 3 months you will go to the Gu family for the divine son's banquet. Wang Nianian's eyes lit up instantly. So that means I have a chance to become a concubine of the Gu family's divine son. Absolutely. The elder from the holy place nodded solemnly. This is your opportunity, Wang Niannian. If you can become a concubine of the Gu family's divine son, our entire holy place will rise to prominence because of you. Upon hearing this, Wang Nianian's mind instantaneously conjured images of herself as the divine son's concubine, enjoying the resources of the Gu family and returning to the holy place to be worshipped by thousands. She then abruptly turned to look at Lin Feng, her expression shifting from gentle to polite. Senior brother Lin Feng. Lin Feng was taken aback. She had just called him senior brother and now she was addressing him as Dao friend. Nian, what is this? Wang Nian took a step back and slightly bowed. I'm sorry, we're not familiar. Please do not obstruct my opportunity. With that she turned and left without looking back. Her footsteps were light as if shedding a burden. Lin Feng stood frozen in place, still holding his sword, his mouth agape, unable to utter a word. The elder glanced at him, shook his head, and followed Wang Nian. Similar scenes played out simultaneously across various places in the 3000 Dao domain. Sisters turning against each other, childhood friends severing ties in one moment, discussing marriage, and in the next becoming strangers. The words Gu family divine son held more weight than any oath. No one does not wish to become a concubine of the Gu family's divine son. Initially most girls did not care, thinking themselves unworthy. But now that the Gu family has provided such a clear criterion fitting perfectly with their own names, how could it not be their opportunity? The Chongsheng Imperial Clan, the Li family. As one of the 5 great imperial clans, the Li family has deep roots and numerous members. Combined, the main line and branches are countless. There are plenty of eligible girls to be found. Yet no one noticed that in the most remote corner of the Li family there was one more person. In a dilapidated wooden house, the roof leaked a hole and the wooden boards in the corner had rotted away, creaking in the wind. Inside there was only a wooden bed, a table, and a chair. Sitting on the bed was a little girl appearing 13 years old, thin as a bamboo pole. Her hair was a dull yellow, her complexion pale, and her lips devoid of color. Her clothing was faded, the sleeves and pants shortened, exposing her slender wrists and ankles. Crouched in the corner of the bed, she hugged her knees, looking like an abandoned kitten. Upon closer inspection, her features were delicate. There was an indescribable coolness in her eyes, like a rare orchid in the deep mountains, battered by wind and rain yet retaining its essence. She was a beauty in the making. If nurtured well, in a few years she would undoubtedly possess a stunning appearance. The girl's name is Li Nian, 13 years old. A disciple of the Li family branch. Her father had long passed and her mother died at her birth. When she was 5, her father in a drunken stupor shattered her dantian and severed her meridians. From then on she became a useless person. In the Li family, an invalid is considered even lower than a servant. No one cared for her and no one noticed her. She survived on sheer willpower. But this morning everything changed. While collecting firewood in the back mountain, Li Nian accidentally stepped into a pit and fell into a cave. In the cave lay a withered skeleton, beside it was a jade pendant. The moment she picked up the jade pendant, a beam of light entered her brow. It was a cultivation method. She had never seen this kind of technique and did not know its grade. But she could feel that this method could repair her shattered dantian and broken meridians. She tried cultivating for a whole morning and her meridians had already been restored by 1%. Though it is little, it is hope. Li Nian sat on the bed, her frail hands tightly clenched together. She did not dare to make a sound or tell anyone. If others found out she had a cultivation method, it would surely be seized. She must practice secretly and only reveal it when she becomes stronger. Li Nian took a deep breath, preparing to continue her cultivation. Suddenly the door was pushed open. Creak, the wooden door emitted a sharp sound. Li Nian was startled, leaping from the bed and huddling in the corner. Fear filled her eyes. It's over. Has she been discovered? Would her cultivation method be taken? A middle-aged man walked in, dressed in a grey robe with a token hanging at his waist engraved with the character Li. He was the steward of the Li family. His status was not low, managing various affairs of the branched disciples. Lin Yan recognized him but had never spoken to him. A girl like her, a mere transparent figure, was not worthy of speaking with the steward. The steward stood at the door, glanced at the dilapidated house and frowned. Then he looked at the huddled Lin Yan, sizing her up. "Are you 13 this year?" Lin Yan nodded, not daring to speak. "Is your name Lin Yan?" She nodded again. The steward did not ask further, raising his hand to channel a stream of spiritual energy into Lin Yan's body. The energy circulated inside her and was withdrawn. The steward's frown deepened. "How could you be injured like this?" Her dantian was shattered, meridians severed, and her spiritual energy was nearly zero. "This girl is no different from an invalid." The steward fell silent for a moment and shook his head. "Forget it." He took out a small porcelain bottle from his sleeve and tossed it to Lin Yan. "A replenishing pill, taking it will help restore your health." Lin Yan caught the porcelain bottle, stunned. A replenishing pill. She had heard of this pill meant for the cultivation of clan disciples. She had never taken one before. In 3 months, the Gu family's divine son's comingafage banquet. The steward spoke in a flat tone as if addressing a trivial matter. "You meet the criteria, you will go with me then." Lin Yan's mind buzzed. The Gu family's divine son's comingafage banquet. Take her with him. She certainly knew about this matter. In recent days, everyone around had been discussing it. The young ladies from the main lineage were as excited as if it were a festival, eagerly inquiring about what kind of girl the Gu family's divine son preferred. The young ladies from the collateral branches were also restless, aware that the hope was slim, yet they were all trying to find ways to establish connections, hoping to secure a spot. Lin Yan had never thought about such things. She was a waste, unable to even leave the house. How could she possibly be chosen? Why? Why me? Her voice was very soft, filled with disbelief. The steward did not answer. He turned and left the wooden house, saying something without looking back. "Keep up." Lin Yan hesitated for a moment, tucked the porcelain bottle into her bosom and followed him. The steward led her through one courtyard after another, passing through corridor after corridor. The people they passed all looked at Lin Yan with strange expressions. Some were snickering while others were whispering to each other. "Isn't that the waste? Where is the steward taking her? No way. She's also going to the divine son's banquet, right? Ha ha ha, don't joke around with her appearance, she's not even worthy to serve the divine son's shoes." Lin Yan lowered her head and remained silent. She followed the steward into a side hall. There were already 7 or 8 little girls sitting inside. They were all between the ages of 12 and 14, some were pretty while others were ordinary. However, they all had one thing in common, each of their names contained the character Nyan. Lin Yan was arranged to sit in a corner. She sat there, her head bowed, her small frame curled up. Her heart raced. She didn't understand why the Gu family would choose her. She didn't know what qualification she had to attend the divine son's banquet. All she knew was that if she had to choose between the arts and the banquet, she would choose the arts. At worst, she would just go through the motions and then return to continue her cultivation. Lin Yan reached into her bosom, touched the porcelain bottle, and then felt the jade pendant hidden in her chest. The items were still there. She felt a bit more at ease. Lin Yan also didn't want anyone to notice her. She just wanted to stay quietly. Once this farce was over, she would go back and cultivate. Gu Changsheng had stayed at the Yaoguang sacred ground for nearly 3 months. With only a few days left until the divine son's grand banquet, it was time to return. The divine ship set sail from the Yaoguang sacred ground, heading towards the Eternal Dao domain. Over these 3 months, the people of the Yaoguang sacred ground had been anxious. A divine son of the Gu family residing in the sacred ground, who wouldn't be afraid? Fortunately, Gu Changsheng hadn't done anything, spending his days leisurely sipping tea and enjoying the scenery. The only pity was that no girl from the Yaoguang sacred ground caught his fancy. It wasn't that there weren't any beautiful girls, but compared to the Yaoguang Empress, they were simply too far off. Speaking of the Yaoguang Empress, she had served him several times over the past 3 months. Pouring tea and water, making the bed, she had done everything that was required and not required. Notably, during these 3 months, the system had also triggered an event once. The destined child Lin Fan accidentally discovered a fragmented Earth-level technique at the return to one sect which was in a terrible state. Gu Changsheng casually selected an option that made him miss the opportunity, triggering a tenfold return which returned a holy-level technique. Gu Changsheng glanced at it and tossed it into the system space to gather dust. He had no use for a holy-level technique at this moment. The divine ship flew over the 3,000 Dao domains. The divine ship from Yaoguang's sacred ground was very impressive, entirely snow-white, stretching 100 feet long with the symbol of the Yaoguang sacred ground carved on its hull. At the bow stood a woman in white, breathtakingly beautiful. The Yaoguang Empress personally controlled the divine ship. The ship moved swiftly, passing through one Dao domain after another. Ahead lay an unfamiliar sky. Just as the Yaoguang Empress was about to speed through, she suddenly frowned. A massive divine ship rose from below, blocking their path. That ship was entirely golden, and its bow was carved with a soaring feather exuding a grand aura. A large flag hung from the ship on which were written 4 large characters, Tianyu Imperial Dynasty. The Yaoguang Empress gaze turned cold. Tianyu Imperial Dynasty, the old rival of the Yaoguang sacred ground. Unlike the sacred ground, which existed in the form of a sect, the Imperial Dynasty was a vast empire possessing countless cities and subjects. The Tianyu Imperial Dynasty had a great emperor in charge whose faith was worshipped throughout the nation, gathering the power of belief. Although the emperor was only at the mid-stage, with the support of the power of belief he could contend with the latest stage Yaoguang Empress. Years ago, the ancestor of the Tianyu Imperial Dynasty had sought to propose marriage to the Yaoguang Empress but was firmly rejected. Since then, the two families had harbored enmity. On the divine ship, a young man stood at the bow. In his 20s, dressed in a golden brocade robe, wearing a jade crown, his handsome face had a frivolous glint in his eyes. He was the crown prince of the Tianyu Imperial Dynasty. He spotted the divine ship of the Yaoguang sacred ground at a glance, his mouth curling into a sneer, just about to say a few mocking words. Then he saw the woman in white at the bow. Those clear and cold eyes were fixed on him. The crown prince's smile froze on his face and his legs began to tremble. Old ancestor. He turned and ran scrambling into the ship's cabin. The people from the Yaoguang sacred ground are here. That woman has come. A terrifying aura erupted from the cabin. A middle-aged man stepped out. He appeared to be in his 40s with a resolute face exuding an intimidating presence. The imperial aura around him was like a deep abyss, causing the surrounding void to tremble slightly. The ancestor of the Tianyu Imperial Dynasty, midstage in the imperial realm. He walked to the bow and saw the Yaoguang Empress. Then he smiled. Yaoguang, it's been years since we last met, you still look the same. The Yaoguang Empress looked at him, her eyes filled with coldness. The middle-aged man stood with his hands behind his back, a hint of mockery in his smile. Back then this emperor wanted to form a marriage alliance with you, but you flatly refused, saying that this emperor was unworthy of you. And now, your Yaoguang sacred ground's divine ship is blocking my Tianyu Imperial Dynasty's territory. What is the meaning of this? He certainly knew it was his own people who had blocked the way. But he had to turn the words around. Who can't annoy others? The Yaoguang Empress looked at him, her eyes filled with disdain. I advise you to leave quickly, within 3 breaths. It will be too late if you delay. The middle-aged man laughed loudly. Too late. This Dao domain is the territory of my Tianyu Imperial Dynasty. With a wave of my hand, all the subjects of the entire Imperial Dynasty will offer their power of belief. Your cultivation is higher than mine, but you cannot do anything to me. He paused, his tone becoming even more mocking. Moreover, this trip of mine is to visit the Changshenggu family to attend the banquet of the Divine Sun. He cupped his hands in the air in a gesture of respect. Then he turned his head, peering into the divine ship behind the Yaoguang Empress. The divine ship was protected by a barrier, so he could see nothing, but that didn't prevent him from speaking. Doesn't your Yaoguang sacred ground usually look down on marriage alliances? Why this time at the Changshenggu family's Divine Sun banquet are you sending girls to seek connections? He laughed even louder. This emperor has heard that the Gu family's Divine Sun intends to choose concubines with very interesting conditions, aged 12 to 14, with the character Nian in their names. Do you know how many girls from my Tianyu Imperial Dynasty meet the criteria? He held up 3 fingers, then changed to 8 and finally pointed to a number. 108. What about your Yaoguang sacred ground? Your sacred ground has always accepted very few disciples. Is it 1 or 2? Or maybe none at all? His laughter echoed in the sky, sharp and unpleasant. If any girl from my Imperial Dynasty is chosen and becomes a concubine of the Gu family's Divine Sun, then... He squinted his eyes as if savoring some delicacy. Then my Tianyu Imperial Dynasty and the Changshenggu family will be related by marriage. By then, what will your Yaoguang sacred ground use to compete with me? The Empress Yaoguang looked at him, finding it utterly laughable. She had never thought much of this person before, and now she looked down upon him even more. It was a mystery how he had managed to cultivate to the status of an emperor. All his thoughts were consumed with disgusting others. The middle-aged man saw her silence and assumed she was afraid, growing even more smug. Yaoguang, weren't you once so proud? Did you not look down on this emperor? Now what about you? Your Yaoguang sacred ground can't even produce a single qualified person while I have 108. Is this your capital for arrogance? Just as he was about to continue, a voice emerged from the divine vessel. It was youthful and impatient. Yaoguang, what is happening outside? Which blind dog is blocking the way? The middle-aged man's laughter abruptly ceased. His face instantly froze. Dog. Someone called him a dog. Moreover, that person addressed Yaoguang by her name. Yaoguang. Addressing her so intimately. And calling her so affectionately. The Empress Yaoguang turned around, facing the direction of the divine vessel, and slightly bowed. Young master, it is the ancestor of the Tianyu Empire. The voice was gentle, filled with respect. Young master. The middle-aged man widened his eyes. Did the Empress Yaoguang call someone else young master? In all his years he had never seen the Empress Yaoguang act this way. His mind was in turmoil. Then he heard words that made him even angrier. The title young master combined with the name Yaoguang, along with the Empress Yaoguang's respectful demeanor. The middle-aged man's face turned from frozen to ashen. He erupted in curses. I thought you, Yaoguang Empress, were some cold figure, but it turns out you're just a promiscuous woman. Called Yaoguang, and looking all shy. It wasn't that you looked down on this emperor, it was this emperor who looked down on you, woman. As soon as he finished speaking, the Empress Yaoguang raised her hand. She hadn't acted before because the young master had not spoken. Since the young master had now spoken and cursed someone, she could finally act. The Empress Yaoguang raised her hand. One palm struck down. An all-out attack from a peak emperor without any probing or mercy. Zhou Tianyu was caught completely off guard. He was still laughing, still cursing, with that arrogant expression on his face. The next second his divine vessel exploded. The golden hull cracked apart as if made of paper, debris flying in all directions. The guards, maidens and servants aboard the ship didn't even have time to scream before being turned into blood mist by that force. Zhou Tianyu's pupils constricted. He exerted all his strength to raise a protective barrier blocking most of the impact. But just most of it. Of the 108 qualified women in the divine vessel, over half fell to the ground. Some died on the spot, some coughed up blood and were on the verge of death, and some had most of their bones shattered, lying on the ground wailing. Zhou Tianyu turned back to look, and his face instantly turned ashen. 108. Now fewer than 40 were still standing. His crown prince lay amidst the wreckage of the ship, drenched in blood, missing a leg and crying out in agony while clutching the severed limb. Yaoguang brat. Zhou Tianyu's voice howled like a beast. You dare harm my empire's people. You dare ruin my empire's opportunity. He raised both hands, a golden light bursting forth from his palms, soaring skyward. The heavens split apart. A massive golden dragon emerged from the rift, radiating blinding golden light, its roar shaking the entire Dao domain. The golden dragon of fortune. The collective faith power accumulated over countless years by the Tianyu Empire, all condensed into this dragon. The golden dragon dove down, merging into Zhou Tianyu's body. His aura began to surge explosively. Mid-Emperor. Peak Mid-Emperor. Late Emperor. Although not at Peak Emperor, he already had some ability to resist. Zhou Tianyu's eyes turned golden, a cruel smile appearing on his face. Yaoguang, do you truly believe you can act with impunity on my territory? Even if I cannot kill you today, I will ensure every person in your divine vessel is wiped out. I want to see who dares give you such courage to kill those in my divine vessel. He stepped forward. The void cracked beneath his feet. The Empress Yaoguang remained unmoving. She gazed at Zhou Tianyu, her expression calm as if looking at a dead man. You just had the chance to leave, but you didn't. Now you've come looking for death. A slight smirk appeared on her lips, revealing a hint of mockery. Do you know who is inside the divine vessel? Zhou Tianyu's brows furrowed. But he soon relaxed. No matter who was in the divine vessel, as long as he could bring the Gu family up, everything would be fine. He was a guest attending the Gu family's banquet for the divine son. Moreover, he was a guest chosen to select maidens for the Gu family's divine son. Who would dare harm a guest of the Gu family? No matter who it is today, you must give me an explanation. Zhou Tianyu's voice was loud, fierce, but cowardly. He stepped forward again, preparing to take action. First destroy the Empress Yaoguang's divine vessel, then talk about the rest. Just then a bird flew out from the divine vessel. A very small bird with golden feathers round and fluffy like a little ball of fur. Zhou Tianyu's expression slightly changed as he sensed that this bird was extraordinary. Then the bird began to grow larger. In the blink of an eye, the little bird transformed into a gigantic bird that overshadowed the sun. Its golden wings spread wide, stretching endlessly from one side of the sky to the other. Flames blazed on its body, the heat curling Zhou Tianyu's hair. The ancient golden crow. Empire level. Moreover, it was an extremely ancient existence among those at the empire level. Zhou Tianyu's mind buzzed. 2 emperors. When did the Yaoguang sacred ground have 2 emperors? No, this was not from the Yaoguang sacred ground, it was an ancient species that had lived for countless years. How could such a being be here? Zhou Tianyu had no time to think further. The ancient golden crow had already cut off his retreat. Its massive body blocked the void, its wings folding, sealing off the entire exit of the Dao domain. Dare to speak disrespectfully to my master today, I shall send you on your way. The domineering voice of the golden crow echoed throughout the Dao domain. Zhou Tianyu's face turned completely pale. He could still contend with one Empress Yaoguang, but with the addition of an ancient golden crow he couldn't even run away. He gritted his teeth and spoke, today I represent the Tianyu Empire in attending the Changsheng Gu family. You not only obstruct me but also harmed the maidens chosen for the Gu family's divine son. If you remain obstinate, I will report this matter to the Gu family and they will undoubtedly punish you. It would be better for us to sit down and discuss things. A fight will benefit no one. At this point Zhou Tianyu's momentum had completely weakened. After all, those who recognize the situation are the true talents. However, just as he finished speaking, another person emerged from the divine vessel. A youth clad in a white robe with a golden belt, his black hair tied with a golden ribbon. He stood at the bow of the divine vessel looking quite impatient. Where did this old dog come from? Barking outside for so long, disturbing the peace of this divine sun. Zhou Tianyu was stunned. Divine sun. What divine sun? His gaze fell on the youth, scanning him from head to toe. His cultivation was not high. Just the Tianyuan realm. In front of him an emperor was less than an ant. Zhou Tianyu's eyes lit up. Capture the ringleader first. As long as he subdued this youth, neither the Empress Yaoguang nor the Golden Crow would dare to touch him. He gritted his teeth, activated a secret technique, burning his blood essence, and his speed surged. He transformed into a streak of golden light shooting towards Gu Changsheng. A distance of dozens of meters was nothing for an emperor, it was less than a blink of an eye. Zhou Tianyu's hand was already outstretched. At that moment, 3 powerful auras erupted from the horizon. Terrifying to the extreme. 3 emperors. Simultaneously descending. The entire Dao domain changed color, the clouds were torn apart, and the void was crushed into pieces. A majestic voice echoed from the horizon, causing Zhou Tianyu's eardrums to bleed. Dare to harm my clan's divine son, die. 3 massive palms descended from the heavens, simultaneously striking towards Zhou Tianyu. Each one blocked the sky and the sun, bearing a world-destroying pressure. Zhou Tianyu's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle. He wanted to dodge, but it was futile. 3 hands sealed off all his escape routes with no gaps above, below, left or right. Boom. 3 attacks simultaneously struck Zhou Tianyu. Golden light erupted like a sun bursting in the void. The fortune golden dragon let out a mournful scream, its scales shattering piece by piece, golden blood splattering everywhere. Zhou Tianyu exerted all his strength to activate the golden dragon's protective barrier as all his faith power burned at that moment, transforming into a massive golden shield blocking in front of him. The shield shattered. The 3 hands smashed the shield, hitting Zhou Tianyu hard. His body flew like a kite, with a severed string tumbling for hundreds of feet, crashing through several mountain peaks and finally embedding into a mountainside. The mountainside cracked open, creating a huge spider web-like pit. Zhou Tianyu slid out of the pit, kneeling on the ground covered in blood. His left arm was gone, exposing the cold white bone at the shoulder. Below his right knee was also missing the severed flesh, a bloody mess. The worst was his face. His left eyeball was shattered, leaving a dark blood hole, and his right eye had only a slit left with blood running down his cheek. His breath plummeted from the peak of the Emperor Realm to the edge of the initial stage of the Emperor Realm, on the verge of breaking the imperial boundary. 3 figures emerged from the void. 3 old men, their faces aged, exuding no trace of aura, yet standing there like 3 towering mountains. The 3 Emperor Realm ancestors of the Gu family. They surrounded Zhou Tianyu in a triangular formation, looking at him expressionlessly like observing a dying ant. Outside, the Yaoguang Empress in snow-white garments, barefoot and treading the void, fixed her cold gaze upon Zhou Tianyu. The ancient golden crow blocked the sky, golden flames dancing upon it, scorching half the sky to a crimson hue. 5 great emperors. 5 terrifying auras sealed this space so tightly that not a breath could escape. Zhou Tianyu knelt on the ground, blood flowing from dozens of wounds on his body simultaneously. He raised his head, glancing around with his remaining eye. 5 great emperors. 5 of them. He had lived for over 100,000 years and had never witnessed such a scene. A small cultivator at the heavenly origin realm traveling with 5 great emperors. What does this imply? At that moment he finally understood. That white-robed youth was not a disciple of the Yaoguang sacred land nor a son of any ordinary power. In the 3,000 domains only one place could command such grandeur. The Chongsheng Emperor clan, the Gu family. And that youth was very likely the legendary divine child of the Gu family. Zhou Tianyu's lips trembled. He wanted to plead for mercy, to say I didn't know it was the divine child, to say spare my life. But as soon as his mouth opened, the ancient golden crow moved. Its wings suddenly spread wide, its colossal golden wings blocking the entire sky. The golden crow let out a long cry, its voice piercing the heavens, shaking the entire domain. It opened its massive mouth and a ball of golden flame condensed deep in its throat. The temperature of that flame was so high that it even burned through the void, revealing dark cracks. World-destroying divine might. Zhou Tianyu's single eye was filled with despair. Before he could utter the word spare me, the golden flame had already descended. Boom. The flames engulfed Zhou Tianyu completely. His body burned in the fire, skin scorched, flesh evaporated and bones turned to ash. The fortune golden dragon let out a mournful cry, bursting out from Zhou Tianyu's body, trying to escape back to the imperial dynasty. The ancient golden crow caught the golden dragon in its claws and squeezed hard. The golden dragon shattered, turning into countless golden specks of light, dissipating in the world. The flames subsided. Zhou Tianyu vanished. All that remained was a charred mark with not even ash left behind. A generation of emperor realm powerhouses, the strongest of the Tianyu imperial dynasty, had simply perished. He died without ever knowing whom he had offended. Not even a complete sentence escaped his lips. Gu Chongsheng stood at the bow of the divine ship, watching this scene with an expressionless face. He turned around and cupped his hands toward the 3 ancestors in the void. Thank you, esteemed ancestors, for your assistance. The coldness on the faces of the 3 ancestors instantly vanished, replaced by warm smiles. The leading ancestor waved his hand. No problem, you are the divine child of the Gu family, naturally we won't let you suffer any harm. Another ancestor stroked his beard. Chongqing, it's time to head back. There are less than 2 days until the divine child's comingafage banquet and most factions have already arrived. You, the main character, must not be late. Yes, Changsheng understands. The 3 ancestors smiled, their figures flickering, vanishing into the void. Their auras completely dissipated as if they had never appeared. The ancient golden crow folded its wings, its massive body rapidly shrinking, transforming back into that round little golden bird in the blink of an eye. It flapped its wings, flew to Gu Changsheng's shoulder and tilted its head with a chirp. The Yaoguang Empress withdrew her gaze and returned to the bow of the divine ship. The divine ship restarted, gliding smoothly forward. Everything returned to calm. As if nothing had ever happened. But the Emperor realm ancestor of the Tianyu imperial dynasty had indeed died. Zhou Tianyu's fall meant the collapse of an empire. An empire without an emperor is like a toothless tiger, inferior even to a wild dog. The surrounding factions would swarm like sharks, sensing blood, tearing, devouring, and dividing. There was no need for other forces to take action. The Chongsheng family would root out the problem. The Yaoguang sacred land would also take this opportunity to completely eradicate this longtime rival. After all, there was only one emperor in the entire Tianyu imperial dynasty. With his death, there was no longer any power to resist. The fate of the Tianyu imperial dynasty had already been sealed, but that was a matter for the future. Now the divine ship needed to continue its journey. The Yaoguang Empress stood at the bow, controlling the divine ship to move steadily forward. The eternal domain was drawing nearer and the surrounding void became increasingly familiar. Passing through the last barrier, the divine ship entered the territory of the eternal domain. Everywhere was filled with the aura of the Gu family. Countless forbidden runes floated in the sky, and every few hundred miles on the ground stood a watchtower with disciples of the Gu family stationed at the top. They wore matching black armor, exuding a deep aura. The divine ship swept past from high above, facing no obstruction. All the disciples at the watchtowers saw the Yaoguang Empress at the bow and the white-robed youth promptly kneeling on one knee and bowing their heads. The divine ship sailed smoothly and directly towards the Gu family residence. This scene was witnessed by countless people. Since the news of the Gu family's divine child's banquet spread, the Eternal Domain had become lively. Factions from the 3,000 domains arrived one after another, being arranged in guest houses on the outskirts of the Gu family. Every day divine ships, flying boats, and flying magical tools flew in from various places, but everyone adhered to the same rules. Upon reaching the outskirts of the Eternal Domain, they must slow down, must retract their magical tools, and must enter the Gu family range on foot or by air. No one dared to violate this rule. Even other 4 great emperor clans were the same upon reaching this place. They sent messages in advance, landing at the designated location, and were then guided in by the welcoming envoy of the Gu family. No one dared to enter with such audacity as this divine vessel. In the guest area, disciples and elders from various factions raised their heads. What power is that? How dare they fly directly in? Are they courting death? This is the Gu family. Someone squinted to identify the emblem on the divine vessel, then their pupils constricted. That's the divine vessel of the Yaoguang Sacred Land. Yaoguang Sacred Land. A sacred land dares to be this arrogant. You don't understand. Over a decade ago, when the Gu family's divine son was born, the Yaoguang Empress personally came across the sky to serve as the child's maid. Although this matter was not widely publicized, dares to be this arrogant. You don't understand. Over a decade ago, when the Gu family's divine a maid. An empress serving as a maid. So now that they are flying in, do you have any objections? No one dared to voice objections anymore. Many gazed at the divine vessel with envy and admiration. The Yaoguang Empress has such keen insight. The divine son established connections right after birth. Who would dare to provoke the Yaoguang Sacred Land now? Indeed. They placed their bets over a decade ago, and now we can't even approach the betting table. Amidst the discussions, the divine vessel vanished into the depths of the Gu family's estate, disappearing from sight. In the Gu family at the divine son's residence, Gu Changxing jumped down from the divine vessel with the golden crow perched on his shoulder, while the Yaoguang Empress followed behind. Su Wan led 1,000 maidens who knelt on the ground. Welcome back, divine son. Their voices were synchronized, crisp and melodious. Gu Changsheng waved his hand. Get up, do what you need to do. Su Wan rose, leading the maidens away. Gu Changsheng entered the main hall and sat on a mat, letting out a long breath. After being away for 3 months, it's still more comfortable at home. The Yaoguang Empress stood aside, not sitting down. Gu Changsheng glanced at her. You can rest too. You don't need to follow me for the next couple of days. Yes. The Yaoguang Empress slightly bowed and turned to leave. Gu Changsheng leaned back on the mat, closing his eyes. His father was busy with preparations for the divine son's banquet, likely too occupied to see him. He was more than happy for the peace and quiet. After all, if anything came up, his father would handle it. He just needed to wait for 2 days to take center stage. The next day, feeling bored at home, Gu Changsheng decided to go out for a walk. Right outside the divine son's residence was the inner courtyard of the Gu family, and beyond that was the guest area. People from various factions were staying there, and he wanted to see who had arrived. With the golden crow perched on his shoulder, he strolled leisurely outside. Passing by the training ground, he saw several Gu family disciples practicing. Seeing Gu Changsheng approach, they quickly stopped, bowed, and greeted him. Divine son. Gu Changsheng nodded but did not linger. Continuing onward, he passed through a gate and reached the outskirts of the guest area. There were quite a few people here. Groups gathered, some talking, others looking around. They had all come from the 3,000 Dao domains to attend the divine son's banquet. The moment Gu Changsheng appeared, all eyes turned towards him. Dressed in a white robe with a golden belt, his black hair tied up, golden pupils, and a golden bird perched on his shoulder, the 16-year-old boy stood there, emanating an invisible pressure like a deity. This was due to Gu Changsheng's celestial body and supreme bone. Someone recognized him. It's the Gu family's divine son. The divine son has appeared. The crowd stirred. An elder from a small sacred land quickly stepped forward, bowing deeply, his voice trembling. Divine son, I am an elder from the Qingyun sacred land, and I have long admired your renown. Seeing you today, indeed you possess the grace of a celestial being with an extraordinary demeanor. Everyone in our sacred land looks up to you. Gu Changsheng glanced at him and nodded slightly. The elder's face flushed with excitement as he retreated. Another person squeezed forward, a family head from a noble house dressed in a brocade robe with a round face full of smiles. Divine son, I am from the Tian Nanwang family. Your grace is unparalleled, unmatched in the 3,000 Dao domains. My family is willing to serve you. Gu Changsheng said nothing, only lightly acknowledged with an The family head repeatedly bowed and retreated. A middle-aged beauty approached with a young girl who looked around 15 or 16 with a beautiful appearance, lowering her head and not daring to look at Gu Changsheng. The bowtie's face was filled with flattery. Divine Son, this is my daughter who is 14 years old with decent qualifications. If you do not mind, Gu Changsheng raised his hand. Let's talk about it at the banquet. The beauty quickly nodded, pulling her daughter back, continuously saying yes, yes, yes. One after another people came forward to flatter him, some bringing gifts, others praising talents, and some seeking connections. An old man with white hair bowed, his voice hoarse but sincere. I have lived for 8,000 years and have never seen a person like the Divine Son. The burning heaven, celestial body, supreme bone, and a 16-year-old in the Tian Yuan realm. When I was 16, I was still stuck in the Tongxian realm. Compared to the Divine Son, I am not even an ant. A middle-aged man beside him chimed in, not just an ant. The Divine Son is a talent descended from the heavens, destined to sweep through the 3,000 Dao domains. We are fortunate indeed to witness the Divine Son in person. Gu Changsheng listened to these words with little expression on his face. As a disciple, he had long heard such flattery until his ears had calluses. After dealing with a few groups of people and feeling it was enough, Gu Changsheng planned to return. Just then a group of people approached from the front. Leading them was a middle-aged man with a lean face and calm eyes emanating a deep ocean-like aura. He wore a long blue robe with a jade token hanging from his waist engraved with the character Li. The Li family. An imperial clan. Gu Changsheng halted his steps. The middle-aged man approached without bowing like others, but instead clasped his hands in greeting, smiling. Virtuous nephew long admired. Gu Changsheng returned the gesture. You flatter me, senior. He recognized this person. Li Yi, a renowned emperor of the Li family at the peak of emperor-level cultivation. In the 3,000 Dao domains, although there was competition among imperial clans, the formalities still had to be observed. The two exchanged pleasantries, polite but neither warm nor cold. Behind Li Yi stood a group of young girls, all aged 12 to 14 with various appearances, dressed in matching light blue dresses. They kept their heads down, occasionally stealing glances at Gu Changsheng before hastily looking away. These were the Nian generation girls of the Li family. Then he spotted someone. Standing at the very back in the corner was a thin figure like a small grass bent by the wind. It was Li Nian. The future of the Li family, yet not tied to the Li family, the second potential emperor. Back then Li Nian had dry yellow hair, a pale face, and her clothes were washed out. Now she still appeared weak, but overall she looked much cleaner, likely because she was preparing for his Comingafage banquet and the Li family had given her a simple grooming. Gu Changsheng's gaze lingered on her for a moment. That moment was so brief that no one around noticed it. Yet Li Nian felt it. She lowered her head, staring at her toes, yet she felt a gaze upon her. Her heart suddenly raced. Unable to resist, she slightly raised her eyes and stole a glance in that direction. The young man was walking past her. He was tall and slender, with a straight back, dressed in white as clean as a cloud fallen from the sky. His profile was distinctly outlined with a slightly retracted chin, a high nose bridge, and thin lips pressed together, exuding a hint of nonchalant laziness. The wind blew, lifting the stray hair from his forehead, revealing a smooth brow and a pair of deep-set eyes. Those eyes were golden clear and bright like a vast expanse of starry river. Li Nian only glanced at them and quickly lowered her head. Her heart hammered in her chest like a drum and her ears burned hot. Was he looking at me? This thought just popped up before she forcefully extinguished it. How could that be possible? What does she have that is worth looking at? Although she had been simply groomed today and put on a decent outfit with her hair neatly arranged compared to the other girls, she still looked like a gray sparrow mixed in with a group of flowers. They had fair skin and graceful figures, standing there like blooming flowers. And she, so frail that a gust of wind could blow her over, her complexion still somewhat pale with hardly any flesh on her body. He must be looking at the sisters next to her. Those daughters of the main line were raised in luxury, every inch of them exquisite. How could he possibly notice this inconspicuous one in the corner? Li Nian bit her lip, forcefully shaking off the image of the white figure from her mind. Don't think about it. Don't dream about it. You are just here to fill the numbers. No one will choose you, and no one will even glance at you. She put her hands behind her back, her nails lightly digging into her palm. It hurt. But it was somewhat better than the sourness in her heart. In contrast, the other girls from the Li family were all staring at Gu Changsheng, their hearts racing and their faces flushed. Is he looking at me? No, he's looking at me. The son is so handsome. Whispered conversations filled with excitement and anticipation. After Li Yi bid farewell to Gu Changxing, he turned around and looked at the group of girls, clearing his throat. Today I brought you here, although it is for selecting a concubine for the Gu family's son. Do not lose our Li family's decorum. Our Li family is also one of the imperial families. You represent the face of the Li family. Maintain the modesty that is expected. The girls all lowered their heads in unison and replied. Understood. Li Yi nodded and signaled to a steward beside him. Take them down to rest. The son's banquet is tomorrow and there must be no mistakes. The steward bowed and accepted the order, leading the group of girls away. Gu Changsheng withdrew his gaze and continued forward. He did not rush to do anything. Approaching Lin Yan now or showing any special attention would seem deliberate. Tomorrow's son's banquet would be the best opportunity. Gu Changsheng turned around and walked back, passing through the guest quarters and entering the inner courtyard. Just as he turned a corner, he paused for a moment. A person stood ahead. It was a woman in her 30s, dressed in a light blue long dress with a white ribbon tied around her waist. Her features bore some resemblance to Gu Changxing, with gentle brows and eyes, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Standing there, she resembled a quietly blooming orchid. Gu Changxing raised an eyebrow and called out, "Mother." Jiang Weiner looked at her son, her eyes slightly reddening. She had not seen Gu Changxing for a long time. The last time they met was when Gu Changxing was 5 years old. Back then he was just a little boy flying around on the back of a golden crow, rushing over to call her mother when he saw her. In the blink of an eye, 11 years had passed. The little boy from back then had now grown into a refined young man. Jiang Weiner stepped forward, reaching out to touch Gu Changsheng's face, her fingers trembling slightly. You've lost weight. Gu Changsheng smiled. I haven't lost weight, I've grown taller. Jiang Weiner also smiled, her brows and eyes relaxing. She took Gu Changsheng's hand, holding it in her palm, examining him several times, unable to look enough. After giving birth to Gu Changsheng, she entered seclusion. Not due to physical loss, but rather because Gu Changsheng's celestial body was too powerful. During the process of bearing this child, she was also nourished by the power of the celestial body, which added a particularly pure source of energy within her. This power needed time to refine and absorb. For 16 years she intermittently entered seclusion, gradually integrating this celestial Buddha source into herself. Now, after refining it to a significant extent, her cultivation had improved considerably compared to before. This time she emerged from seclusion just in time for her son's coming of age feast. She deliberately changed into her best outfit and arranged the most exquisite hairstyle. She wanted her son to know that his mother was doing well. Gu Changsheng looked at his mother, feeling somewhat emotional. In his 16 years of life he had not seen her often. But blood ties do not require daily interaction. Upon seeing her, a sense of closeness surged within him. Mother, how is your health? Jiang Weiner nodded. Very good. Your celestial body has allowed me to benefit from it as well. Your father often says that the son I bore is much more promising than he is. Gu Changsheng chuckled. Just as the mother and son were talking, two figures approached from a distance. A man and a woman. The man was a middle-aged man with a resolute face, resembling Jiang Weiner to some extent. Dressed in a black long robe, he wore a jade pendant at his waist engraved with the character Jiang. His aura was deep and he walked with an imposing presence. An Emperor realm expert. Beside him was an old woman. Her hair was completely white, her face lined with wrinkles, hunched over, leaning on a cane. Yet her eyes were brighter than one would expect from an old person. Her aura was even more profound than that of the middle-aged man, standing there like a towering mountain. As they approached, the old woman's gaze fell upon Jiang Weiner and she smiled. Weiner, long time no see. Jiang Weiner quickly stepped forward, bowing in respect. Master. Then she turned to the middle-aged man beside her and called out, brother. The middle-aged man nodded, his gaze passing over Jiang Weiner and landing on Gu Changsheng. His eyes held scrutiny mixed with admiration. He looked Gu Changsheng up and down several times before finally smiling. Not bad. Better than I imagined. Gu Changsheng cupped his hands in greeting. I have met my uncle and I have met my grandmaster. The man was indeed Jiang Weiner's elder brother, Jiang Linyuan. He was also the current patriarch of the Jiang family. Jiang Linyuan smiled. Nephew need not be overly courteous. The wrinkles on the old woman's face gathered into a smile. Good child, let your grandmaster take a look at you. She reached out and took Gu Changsheng's hand, examining him up and down, nodding repeatedly. Not bad, not bad. For Wainer to give birth to a child like you, it is her fortune. On the other side, Jiang Linyuan took out a jade slip from his sleeve and handed it to Gu Changsheng. Take this. Gu Changsheng received the jade slip, raising an eyebrow. Uncle, what is this? A technique. The Jiang family has hundreds of imperial scriptures, and the Heavenly Emperor scripture is likely not limited to just one. My Jiang family cannot even catch up. Gu Changsheng thought for a moment and tentatively asked the formation. Jiang Linyuan laughed heartily. Clever. Only then did Gu Changsheng remember. In the 3,000 Dao domains, the 5 great imperial clans each have their strengths. The Gu family is the strongest with a clear advantage in overall strength. The Li family excels in body refinement techniques. Their physical bodies are formidable, rivaling beasts of the same realm. As for the Jiang family, their Dao laws reach the heavens, excelling in formations and secret arts. Gu Changsheng probed with his divine sense into the jade slip. The jade slip contained a formation technique. It had no name and no grade. However, the content was extremely profound. With his current cultivation, he could only comprehend a small portion at the beginning. As his divine sense continued to delve deeper, he discovered something quite interesting. The power of this formation does not depend on the formation itself, but on the person cultivating it. A Tianyuan realm cultivator who practices it will lay out a formation at the Tianyuan realm level. A Saint realm powerhouse practicing it will lay out a formation at the Saint realm level. A Heavenly Emperor practicing it will lay out a formation at the Heavenly Emperor level. This means that this formation will never become outdated. From the first day of cultivation to the day one becomes a Heavenly Emperor, it can always be utilized. Gu Changsheng retracted his divine sense and took a deep breath. This thing is more precious than an imperial scripture. Uncle, since this item is so valuable, then I shall not be polite. Gu Changsheng naturally did not decline. He directly stored the jade slip into the system space. It was not in his character to refuse something given for free. Seeing this scene, Jiang Linyuan burst into hearty laughter. Valuable. You have half of the Jiang family's blood flowing through you. If not you, then who else should receive this? He patted Gu Changsheng on the shoulder. However, you must not pass on this technique. You should understand the Jiang family's rules. Gu Changsheng nodded. I understand. Jiang Linyuan looked at him with increasing satisfaction. Not only are you the son of the Gu family now, but in a certain sense you are also half a son of my Jiang family. In the future, if you have time, come visit the Jiang family. The doors of the Jiang family will always be open to you. The old woman nodded in agreement. Your uncle is right. The Jiang family can also be considered your garden. Come whenever you like, no need for formality. Gu Changsheng cupped his hands. Thank you, uncle. Thank you, master ancestor. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Gu Changsheng took his leave. Jiang Wainer kept her gaze fixed on his departing figure until he disappeared beyond the courtyard gate. Jiang Linyuan glanced at his sister. Reluctant. Jiang Wainer chuckled lightly. How could anyone not feel pity for their own child? The old woman, leaning on her cane, slowly spoke. This child has an immeasurable future ahead. Jiang Wainer lowered her head, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. It is his own ability, it has nothing to do with me. Jiang Linyuan shook his head. All right, don't just stand there. Tomorrow is the son's comingafage banquet and there is much to prepare. He paused, glancing in the direction Gu Changsheng had left. I wonder what that fellow Gu Qingyun wants from me. He seems so mysterious. The next day, the son's comingafage banquet. Before dawn, the Gu family mansion was already ablaze with lights. Over the entire Eternal Dao domain, 81 golden pillars of light shot into the sky, piercing the clouds. At the top of the pillars floated enormous runes, slowly rotating and emanating a pressure that enveloped the surrounding area for miles. Forces arriving from the 3,000 Dao domains were preparing to set off before dawn, entering the plaza in front of the Gu family's main hall one by one, guided by welcoming envoys. The plaza was absurdly large. Covering an area of 10,000 zhang, the ground was paved with solid jade, reflecting light like a mirror. 99 dragon-shaped columns stood around the plaza, each over 100 meters tall, intricately carved with ancient divine beasts lifelike in their detail. Even more astonishing, hundreds of exotic beasts circled above the plaza. White zephyr, spirit deer, azure plume, giant rock, green-eyed, golden-eyed beast. These rare and precious exotic beasts, difficult to encounter in the outside world, were now lined up neatly above the clouds, raising their heads in a long cry, bowing towards the ancestral grounds of the Gu family. Exotic beasts bowing. This was the kind of spectacle reserved for the Gu family's sun banquet. Various forces entered the venue one after another. The foremost seats were occupied by the four great imperial clans. The Li family, Jiang family, Ji family, and Xinyuan family each sent dozens of people, all led by powerhouses of the great emperor realm. Following them were seats filled by various holy places, imperial courts and clans. Behind them were the smaller sects and loose cultivators who had no seats and could only stand at the back. Although there were many people, the plaza was eerily quiet. No one dared to make loud noises. Everyone was waiting. Waiting for the protagonist of today. He's coming, he's coming. There was a stir in the crowd. Everyone's gaze simultaneously turned towards the direction of the main hall. Gu Changsheng walked out from the hall. Today he wore a different outfit. A dark black robe with golden flame patterns embroidered at the collar and cuffs, and a white jade belt around his waist. The hem of the robe reached the tops of his feet, and with each step the fabric flowed like a slowly blooming black lotus. His long hair was tied up with a golden crown, revealing his entire face. His sword-like brows slanted into his temples, his nose was high and his thin lips were slightly pursed. His golden eyes were calm as water, undisturbed. He walked at a moderate pace, his steps steady, while the Empress Yaoguang followed half a step behind, hands hanging at her sides. The golden crow perched on his shoulder, its golden feathers shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. All eyes in the audience were focused on him. Some gasped in astonishment, some unconsciously held their breath, and some dropped their wine cups to the ground without noticing. Is that the Gu family's son? 16 years old, Tianyuan realm, burning heaven's celestial body. The rumors were indeed not exaggerated. Not only not exaggerated, but even more than. The speaker swallowed hard and did not dare to continue. In the back among the small sects, a young disciple stared at Gu Changsheng, his eyes wide. If I could one day have such a status and background, it would be worth dying for. A senior brother beside him slapped him on the back of his head. Stop dreaming. With your status, you wouldn't even be worthy to lick the soles of the sun's shoes. The young disciple rubbed the back of his head, not daring to speak, but his eyes were still fixed on Gu Changsheng, unable to look away. No one did not fantasize about having such a day. In the crowd, those girls aged 12 to 14 with Nian in their names had their hearts racing. They knew that the main event today was the selection of concubines. What if? What if they were chosen? Some clenched their clothes, some bit their lips, and some secretly tidied their hair. Only one person did not look up. Li Nian stood at the very end of the Li family's group, her head lowered, her eyes fixed on her toes. She didn't dare to look, even if she did it would be pointless. An old man with white hair walked up to the high platform. He wore a gray robe, his face thin and his gaze sharp. His aura was deep and profound, standing there like a towering mountain. The great emperor, ancestor of the Gu family, a latest-age great emperor. Today's host for the sun's banquet. The murmurs in the audience instantly ceased. The old man looked around and spoke loudly. His voice was not loud, but everyone could hear it clearly, as if he were speaking directly into their ears. Today is the Comingafage banquet for our Gu family's son Gu Changsheng. It is also the ceremony for the son to ascend to the throne. I won't waste words. According to the rules of the Gu family, the first item, slay the heavenly demon, established the son's position. Upon hearing these words, many from various forces were taken aback. Heavenly demon. What is a heavenly demon? Could it be the heavenly demon from the demon domain beyond the 3,000 realms, a place where cultivators cannot tread? No one answered them. The old man raised his hand and grasped at the void. Boom. A massive crack suddenly tore open in the sky above the square. A black cage slowly descended from the crack, heavy as a mountain. The cage was forged from black iron pillars, each inscribed with dense sealing runes. The runes shimmered with golden light like chains coiling around the cage. Inside the cage was a colossal creature. It was a heavenly demon. Standing 10 zhang tall, its entire body was pitch black and its skin was covered in hard scales. It had 2 curved horns on its head, blood-red pupils, and sharp fangs bared from its mouth. A pair of gigantic flesh wings folded behind it with bone spurs at the tips sharp as daggers. Its body was pierced by 9 golden chains binding its ribs, limbs, spine, and wings. The other ends of the chains sunk into the void, firmly anchoring it in place. Even so, the aura it exuded still caused many present to change their expressions. A great emperor realm. This was a heavenly demon of the great emperor realm. Although sealed and bound, its aura had diminished greatly, yet the oppressive force belonging to the great emperor still left some of the sacred realm powerhouses gasping for breath. The entire venue was silent. Then it erupted into chaos. A heavenly demon of the great emperor realm. Alive. The Gu family actually captured a heavenly demon of the great emperor realm. No, the key point is that they have taken a heavenly demon of the great emperor realm as a sacrificial offering for the Son of God. Everyone's minds were buzzing. It should be known that outside the 3,000 realms the heavenly demon clan has always been watching with hungry eyes. Those heavenly demons possess formidable cultivation and their physical bodies are terrifying. Cultivators of the same realm from the human race often find themselves outmatched. To kill a heavenly demon of the great emperor realm requires several great emperors to work together. Capturing one alive is tenfold, 100-fold more difficult than killing it. The Gu family achieved this. They had kept it in a cage for who knows how many years, just waiting for this day. Inside the cage, the heavenly demon raised its head, its blood-red gaze sweeping over the densely packed crowd below. It saw the old man on the platform, the surrounding dragon pillars, and the strange beasts in the void. Finally, it saw the boy standing at the very front. A deep growl escaped the throat of the heavenly demon. "You Gu family deserve to die." Its voice was like metal scraping against metal, harsh and grating. "You Gu family will eventually be trampled underfoot by my heavenly demon clan." The old man remained expressionless and waved his hand. A beam of golden light flew from his palm and landed on the heavenly demon. The heavenly demon's body suddenly stiffened, its mouth opened, but no sound came out, a look of pain appearing on its face. The chains around its body tightened, embedding into its flesh, black blood seeping from the wounds. The heavenly demon could no longer utter a word, only emitting muffled groans. The venue fell silent once more. The old man retracted his hand, his tone flat. "The heavenly demon clan enemies beyond the 3,000 realms. Today we slay one of their great emperors as a sacrifice for the Son of God." His gaze fell upon Gu Changsheng. Gu Changsheng nodded and took a step forward. His figure shot up into the sky, floating just outside the cage, only 10 zhang away from the heavenly demon. The heavenly demon lowered its massive head, its blood-red eyes fixated on Gu Changsheng. Even though it was bound by chains and suppressed by seals, it could still sense the cultivation level of the boy before it. Heavenly Yuan realm. A mere heavenly Yuan realm cultivator dares to slay it. Ridiculous. The corner of the heavenly demon's mouth twisted into a mocking curve, finally able to utter a complete sentence. "A little heavenly Yuan realm cultivator, even if this emperor is bound, you cannot harm a single hair on this emperor." Then it paused. It suddenly realized an issue. The adult banquet. 16 years old. A 16-year-old heavenly Yuan realm. The heavenly demon's pupils contracted sharply. It was not unaware of the 3,000 realms. At 16, not to mention the heavenly Yuan realm, even a 4th stage godly threshold realm, is an extremely rare prodigy. This boy is the unparalleled genius of the Gu family? A wave of suffocating terror surged in the heart of the heavenly demon. Their heavenly demons had already been suppressed by the imperial families of the 3,000 realms, especially the Gu family, for countless eons. Now that the Gu family had added another unparalleled genius, when would the heavenly demons ever have their moment? It struggled to retreat, but the chains held it firmly in place, unable to move. At that moment another crack opened in the skies. A sword slowly descended from the fissure. The sword was entirely pitch black, about 3 feet long, with dark red light swirling along the blade. At the hilt a blood-red gem was embedded, seeming to seal away an ancient ferocious beast, its fierce light flashing. The Imperial Sword. The sword specifically used by the Gu family to slay heavenly demons. This sword has one characteristic: no matter how high the wielder's cultivation, as long as the heavenly demon does not resist, it can easily break through their defenses. At that moment the heavenly demon was sealed and could not resist at all. Gu Changsheng reached out and grasped the sword's hilt. The sword was heavy, not heavy in weight, but a sense of pressure coming from deep within his soul. As if what he held was not a sword but an entire world. He took a deep breath and raised the sword above his head. Then he swung the sword. A black sword aura flew from the blade, tearing through the void, solidly slicing into the heavenly demon's chest. Poof! The scales shattered and flesh flew in all directions. A massive gash was opened in the heavenly demon's chest, black blood gushing out like a fountain, splattering everywhere. The heavenly demon let out a shrill scream, its body thrashing violently, the chains rattling. Gu Changsheng did not stop. He swung the sword again. The second sword struck the heavenly demon's abdomen, followed by a third sword in its chest. 3 swords. Each strike accurately hit the vital points. The heavenly demon's screams weakened, its body gradually losing strength. That towering form of Tenjiang collapsed with a thunderous crash, shaking the iron pillars of the cage. Black blood continuously gushed from the 3 wounds, gathering in midair to form a massive blood ball. The old man waved his hand. The blood ball rapidly shrank. Impurities were stripped away. The black faded, ultimately transforming into 3 drops of bright red essence blood. 3 drops of heavenly demon essence blood. Each drop radiated pure and overwhelming energy, hovering before Gu Changsheng, slightly trembling. Gu Changsheng released the imperial sword, which transformed into a stream of light and vanished into the void. Then he raised his hand and the 3 drops of essence blood successively entered his brow. The moment the essence blood entered his body, a violent aura erupted within him. The essence blood contained the wrath and killing intent of the heavenly demon, like a frenzied beast rampaging through his meridians. Gu Changsheng frowned as the burning heaven immortal body erupted violently. Golden flames surged from every pore, completely encircling that violent aura. The supreme bone shone with golden light in his chest, and the Yao Guang divine body was also activated simultaneously. The 3 types of physiques joined forces to suppress. Refinement was instantaneous. 3 drops of essence blood became incredibly pure, transforming into a warm current that seeped into every inch of his skin, every bone, and every meridian. Gu Changsheng felt as if his body had been shattered and reassembled, filled with power throughout. His cultivation remained unchanged still at the Tianyuan realm. However, the strength of his physical body had surged several times. Now he could crush a beast of the divine threshold realm with a punch without using spiritual power. Below, people from various factions were discussing fervently. Is that the blood of the heavenly demon? This is my first time seeing it. Refined heavenly demon blood has tremendous benefits for the physical body. Ordinary cultivators consider it a stroke of fortune to obtain a drop of common monster blood, yet this esteemed son has refined 3 drops of emperor-level essence blood in one go. Moreover, it is purified with no side effects. The foundation of the Gu family truly runs deep. An elder among the crowd stroked his beard and slowly spoke. In ancient times, the Heavenly Demon Clan invaded the 3,000 realms, causing countless casualties among the major factions. It was the Gu family that led the charge, driving the Heavenly Demon Clan back beyond the realms. Since then, the Gu family has maintained a tradition of raising heavenly demons. Raising heavenly demons. The voices around trembled. Yes. The purpose is for this day. The son's coming of age ceremony, slaying the heavenly demon, establishing divine might. This serves to temper the younger generation and to intimidate all directions. The elder paused, lowering his voice slightly. Telling you this is also to make you understand. In the 3,000 realms, whatever the Gu family states is the will of heaven. Those nearby fell silent. No one dared to refute. Gu Changsheng descended from the air, returning to the high platform, his robe billowing, his expression unchanged. His gaze swept across the countless factions below, from left to right and then right to left. Finally, his eyes settled in one direction. It was not the Li family. Instead, it was an inconspicuous corner. The Wanfeng Sacred Land. The team from the Wanfeng Sacred Land appeared no different from the other sacred lands around, with elders seated and disciples standing with their hands at their sides. Yet among them was one person whom Gu Changsheng had only seen in pictures and system images, never in person. He wore a grey robe, head bowed, hiding at the back of the crowd, utterly unremarkable. Xiao Chen. Surrounded by disciples of the Wanfeng Sacred Land, engaged in laughter and chatter, no one paid him any attention. He clearly did not belong here. A few days prior, an elder from the Wanfeng Sacred Land named Elder Han had suddenly approached him, expressing a desire to take him as a disciple. Elder Han held a considerable position within the Wanfeng Sacred Land. Even the Sacred Lord showed him some respect. Xiao Chen did not understand why Elder Han had sought him out, but he had no grounds to refuse. The threat from that man in black still lingered in his ears, and his family was still in the hands of the opponent. He had to come to the Gu family. He had to assassinate the Gu family's son. Xiao Chen raised his head, gazing at the figure on the high platform. Gu Changsheng stood at the forefront, clad in a dark black robe, a golden crown binding his hair, exuding an overwhelming aura. He had just slain a heavenly demon of the Emperor realm, 3 drops of essence blood entering his body, his expression unwavering. A hint of envy flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. If only he had such a background and resources, how could he have been controlled by the man in black? How could he not protect his family? What he did not know was that the person he envied for his achievements had attained his current status precisely by repeatedly seizing opportunities away from him, returning it 1,000-fold. If he had known, he would have probably spat blood on the spot. Xiao Chen withdrew his gaze and glanced into the distance. Not far to the right of the Wanfeng Sacred Land was the Qingling Sacred Land. He immediately spotted Lu Ruyan. She stood at the front of the Qingling Sacred Land's team, dressed in a flowing green gown, her figure graceful, her beauty striking. Her gaze was fixed on Gu Changsheng on the high platform filled with longing and fantasy. Xiao Chen's lips curled slightly. He also understood why Lu Ruyan was present here. The selection of concubines for the Gu family's son primarily required girls aged 12 to 14 with Nian in their names, but other eligible young women also had a chance. Lu Ruyan clearly did not want to miss this opportunity. Back then she had looked down on him as a waste, humiliating him by breaking off their engagement. Now she sought to climb higher, and the attitude in her eyes was something Xiao Chen could perceive from a distance. He snorted coldly, turning his head away. He didn't want to think about it. Now was not the time for such thoughts. The threat of the man in black, his father's death, his family's safety, and the impossible task of assassinating the Gu family's son. He was just a minor cultivator at the Tongxian realm, while the Gu family's son was at the Tianyuan realm. What could he use to strike? Xiao Qin gritted his teeth, a wave of despair rising in his heart. At that moment a voice echoed in his mind. Young man. It was a cool female voice. Xiao Chen's body stiffened. Who? He quickly turned his head to look around. The people nearby were all focused on the high platform, no one paying him any attention. Young man, do not panic. The voice rang out again, clearer this time. I am in your space ring. Xiao Chen looked down at the ring on his finger. It was an ordinary storage ring he had used for many years, containing some pills and miscellaneous items. His heart raced. You, who are you? He transmitted his voice with divine sense, his voice trembling. I am Luo Yao. The voice paused slightly, carrying a hint of shame. Young man, these years have been hard on you. Xiao Chen was stunned. I have been sleeping in your ring for countless years, and while sleeping I have been absorbing spiritual energy at all times. I have absorbed too much of your spiritual energy, causing your cultivation to not only stagnate but even regress. All of this is my fault. Xiao Chen's head buzzed. His regression in cultivation was due to the thing in the ring absorbing his spiritual energy. He had worn this ring since childhood, given to him by his father on his first birthday. He had always thought that his talent had suddenly vanished at some point, turning from a genius into a waste, being rejected, ridiculed, and expelled from his family. So it turns out, it wasn't his fault. You, what exactly are you? Xiao Chen's voice trembled, filled with anger, grievance, and an indescribable excitement. In my lifetime I was a peak saint realm cultivator. After death only this remnant soul remains residing in this ring. If it weren't for your spiritual energy nurturing me over the years, I would have long since dissipated. Peak Saint Realm. Xiao Chen's pupils constricted sharply. Peak Saint Realm in the 3,000 realms, aside from imperial clans and the few forces with emperors in control, it was nearly the pinnacle. Such a level of powerhouse was someone he had found it difficult to even see once before. Are you a Peak Saint Realm? I was in life. Now I am but a remnant soul, my cultivation diminished to almost nothing. The voice paused. But I can help you. Alchemy techniques, cultivation insights, I can impart them all to you. In the future you will surely ascend to the pinnacle. Xiao Chen took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement in his heart. Then why are you only appearing now? Because I just awakened today. Luo Yao's tone carried a hint of helplessness. Xiao Chen fell silent. He did not know whether to believe it or not. But he had no choice now. He was too weak enough that he could not defeat anyone, weak enough that he could not even protect his family's lives. He needed to grow stronger. Regardless of whether what this woman said was true or false, he needed to grasp this lifeline. Can you help me out of this predicament? Xiao Chen asked excitedly. Escape from your predicament. What trouble do you face now? Luo Yao asked. Xiao Chen gritted his teeth and recounted the events of the past few days with his divine sense. The assassin in black, his father's death, being coerced to assassinate the Gu family's divine son, and his family still being held captive. Luo Yao fell silent for a long time after hearing this. Then she spoke, her tone even more somber than before. Let me think about it. The Gu family. They are the strongest imperial clan in the 3,000 realms. Assassinating their divine son is akin to seeking death. The man in black sent you here with no intention of letting you live from the very beginning. Xiao Chen's heart sank. What should I do then? Don't rush. Luo Yao's voice became calm. The banquet for the Gu family divine son will last several days, you have time. I sensed that there is a teleportation talisman in your ring. Although it is of low grade, it can take you away in a critical moment. For now, do nothing. Do not expose yourself, do not act impulsively. Wait for the right moment and I will tell you what to do. Xiao Qin clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms. He glanced at the dark figure on the high platform, then at the distant face of Lu Ruyan filled with yearning. Then he lowered his head. All right. Gu Changsheng hovered in midair, his dark robe billowing in the wind. Below, a sea of people gazed up at him. His expression was calm like a bottomless pool. The ancient ancestor of the Gu family stood on the high platform, his voice resonating throughout the venue. The first item, the slaying of the heavenly demon and the establishment of the divine sun's position, has been completed. Today the second item, Heavenly Dao Resonance. This is a unique ritual of the Gu family passed down since the primordial era. Only the divine sun can invoke it. The elder's voice was not loud, but every word seemed engraved in the heavens, lingering for a long time. People from various forces below murmured to each other. Heavenly Dao Resonance. What is that? It is said that the Gu family possesses an ancient method to invoke the Heavenly Dao to bestow blessings. Only the Gu family can achieve this in the entire 3,000 realms. Only the divine sun can invoke it. How many divine suns has the Gu family established? Just count on your fingers and you'll know. Gu Changsheng did not listen to these discussions. In front of him floated a translucent panel that only he could see. The panel displayed a scene. It was Xiao Chen. From the moment Xiao Chen stood in the ranks of the 10,000 Laws sacred land, the system had triggered a prompt. Destined child Xiao Chen was about to enter a pivotal life choice. Every move of Xiao Chen, including every expression on his face and every fluctuation in his heart, was displayed clearly before Gu Changsheng. Gu Changsheng watched as the image of Xiao Chen hung his head, clenched his fists, despair evident in his eyes, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. In the image, a phantom emerged from Xiao Chen's ring. At first it was just a blur of light, gradually solidifying into a human shape. It was a woman. Her body was translucent, clearly just a remnant soul. Yet even as a remnant, her face was captivatingly beautiful. Her long hair flowed like a waterfall down to her waist, the tips slightly curled. Her features were exquisitely crafted, as if sculpted by the heavens, with brows like distant mountains and eyes like autumn waters. Her nose was high and her lips were naturally rosy. Most unforgettable was the cold aura she exuded, akin to an ice lotus atop a snowy mountain, pure, aloof and distant. She wore a plain white long dress, its hem fluttering as if caught by an unseen wind, her garments billowing like a fairy from a painting. Gu Changsheng gazed at this face, a single thought emerging in his mind. A puppet. In the image the woman spoke. I will teach you the art of puppetry. With your blood essence and my remnant soul's power, you can create a puppet identical to yourself in a short time. You can control it to assassinate the Gu family divine son while your true self escapes. Xiao Chen's face was filled with hesitation. Can the puppet succeed? It is impossible to succeed. The woman shook her head, her tone calm. The Gu family divine son's cultivation is in the heavenly origin realm, while you are merely in the profound understanding realm. Even if others from the Gu family do not intervene, the puppet would only possess 30% of your strength, unable to even harm a single finger of his. But its purpose is not to kill but to draw attention. When the Gu family divine son is attacked, chaos will ensue and the guard's power will concentrate near the high platform. You can take advantage of the chaos to crush the teleportation talisman and leave. What about my family once I escape? If you don't escape, your family has no hope. The woman's voice took on a stern tone. That man in black never intended to let you live. If you die, your family loses their value and will die as well. Only by surviving and growing stronger can you save them. Xiao Chen fell silent. After a moment he nodded. All right. Gu Changsheng shifted his gaze, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Interesting. Want to play the escape trick? On the high platform, the elder raised his hand and waved. Heavenly Dao Resonance activate. Boom. From the depths of the Gu family's ancestral land, an ancient aura surged into the sky. This aura was indescribable, neither spiritual power nor divine sense, but something more primal and mysterious. It soared to the 9 heavens, merging with the firmament. The sky changed. The originally clear sky suddenly took on a layer of gold. The gold spread outwards from the center of the sky like rippling water, growing brighter and broader. Then golden rain began to fall. It was not ordinary rain but luminous droplets condensed from pure spiritual energy. Each drop radiated a gentle golden light, drifting gracefully from the sky, falling on every corner of the Gu family estate, on every inch of land in the Eternal Dao domain, and in every sky of the 3,000 realms. Thousands of miles away, someone reached out to catch the golden raindrops. The moment their fingertips touched, nothing happened. The raindrops seeped into the skin like ordinary water without any sensation. Others beside them were the same. Everyone exchanged glances. Why did this golden rain have no effect? I caught several drops and felt nothing at all. Didn't they say it was Heavenly Dao resonance? Where's the blessing? Some were confused, some disappointed, and some looked around. Then they saw the Gu family members. The disciples of the Gu family stood on either side of the square, each bathing in the golden rain, their expressions shifting from astonishment to ecstasy. Some glowed, all over their auras surging. Some sat cross-legged, breaking through bottlenecks that had plagued them for years. Others had their meridians, faintly visible impurities, expelled from their bodies, feeling lighter. The golden rain fell on them, seeping into their skin, transforming into a warm current flowing within. Each drop was like a pill, nourishing their bodies and enhancing their foundations. A young disciple of the Gu family exclaimed in excitement, I've broken through. The bottleneck that held me back for 3 years has shattered just like that. Another disciple beside him looked equally shocked. The hidden injuries in my body are healing. The old wounds from over a decade ago are actually gone today. An elder from the Gu family gazed up at the golden rain, his eyes reddening. The last time Heavenly Dao resonance occurred was 1,000,000 years ago, when the last divine son established his position. I've lived so long and I can see it again. The Gu family disciples cheered, some laughed, some cried, and some knelt down to pay homage. Meanwhile, the guests from the external forces stood in the golden rain, drenched but receiving no benefits. They watched the reactions of the Gu family members, their expressions shifting from disappointment to envy, then to bitterness. The Gu family can receive benefits. But we cannot. That's obvious. This is the Gu family's Heavenly Dao resonance. The blessings are naturally only effective for the Gu family members. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone fell silent. An elder from the sacred land smiled wryly and shook his head. In all my years, it's the first time I've thought of the Gu family like this. The person beside him patted his shoulder. Don't think about it. You don't have the Gu surname, so you'll never have the chance in this lifetime. Reincarnation is a skill after all. Someone sighed. Don't talk about reincarnation. I'd be willing to be an outer disciple of the Gu family right now. Everyone was envious, jealous, and sighed. Meanwhile, the Gu disciples stood proudly under the golden rain, their heads held high, their faces full of pride. Li Nian stood at the back of the Li family group, extending a hand to catch a drop of golden rain. The raindrop fell into her palm, seeping into her skin. Nothing happened. She was not a member of the Gu family. Li Nian withdrew her hand and lowered her head, feeling neither disappointment nor envy. She had long since grown accustomed to it. Good things never fell to her. The golden rain lasted for a short incense time, then gradually diminished before finally stopping. The sky returned to its normal color. Gu Changsheng floated in midair, drenched in the golden rain. Golden specks of light flickered on his body, gradually merging into him. He felt that power flowing through his meridians. His cultivation directly broke through to the 5th level of the Tianyuan realm with no bottleneck whatsoever. The golden rain had stopped. A faint spiritual energy lingered in the square, with a trace of the Taoist aura remaining in the air. The Gu disciples came back to their senses from their breakthroughs and insights, each wearing an expression of disbelief. Some looked down at their hands, some introspected the surging spiritual power within them, while others were gasping for breath as if confirming they were not dreaming. I broke through the bottleneck. All my hidden injuries are healed. On the high platform, the Emperor Ancestor presiding over the Divine Sun's banquet appeared calm on the surface, but internally a storm was raging. Having lived for hundreds of thousands of years, he had presided over countless important matters of the Gu family and had personally witnessed the previous Divine Sun's resonance with the Tao. At that time, the resonance caused the heavens and earth to change color, with golden rain falling and phenomena visible in the 3,000 Tao domains. But those golden rains falling on people merely served to refresh the mind and make it easier to concentrate during cultivation. They mostly had auxiliary and intimidating effects, as the Gu family could not draw out the complete source of the Tao. How could it be like today, directly allowing the Gu disciples to break through in bulk? He looked up at the sky and then at the youth in black hovering in midair, his shock beyond words. Deep within the ancestral grounds, the sleeping ancestors also opened their eyes. An ancient divine sense rippled through the void. This child's resonance with the Tao is remarkably strong. Not just strong, it's unprecedented. When the Divine Sun from 1,000,000 years ago established his position, the Tao resonance was no more than this, but the actual effect was far inferior. Could it be? This child is the son of the great Tao. No one could answer this question. The divine senses of all the ancestors were locked onto Gu Changxing, seeking to penetrate the mystery of this youth. Yet nothing could be discerned. Gu Changsheng floated in midair, feeling that warm power gradually calm within him. He certainly understood why the resonance with the Tao was so strong. He held the authority of the Tao was fundamentally his. The ancient methods of the Gu family merely opened a door, while everything behind that door was under his control. This was right up his alley. Moreover, the golden rain that fell earlier did not deplete any of the Tao's essence. At the same time, Gu Changsheng felt somewhat surprised. He did not expect the Gu family to possess such methods capable of actively inducing a resonance with the Tao. Fortunately, he was one of them. On the high platform, the elder suppressed his shock, took a deep breath, and spoke loudly. The second item, resonance with the Tao, has been achieved. Today's third item, he paused, raising his voice a notch. The selection of attendants for the Divine Sun. As the words fell, the central jade-colored ground of the square suddenly cracked open and a massive martial arts platform slowly rose from underground. The platform was 100 feet long and wide, completely covered in black mysterious stone, its surface engraved with runes. On the platform, various treasures were displayed: jade stones for testing aptitude, holy weapons for demonstrating martial skills, stone tablets for testing physical strength, and various unnamed magical artifacts. Countless pairs of eyes below gleamed. Finally, it's time for this item. My family's saintess has been waiting for this day for 3 months. Choosing an attendant. To be favored by the divine son of the Gu family is a leap to the heavens. A leap to the heavens. It's more than just that. It's a direct ascension. The murmurs in the crowd rose and fell as everyone's gaze shifted from the shock of the resonance with the Tao to the martial arts platform. The eligible young women's hearts raced, their cheeks flushed, with some secretly adjusting their dresses and others silently rehearsing the talents they would showcase later. In the Li family group, the girls with Nian in their names all had shining eyes, eager to try. Only Li Nian remained unperturbed, wishing to end it quickly and return to her cultivation. As the martial arts platform rose, a translucent panel that only Gu Changsheng could see continued to display images in front of him. Xiao Chen and the girl named Luo Yao were still conversing. In the image, a strand of transparent light floated from Xiao Chen's ring, directly entering his sea of consciousness through the ring. No one noticed, nor did anyone deliberately pay attention to Xiao Chen. Thus, aside from Gu Changsheng, no one knew what he was doing. Luo Yao's voice came from the ring, kept low. I've already transmitted the puppet technique to you, do you remember it? Yes, Xiao Chen nodded, feeling the information that had appeared in his mind. I remember. Very good. Luo Yao's tone remained calm but carried a hint of gravity. I will allocate a sliver of my residual soul power to you. Use it to create the puppet. This puppet does not need to be too strong, just like you, able to run, jump, and perform a few simple actions. She paused. Remember, the puppet can only attract attention for a fleeting moment. You must crush the teleportation talisman and leave this place in that instant. The reason for making the puppet is also to report to that man in black. As for your family. She paused for a moment. Wait until you survive and grow stronger, then go save them. Xiao Qin gritted his teeth and nodded. Immediately after, another extremely faint transparent beam of light floated out from the ring, merging into Xiao Chen's brow, hovering above his spiritual platform. This contained a sliver of Luo Yao's residual soul power, enough for him to create a simple puppet. Xiao Qin clenched his fists, took a deep breath, and began to channel his spiritual power according to the puppet technique in his mind. Gu Changxing watched all this, his brow slightly raised. The golden cicada sheds its shell. The plan was quite good. Just then, a familiar mechanical voice rang in his ear. Ding, the destined child Xiao Chen has triggered a life choice. New images and options appeared on the translucent panel in front of him. In the face of dire straits and Luo Yao's puppet plan, how will you choose? A. Follow Luo Yao's instructions to create a puppet and escape amidst the chaos. B. Decisively reject Luo Yao's plan, stating that you can rely on your own methods to escape. C. Waver and plead with Luo Yao to take you away directly, no matter what the method. D. Take a bold approach. It's too passive to escape using a puppet ID, rather step forward to participate in the selection of the sun. Gu Changsheng looked at these 4 choices. D. The host has chosen option D. In the scene, Xiao Chen had already begun to circulate his spiritual energy, preparing to create a puppet. His hand paused in midair, suddenly becoming still. Luo Yao's voice came from the ring, tinged with urgency. What are you doing? Hurry up and take action. My residual soul power won't last much longer. If we delay, it will dissipate into the heavens and earth, wasted. Xiao Chen turned a deaf ear. His gaze was fixed on the enormous martial platform above. The martial platform was adorned with a dazzling array of treasures, and countless women below were eager to try. Senior Luo Yao. Xiao Chen spoke, his tone surprisingly calm. I have a better suggestion. Luo Yao's voice faltered, clearly showing impatience. You are in a desperate situation now. What good suggestion could you possibly have? Just a moment ago you wanted me to help you strategize, and now you have ideas. Besides, I've already split off. This residual soul power. Time cannot be wasted. Xiao Chen shook his head. No, my mind is made up. Inside the ring, Luo Yao's expression darkened. She didn't mind Xiao Chen having his own thoughts. But why didn't he speak up earlier? Why wait until she had split off this precious residual soul power before saying anything? Was her residual soul power really that worthless? Luo Yao took a deep breath, suppressing the anger within her. Forget it. Currently she was in someone else's domain, just a residual soul unable to directly influence Xiao Chen. I hope your method is more effective than mine. Do not let me down. Xiao Chen nodded, his tone resolute. Rest assured, once we get out in the future you will still teach me martial skills, techniques, and alchemy. With you as my master, a Saint Realm powerhouse, my achievements will surely be remarkable. Luo Yao fell silent. The selection of the sun officially began on the martial platform. Though called a selection, it was essentially a selection of concubines. Everyone understood this. The great emperor stood on the high platform, announcing loudly. The selection of the sun begins. As soon as the words fell, one after another women jumped onto the martial platform. The first to take the stage was a woman in white, her beauty striking her figure graceful. She took out an ancient zither from her sleeve, sitting cross-legged, her 10 fingers lightly strumming. All eyes were fixed upon him. The women on the martial stage who were showcasing their talents also came to a halt, their eyes wide with astonishment as they gazed at this unexpected visitor. A man. How did a man come up here? The brow of the esteemed ancestor of the Gu family furrowed slightly. He quickly discerned Xiao Chen's cultivation level, an abysmal Tongxian realm. Such an insignificant bug posed no threat to himself or the Gu family. Why was he here? The ancestor did not rush to speak, merely observing quietly. The murmurs from the crowd erupted like a pot boiling over. Who is this person? How did he get up there? A man. What is a man doing up there? Perhaps someone from the Holy Land of 10,000 Laws. What do they intend to do? Xiao Qin stood in the center of the martial stage, facing the dragon chair on the high platform, with his back to the crowd of black-clad spectators below. He raised his hand. The gray robe he wore suddenly burst open. It did not shred into rags, instead it transformed into a skirt. A colorful long skirt trailing on the ground, embroidered with large peony flowers. His muscles were tightly constricted by the skirt, revealing large patches of skin on his chest, while 2 furry little legs emerged from beneath the hem, the leg hair slightly swaying in the wind. What was even more outrageous was that he had stuffed 2 round bulging objects into his chest, their nature unknown, wobbling up and down with his breathing. The entire venue fell into a deathly silence. Then, ugh, someone gagged audibly. What is this? He is wearing women's clothing. My eyes. My eyes. Quick, stop him. Don't let him come over. The women on the martial stage turned pale with fright and began to retreat, some covering their eyes, others turning their heads away. The male cultivators below felt their stomachs churn violently. A burly man dressed in a colorful skirt, exposing his furry legs and armpits with 2 peculiar protrusions on his chest, appeared grotesque and eye-searing. Gu Changsheng sat on the dragon chair, observing this scene, his brow twitching slightly. Although he had been prepared, witnessing it firsthand was still an eye-popping experience. Xiao Chen was completely oblivious, or rather he had already thrown caution to the wind. He took a deep breath, spread his arms wide, and bowed deeply towards Gu Changsheng on the dragon chair. I am Xiao Chen, who has long admired the esteemed Son of Heaven. His voice was loud, echoing throughout the venue. Today I am fortunate to see the true visage of the Son of Heaven, and my heart is overwhelmed with excitement. I wish to participate in the selection of the Sun's attendants, and I implore the Son of Heaven to grant me this opportunity. Once again the venue fell silent. Then it erupted completely. What did he say? He wants to participate in the selection. He is a man. A man. Admiring the Son of Heaven. Could it be that he has such intentions towards the Son of Heaven? A preference for males. A love for boys. Disgusting. So disgusting. Some were laughing, others were cursing, while some covered their mouths in disbelief. Inside the ring, Luo Yao's eyes were as wide as saucers. After living for so many years, she had seen shamelessness, but never to this extent. You, a man running to participate in the selection of attendants. The son of the Gu family selects concubines who are women. Moreover, you have an unremarkable appearance lacking any striking features. How could you have the audacity? Luo Yao's remnant soul trembled in the ring, powerless to intervene. She could only watch helplessly as Xiao Chen, dressed in gaudy women's attire, stood under the spotlight pretending to be charming towards the son of the Gu family. On the other side, within the ranks of the Qingling Holy Land, an elder with white hair sat in the front row, the same protector who had received Xiao Chen's invitation to the sword duel years ago. He had been resting with his eyes closed and had not recognized Xiao Chen when he first descended the stage. However, when Xiao Chen announced his name, his murky eyes snapped open. The white-haired elder's eyes nearly bulged out. That Xiao family outcast who had been jilted, that frivolous scoundrel with no decorum. He had always thought that peculiar invitation was a deliberate humiliation. It was only at this moment that he fully understood. Xiao Chen was inherently twisted in character and acted absurdly. Dressing in women's clothing in public, offering himself for the position of the son's concubine. Such behavior was utterly ridiculous. The white-haired elder felt a wave of dread wash over him and instinctively recoiled, wishing to put as much distance as possible between himself and the martial stage. Lu Ruyan stood at the front of the Qingling Holy Land self for the position of the son's concubine. Such behavior was utterly ridiculous. The white-haired elder felt a wave of dread wash over him and instinctively recoiled, wishing a person who disregards shame, dresses as a woman, and publicly seeks affection from men. Her decision to annul the engagement was the best choice she had ever made in her life. On the martial stage, Xiao Chen knelt for a moment, feeling it was insufficient. Surely his sincerity had not yet moved the Son of Heaven. So he stood up. On the martial stage, Xiao Chen knelt for a moment, feeling it was insufficient. Surely his sincerity had not yet moved the Son of Heaven. As he twisted, he threw a flirtatious glance towards the dragon chair on the high platform, his eyes squinted into a narrow slit, rolling back to expose large whites. Then he puckered his lips, sending a flying kiss towards Gu Changsheng. Mwah, the sound was loud and crisp. He then covered half his face with his sleeve and let out a shy giggle. Oh, stop it, I'm so embarrassed now. The venue fell silent once more. Then it erupted completely. What is he doing? Is he blowing a kiss to the Son of Heaven? Oh my, he even puckered his lips. Look at that mouth, it looks like a chicken's backside. He smiled. He is still smiling. Help. Who will take this thing away? The women on the martial stage scattered like startled sparrows. A girl in a yellow skirt ran too fast, losing one shoe and jumping off the stage barefoot. The male cultivators below had ashen faces, some covered their mouths, some bowed their heads, and some stared intently at the ground, fearing that one more glance would lead to nightmares. A burly man standing on stage, twisting his waist while blowing kisses and giggling. This scene was more horrifying than any nightmare. Inside the ring, Luo Yao was utterly despairing. She had lived for countless years and seen innumerable oddities. But to see someone so bizarre was a first for her. She began to doubt if she had chosen the wrong person. Gu Changsheng sat on the dragon chair, his mouth twitching slightly. The absurdity of the situation was beyond his imagination. Fortunately, at this moment the system notification sounded in his ears. Ding. The destined child Xiao Chen detected fate trajectory deviating significantly. Xiao Chen voluntarily relinquished dignity. Dao heart harmed, proud bone completely shattered, returning a portion of the fortune to the Heavenly Dao. Current Heavenly Dao Fortune Saturation 135. Congratulations to the host, triggering tenfold return. Returned item, 10 Directions Imperial Might. Gu Changsheng's consciousness delved into the system to check the annotations. 10 Directions Imperial Might passive skill. When the host engages in battle with enemies within a distance of 10 zhang, the host will automatically exude a terrifying imperial might around them. This imperial might is not the true might of an emperor, but is derived from the suppression of bloodline and fortune. Enemies will experience a moment of being caught off guard with their reflexes, spiritual energy operation, and physical movements stalling momentarily. A moment. Very brief. Yet for a master, a moment is enough. Just as the opponent was about to unleash a killing move, they suddenly froze, leaving them free to strike however they wished. Gu Changsheng's lips curled into a smile. A fine treasure. He pulled back his thoughts and looked toward the martial stage. Xiao Chen was preparing to blow another kiss. On the high platform, the expression of the ancestral patriarch of the Gu family had darkened to an extreme. This was the Gu family. The Gu family that held sway over the 3,000 domains. At the Grand Sun's feast, all powers from the 3,000 domains were present. How could a madman be allowed to run amok here? The patriarch stepped forward, his voice booming like thunder. Come forth. Subdue this madman. As the words fell, 10 figures shot up into the sky from the edges of the square. Each wore black armor, their auras deep as abysses and high as mountains. They moved with precision like 10 unsheathed swords. Saints. 10 saint-level powerhouses. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Saint-level powerhouses in any sacred place of the 3,000 domains would be figures of ancestral status. Here they were merely guards. The 10 saints landed on the martial stage, encircling Xiao Chen. 2 of them held his arms, lifting him off the ground as if he were a small chick. Xiao Chen struggled, his floral skirt fluttering in the air. What are you doing? I came to participate in the selection. I am qualified. A large hand covered his mouth. The voice abruptly ceased. The 2 saints dragged Xiao Chen down. His feet kicked wildly on the ground, one shoe flying off and his skirt flipped up to cover his head. He was like a turned-over Zongzi dragged off the martial stage, disappearing into the crowd. Within the ranks of the 10,000 Dharma Sacred Land, Elder Han's expression changed. He glanced toward the direction where Xiao Chen was taken and then at the Gu family patriarch on the high platform, a sense of ominous foreboding rising within him. This was not a place to linger. He quietly took a step back. At the moment he turned, a terrifying aura descended from the heavens above. The aura precisely fell upon Elder Han, sparing no one else nearby. Elder Han felt as if he were nailed to the ground. His legs wouldn't move, his arms wouldn't budge, even his eyes couldn't turn. His divine sense extended out frantically, trying to find the source of this aura, but found nothing. The aura was too strong, so strong that as soon as his divine sense probed out, it was pushed back. Elder Han's heart sank to the depths. An emperor. And not just any ordinary emperor. He dared not move anymore, standing obediently in place, cold sweat trickling down his cheeks. In the endless high skies, Gu Qingyun stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He looked down at everything happening in the square, his gaze sweeping past Elder Han without further action. Now is not the time. The sun's feast is still ongoing. One cannot allow a small fish to alarm the snake. Elder Han stood still, not daring to breathe loudly. He did not know who was watching him, but he understood he could not escape. On the martial stage, the selection continued. One after another, women took the stage to showcase their talents. Some played the guqin, the music lingering in the air for 3 days. Some danced with swords, their sword light dazzling. Some painted with spirit beasts leaping from the canvas. Some played chess, their pieces forming formations on the board. Gu Changsheng sat on the dragon throne, nodding slightly or shaking his head. Those he nodded at could wait in a corner of the martial stage. Those he shook his head at left in disappointment. One by one, the number of women in the audience dwindled. Finally, it was the turn of the Li family. Li Nian stepped out from the back of the line. Her legs trembled, her palms sweaty, her heart pounding like a drum. She did not want to take the stage. She knew she could do nothing and would only embarrass herself. But the manager leading the Li family insisted that the Li family members must take the stage to avoid the impression that the Li family had no capable women. She dared not disobey. Li Nian stepped onto the martial stage, standing among those who had just showcased their talents, feeling out of place. Others wore exquisite garments while she wore a simple dress. Others had delicate makeup while she was barefaced. Others held spirit tools while she had nothing. After a moment's thought, she took out a long flute from her sleeve. It was a relic left by her mother. It was not a spirit tool, just an ordinary flute made of bamboo, its surface already polished to a shine. She brought the flute to her lips and began to play. As the sound of the flute arose, the entire venue fell silent for a moment. Then someone laughed. It was simply played too ordinarily. Without spiritual power supporting it, without accompanying phenomena, it was just an ordinary flute sound, like the wind in the mountains, like the flow of a stream. Compared to the talents of others, it was worlds apart. Some shook their heads, some sighed, and some whispered to each other. Is this the best the Li family could send? This flute sound. Is it too ordinary? How could someone of such caliber take the stage? Aren't they afraid of disgracing the Li family? Li Nian couldn't hear these discussions. She closed her eyes and played on. As the piece came to an end, she put down the flute, took a deep breath, and prepared to step down. Wait. A voice called from above. The voice was not loud, yet everyone heard it clearly. It was Gu Changsheng. The entire venue fell silent in an instant. Li Nian froze in place, not daring to move. Who taught you to play this flute? Gu Changsheng's voice was calm, as if asking about a very ordinary matter. Li Nian's mind buzzed. She did not expect the son of the Gu family to speak to her. It should be noted that prior to this esteemed son had not spoken to any woman. She was the first. She thought he would treat her like the other women, shaking his head or nodding, and then she would step down and everything would end. No one taught me. Her voice was so soft it was almost inaudible. I taught myself. Gu Changsheng nodded. After a moment of silence he asked again. What is the name of this piece? Li Nian's heart raced, feeling it might leap from her throat at any moment. She opened her mouth, her voice trembling. It has no name. I just played it casually. The venue fell silent once more. Someone gasped in astonishment. Casually played. In such an important occasion of the son's selection, you casually played a nameless piece. Wasn't this disregarding the son of the Gu family? Some awaited a spectacle. Some felt anxious for Li Nian. Yet Gu Changsheng laughed. Not a cold laugh, not a mocking one, but one filled with appreciation. Good. Just one word. Everyone was stunned. In such an important occasion you do not seek to please, do not prepare meticulously, do not show off your talent, but rather act according to your heart and whims. He paused. This precisely aligns with my intentions. With a wave of his hand. You stay. The crowd erupted in an uproar. What kind of reason was this? It was no reason at all. How could she be selected? Some widened their eyes, some dropped their jaws, some dropped what they were holding. Among the various powers, the women who had prepared diligently looked pale. They possessed stunning beauty and exceptional talent, they had done everything they could, yet they were outdone by a mere flute player. Li Nian was also stunned. She stood in place, her mouth slightly agape, her eyes wide open. She couldn't believe her ears. Selected. She was selected. On what grounds? She knew nothing, had no cultivation, no beauty and no talents. She was just a useless person, someone who couldn't even support herself. How could she have been selected? Just then a figure floated in from the horizon. It was a woman, dignified in appearance, with a gentle demeanor, her aura deep like the ocean. Dressed in a long green gown, she wore a jade pendant at her waist inscribed with the character Gu. Elder of the Gu family sanctum. She landed before Li Nian, smiling and nodding her head. What are you still dawdling for? The Son of Heaven has chosen you as his concubine. Hurry up and kneel to express your gratitude. It was only then that Li Nian came to her senses. With a thud she knelt on the ground, her forehead striking the blue stone floor. Thud thud thud, once, twice, 3 times. Her forehead was bruised, blood flowing down her nose. She had no cultivation, no spiritual power to protect her. Those 3 strikes were solid, causing stars to burst in her vision. But she didn't care. Gu Changsheng waved his hand. A gentle force lifted Li Nian from the ground, suspending her in midair. She felt weightless, as if being cradled by invisible hands, slowly flying towards the high platform. She landed in front of Gu Changsheng. The blood on her face had vanished, replaced by a slightly haggard appearance. She lowered her head, not daring to look at him. Gu Changsheng gazed at her, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Finally in his grasp. Don't be deceived by the fact that this girl knows nothing now, lacking cultivation and aptitude. But in the normal course of time she would become the 5th Heavenly Emperor of the 3,000 realms. Not the child of destiny yet, she would break through to the Heavenly Emperor even earlier. Her potential was terrifyingly strong. Now she was his concubine. Gu Changsheng looked at the frail girl before him, feeling an indescribable satisfaction. Afterwards he turned to call beside him. Yaoguang. The Empress Yaoguang stepped forward from beside the dragon chair, slightly bowing. Young master. Take her below to recuperate, her health is too poor, Gu Changsheng said. A timely help is always more precious than a gift in prosperity. Li Nian had nothing now, no cultivation, no status, no support. A little kindness at this moment would be remembered for a lifetime. He looked at Li Nian, his voice softening. Go down. Follow this sister, she will help you get to know the Gu family. From now on you are a member of the Gu family and one of my concubines. Li Nian raised her head, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked at Gu Changsheng. She could hardly hear what he was saying, her mind was buzzing, her ears felt stuffed. This was something she had never received during her years in the Li family. It was not charity, it was acceptance. This was something she had never received during her years in the Li family. It was not charity, it was acceptance. Li Nian's tears finally couldn't be held back, streaming down her face. She bit her lip hard, trying not to cry out loud. But she couldn't control her hands, nor could she control her knees. She knelt in the void. Though her body was supported by Gu Changsheng's power, she bent down once more, knocking her forehead against the ground. "Thank you, Son of Heaven. Thank you, Son of Heaven." Her voice was small and hoarse, filled with sobs, repeating just this phrase. She didn't know what to say. She had nothing, knew nothing, and couldn't even express a proper word of thanks. All she could do was bow, saying thank you again and again. She knew that from this moment on her fate had changed. Even if she had once obtained a seemingly high-level cultivation method in the back mountain. But without conditions, resources, or an environment for cultivation, it was ultimately futile. Don't even mention achieving success. She had no confidence in breaking through the profound realm. But now it was different. Being the son of Heaven's concubine of the Gu family, what a noble identity that was. This was equivalent to an alliance between the Li and Gu families because of her. Her status could be said to be no less than that of the saintess of the Li family. And all this change stemmed from the incredibly noble youth before her. In contrast, Gu Changsheng, watching the girl madly bowing her head, felt a slight stirring in his heart. He raised his hand, supporting her shoulder from afar. "All right, go on." The Empress Yaoguang stepped forward, wrapping her arm around Li Nian's waist. Li Nian, thin as a bamboo pole, was easily lifted by her. As she left, she turned back 3 times. Her eyes were fixed on the dark figure on the high platform, as if trying to imprint his image in her mind. Only when she had walked far did she turn her head away. The Empress Yaoguang led Li Nian off the edge of the square. The scene returned to tranquility. There were still many girls waiting on the martial arts platform, and the murmurs below gradually quieted. Everyone was waiting. Who else would the Son of Heaven select? Gu Changsheng leaned against the dragon chair, his gaze sweeping across the girls yet to take the stage. He was in a good mood. Li Nian was already in his grasp. The biggest gain was already secured. Next he could choose, slowly picking those who caught his eye, those he liked. Then several girls took the stage, all of them with exquisite beauty and outstanding talents. Gu Changsheng looked around, slightly shaking his head, and they retreated dejectedly. It wasn't that they were unworthy, but they simply didn't match his taste. Just as he was about to wait a bit longer, suddenly a sword light shot up from below the stage. The sword light was sharp as could be, slicing through the air like a bolt of lightning. As the sword light dissipated, a woman in white stood on the martial arts platform. In an instant, a sea of sword radiance appeared, even making the ancient emperors in the void unable to restrain their emotions. This girl has an incredible sword intent. She looked to be in her early 20s, tall and slender, her long hair casually pinned up with a wooden hairpin, a few strands falling across her forehead. Her features were delicate, but between her brows was an air of sharpness, like a sword drawn from its sheath. A long sword hung at her waist, its scabbard simple and unadorned, but the hilt bore 2 small characters, Xiaoya. Xiaoya Sword Sect. Someone in the audience recognized her. That's Luo Qingli, the goddess of the Xiaoyao sword sect. I've heard she is obsessed with the sword path, having comprehended sword intent before the age of 30, a rare sword genius with talent rivaling that of the Imperial Clan's children. Why is she here? Didn't they say she wasn't interested in matters between men and women? Luo Qingli stood on the stage, not kneeling like the other girls, but instead clasping her hands in salute. Son of Heaven, I am Luo Qingli, a disciple of the Xiaoyao sword sect. Her voice was cold, neither servile nor overbearing. I come not seeking fame or fortune, nor to attach myself to anyone, but to seek one thing. I wish to have a look at the Gu family's heavenly emperor sword. Luo Qingli raised her head, her gaze locking onto Gu Changsheng, her eyes devoid of fear, filled only with burning desire. I am obsessed with the sword path. My only wish is to see the famous swords of the world. The Gu family's heavenly emperor sword is the #1 sword in the 3,000 realms. If I could see its true form, I would have no regrets in death. If the Son of Heaven is willing to fulfill this, I am willing to be a concubine serving by your side for life, never to betray you. Gu Changsheng stood up from the dragon chair. His dark robe rustled in the wind, and a faint smile graced his face beneath the golden crown. He looked down at Luo Qingli on the martial stage, his voice not loud yet clear to everyone. Naturally, I am qualified to lend the heavenly emperor sword of the Gu family to others for a glance. He paused. But the value you present to me now is unworthy. The entire venue fell silent. Luo Qingli's complexion turned pale. She did not expect the divine son of the Gu family to be so direct. She prided herself on her talent in swordsmanship, having comprehended sword intent before the age of 30, making her unmatched among her peers. Yet before this young man, all of that seemed insignificant. This struck a severe blow to her unyielding pride. She bit her lip. Then she moved. The long sword at her waist was drawn, the sword light like a silken ribbon tracing an arc in the air. Her figure moved with the sword light, swift as lightning, merging her entire being with the sword. Sword intent surged from her, enveloping the martial stage. The intent was incredibly sharp, carrying an aura of undeniable dominance. Someone in the audience exclaimed, "This sword intent is at least of the fourth realm of swordsmanship." How old is she? The fourth realm of swordsmanship is a rarity throughout the entire 3,000 Dao domains. A remarkable figure has emerged from the carefree sword sect. Even a few ancestors from the ancestral land whose divine senses swept over slightly shifted their gazes. This girl indeed possessed considerable talent in swordsmanship. Even sword cultivators several small realms above her might not be her match. Luo Qingli sheathed her sword, her chest rising and falling slightly, her eyes glinting with a hint of hope. She looked towards Gu Changsheng. Gu Changsheng shook his head. Still not enough. Luo Qingli's heart sank. She had originally thought that as long as she demonstrated enough value and was willing to serve the Divine Sun, he would surely agree. Moreover, although Luo Qingli did not favor matters between men and women, she knew how great an allure her body posed to men, especially to young ones. This was a unique talent of a sword cultivation genius. But now, she gritted her teeth and cupped her hands again. Divine Sun, there is one matter I wish to inform you of privately. May I? Gu Changsheng glanced at her. Relay it to me. Luo Qingli took a deep breath, her lips moved slightly and a strand of divine sense relayed a message into Gu Changsheng's ear. The message was brief. But after Gu Changsheng finished listening, he raised an eyebrow slightly. Is this true? Luo Qingli's cheeks flushed slightly, lowering her head as she nodded gently. Absolutely true. Do you know the consequences of deceiving me? Rest assured, Divine Sun. After this Divine Sun's banquet, you may personally verify my constitution. If there is even a hint of falsehood. An elderly woman with white hair from the Carefree Sword sect watched the scene and sighed softly. She was the Grand Elder of the Carefree Sword sect and also Luo Qingli's protector. She certainly understood to what extent her disciple was obsessed with swordsmanship. She even revealed that secret just to catch a glimpse of the Heavenly Emperor sword. The elderly woman shook her head, muttering to herself. Disclosing this secret, I wonder if it's a blessing or a curse. Gu Changsheng's face once again bore a smile. Good. You shall be the second concubine I select today. Come up. Luo Qingli's eyes sparkled with overwhelming joy as she quickly ascended the high platform standing beside Gu Changsheng. Her hands trembled slightly, unsure if it was due to excitement or something else. Gu Changsheng did not look at her again and resumed his seat. The selection of concubines continued. Several more women ascended the stage, but Gu Changsheng looked around unsatisfied. Just as he was about to call for the next group, a figure landed on the martial stage. It was a woman clad in a light blue apothecary robe, a small purple-gold apothecary cauldron hanging at her waist. Her visage was gentle and her eyes radiated a unique warmth of medicinal fragrance akin to a Ganoderma lucidum washed by morning dew. The leader of the 10,000 Medicinal Valley, Su Yunxi. She did not showcase her talents but instead took out a jade slip from her sleeve and presented it with both hands. Divine Sun, this contains the recipe for the 9 Revolutions Soul Resurgence pill treasured by the 10,000 Medicinal Valley. This pill has the effect of bringing the dead back to life. There is only this copy throughout the entire 3,000 Dao domains. She raised her head, her gaze clear. If Divine Sun is willing to take me, in this recipe will belong to you, and I am also willing to follow you forever, refining pills and serving you. The crowd below stirred once more. The 9 Revolutions Soul Resurgence pill. Isn't that the legendary pill? The 10,000 Medicinal Valley even brought this out. They must have expended great effort. Gu Changsheng took the jade slip, probing with his divine sense, nodding slightly. He then glanced at Su Yunxi's fragrant figure. Keep her. Su Yunxi bowed in salute and stepped aside on the high platform. The third selected was a woman dressed in a short animal skin robe. Her skin was a healthy wheat color, her figure robust, and her long hair was braided into thick plaits hanging behind her head. She was accompanied by a pure white young wolf, its eyes a deep blue radiating a faint pressure of spiritual energy. The saintess of the beast taming sect by Ling. She did not showcase her talents, merely patting the white wolf beside her. The white wolf howled to the heavens, and suddenly dozens of spiritual birds appeared in the sky, neatly lined up, bowing towards Gu Changsheng. Divine Sun, the beast taming sect is willing to nurture spirit beasts for the Gu family, offering tributes every year. I wish to stay by your side, taming mounts for you. Gu Changsheng glanced at the white wolf on her shoulder, then at the dozens of spiritual birds in the sky. You may stay. Bai Ling smiled broadly, revealing two small fangs, and jumped onto the high platform with the white wolf. The fourth selected was a woman dressed in a grey Taoist robe. Her appearance was not extraordinarily beautiful, but her bright eyes seemed capable of seeing through all deception. She held a compass in her hand, the needle on the compass trembling slightly, pointing towards Gu Changsheng, the current chief disciple of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion Morong Jing. After kneeling, she slightly bent forward. Divine Son, the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion excels in divining fate. I am unworthy but wish to divine auspiciousness and avert misfortune for you. After kneeling, she slightly bent forward. Divine Son, the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion excels in divining fate. I am unworthy but wish to divine auspiciousness. Thus, along with Lin Yan, Gu Changsheng had selected a total of 5 concubines: Lin Yan, Luo, Qingli, Su Yunxi, Bai Ling, and Morong Jing. People from various factions below gazed at the 5 women on the high platform, some envious, some jealous, while others secretly calculated how to report back to their respective factions. On the high platform, the grand ancestor of the Gu family spoke loudly. The third item, the Divine Son's selection of concubines, has come to an end. As his words fell, the martial stage slowly sank underground, and the treasures and magic tools vanished along with it. Gu Changsheng leaned back against the dragon chair, his gaze sweeping over the 5 women beside him. At that moment, deep within his consciousness, the system interface had yet to close. On the screen was Xiao Chen. Not on the martial stage, but in another location. The Gu family's prison. The Gu family's celestial prison lies deep within the estate, forged from solid black mysterious stone, its walls engraved with sealing runes. Here countless ruthless criminals, demons and traitors captured by the Gu family over the years are held captive. Not long ago, a powerful celestial demon of the Emperor realm was also transported from here. At this moment, deep within the prison, there are still a dozen terrifying auras, the weakest among them being at the Saint realm. These auras surge in the darkness like ancient fierce beasts in slumber, ready to awaken at any moment. And in the farthest corner of the prison, a completely different person is confined. Xiao Chen. In a certain sense, being locked away in this place is a kind of honor. At this moment, Xiao Chen's entire cultivation is sealed and his dantian is locked away, leaving him unable to move even a single finger. He was tossed onto the cold stone slab like a dead dog, still wearing a colorful skirt, the hem wrinkled and covered in dust. Lying on the ground, he stares blankly at the stone wall above, murmuring to himself. Why? Why wasn't I chosen by the Divine Son? Why am I not good-looking enough? Did I not perform well enough? I wore a dress. I blew kisses. I even swayed my waist. Why don't you want me? Inside the ring, Luo Yao's remnant soul keeps her eyes closed. She does not wish to speak. She truly desires to distance herself from this person, to leave this ring as far as possible. But this is the Gu family. The prison is filled with sealing runes. If she recklessly leaves the ring, she would only be exposed to the divine senses of the Gu family's powerful beings. At that point, her remnant soul would likely be reduced to ashes. Moreover, Luo Yao opens her eyes, looking at the slumped Xiao Chen, sighing in her heart. Regardless of the circumstances, it is she who absorbed his spiritual energy for over a decade, causing him to fall from genius to waste. She feels guilty about this matter. If she were to leave like this, her heart would be unsatisfied and her path would remain unclear. Luo Yao lets out a long sigh. Forget it, forget it. This child has no master-disciple bond with me. However, since I absorbed your spiritual energy, I must repay you accordingly. I did not wish to use this matter at this time, but now it seems I have no choice. Lying on the ground, Xiao Chen hears the voice in his mind and his eyes suddenly brighten. He uses the little strength he has left to convey his thoughts, his voice filled with ecstasy. Senior. Is there a way to turn the tide? Luo Yao does not respond. She slowly reveals a token from the ring. The token is entirely pitch black, its surface calm and devoid of any spiritual energy fluctuations, resembling an ordinary piece of iron. However, on the front of the token a large character is engraved. Gu. The moment the token appears, Xiao Chen's eyes widen in shock. He stares intently at the black token inscribed with the character Gu, his lips trembling as his voice quivers. Senior. You are actually from the Gu family. Luo Yao smacks her forehead within the ring. She takes a deep breath, suppressing the urge to curse. If I were a member of the Gu family, would I need to ask you to refine a puppet to escape? Think logically. If I were truly from the Gu family, would I suffer with you in this prison? Her tone is filled with helplessness. Xiao Chen is taken aback, unable to speak. Seeing his expression, Luo Yao increasingly feels that this person is a rotten wood that cannot be carved. She only wants to leave here quickly to distance herself from this person. To settle the debt she owes him, then sever all ties. She suppresses the irritation in her heart and slowly speaks. This token has a long story. Years ago, while traveling the world, I encountered a dying member of the Gu family. He entrusted me with this token, asking me to deliver it to the current leader of the Gu family and to convey a few words. He said that with this token and those words I could secure the Gu family's protection. She pauses, lowering her voice slightly. But I buried this matter in my heart for a long time, never daring to take it out. Because that person's death involved too much. If I were to hastily present it and the wrong people found out, it would likely bring about disaster for me. Moreover, even if it were delivered to the Gu family, they might not spare my life. Hence, for all these years, I would rather hide within the ring and sleep than risk taking this thing out. After Xiao Chen heard this, he fell silent for a moment. Just then, a familiar mechanical voice rang in Gu Changsheng's ears. Ding. The destined child Xiao Chen has triggered a life choice. A translucent panel appears before him, 4 options floating into view. In the face of Luo Yao's Gu family token, an explanation: how will you choose? Hurry and let Luo Yao take the token to find the Gu family, free yourself, and even seize the opportunity to turn the tide. B. Consider cautiously, remain in the prison for a while and think it through, not rushing for a moment. C. Confront Luo Yao on the spot: why didn't you take this out earlier? Engage in moral kidnapping, accusing her of harming your whole family. D. Attempt to snatch the Gu family token for yourself. C. Host has chosen option C. In the prison, Xiao Chen moved. His face suddenly contorted. It was not fear but anger. It was a kind of anger that said, I finally caught you. Luo Yao. He no longer addressed her as senior, calling her by name. Instead, his voice sharp and loud. Why didn't you take out the Gu family token earlier? Why? Luo Yao was taken aback. Xiao Chen seemed to have activated a switch, becoming animated even while slumped on the ground, his mouth never stopping. If you had taken this token out earlier, how could my Xiao family have been threatened by that man in black? How could my father have died? How could I have fallen to this state today? You absorbed my spiritual energy for over a decade, turning me into waste, causing my engagement to be annulled, subjecting me to ridicule, leading to my father's tragic death. Do you have the face to hide the token from me? Do you think you deserve to treat me this way? Luo Yao took a deep breath. She did not expect that revealing this token would provoke such a strong reaction from Xiao Chen. Moreover, she had already said beforehand that taking out this token early might be a blessing or a curse. Xiao Chen, I was still asleep at the time and had no idea what was happening outside. Furthermore, this token involves secrets of the Gu family. If I took it out rashly, it could lead to even greater calamity and we would both perish. Greater calamity? Xiao Chen sneered. My father is dead. What greater calamity could there be than this? Your father's death was caused by you. Xiao Chen interrupted her, his voice growing louder. If you had taken the token out earlier, if you had taken me to the Gu family sooner, that man in black would have had no chance to act. So ultimately it was you who caused my father's death. Luo Yao felt her rationality being struck repeatedly by a stick. Your father's death was of your own making. The man in black originally had no intention of killing him. You insisted on questioning him, saying you want kill my father, and that was when he acted. Can you blame me for that? Although Luo Yao was not awake when Xiao Chen's father died, since the ring had always been in Xiao Chen's possession, she could understand his experiences through it after awakening. That's because you weren't there. If you had been, you would have stopped me. You wouldn't have let me say that. Xiao Chen's logic was a tangled mess, yet he spoke with conviction. Your slumber is your fault. You woke up too late. If you had awakened a few years earlier, my father wouldn't have died at all. Luo Yao fell silent. She was so infuriated by this twisted reasoning that she couldn't speak. Pure madness. Xiao Chen continued to vent. Also, are you trying to monopolize the Gu family token? Are you hoping to wait until you regain your strength to go to the Gu family and claim a reward for yourself? Did you never think of saving me? I tell you, my father is dead, you must bear the responsibility. You must give me that token, take me to the Gu family and let them grant me a city, 100 maidens, and enough. Luo Yao's voice emerged from the ring remarkably calm. 2 words. She did not look at him again, nor did she speak. She merely withdrew the Gu family's token deep into the ring, then closed her eyes. A rotten mud cannot prop up a wall. Xiao Chen's eyes widened. What are you doing? Why are you taking it back? That is mine, call it and see if it responds. Luo Yao's voice was cold and merciless. Xiao Chen opened his mouth, a choking sound escaping his throat. He could not call out. That token had never belonged to him. Yet he was unwilling to accept it. Luo Yao. Come back. Give me back the token. You cannot do this. You owe me. You owe me a life, his voice echoed in the prison, a solitary sound. Luo Yao did not respond again. Xiao Chen shouted for a while until his voice became hoarse, his body slumped like a fish thrown onto the shore, mouth opening and closing, unable to say anything. Off-screen. Gu Changsheng leaned against the dragon chair, observing everything happening on the system panel, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Ding. The destined child Xiao Chen's fate trajectory has deviated significantly. Xiao Chen and Luo Yao have completely severed ties, losing Luo Yao's trust and protection, returning part of the Heavenly Dao's fortune. Current Heavenly Dao Fortune Saturation 138. Congratulations host, you have triggered a tenfold return. Luo Yao's trust, key to the Luo family ruins. Explanation: key to the entrance of the Luo family's ancient ruins, specific uses are unclear. That's all. No rank, no effects, no usage instructions. Gu Chongsheng raised an eyebrow. The Luo family. There are many forces named Luo in the 3000 Dao domains, but to be referred to as ancient ruins is certainly not simple. However, he had indeed never heard of any top-tier force named Luo. After the Divine Son's banquet, he would ask his father or the ancestor they should know. Gu Changsheng withdrew his thoughts, looking towards the square. On the high platform, the ancestor of the Gu family stood with hands behind his back, speaking loudly. The fourth item today, gifts from various forces. As his words fell, countless figures quietly emerged from the dark corners around the square. They wore black armor, their auras restrained like ghosts in the night, silently distributed throughout every corner of the square. The Gu family's dark guards. Each one possessed a cultivation level above half-saint, usually hidden in the shadows, only appearing on significant occasions. In the endless high sky, Gu Qingyun stood with hands behind his back. He looked down at the densely packed crowd in the square, his gaze sweeping over each force. Is the show about to begin? He murmured to himself, his voice very soft. Let me see who dares to lay hands on my son. Is it you, the Li family? Or the Xianyuan family? Or the Ji family? The formal presentation of gifts began in the square. Representatives from each force held gift boxes or storage bags in their hands, stepping forward to the high platform, bowing to present their gifts. The Gu family had specially arranged for receiving envoys who accepted each gift, calling out names and registered. Tianqian sect presents a Millennium Ice Snow Ginseng and 300 top-grade spirit stones. Xiang Holy Land presents 3 holy level pills and 1 holy grade artifact. Biluo Mountain Villa presents 100 zhong of heavenly silkworm spirit thread and a pot of Biluo spring water. As names were called, the gifts piled up into small mountains. Most of the gifts from the forces were quite ordinary. After all, their sizes determined what they could offer, and they could not produce anything too precious. Occasionally, a few smaller forces struck lucky and obtained remarkable treasures, which they would open the gift boxes on the spot for everyone to admire, showcasing their sincerity towards the Gu family. Qingyun sect presents an ancient beast bone. After appraisal, suspected to be the remains of an imperial-level ferocious beast. A wave of astonishment rose from the crowd below. For a small sect to present the bones of an imperial-level ferocious beast was already an extraordinary event. Moreover, such items held no use within their own force. It was better to present them to the Gu family for future potential value. The elder of Qingyun sect was beaming, repeatedly cupping his hands in courtesy as he retreated. The gift presentations continued one after another. Finally, it was the imperial family's turn. The Li family. Li Yi waved his hand, and the Li family's steward stood up, tidying his robe before leisurely making his way to the high platform. He did not bow like those smaller forces, but instead cupped his hands in a salute, his demeanor composed, neither servile nor arrogant. As an imperial family, the Li family, although inferior to the Gu family, would not resort to flattery. The respect due was fully given, and the rest was to maintain dignity. For the Gu family's Divine Son's Comminglefage banquet, the Li family presents an imperial-level body refining technique, 12 holy-level body refining techniques, and 100 bottles of Millennium Spirit Milk Plus. The steward paused, taking out a jade box from his sleeve and opening it. Inside lay a fist-sized pearl, entirely golden, with flowing light on its surface exuding a warm aura. 1 Dragon Clan Inner Dan Grade Quasi-Imperial. An uproar erupted below. A quasi-imperial level Dragon Clan Inner Dan was a rare treasure that was hard to come by. Although it had not truly reached the imperial level, it could be considered a pinnacle treasure among the 3,000 Dao states. It is said that such things were only passed down during the ancient times when the Dragon Clan still existed. This time the Li family had made a significant move. Gu Changsheng nodded slightly while sitting in the dragon chair. The steward closed the jade box and bowed as he retreated. Next was the Xianyuan family. The representative of the Xianyuan family was a middle-aged man, burly in stature with a resolute face exuding an innate arrogance between his brows. He stepped onto the high platform, cupped his hands and saluted, his movements crisp and decisive. The Xianyuan family presents 3 drops of ancient divine blood, 10 holy level artifacts, and 1 set of divine blood battle armor. The Jiang family, his mother's clan, excels in Dao techniques and formations. This time his uncle Jiang Linyuan and his grandmaster came generously, offering him a formation technique showcasing their close relationship. The Li family specializes in body refinement techniques, boasting a robust physique. Their gift this time was neither overly humble nor arrogant, maintaining a neutral attitude. The girl from their family, Li Nian, has already been taken into his fold. The Ji family, heirs of the ancient human emperor bloodline, is the only imperial clan to inherit in the form of an imperial dynasty. It is said that their ancestor was the human emperor who nearly unified humanity in the ancient era, holding a transcendent status. Members of the Ji family inherently carry an air of pride, yet they never neglect the proper courtesies. The Xianyuan family, descendants of the ancient deities, is the only imperial clan that is not of human lineage. They claim to possess the bloodline of divine beings flowing within them. Although they appear human, they are fundamentally a different species. The Xianyuan and Ji families are sworn enemies. Their enmity dates back to ancient times, marked by intermittent conflicts and never a true reconciliation. When disciples from both families encounter each other outside, they exchange insults at best and engage in fights at worst. Among the 4 great families, the Jiang family maintains the closest ties with the Gu family. Beyond Gu Changsheng's mother marrying Gu Qingyun, there have been numerous marital alliances between the 2 families. Gu family disciples marry Jiang family women, while Jiang family disciples marry Gu family women, fostering deep relationships. In contrast, the Li family remains indecisive. There are no explicit grievances nor deep connections. The Li family's attitude has always been, if the Gu family is strong I shall respect you, but if you expect me to kneel, that is impossible. As for the Ji and Xianyuan families, they are too embroiled in their own conflicts to bother with each other, yet they share a rare consensus against outsiders, no closeness and no offense. At this moment 3 treasures floated above the high platform. The Dragon Clan's inner core at the quasi-emperor level glowed a golden hue, radiating a gentle yet grand aura. The ancient divine blood was sealed in a transparent crystal vial, its deep red hue resembling solidified flames, with the surrounding space slightly warped. A fragment of the human emperor's sword lay quietly in a wooden box, its blade pitch black with dark red patterns resembling dried blood, ancient and menacing. Each of these 3 treasures originated from the 3 great imperial clans, each being exceedingly precious. Several female disciples from the Gu family emerged from either side of the high platform, dressed in azure skirts, their steps light and their features delicate. They respectfully approached Gu Changsheng, kneeling before him with their trays. Lord Son of Heaven. Gu Changsheng leaned against the dragon throne, his gaze sweeping over the 3 treasures. The Dragon Clan's inner core could significantly enhance physical strength and spiritual power after refinement. The ancient divine blood, a holy object for body refinement, could only be used by core disciples of the Xianyuan family. Although the fragment of the human emperor's sword was but a remnant, it contained an ancient aura and perhaps harbored some secrets. Such treasures are never too many. He extended his hand, preparing to take the Dragon Clan's inner core first. At that moment, an unexpected change occurred. The Ji family woman, who had been quietly standing with a smile and graceful demeanor just a moment ago, suddenly had a shift in her gaze. Her eyes were devoid of warmth and respect, now only cold, murderous intent remained. Her figure shot out like an arrow. Her speed was so fast that it was almost imperceptible to the naked eye. The blue stone floor beneath her feet cracked open with fissures spreading out like a spider's web. A long sword appeared in her hand out of thin air, its blade snow-white and glinting, coldly slicing straight towards Gu Changsheng's head. Peak of the Holy Realm. A full-force strike. Those beside her did not react in time. Guests still discussing the gifts gaped, their voices caught in their throats. The maids serving tea trembled, causing teacups to smash on the ground. The guards standing at a distance had their pupils constrict, their bodies already in motion transforming into streaks of light rushing forward. But faster than anyone was the little bird on Gu Changsheng's shoulder. The golden crow's eyes suddenly opened wide, its golden pupils reflecting the oncoming long sword. It flew from Gu Changsheng's shoulder, exploding in midair, instantly transforming from the size of a fist into a colossal bird that blocked out the sky. Golden flames erupted from its body, turning half the sky into a crimson gold. Its wings spread wide, immense enough to stretch from one end of the square to the other, casting a shadow over the entire martial arts arena. A clear cry rang out. The sound reverberated through the heavens. The golden crow opened its mouth, unleashing a golden fire net that intertwined and descended, enveloping the Ji family woman within. As the fire net closed in, it was like an invisible hand firmly trapping her. The woman struggled a few times, her long sword struck against the fire net, creating sparks, but the fire net remained unmoved. The entire arena fell silent. Then it erupted into chaos. What is that? That bird, the ancient golden crow. That is the ancient golden crow. Emperor level. That bird is an emperor level beast. The little bird on the Son of Heaven's shoulder is actually an emperor level monster. Everyone's minds buzzed. They had previously seen the little golden bird perched on Gu Changsheng's shoulder, thinking it was just a pet, a beautiful decoration. No one expected that this seemingly harmless little creature was actually the ancient golden crow, a fierce beast of the emperor level that had lived for tens of thousands of years. In the Ji family's group, several elders turned pale, slumping in their seats. They did not understand why their woman would suddenly take action. Wasn't she fine just a moment ago? Within the fire net, the woman struggled for a few moments, realizing she could not break free. Her face bore no fear or anger, only a strange calm. Then her body began to swell. Spiritual power surged wildly within her, her meridians expanding, her skin cracking, beams of light shooting out from the crevices. She was about to self-destruct. The self-detonation of a peak Holy Realm cultivator was as powerful as an ordinary emperor's strike. The golden crow's pupils narrowed sharply. It wanted to seal her cultivation to prevent the self-detonation. But it suddenly discovered that this woman's aura was extremely strange, making it impossible to lock her cultivation. Thus it strengthened the fire net, enveloping her tightly. Boom, a massive explosion. The woman's body shattered, flesh and spiritual power mixing together, transforming into a gigantic ball of light that expanded outward. Several figures stepped out from the void, the hidden experts of the Gu family simultaneously taking action, pressing down with their palms to suppress the residual shockwave. The square quickly returned to calm. Neither the martial arts stage nor the coiling dragon pillar suffered even the slightest damage. It was as if a peak Holy Realm expert had not just self-destructed but rather an insignificant bug at the awakening realm. On the high platform, the Gu family's elder who presided over the Son of Heaven feast had a somber expression that seemed ready to drip water. His gaze fixed intently on the Ji family's direction, his aura surging, causing the surrounding void to tremble. Ji family, his voice was deep, laden with boundless anger. Before he could finish his words, another anomaly arose. On the high platform, the wooden box holding the fragment of the human emperor's sword suddenly exploded. The fragments flew out from the box, suspended in midair, radiating a blinding black light. That black light was not spiritual power nor sword energy but demonic aura. A thick, pure, nauseating demonic aura. The fragments began to deform, shatter, and reassemble. In the blink of an eye, the fist-sized fragment transformed into a complete emperor's sword, ethereal, semi-transparent, yet emanating a terrifying aura even more fearsome than a genuine imperial artifact. Black demonic energy coiled around the sword body, writhing like a venomous snake, emitting a hissing sound. The sword's tip pointed at Gu Changsheng, filled with murderous intent. Then it moved. Its speed was so extreme, like a bolt of black lightning thrusting directly toward Gu Changsheng's forehead. Everyone was once again taken aback. The ancient golden crow had just blocked an explosion and was gathering its wings some distance away from Gu Changsheng. The surrounding guards and spies were still dealing with the aftermath of the explosion, unable to assist in time. The space in front of Gu Changsheng was empty. No one could block it. The members of the Ji family widened their eyes. They knew what this meant. If the divine son of the Gu family were to perish beneath the shards of the Ji family's emperor's sword, then within 3 days the Ji family might face annihilation. The long sword was getting closer to Gu Changsheng. 3 feet. 2 feet. 1 foot. Gu Changsheng sat on the dragon throne, gazing at the approaching sword with composure. He did not move. It wasn't a matter of being too late, it was unnecessary. When the sword tip was half a foot away from his forehead, a transparent barrier appeared out of thin air. The barrier was as thin as a cicada's wing, seemingly fragile enough to break with a poke, but the moment the emperor's sword collided with it, it felt like it had struck a mountain. A deep resonant sound echoed. Many present with lower cultivation levels even experienced ear-ringing, blood flowing from their ears. The barrier remained unmoved while the Emperor's sword shattered into countless fragments, black demonic energy scattering everywhere. The fragments struggled in the void for a moment, attempting to reassemble, but a gentle force surged from the barrier, suppressing them all. Gu Changsheng's lips curled into a slight smile. He was too familiar with his father's aura. High above in the endless sky, Gu Qingyun retracted his hand, his figure flickering, vanishing from sight. In the next moment he stood on the high platform directly in front of Gu Changsheng. He extended his hand, fingers spread wide, and grasped at the void. The shattered sword fragments and the scattered demonic energy were as if seized by an invisible giant hand, all flying back to his palm, reassembling into a small sword the size of a palm. The sword body was still struggling, the demonic energy surging, trying to break free. Gu Qingyun closed his fingers. Snap! The small sword shattered. The demonic energy let out a final shriek, dissipating into the air. The entire venue fell into a dead silence. Gu Qingyun turned around, his gaze sweeping over everyone below. His aura surged, the peak cultivation of an emperor being unleashed without reservation, pressing down like a towering mountain upon each person present. The faces of those sacred realm powerhouses turned pale, their knees trembling. The elder ancestors of the Emperor realm wore grave expressions, instinctively taking a half step back. Peak of the Emperor realm. The first person under the Heavenly Emperor. The rumors of yesteryear were witnessed today firsthand. Gu Qingyun's gaze fell in the direction of the Ji family. His eyes were icy, chilling to the bone. Ji family. His voice was not loud, but each word struck like a hammer upon the hearts of everyone present. Colluding with the demon race to assassinate my son. You Ji family are descendants of the ancient human emperor. Back in the day, the human emperor led humanity against the demon race. What glory it was. Now his descendants actually conspire with the demon race, assassinating their own kin. He paused, his tone turning even colder. Does your Ji family wish for me to cleanse your ancestors' house? Or do you mean? His gaze swept over each member of the Ji family, from elders to disciples, from protectors to attendants. Do you Ji family wish to be removed from the 3,000 domains from now on? As his voice fell, the entire venue fell into dead silence. No one dared to speak, no one dared to breathe. In the Ji family ranks, everyone looked ashen. They had never anticipated such a scene would unfold today. Had they known who would dare to show up? Several elders slumped in their chairs, their lips trembling, unable to utter a single word. The young woman had already self-exploded, leaving no evidence of her demise, but the demonic energy on the Emperor's sword fragments could not be faked. That was the aura of the demon race, recognized throughout the entire 3,000 domains. The Ji family was finished. Regardless of their involvement or knowledge, the Emperor's sword fragments were provided by the Ji family, and the assailant was one of their own. Gu Qingyun retracted his gaze, looking at his son. Are you all right? Gu Changsheng smiled. I'm fine. He was certainly fine even without the presence of the Yao Guang Empress and the ancient Golden Crow. In the ring space there was also a puppet of the Emperor realm, and in addition 3 treasures given to him by the ancestor of heaven and earth. Even if he stood still, he could not possibly be harmed by that so-called ethereal Emperor's sword. Gu Qingyun nodded, his heart slightly stirred. Firstly, today's situation was completely under his control. His son would absolutely not suffer the slightest harm. Secondly, he had just experienced a momentary illusion, feeling that even without needing to act, without the ancient Golden Crow and the Yao Guang Empress intervening, his son would not fear this attack. Why was that? Could it be that his son had other hidden cards? Unable to comprehend, Gu Qingyun chose not to think further. It's a good thing for his son to have hidden cards. What he needed to deal with now was the matter at hand. Gu Qingyun stood on the high platform without hesitation. Come here. His voice was not loud, but each word was like a command, undeniable. As his words fell, the black-armored spies around the square moved simultaneously. Their figures rushed out from the shadows, swift as phantoms, surrounding the Ji family ranks in the blink of an eye. A total of 30 people, each possessing cultivation above the sacred realm. The encirclement was airtight, not even a fly could escape. The Ji family members' faces changed drastically. Some stood up suddenly, hands on their sword hilts. Some shrank back, their faces ashen. Some trembled, wanting to say something but daring not to. Ji Chang sat at the forefront, his face a deep shade of iron. He was an emperor, having lived for over 100,000 years, witnessing countless scenes. Yet at this moment his hand trembled slightly. It was not fear. It was anger, frustration, and an inability to defend himself. He took a deep breath, stood up, and cupped his hands toward Gu Qingyun. Gu Patriarch, regarding this matter, my Ji family, seize them. Gu Qingyun did not look at him, nor did he listen to his words. 2 words straightforward and decisive. The spies surged forward. The Ji family's elders attempted to resist just as they activated their spiritual power. They were pressed back by the spies' palms. The gap between the sacred realm and the sacred realm was not significant, but the sheer number of spies combined with the surprise attack left the Ji family members no time to react. In the blink of an eye, everyone was subdued, their hands bound behind their backs, kneeling on the ground. Ji Chang remained standing, offering no resistance. He knew that resisting was futile. This was the Gu family, the strongest imperial clan in the 3,000 domains. As a mid-stage emperor, taking action on Gu family territory was no different from seeking death. Yet he was a member of the Ji family, a descendant of the ancient human emperor, one of the 5 great imperial clans. He was being taken away like this. Where would the Ji family's face be placed? Gu patriarch, my Ji family has been descendants of the human emperor for generations, sworn enemies with the demon race. Today's events must have hidden truths. I implore you to see clearly. Ji Chang's voice was loud, spreading throughout the venue. Gu Qingyun finally glanced at him. See clearly. His tone was very calm. The fragments of the emperor's sword provided by the Ji family carry the aura of the demon race. A disciple of the Ji family assassinated my Gu family's divine son before the eyes of all powers in the 3,000 domains. Which of the two matters is wrongfully accusing you? Ji Chang opened his mouth, hesitating to speak. Take him down. To the Gu family's dungeon. Gu Qingyun's voice was devoid of any emotion. Ji Chang's body suddenly stiffened. The Gu family's dungeon is a place where serious criminals and evil beings are imprisoned. Those who enter either die or suffer greatly. How could he, a dignified emperor of the imperial clan, be sent to such a place? Gu Qingyun, you. His voice rose, but Gu Qingyun raised his hand. Bang. A palm strike. The seemingly light palm strike looked effortless, yet in an instant Ji Chang felt as if Mount Tai pressed down upon him, and he bent his knees, kneeling on the ground. His face flushed red, his teeth clattering as he desperately tried to stand, but that force pinned him down, rendering him immobile. The peak of an emperor crushing the mid-stage of another emperor. Ji Chang ceased to struggle. He lowered his head, allowing the dark guards to lift him. His hands bound by chains, and along with other members of the Ji family was escorted toward the dungeon. As the Ji family passed through the square, the gazes of all forces from the 3,000 Dao domains fell upon them. They couldn't help but sigh in disbelief. The mighty imperial clan descendants of the ancient human emperor usually looked down on other forces with disdain. Now they were being escorted like dead dogs, walking past everyone. Even the legendary emperor-level experts had to accept their fate. No one dared to speak, nor did anyone dare to plead for mercy. The Ji family's procession disappeared at the edge of the square. On the high platform, the elder of the Gu family, presiding over the sun's feast, looked around and spoke loudly. The 4 rituals of the sun's feast come to an end. Next, esteemed guests may take their seats. The Gu family has emperor-level experts to expound the Dao for everyone, lasting 7 days. As his words fell, a low wave of applause erupted from below. Many came to attend the sun's feast not only to celebrate and build connections, but the most important purpose was this: to listen to the teachings of the emperor-level experts. In the 3,000 Dao domains, emperor-level experts are few and far between. Most forces, let alone emperor-level, do not even have any saint-level experts. To hear an emperor-level expert speak is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. However, this was not the end. Figures began to descend from various parts of the Gu family. They were the young disciples of the Gu family, dressed in unified blue robes, steadily landing in the square with trays. The trays held wine jars, cups, jade plates, and utensils, all filled to the brim. The wine jar contained 1,000-year-old spirit wine, the liquid an amber hue exuding an intoxicating fragrance. The wine cups were made of spirit jade, inscribed with gathering spirit runes. When wine was poured in, the spiritual energy did not dissipate but instead concentrated. The jade plates held the meat of half-cent-level demon beasts, sliced thinly and arranged neatly, the meat crystalline and translucent with spirit energy visibly flowing within. The guests widened their eyes. Half-cent-level demon beasts in the outside world are beings that can rampage. Any one of them could destroy a city or annihilate a sect. In the Gu family, they are mere food. Everyone feel free to eat. The elder of the Gu family boomed. These half-cent-level demon beasts are all raised by my Gu family, not worth much. Naturally, we must treat everyone well at the sun's feast. The people below swallowed hard. Raised. Half-cent-level demon beasts raised. Other forces in the 3,000 Dao domains would expend all their might to raise a saint-level demon beast as a protective deity. Yet the Gu family raised half-cent-level demon beasts as food, claiming they were not worth much. This is the difference. The feast begins. The guests took their seats, goblets clinking, and the atmosphere was lively. In the void, a figure sat cross-legged, surrounded by a faint glow obscuring their features, but the aura of an emperor-level presence forced the clouds within 1,000 miles to part. The Gu family's emperor-level expert began to expound the Dao. His voice was deep, clear to every ear, as if resonating directly in their minds. Below, some closed their eyes to listen, some pondered in realization, while others broke through on the spot. At the same time, Gu Qingyun left the high platform. He did not head to the feast, nor did he go to the lecture site. He turned and walked towards the inner courtyard, his steps not hurried, yet each stride covered dozens of feet. Jiang Linyuan followed behind him. The Ji family's actions are indeed strange. If they truly wanted to assassinate the young master, they would surely send an emperor-level expert. Why would they risk a peak saint-level woman? Moreover, if other members of the Ji family were aware of this, they would certainly flee at the first opportunity. How could they allow you to capture them? In response, Gu Qingyun paused, a smile appearing on his face. I naturally know that the Ji family does not seem to be the masterminds, that saint-level woman is merely a pawn. However, such a good opportunity, if I do not make the Ji family pay a price and suffer some losses, would it not make the 3,000 Dao states look down upon my Gu family? Hearing this, Jiang Linyuan chuckled in silence. He knew that Gu Qingyun's ability to become the head of the Gu family was certainly not simple. Gu Changsheng also left the high platform. He had already gained enough today. The 5 concubines with the core member Li Nian having been taken away by Empress Yao Guang for nurturing, while the other 4 were taken by the female elders of the Gu family to learn etiquette. In the Gu family's rules, when concubines enter the household, they must first learn etiquette, then take oaths. In about a day or 2, they would move into the young master's residence. Gu Changsheng had just planned to follow his father to interrogate the Ji family members in the dungeon and to check on Xiao Chen, the destined child, when a familiar mechanical sound rang in his ears. Ding. System notification. Destined child Xiao Chen is triggering a key plot. Gu Changsheng paused in his steps. It's Xiao Chen again. He probed into the system panel and the scene unfolded once more. Gu family's dungeon. In the deepest cell was a completely different person. Xiao Chen lay on the cold stone slab, his cultivation sealed, unable to move. You cannot give up on me. You must use the Gu family's quota to protect me. This is all your debt to me. His voice was hoarse like a broken wind instrument. Luo Yao's remnant soul floated out from the ring, hovering in midair. She looked at Xiao Chen with a blank expression. In her hand she held the token. The token was completely black, engraved with the character Gu glowing faintly in the dim dungeon. She had been staring at this token for a long time. You really have confused me with your anger, Luo Yao murmured. I won't let you use this token, but I will use it myself. I cannot stay in this dungeon with you forever. She took a deep breath and infused spiritual power into the token. The token lit up. A golden beam of light shot up from the token, piercing through the dungeon's ceiling, breaking through layers of seals, soaring into the sky. Above the Gu family, an ancient bronze bell appeared out of thin air. The bell was enormous, entirely made of bronze, its surface covered with dense runes. The bell told a deep and distant sound, as if it resonated from ancient times. Ding. The sound spread throughout the entire Gu family residence, echoing across the Eternal Dao domain. Everyone looked up at the same time. At the feast, the guests put down their cups and looked towards the sky. At the lecture site, the emperor-level expert stopped speaking and opened his eyes. The Gu family disciples paused their tasks and gazed into the void. Someone whispered, "What is that bell sound?" A nearby elder of the Gu family had a serious expression. That is the Gu family's distress bell. Only those holding the specially crafted token from the Gu family can activate it in times of life and death. Once this bell rings, Gu family experts must rush to rescue. It has been a long time since anyone in the Gu family has used it. All eyes turned toward the source of the light beam. The source of the light beam, Gu family's dungeon. Heavenly prison. How could there be a member of the Gu family inside? That place is filled with serious offenders and evil spirits. How could anyone possess the Gu family's distress token? In the void, Gu Qingyun was about to enter the heavenly prison to interrogate the Ji family when he suddenly halted. He saw the beam of light and frowned. Heavenly prison. The distress token. How could these two things come together? He turned to glance at Gu Changsheng, who had followed him. Follow me, my son. Gu Changsheng nodded. The two figures flickered and soared towards the heavenly prison. Behind them, Jiang Linyuan watched Gu Qingyun's back, not following. He stood with his hands behind his back, shaking his head before turning to walk towards the banquet. Interrogating the Ji family is a matter for the Gu family. As a member of the Jiang family, it was not appropriate for him to get involved. At the entrance of the heavenly prison, Gu Qingyun and Gu Changsheng landed. The Gu family disciples guarding the heavenly prison immediately knelt on one knee upon seeing the clan leader. Clan leader. The bell just now, did it come from deep within the heavenly prison? Yes, from the innermost cell. Gu Qingyun did not ask further and strode inside. Gu Changsheng followed behind. In the cells flanking the corridor, those imprisoned criminals and demons sensed Gu Qingyun's aura and cowered in the corners, trembling. Some whispered the clan leader has arrived, while others were so frightened that they dared not even breathe. In the deepest cell, Gu Qingyun stopped. He saw Xiao Chen, lying on the stone slab like a dead dog. He saw Luo Yao, floating in midair, a semi-transparent remnant soul, cold and breathtakingly beautiful. Then he noticed the token in Luo Yao's hand. Gu Qingyun's expression changed. He waved his hand and the seal of the cell silently dissipated. He walked in and took the token. It felt warm in his hand, the black surface inscribed with dense intricate runes, and a surge of spiritual energy flowed in, revealing the words Gujuan. Gu Qingyun's hand trembled slightly. His expression shifted from indifference to seriousness, then to shock. This is... He raised his head, his gaze fixated on Luo Yao. The distress token of Gujuan. His voice was low, yet each word seemed to be squeezed out through clenched teeth. Who are you and why are you here? And how did this token end up in your hands? Luo Yao slightly inclined her body. She knew that at this point hiding the truth was no longer meaningful. In response to clan leader Gu, I am but a remnant soul residing within the ring of this person. This person is named Xiao Chen, originally a disciple of the Xiao family. This token was something I randomly acquired during my travels years ago. At that time I encountered a dying member of the Gu family who entrusted the token to me, asking me to deliver it to the one in charge of the Gu family and to convey a few words. I agreed at that time. But not long after I was betrayed, my physical body destroyed, leaving only this remnant soul to sleep within the ring. It was only today that I was able to awaken. She paused, glancing at the collapsed Xiao Chen on the ground. All these years I have been unable to fulfill the request of that Gu family member, and I feel ashamed. Today activating the token is truly a last resort. Gu Qingyun listened, nodding slightly. His gaze shifted away from Luo Yao, never once looking at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen lay on the stone slab like a dead dog with his cultivation sealed, unable to even move a finger. Gu Qingyun couldn't even be bothered to ask who he was. What concerned him more was another matter. Gu Zhuan. The previous holy son of the Gu family, exceptionally gifted, broke through to the Tianyuan realm at 50, hailed as the next great emperor of the Gu family. He had gone out for training 100 years ago and suddenly disappeared, his fate unknown. The Gu family had mobilized the entire clan to search for him, but they found neither living nor dead. This incident was the greatest thorn in Gu Qingyun's heart since he took over as clan leader. In the 3,000 domains of the Gu family, no one dared to provoke them, even ordinary disciples rarely faced accidents. Yet a core figure of Gu Zhuan's caliber had vanished without a trace, leaving not even a hint. This was a provocation to the Gu family. It was a slap to the face of everyone in the Gu family. Now there was finally news. Gu Changsheng stood behind his father when a familiar mechanical voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Ding. The destined child Xiao Chen has triggered a life choice. Gu Changsheng raised an eyebrow. Can a choice be triggered at this moment? He reached his consciousness into the system panel, a translucent screen appearing before him. Xiao Chen was still lying on the ground, but the system had already presented new options. Now Luo Yao's remnant soul is about to sever ties with you. You are very likely to lose your last protection. In the face of this dire situation, how do you intend to choose? Ask Luo Yao to use the Gu family token to save your life. B. Kneel and beg for mercy, asking the Gu family to spare you. C. Give up struggling and knock yourself out in the heavenly prison. You know that once Luo Yao reveals the secret, hearing it as an outsider means certain death. It's better to pretend to be unconscious. D. Claim the token is yours. After all, the Gu family doesn't know what that deceased disciple of the Gu family said. At worst you can make something up. D. Host has chosen option D. In the heavenly prison, Xiao Chen lay on the ground, his eyes rolling. He knew he had reached a dead end. Luo Yao was about to reveal a secret. That secret was the last words of the Gu family disciple before death, and if it involved major matters it could even touch upon grievances between imperial clans. Luo Yao was about to reveal a secret. That secret was the last words of the Gu family disciple before death, and if it involved major matters it could even touch upon grief. Clan leader. This token is mine. Do not listen to this remnant soul's nonsense. His voice was sharp and loud, echoing in the narrow heavenly prison. She doesn't know any secrets, only I do. Luo Yao's delicate brows furrowed tightly. She turned her head, looking at Xiao Chen in disbelief. This person actually dared to claim the token. Luo Yao's lips trembled slightly. She wanted to refute, but for a moment she didn't know what to say. Xiao Chen's audacity was outrageous. How dare he fabricate the last words of a Gu family disciple? But even more shocking to Luo Yao was that Xiao Chen's method might actually work. The Gu family did not know what that Gu family disciple said back then. If Xiao Chen claimed the token and fabricated a story, the Gu family would have no way to discern the truth from the falsehood. This shameless person was quite clever. Originally Luo Yao had thought that if this act could indeed make the Gu family recognize the token, then Luo Yao would also speak up to let the Gu family spare Xiao Chen's life. After all, she truly owed Xiao Chen a few years of cultivation. Now that the debt was settled, it would not be a loss for her. Gu Qingyun furrowed his brows slightly. He raised his hand and waved, causing a golden light barrier to spread from his palm, enveloping the entire prison cell. Outside the light barrier, the guards and prisoners of the heavenly prison could neither see nor hear the commotion inside. Within the barrier, only 4 individuals remained. Gu Qingyun, Gu Chongsheng, Luo Yao, and Xiao Chen. Gu Qingyun's gaze shifted from Luo Yao to Xiao Chen and back to Luo Yao. His expression darkened, his voice carrying the pressure of a peak emperor realm powerhouse. Both of you claim to be the messengers of the token. Then reveal everything Gu Juan said before his death. I will determine the truth myself. No one can deceive the Gu family. He paused briefly, his tone calm. Xiao Chen shivered. But he had no way out now. Luo Yao took a deep breath and spoke first. 100 years ago, I traveled to a desolate mountain at the edge of the Zhangyun realm and discovered a seriously injured young man. He wore the family attire of the Gu family with dozens of wounds all over his body, and his spiritual power was nearly depleted. Upon seeing me, he used his last ounce of strength to produce this token and entrusted it to me to pass to the head of the Gu family. He said he was ambushed and killed by someone from the Imperial Ji family. Gu Qingyun's eyes narrowed. The Ji family. Yes, Luo Yao nodded. He said the assailant was a powerful being from the Ji family's sacred realm. At that time his cultivation was at the peak of the Tianyuan realm, equipped with some life-saving measures which barely allowed him to hold on. But he told me that the Ji family member possessed a terrifying demonic aura. Demonic aura. Gu Qingyun's voice grew heavier. Are you certain it's demonic aura? Absolutely, Luo Yao's tone was firm. He repeatedly emphasized before dying that the Ji family was colluding with the demon race. He insisted that I relay this message to the Gu family. Gu Qingyun fell silent. The Ji family. Once again the Ji family. The demonic aura from the fragment of the Emperor's sword, the assassination by the Ji family woman, and now even Gu Juan's death pointed to the Ji family. Too many coincidences, it was no longer coincidence. He believed 7 parts of it. But there were still 3 parts that needed verification. Gu Qingyun turned his head to look at Xiao Chen. It's your turn. Xiao Chen's body trembled slightly. At this point he could only brace himself. He forced his sealed cultivation to kneel down and bowed his head to Gu Qingyun. Respected clan leader, I am Xiao Chen. 100 years ago I had a chance encounter with a senior of the Gu family who before dying entrusted this token to me, asking me to relay a few messages to the Gu family. What this woman just said is mostly fabricated. I implore you to see through this, respected clan leader. Luo Yao's expression turned even uglier. She did not expect Xiao Chen to be so shameless, twisting her words into fabrication. Gu Qingyun's face remained expressionless. He felt that the young man before him might not even be 100 years old. Where would he have gotten 100 years ago? Then tell me, what did Gu Juan say? Xiao Chen raised his head, his gaze flickering. The senior said he died in a very secret place where there is a hidden realm, and he deliberately paused, creating suspense. What did he see? Gu Qingyun's tone became impatient. Xiao Chen took a deep breath and said loudly he saw a large sow leading a group of piglets queuing up and falling into a ditch. The heavenly prison fell silent for a moment. An extremely strange expression appeared on Luo Yao's face. Her eyes widened and her mouth slightly opened, she didn't know what to say. Gu Changxing, standing behind his father, burst into laughter. Gu Qingyun's expression turned from dark to a deathly pale. The corners of his eyes twitched. Then it sank down. This person was mocking him. The dignified head of the Gu family, a peak emperor realm powerhouse, was being toyed with by an ant using such crude and ridiculous words. Gu Qingyun did not get angry, he merely glanced at Xiao Chen. That look was like observing a dead person. Xiao Chen's smile froze on his face. He saw the look in Gu Qingyun's eyes and realized he had miscalculated completely wrong. He was not Gu Juan's messenger. He did not know what Gu Juan had said. He had casually fabricated a sentence thinking he could bluff his way through. Instead, it was a path to his own demise. Xiao Chen's lips trembled, wanting to plead for mercy, wanting to say I was wrong and spare my life, but his throat felt blocked and he couldn't utter a single word. At the same time, the system notification echoed in Gu Changsheng's ears. Ding. The destined child Xiao Chen detected the trajectory of fate has deviated significantly. Xiao Chen falsely claimed the token and fabricated lies, completely losing the last bit of Luo Yao's indebtedness, returning part of the Heavenly Path's fortune. Current Heavenly Path Fortune Fullness 1. 43. Congratulations to the host for triggering a billion-fold return. Xiao Chen's lost opportunity. Luo Yao's final indebtedness returned as the absolute submission of the Luo family. Gu Chongsheng raised an eyebrow. Absolute submission of the Luo family. What exactly is this Luo family? Why is it a billion-fold return? The system notifications continued. Ding. The destined child Xiao Chen's remaining opportunities to be stripped have hit 0. Any future life choices will no longer return the Heavenly Path source. Suggestion: kill Xiao Chen to return all remaining Heavenly Path sources at once. Gu Changsheng glanced at this prompt, a hint of a smile playing at the corner of his mouth. Finally, Xiao Chen's value of utilization was exhausted. In the heavenly prison, Gu Qingyun was about to raise his hand. Someone was faster than him. Gu Changsheng stepped out from behind his father. He looked at the trembling Xiao Chen on the ground, said nothing, and did not hesitate. He raised his hand and with a single palm strike. A golden palm print flew from his palm and firmly stamped onto Xiao Chen's forehead. Puff, Xiao Chen's body suddenly stiffened. His eyes widened, mouth agape, his expression frozen between shock and disbelief. On his forehead a deep handprint sank in and blood began to flow slowly from his 7 orifices. He did not scream or struggle. His body fell straight down, crashing onto the cold stone floor. Xiao Chen's last consciousness flickered through his mind like a revolving lantern. He saw his father teaching him swordplay when he was young and his mother watching with a smile by his side. He saw himself being praised as a genius with the entire Xiao family revolving around him. He saw his cultivation regress, being mocked, and his fiancée calling off their engagement. He saw his father being strangled to death by a figure in black. He saw himself dressed as a woman swaying and blowing kisses at the Divine Son's banquet. He saw everyone laughing at him, no one helping him. He did not know why. Why had he ended up like this? He should have been a child of destiny, an heir of heaven, destined for adventures, assisted by noble figures, and one day standing at the pinnacle. Why did he die? Humiliated like a dead dog in the heavenly prison. His consciousness faded away. The system notification echoed in Gu Changsheng's ears once more. Ding. The host successfully killed the destined child Xiao Chen. Heavenly Path Fortune returned 0. 5. Current Heavenly Path Fortune Fullness 1. 93. Congratulations to the host for gaining a mindless puppet destiny Xiao Chen. Gu Changsheng's consciousness delved into the system space. There was an additional person inside. Xiao Chen. Just like the previous Chu Feng, he stood in the system space, his eyes devoid of spirit, lacking self-awareness. Half kneeling on the ground, his mouth opened and closed, emitting mechanical sounds. Master, please command. Gu Changsheng nodded, secretly gaining another humanoid treasure-seeking mouse. In the heavenly prison, Gu Qingyun watched his son's actions without saying anything. He merely nodded slightly and then turned to Luo Yao. I will verify what you just said. If it's true, the Gu family owes you a favor. You may stay in the Gu family and the Gu family will restore your physical body. Luo Yao slightly bowed. Thank you, clan leader. Gu Changsheng stood to the side and suddenly spoke. Father, may I take this person? Gu Qingyun glanced at his son, raising an eyebrow slightly. Do you wish to bring her back to the Divine Sun Manor? Yes. Gu Changsheng did not elaborate further. His recent returns were both related to the Luo family, the key to the Luo family's ruins, and their absolute submission. There must be a connection, and Luo Yao is the only clue. Gu Qingyun fell silent for a moment before nodding. Very well. This person shall be entrusted to you. He paused, his tone becoming more serious. Whatever she says in the future, inform me promptly. The circumstances surrounding Gu Juan's death are quite suspicious. Gu Chongsheng nodded. I understand, father. Gu Qingyun turned to look at Luo Yao. He raised his right hand and a golden light glimmered at his fingertips as he pointed, striking the center of Luo Yao's brow. Luo Yao's body trembled slightly. A transparent thread emerged from her brow, the other end vanishing into the void, its end unseen. That was the mark left by Gu Qingyun, like an invisible chain binding Luo Yao to the Gu family. Gu Qingyun retracted his hand, his tone calm. This is a mark for you, do not misunderstand. You owe a great debt of gratitude to the Gu family, but one must always be wary of others. Once the matter is clarified, this mark will be lifted. Before that, I must ask you to endure for the time being. He paused. However, rest assured that during your time with the Gu family you will not be mistreated. Luo Yao lowered her head. I understand. She did not refuse, nor could she. She was merely a remnant soul at the peak of the Holy Realm, less than an ant before the Gu family. As the patriarch of the Gu family and a peak emperor-level powerhouse, Gu Qingyun's courtesy towards her was already a great favor. Luo Yao lifted her gaze, her eyes landing on Gu Changsheng. This young man, the divine son of the Gu family, why would he take the initiative to claim her? She did not understand. But she knew that from this moment his fate had irrevocably changed. Gu Changsheng said nothing further, and after taking his leave from his father departed. Luo Yao's remnant soul floated behind him like a light and airy shadow. Gu Qingyun did not leave. He turned and walked towards the cell where the Ji family was imprisoned. Inside, the Ji family members were in dire straits, each disheveled, their cultivation sealed, huddled in the corners. The Ji family member Ji Cheng, who was at mid-emperor stage, sat at the back, his face ashen, yet he neither struggled nor shouted. Gu Qingyun stood outside the cell, his gaze sweeping over them one by one. Then he extended his hand and pointed into the crowd. You step forward. The one he pointed at was a girl of about 12 or 13, trembling with fear at the back of the group. Her name contained the character Nian, and she was a disciple of a collateral branch of the Ji family, low in cultivation and utterly clueless. The guard opened the cell door and brought the little girl out. Gu Qingyun raised his hand to unseal her cultivation and called over a powerful member of the Gu family. Take her back to the Ji family. Inform the family head of everything the Ji family has done today, offering fragments of demonic energy and sending people to assassinate the divine son. His voice was cold. Let the family head of the Ji family come to the Gu family to apologize personally. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to personally take people to the Ji family. The Gu family member knelt on one knee. Understood. The little girl was taken away. The others from the Ji family huddled in the cell, no one daring to speak. Gu Qingyun paid them no further mind and turned to walk in another direction. Elder Han of the 10,000 Laws Holy Land was imprisoned in another cell. He was curled up in the corner, trembling all over. Upon seeing Gu Qingyun enter, his face turned pale and his lips quivered as he tried to say something, but not a word escaped. Gu Qingyun wasted no words. His large hand directly enveloped Elder Han's head. Soul search. Elder Han's body convulsed violently, his eyes rolling back, making incoherent whimpering sounds. Images flashed through Gu Qingyun's mind, black-clad figures, orders, Xiao Chen assassination. Then the images broke off. Gu Qingyun withdrew his hand, his brow slightly furrowed. He saw a mysterious figure in black with an exceptionally high cultivation and an eerie presence. That black-clad figure controlled Elder Han, compelling him to take Xiao Chen as a disciple and bring him into the Gu family's divine son banquet, waiting for an opportunity to assassinate. Yet Gu Qingyun found it perplexing. Sending a peak Holy Realm woman from the Ji family to assassinate was somewhat reasonable. Sending an ant like Xiao Chen to assassinate, what could that accomplish? This made no sense. Gu Qingyun pondered for a moment before turning to leave the cell. The breakthrough for this matter still lay within the Ji family. Gu Changsheng exited the heavenly prison, retrieved Xiao Chen's ring from the system space and handed it to Luo Yao. Come in, it's not convenient for a remnant soul to float about. Luo Yao took the ring and her remnant soul transformed into a beam of white light, entering the ring. The ring fell into Gu Changsheng's palm and he casually put it away as he walked towards the Divine Sun Manor. At the Divine Sun Manor, Gu Changsheng stood at the entrance of the main hall and paused. He was just about to inquire about the Luo family with Luo Yao when an elderly voice suddenly came from beside him. Changsheng, come to me for a moment. Gu Changsheng raised an eyebrow, a look of joy appearing on his face. Ancestor. The ancestor had mentioned that on the day he turned 16 he would receive a precious gift. Now that the Divine Sun banquet had ended, he had been wondering when to seek out the ancestor, and the ancestor had come to him unbidden. Gu Changsheng set down the ring on the table. You stay here for a moment, I will go out. The voice of Luo Yao came from the ring. Understood. Gu Changsheng strode out of the main hall, his feet pushing off the ground, soaring into the air. The golden crow perched on his shoulder, chirping once. The Divine Sun Manor was located within the inner courtyard of the Gu family, while the ancestor's place of seclusion was deep within the ancestral grounds. Gu Changsheng was already familiar with this route, passing through one restriction after another, crossing over peak after peak, finally landing in front of a stone door. The stone door was not large, 3 zhang high, with no decorations, merely a solid piece of stone. It was exactly the same as it had been when he was 5 years old. Gu Changsheng approached and the stone door opened silently. He walked inside. In the stone chamber, an old man sat cross-legged on the straw. Dressed in a grayish-white linen robe, barefoot, his hair completely white and disheveled over his shoulders. His face was covered in wrinkles deep as if carved by a knife. It was none other than the Gu family's celestial emperor ancestor Gu Tianyuan. The only difference was that the old man's eyes were open, smiling broadly at Gu Changsheng. 5th level of the Tianyuan realm, not bad, not bad. The old man's voice was hoarse but filled with mirth. At just 16 you possess this level of cultivation, you are even stronger than I was in my youth. Gu Changsheng was not polite either, walking over to sit on the straw across from the old man, grinning widely. Ancestor, please don't flatter me. I am already 16, an adult. What about the gift you promised me? The old man laughed heartily. Then with a wave of his hand, a transparent ice coffin appeared in the center of the stone chamber. The coffin was transparent, shimmering all over, emanating a chilling aura. The frost patterns on the coffin lid resembled blooming flowers glowing with a faint blue light in the dim stone chamber. Gu Changsheng was taken aback. He looked through the transparent coffin wall and saw a woman lying inside. The young woman appeared to have just come of age, around 17 or 18 years old. Her skin was as fair as snow, her features exquisite, and her long thick eyelashes rested gently as she lay with her eyes closed, serene like a jade carving. She wore a long black dress, the hem embroidered with dark red patterns that twisted like vines, exuding an indescribable eerie beauty. Gu Changsheng originally thought the gift from his ancestor would be an imperial artifact or a technique, but to his surprise it was a woman. Ancestor, who is this? The old man smiled slightly, his tone calm. From the Outer Realm Demon Clan, the daughter of a heavenly demon sovereign. Gu Changsheng's brows shot up in surprise. The Outer Realm Demon Clan. The heavenly demon sovereign. That was a being on par with the heavenly emperor. This woman is actually the daughter of that demon sovereign. Ancestor, what do you mean by giving me this woman? The old man chuckled. Once you come of age, handing this woman over to you is to allow you to collect and absorb. Gu Changsheng's lips twitched slightly. Collect and absorb. My ancestor is surprisingly unrestrained. But he knew that the ancestor wouldn't do such a thing without reason. He suppressed his astonishment, waiting for the ancestor to continue explaining. The old man noticed his confusion and slowly began. This woman possesses a unique demon physique. After being absorbed, the absorber can not only absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth but also cultivate with demonic energy. Dual cultivation of spirit and demon. You can possess the advantages of both humanity and demon kind. An exceptionally rare treasure. Gu Changsheng's eyes lit up. Dual cultivation of spirit and demon. This meant he could absorb 2 entirely different energies, doubling his cultivation speed while also gaining the physical strength and recovery ability of demons. This treasure was indeed more precious than any imperial artifact or technique. It is well known that demons are stronger than humans of the same realm due to their terrifying recovery ability. For humans, if their body is destroyed or if they lose an arm or a leg, it is extremely difficult to recover. But for demons, it can be restored in the blink of an eye. The old man looked at the expression on Gu Changsheng's face, nodding in satisfaction. Suddenly his expression turned serious and his voice became more solemn. Changsheng, you must remember. Gu Changsheng put away his smile and listened attentively. The Gu family acts without being bound by heaven and earth, without human constraints, and without moral restrictions. The old man's voice was not loud, but each word felt like it was engraved on stone, lingering for a long time. Do whatever you want without any concerns? He glanced at the woman in the ice coffin. Just like this daughter of the heavenly demon sovereign. Collecting and absorbing is nothing to feel uneasy about. The old man's gaze fell on Gu Changsheng's face, a glint of sharpness flashing in his murky old eyes. This is the way of the Gu family. You must remember this. In the past, this so-called demon clan was merely livestock raised by the Gu family. Gu Chongsheng took a deep breath. Livestock raised. Such words could only be spoken by the heavenly emperor of the Gu family. The old man withdrew his gaze, his tone returning to calm. I didn't tell you these things before because you were still young, not yet of age. Gu family disciples must be at least of age before they can venture out for training. He paused. Now that you have grown up, you can go out. I will send you off with this advice. Behind you there is the Gu family. Even this daughter of the heavenly demon sovereign is merely an object. Just use it. Gu Chongsheng nodded solemnly. Chongsheng remembers. He waved his hand and the ice coffin vanished from the ground, safely stored in the system space. The old man did not let him leave immediately. Sit down, I will tell you a few more things. When you were 5, I spoke to you about the path of understanding. Now that you are 16, you must have new insights. Gu Chongsheng obediently sat back down on the hay. The old man began his discourse. His voice was deep, each word deliberate, not hurried. The essence of the Tao is elusive and indistinct. The path of the cultivator lies in perseverance. Gu Chongsheng sat upright, his expression earnest, brow slightly furrowed, lips moving as if silently reciting. In reality, he couldn't understand a single word. What was he rambling about? It was exactly the same as 5 years ago. What was on his mind now was that ice coffin, the dual cultivation of spirit and demon, the daughter of the heavenly demon sovereign. As for what the old man was saying, it was unimportant. He just needed to pretend to understand. The old man spoke for the duration of an incense stick, becoming more and more animated. Over the years he had summarized countless experiences in cultivation, believing that this time Gu Changsheng would surely have another great epiphany, just like 5 years ago. Gu Changsheng sat opposite him, managing his expression exceptionally well. He stared at the old man without blinking, occasionally nodding slightly and sometimes revealing a contemplative expression. If someone were watching from the side, they would surely think he was captivated. In reality, he was yawning in his mind. Just then, a familiar mechanical voice rang in Gu Changsheng's ears. Ding. The destined child Lin Fan has triggered a life choice. Gu Changsheng's spirit was invigorated. Finally, it has come. His consciousness sank into the system and a semi-transparent panel appeared before him. A scene was playing on the panel. In the lower realm at the Gi sect. The square was packed with people bustling with activity. Today marked the sect's Onsenadicade Grand Competition for outstanding disciples. All disciples were present. In the center of the arena, 2 individuals were locked in fierce combat. One was Lin Fan, appearing to be 17 or 18 years old, with black hair and a white robe, wielding a long sword, the sword light shimmering like a silken ribbon. His movements were agile strikes, fierce, with each sword slash accompanied by the sound of wind. The other was a veteran disciple of the Gi sect, appearing in his 30s, sturdy in build, wielding a large knife with a ferocious knife technique. Both combatants were at the 5th level of the Xianxian realm, evenly matched. As their weapons clashed, sparks flew. Lin Fan sidestepped a downward slash, countering with a thrust aimed at his opponent's shoulder. The opponent blocked horizontally, the knife vibrating violently as he retreated 3 steps. Below the stage, the disciples of Gi sect were filled with excitement. Senior brother Lin Fan is so strong. He has only been in the sect for a few years, yet he has reached the 5th level of the Xianxian realm. His future is limitless. Our Gi sect has finally produced a real genius. On the high platform, several elders and the sect leader of Gi sect nodded in agreement. The great elder stroked his beard, a look of satisfaction on his face. This child possesses exceptional talent and a calm disposition. He is likely to touch the threshold of the divine void realm in the future. The sect is fortunate to have such a disciple. The battle on the stage grew increasingly intense. Lin Fan and his opponent fought from the center of the arena to the edge and then back to the center again. Both were at the 5th level of the Xianxian realm, neither yielding to the other. Just then Lin Fan suddenly stopped. He stood there unmoving, the sword hanging at his side, staring blankly ahead, his pupils vacant. The opposing disciple was taken aback, thinking Lin Fan had exposed a flaw, and raised his large knife to strike down. Stop! A loud shout came from the high platform. It was the great elder of the Gi sect. His voice was urgent and loud, shaking the entire square. The disciple was so startled that his hand trembled, the large knife clanging to the ground, leaving him frozen on the stage. The great elder leaped from the high platform, landing on the arena. His eyes were fixed on Lin Fan, his pupils slowly widening, disbelief etched on his face. This is... He turned to look at the sect leader and other elders on the high platform, his voice trembling. An epiphany. Lin Fan has attained an epiphany. The crowd was in an uproar. Insight. Senior brother Lin Fan has achieved insight. This is the legendary insight. It is said that after achieving insight, one's cultivation techniques and martial skills will experience tremendous improvement. Senior brother Lin Fan is truly amazing. He can achieve insight even during a fight. The crowd erupted in excitement. The disciples were filled with envy and admiration. The elders on the high platform also stood up, their eyes wide with disbelief. Insight. The sect leader murmured, his voice trembling. Since the founding of our sect, no disciple has ever achieved insight. This young man truly has the heavens on his side. All eyes were focused on Lin Fan. Lin Fan stood motionless with his eyes closed. However, his consciousness was currently in a peculiar space. It was gray and lacked any sense of up or down. Around him was emptiness with only him suspended within it. He felt it. He could choose. Generally, insight comes naturally and cannot be controlled. But at this moment he distinctly felt that he could actively choose the direction of his insight. Lin Fan's heart raced. This was terrifying. If he could choose a direction, who would pick something useless? Of course he would choose the most beneficial. He took a deep breath and began to ponder. Insight into techniques. The cultivation technique he was practicing was called the return to origin technique. If he could achieve insight into its perfected state, his strength would surely increase significantly. Insight into martial skills. The sword technique he practiced was called the clear wind sword art. If he could gain insight into its great success level, the sword technique's power would double. Or should he gain insight into his cultivation? He was currently at the 5th level of the profound insight realm. If he achieved insight and broke through, he might directly leap to the divine threshold realm. A leap of such magnitude was something many could never accomplish in their lifetime. Lin Fan hesitated. Off-screen, a system notification chimed in Gu Changsheng's ear. Ding. The destined child Lin Fan has triggered a life choice. A semi-transparent panel popped up in front of him. Lin Fan has entered an insight state and can choose the direction of his insight. How will you choose? A. Gain insight into techniques. Achieve insight into the return to origin technique to its perfected state. B. Gain insight into martial skills. Achieve insight into the clear wind sword art to its great success level. C. Gain insight into cultivation. Highly likely to directly break through one major realm from the 5th level of the Tianyuan realm to the spirit platform realm. D. Gain insight into the art of turning the world upside down. You are now an adult and there are so many junior sisters in the sect. Gaining insight into this can't be wrong. D. The host has selected option D. The screen showed Lin Fan standing in that gray consciousness space, hesitating for a long time. Insight into techniques. Too ordinary. Insight into martial skills. Boring. Insight into cultivation. If his realm rises but his body cannot keep up, what's the use? Suddenly a thought flashed through his mind. In the past few years he had not completely refrained from indulging in pleasures within the sect. Once he had a secret affair with a rather plain junior sister. During that time he discovered a critical flaw of his own. 2.5 minutes. From start to finish it only lasted 2.5 minutes. The look in that junior sister's eyes changed from anticipation to disappointment, then from disappointment to disdain. Since then she no longer paid him any attention and would walk the other way upon seeing him. Lin Fan dared not seek other partners for fear of embarrassment. This matter had always been the deepest pain in his heart. It must be known that practitioners can lock their energy and close their dantian, yet he had locked his energy and closed his dantian but could only last a mere 2.5 minutes. If he hadn't cultivated, he might not even have time to take off his outer pants. With this thought, having achieved insight now and being able to choose the direction himself, how could he not make up for this shortcoming? Lin Fan took a deep breath, focusing his consciousness. He chose the art of turning the world upside down. The insight began. In the plaza of the Return to Origin sect, everyone was watching Lin Fan. The disciples held their breath, the elders widened their eyes, and the sect leader stood up from his chair. Insight, legendary in nature, is something one might never witness in a lifetime. Today they were witnessing it firsthand, and no one wanted to miss a single detail. What will senior brother Lin Fan gain insight into? A peerless technique or an unparalleled martial skill? I guess it's a cultivation boost. Look at him standing there, the spiritual energy swirling around him. An elder with white hair stroked his beard, his eyes filled with anticipation. The path of insight is profound and mysterious. With Lin Fan's talent after this insight, he is sure to become a great figure in the future. Just as he was speaking, Lin Fan moved. He did not sit cross-legged to absorb spiritual energy as everyone imagined, nor did he adopt any mysterious starting posture. Instead, he lay down. With his hands on the ground, his body stiffened like a frog squatting on the stage. The crowd fell silent for a moment. What kind of technique is this? A disciple whispered. I don't know, perhaps it's some ancient body refining technique. Practicing while lying down. The Grand Elder furrowed his brow but quickly relaxed. The forms of insight are varied and bizarre. Ancient texts record that some sages walked on their hands while gaining insight, and some powerful beings rolled on the ground during their insights. Lin Fan's actions must have deep meaning. The crowd nodded in agreement. No wonder it's called insight, even the posture is so unique. Then Lin Fan began to move. His body sank, his chest almost touching the ground, then he pushed himself up. Once, twice, and again. Very slow, very rhythmic. The disciples below exchanged glances. Is he practicing lying down? Shut up. This is insight. Not lying down. He must be deducing some kind of martial technique's force application. The elders also couldn't understand, but no one dared to say, I don't understand. To say so would imply one's own lack of skill. After a while, Lin Fan rolled over, lying on his back on the platform. His legs bent, hips raised, then lowered. Raised, lowered. Raised, lowered. Several elders furrowed their brows even deeper. A gray-robed elder lowered his voice and asked a fellow disciple. What kind of technique is this? The fellow disciple stroked his beard, pretending to be profound. In my opinion, this should be some kind of special breathing technique. The rising and falling of his hips is to mobilize the chi in the dantian and open the rin and do meridians. The gray-robed elder suddenly realized. So that's it. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. The nearby disciples listened, each lost in thought. No wonder senior brother Lin Fan's method of achieving insight is so profound. However, the actions on the stage became increasingly outrageous. Lin Fan's waist began to twist like a snake swimming in water. 3 turns to the left, 3 turns to the right, and then suddenly he straightened up. The crowd fell silent again. Several female disciples blushed, covering their eyes, but their fingers were widely spread. What is senior brother Lin Fan doing? How does it look like? Shut up. Don't say anything foolish. This is martial skill. A profound martial skill. One disciple could no longer hold back and whispered. Could it be that kind of technique? A senior brother beside him slapped the back of his head. Nonsense. Senior brother Lin Fan is a prodigy, how could he gain insight into such things? Moreover, just now senior brother Lin was competing with a male disciple. If he truly understood that kind of technique, wouldn't that imply senior brother Lin has an inclination towards that disciple? The faces of the elders showed signs of embarrassment. But having already declared sudden enlightenment is full of wonders and must hold profound meaning, how could they backtrack now without slapping their own faces? They could only brace themselves and continue watching. Lin Fan's movements became increasingly rapid. His waist twisted like a spring, his hips bouncing up and down. Then, a sharp scream erupted. Lin Fan suddenly bounced off the arena, shivering all over, then collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. The entire place fell into a deep silence. The sudden enlightenment had ended. Everyone was waiting. Waiting to see what Lin Fan had truly comprehended. The Grand Elder stepped forward, landing on the arena with an expectant expression. Lin Fan, what did you comprehend just now? Show us quickly. Lin Fan got up from the ground, adjusted his clothes, his face flushed, brimming with confidence. Elders, I indeed had an epiphany. Moreover, I have cultivated a technique to its utmost limit. The Grand Elder's eyes brightened. What divine technique is it? Quickly demonstrate it. Lin Fan smiled and shook his head. Elders, this technique cannot be shared with others. It requires collaboration with others to truly showcase its power. The Grand Elder was momentarily stunned, feeling a bit reluctant. Surely you can reveal a bit. Let everyone see the results of your enlightenment. Lin Fan glanced around, seeing all the disciples and elders looking at him eagerly. He nodded. All right. Then he took a deep breath and assumed a horse stance. He raised both hands to his chest, fingers spread wide as if grasping something invisible in the air. Everyone held their breath. Lin Fan's hips began to tremble. It was not a twist, it was a shake. The frequency was so fast that after images appeared, it shook like it had a motor buzzing incessantly. The audience was deathly silent. Then it exploded. What? What is this? What is he shaking? That movement. That posture. I feel like I've seen it somewhere. Some disciples finally couldn't hold back. Isn't this, shut up. Don't say it. The faces of a few elders turned the color of pig liver. They finally understood that what Lin Fan comprehended was not some unparalleled technique nor some supreme martial art. It was the technique of reversing roles. The elder in grey robes covered his face, wishing he could find a hole to hide in. He had just claimed it was the method of breathing and exhaling and unblocking the Ren and Du meridians. Now thinking back, he felt utterly humiliated. The expression on the Grand Elder's face was incredibly vivid. It shifted from expectation to shock, from shock to distortion, and from distortion to a loss of will to live. Lin Fan was still immersed in the joy of his enlightenment, completely oblivious to the expressions of those around him. His movements became faster and he wore a confident smile. Elder, what do you think? How is this effect? Isn't it fast? The Grand Elder took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Enough. His voice was hoarse as if his throat was stuffed with cotton. Lin Fan halted his movements, looking bewildered. Elder, I haven't finished the demonstration yet. There are still a few more postures. Enough. I said enough. The Grand Elder opened his eyes, his eye sockets reddened. You. Get down. Immediately. Lin Fan was taken aback, not understanding why the elder was so furious. But he dared not defy and obediently walked off the arena. The disciples below whispered among themselves, some covered their mouths and chuckled, some had flushed faces and others wore complex expressions. The little junior sister, who had once been close to Lin Fan, lowered her head, wishing she could bury her face in the ground. As Lin Fan descended from the arena, he still felt that he had succeeded today. He had gained enlightenment, become stronger, and would no longer have to worry about that matter in the future. He felt great. Meanwhile, on the other side, detected that the destined child Lin Fan has deviated from his original life trajectory, returning part of the Heavenly Dao's essence. Current Heavenly Dao Fortune Saturation 199. Congratulations to the host for triggering a return crit, a billionfold return. An ordinary epiphany, an immortal's comprehension. A mysterious power descended from the heavens, entering Gu Changsheng's brow. His consciousness suddenly plunged. The ancestor was still lecturing across from him. He was just saying the path of cultivators lies in perseverance when he suddenly noticed that Gu Changsheng's eyes had changed. Those golden pupils became hollow, then deep. Like a still pond suddenly transforming into a vast ocean unfathomable. The ancestor's voice stopped. He widened his eyes. Enlightenment. Had Changsheng had another epiphany? The ancestor was both shocked and delighted. A few years ago, Changsheng had attained enlightenment on the path of strength under his teachings. This time he was better prepared with deeper and more profound lecturing content. What would Changsheng comprehend this time? Then he sensed something was off. The aura emanating from Gu Changsheng was not that of an ordinary epiphany. It was too strong enough that even he, the Heavenly Emperor, felt a hint of pressure. Gu Changsheng closed his eyes. But his mouth opened. At the beginning of heaven and earth, the mother of all things. Dao produces 1, 1 produces 2, 2 produces 3, 3 produces all things. His voice was clear, each word fell like drops from the 9 heavens, striking the stone chamber walls and resonating. The ancestor's body suddenly froze. He recognized every one of these words, but when strung together he found them somewhat incomprehensible. Yet at the same time he felt that each word resonated with the Heavenly Dao, filled with boundless mysteries. His heart raced. For millions of years he had never felt his heartbeat so fast. Gu Changsheng continued to speak. The things he uttered became increasingly profound, increasingly mysterious. The ancestor sat opposite him, shifting from initial shock to earnest listening. From earnest listening to deep contemplation. From deep contemplation to utter intoxication. He dared not take his eyes off Gu Changsheng for a moment, afraid of missing a single word. At this moment the roles in the stone chamber had completely reversed. Gu Changsheng was the elder and the elder was the disciple. Time passed without him knowing how long. An hour or perhaps longer. Gu Changsheng's voice gradually faded, eventually disappearing. He opened his eyes, a glint of clarity flashing through them. That feeling was strange, like he had experienced a very long dream in which he traveled to a faraway place and met many incredibly powerful individuals. The auras of those individuals were no weaker than the ancestors. Gu Changsheng shook his head trying to disperse those blurred images. He couldn't articulate what exactly he had gained from this epiphany, but he vaguely felt that he would no longer face any bottlenecks in breaking through any realms in the future. It was as if he was meant to be at a very high realm and now he was merely retracing his steps. Gu Changsheng lifted his head and discovered the ancestor was staring at him intensely. In those murky old eyes there was a longing like a person who had been starving for 3 days and nights seeing a lavish banquet. Gu Changsheng was startled. "Ancestor, why are you looking at me like that?" The ancestor did not respond, and after a long moment he finally came back to his senses. Then he smiled. It was not a kind smile but a self-deprecating one. "Changsheng, you truly are the strongest genius the Gu family has ever had without exception." Gu Changsheng was taken aback. The ancestor rarely praised anyone. "I had intended to give you a lecture today to help you gain some insights so that you could break through the bottleneck more easily in the future. It seems now," he shook his head. "It is I who have embarrassed myself." Gu Changsheng hurriedly waved his hand. "Ancestor, don't say that. I'm just speaking at random, no need to be humble." The ancestor interrupted him, his tone very serious. "In my many years of life this is the first time I've seen someone comprehending the Tao in front of me and turning around to teach me instead." He took a deep breath. "Enough, enough. From now on you need not come here to listen to my teachings anymore. In the future if I encounter something I cannot comprehend perhaps I will come to ask you." Gu Changsheng twitched his lips. The Heavenly Emperor asked him about his cultivation. How could he answer? But the ancestor's expression was very serious, not like he was joking. Gu Changsheng wanted to say something but didn't know what to say. In any case, not being allowed to come to the ancestor for teachings was not a loss. He originally didn't understand it anyway. The ancestor waved his hand. "Go ahead. Today's matters are enough for me to ponder for a long time. After you return, quickly gather it to avoid complications. As for how to deal with this woman after gathering whether to kill or capture her, it's up to your discretion." Just as Gu Changsheng was about to leave, he suddenly remembered something. He stopped in his tracks and turned around. "Ancestor, I have a question to ask." The old man glanced at him. "Speak." "In the present 3,000 Dao domains, has there ever been a Luo family?" The old man's expression shifted slightly. It was a very subtle movement, his eyelids twitched and the corner of his mouth stiffened for a moment. But Gu Changsheng noticed. Sitting in front of him was the Heavenly Emperor of the Gu family, the strongest presence in the 3,000 Dao domains. For someone of such caliber to change expression, this matter was undoubtedly not simple. Gu Changsheng did not rush to press for more details, waiting for the ancestor to speak. The old man fell silent for a moment and a hint of nostalgia flashed in his murky old eyes. "Luo family." He murmured the two characters as if chewing on a long-buried memory. "Why do you ask about the Luo family?" Gu Changsheng did not hide it. "My father encountered a remnant soul in the heavenly prison claiming to be Luo Yao, holding a rescue token from Gu Jiwan. I brought her back to the Divine Sun's residence wanting to ask her about the Luo family." The old man nodded. "I see." He paused, his gaze becoming distant. "I never expected that after so many years there would still be survivors of the Luo family." Gu Changsheng raised an eyebrow. "Survivors? Ancestor, what happened to the Luo family back then?" The old man did not answer directly but first asked, "You grew up in the Gu family, so you should have read quite a bit about the history of the 3,000 Dao domains. Have you ever seen any records about the Luo family in any classics?" Gu Changsheng thought for a moment and shook his head. "No. I have never seen anything." "That's correct," the old man said. "The history of the Luo family is even older than the other 4 imperial clans besides the Gu family. One could even say that the Luo family has existed longer than the Ji family and the Xianyuan family." Gu Changsheng was taken aback. Older than the 4 great imperial clans. Why had he never heard of it? The old man continued. Back then the structure of the 5 great imperial clans had not yet fully formed. The Gu family held the reins while the Jiangli Ji and Xianyuan families each occupied a territory. And beneath those 4 great imperial clans was another family whose strength was not inferior to theirs. The Luo family. At that time the Luo family had a heavenly emperor overseeing them with several great emperors and hundreds of saints. In terms of overall strength they were fully qualified to become the 6th imperial clan. Gu Changsheng listened intently. What happened later? Why did the Luo family disappear? The old man's gaze darkened. Later the Luo family did something that everyone found incomprehensible. The Heavenly Emperor of the Luo family led the entire clan to migrate to the edge of the 3,000 Dao domains to guard the frontier. Gu Changsheng frowned. Guarding the frontier. Was there a war on the frontier back then? No. The old man shook his head. At that time, although there were demonic and beast tribes lurking at the edge of the 3,000 Dao domains, the three parties were evenly matched, mutually restraining each other, and had been peaceful for tens of thousands of years. There were also conflicts between the demonic and beast tribes, with the human demonic and beast factions basically in a three-way stalemate, no one daring to take rash action. The sudden migration of the entire Luo family to the frontier was very strange. Other imperial clans also sent people to inquire, but the Luo family only said there are anomalies at the borders and we need to strengthen our defenses. We checked and everything at the borders was normal. But the Luo family insisted on leaving. Everyone in the clan, the Heavenly Emperor leading the way, great emperors following, and every saint disciple not left behind, all migrated as a family. No one knew why. Gu Changsheng felt a vague guess emerging in his heart. What happened next? Then one day the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo family led the entire clan directly into the depths of the demon realm. There were no signs, no declaration of war, no news at all. We only know that after that battle the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo family fell. The great emperors of the Luo family suffered heavy casualties and hardly any saint disciples survived. Thus the Luo family fell into decline. The old man paused, his tone somber. Since then the Luo family has completely lost contact. Occasionally someone claiming to be of the Luo surname appears, but their bloodline is thin and they are no longer the direct descendants of the Luo family from back then. The Luo family has become history. Gu Changsheng remained silent for a moment. Ancestor, why did the Luo family do such a thing back then? The old man shook his head. No one knows. The Heavenly Emperor of the Luo family left no last words, and those who survived the Luo family are also unclear about the circumstances. This matter has become one of the greatest mysteries in the 3,000 Dao domains. That woman named Luo Yao might hold some clues to this secret. Gu Changsheng nodded. I understand. He stood up, bowed to the ancestor, and turned to walk out of the stone chamber. The stone door slowly closed behind him. The old man sat on the straw, his murky old eyes fixed on the direction of the stone door, murmuring to himself. The Luo family. Well, compared to the Luo family, I should quickly comprehend the principles that Changsheng just spoke of. It has been many years since I have had a new insight. Outside the stone chamber the golden crow had been waiting at the door for quite a while. Seeing Gu Changsheng come out, it flapped its wings and flew up, chirping once. Gu Changsheng jumped onto the back of the golden crow. Let's go back to the Divine Sun's residence. The golden crow flapped its wings and soared into the sky. Gu Changsheng sat on the back of the golden crow, still pondering the words of the ancestor. The Luo family, the 6th imperial clan, the entire clan migrated to the frontier, charging into the depths of the demon realm, and then perished. Was it for no reason? Impossible. There must be a tremendous secret within. And the clue to that secret is in the ring he holds. Divine Sun's residence. Gu Changsheng jumped off the back of the golden crow and strode into the main hall. He sat on the mat and placed the ring on the table. Come out. A white light floated out from the ring, transforming into a semi-transparent figure. The remnant soul of Luo Yao hovered in front of Gu Changsheng, slightly bowing. Greetings, Divine Sun. Her posture was respectful and her tone was steady, showing no signs of abnormality. Gu Changsheng looked at her, not beating around the bush. I have one question for you. Please speak, Divine Sun. Are you a direct descendant of the Luo family? Luo Yao's body shivered slightly. She raised her head to look at Gu Changsheng, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. She never expected that the first question from this scion of the Gu family would involve the Luo family. Moreover, he directly inquired whether she was a direct descendant of the Luo family. Could it be that this person already knew her true identity? How could that be possible? This was her greatest secret in the entire 3,000 Dao domain, only she should know it. How could this person know? Luo Yao opened her mouth, ready to deny it. She planned to say, no, I am just a loose cultivator who happened to obtain a token. But as the words reached her lips, she suddenly froze. A strange feeling surged in her heart. She looked at Gu Changsheng, this young man before her, dressed in a white robe with a golden belt, his handsome face and golden pupils calm as water. For some reason she felt that this person would not harm her and would not take advantage of her because she was from the Luo family. Instead, it was she who absolutely should not deceive this person before her. This feeling was very strange, inexplicable, and without reason. Before today she had never seen the scion of the Gu family, not even a glimpse. Yet at this moment she had this feeling so strong that it could not be ignored. Luo Yao furrowed her brow tightly. She did not understand why. Gu Changsheng sat on the mat observing the changing expressions on Luo Yao's face, finding it somewhat amusing. He naturally knew why Luo Yao would have such a feeling. The absolute submission of the Luo family. The things returned by the system never go wrong. The absolute submission of the Luo family means that as long as one is of the Luo bloodline, they will instinctively feel submission towards him, unable to resist. Let alone Luo Yao, who was merely a remnant soul at the peak of the Holy Realm. Even if that emperor of the Luo family were still alive, he would have to bow his head before him. Thinking of this, Gu Changsheng's lips curled up slightly. I can find another way to prove this matter. Luo Yao slightly lifted her head, somewhat unsure of what the scion intended to do. Gu Changsheng suddenly spoke. Show me a somersault. Luo Yao was taken aback. Huh? A somersault? In all her years no one had ever given her such an order. She instinctively wanted to refuse, but her body had already moved. Luo Yao's remnant soul performed a grand somersault in midair. The movement was swift and decisive, head down and feet up, her skirt spreading in the air. Then the skirt fell, revealing two smooth legs and a significant exposure. Luo Yao was both angry and embarrassed, her face flushed crimson. She was a peak Holy Realm powerhouse, a figure standing at the top in the 3000 Dao domain. Although she was nothing before the scion of the Gu family and merely a remnant soul, this sudden somersault and accidental exposure was too embarrassing. She hurriedly conjured a long skirt to cover her body, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Gu Changsheng nodded seriously. You truly are of the Luo bloodline. Just as Luo Yao was about to say something, a thought suddenly flashed through her mind. It was something from long ago. When the Luo family was destroyed, there was still one direct descendant alive, and leading this bloodline was the Grand Priest of the Luo family back then. However, the Grand Priest was also seriously injured and had little time left. Before dying, the Grand Priest had held her hand and told her some secrets about the Luo family. The Grand Priest said that after the Emperor of the Luo family fell to the foreign demonic tribes, he actually left behind a prophecy. The prophecy stated that the Luo family would have a true master. This person was not of the Luo bloodline, yet could make the Luo bloodline submit unconditionally. Only by finding this master could the Luo family revive its glory and even potentially become the sixth great imperial clan, standing shoulder to shoulder with the Gu family and even surpassing them. The Grand Priest also said that there was no need to search for this master deliberately. Fate would naturally bring them together. When you meet the master of the Luo family, whatever he commands you will comply. Even if he commanded you to serve him in bed, you would have no ability to resist obediently lying on the bed. This person is the key to the resurgence of the Luo family. At that time Luo Yao had listened with skepticism, but she had always kept it in her heart. Now she believed. She looked at Gu Changsheng, her gaze shifting from shame and anger to shock, then from shock to awe. The young man before her was indeed the master of the Luo family. No wonder she felt that this person would not harm her. No wonder she could not help but want to confess everything. No wonder he commanded her to perform a somersault and her body uncontrollably obeyed. Everything was due to the prophecy. Luo Yao took a deep breath, kneeling on the ground with her forehead touching the floor. Luo Yao, the only disciple of the Luo family in this generation, the sole direct descendant of the Luo family, pays respects to the master. Her voice was crisp, tinged with a slight tremor. Gu Changsheng raised an eyebrow. He was somewhat curious. What form exactly did the absolute submission of the Luo family returned by the system take? So he asked, why do you call me master? Luo Yao lifted her head and briefly recounted the prophecy that the Grand Priest had told her back then. After listening, Gu Changsheng nodded. Indeed, products of the system are always top-notch. He didn't even need to explain himself. He waved his hand and a light appeared in his palm. A key materialized in his hand. It was entirely bronze in color with ancient patterns carved on its surface, and the handle bore the two small characters, Luo family. Luo Yao's pupils suddenly constricted. Her remnant soul trembled slightly as if sensing some kind of resonance. This is. She reached out her hand wanting to touch the key. But her hand passed through the key, grasping nothing. She was merely a wisp of a remnant soul lacking a physical form. Luo Yao's eyes turned red. She lowered her head, her tone full of regret. My physical body has been destroyed and I cannot touch this object. This key should be the key to the ancestral land of the Luo family that the Grand Priest spoke of. If only I had this key back then. She did not finish her sentence. Gu Changsheng glanced at her. Isn't it just a physical body? Luo Yao was taken aback. Gu Changsheng stood up, retrieved the key into the system space and held the ring in his hand. Follow me. He strode out of the main hall with Luo Yao's remnant soul floating behind him. The golden crow flew down from the roof and perched on Gu Changsheng's shoulder. One person, one soul and one bird passed through the corridors of the Scion's residence, through the inner courtyard, across the training grounds, and continued deep into the Gu family's estate. It was very quiet here, with not many people around. Spiritual bamboo was planted along the roadside, the bamboo leaves rustling softly. A faint scent of medicine filled the air. Ahead was a grand hall with a plaque hanging on the door that bore 3 characters, Creation Pool. The Creation Pool. A place specially established by the Gu family for disciples whose physical bodies were destroyed to rebuild their bodies. Luo Yao looked at the plaque, her face showing surprise. The Creation Pool. A place to rebuild bodies. The Gu family actually has such a place. She took a deep breath. It's important to know that such a thing as body reconstruction should never be established by a force due to the enormous cost involved. But the Gu family had this capability. Is this the foundation of an imperial clan? The Grand Priest once said that during the peak of the Luo family there was no such place. Gu Changsheng did not turn back and pushed open the hall doors. Inside the hall, a massive pool was steaming, the water a milky white, exuding a rich vitality. 2 female disciples of the Gu family responsible for guarding the creation pool rushed forward to pay their respects upon seeing their scion's arrival. Greetings, Lord Scion. We are unaware of what commands you have. The 2 women had delicate features and wore matching long blue skirts with tokens of the creation pool hanging at their waists. They knelt on the ground, not daring to lift their heads. Gu Changsheng raised his hand and pointed to Luo Yao behind him. Help this person restore her physical form. After the restoration, deliver her to my divine son mansion. The 2 female disciples looked up at Luo Yao's remnant soul and quickly nodded. As you command. One of them stepped forward, sizing up Luo Yao, and asked. May I ask what your cultivation level was in life? The materials required for reconstructing the physical body differ based on cultivation level. Luo Yao was momentarily taken aback. She had not yet recovered from the fact that the divine son wanted to help her restore her physical form. She instinctively replied, Sacred Realm. The 2 female disciples nodded, their faces showing no signs of surprise. Restoring the physical body of a Sacred Realm expert was not a difficult task for the Gu family. Moreover, since this was a direct order from the divine son, they dared not slack off. Seeing their calm reaction, Luo Yao felt a mix of emotions. In her previous life she was a peak Sacred Realm expert, and she had pondered countless methods and plotted for many years to reconstruct her physical form. She absorbed Xiao Chen's spiritual energy to replenish her remnant soul in preparation for the future reconstruction of her physical body. She had even considered nurturing Xiao Chen step by step to the Sacred Realm, hoping to leverage his strength to find the necessary materials. For a Sacred Realm expert to reconstruct their physical body was exceedingly difficult. The materials were hard to find, the process was perilous, and without any power or backing, everything relied solely on herself. Now she had come to the Gu family. What she had to struggle immensely to achieve before was now merely a word from the Divine Son. Before she could continue to ponder, the 2 female disciples had already begun to get busy. One went to fetch materials while the other assisted her towards the creation pool. Please rest assured, within 3 days we will surely restore your physical body and then deliver it to the Divine Sun mansion. Luo Yao opened her mouth wanting to say thank you, but the words were swallowed back. She was merely a remnant soul reliant on others, and any words would be superfluous. She nodded, her remnant soul floating towards the creation pool, merging into the milky white water. Gu Changsheng did not linger, turning to exit the main hall. The 2 female disciples knelt in farewell. We bid farewell to the Divine Son. Gu Changsheng emerged from the creation pool, walking along the path in the inner courtyard of the Gu family. In the void, the sound of a lecture from an Imperial Realm expert faintly echoed, deep and distant, resonating like the sound of bells throughout the heavens and earth. The entire Gu family mansion was enveloped in that grand Dao rhythm. As Gu Changsheng passed by the martial arts arena, he saw that the square was filled with people. Guests from various forces across the 3,000 Dao domains closed their eyes, listening, intently entranced. Some had spiritual energy swirling around them, seemingly enlightened. Others furrowed their brows, deep in thought. Gu Changsheng did not stop walking straight past. He had no interest in the lecture. He had already heard enough from the ancestor. Although he did not understand a single word. Gu Changsheng entered the main hall and sat down on a mat. The golden crow flew down from his shoulder, settling in a corner, squinting its eyes to doze. Gu Changsheng thought for a moment and called out to the door. Come in. Su Wan's figure appeared at the entrance. What does the Divine Sun command? Summon Lin Yan. Yes. Su Wan withdrew. Moments later, footsteps came from outside the door. The Yaoguang Empress walked in front, dressed in white like snow, barefoot in the air. Behind her followed a small thin girl who was Lin Yan. She looked completely different from the time she was taken away. Lin Yan's complexion had improved significantly, her face slightly flushed and her lips no longer pale. Her hair was neatly arranged, held up by a silver hairpin. Her clothes had also changed, no longer the old dress that had faded but a new light blue outfit. Although she was still thin, she looked much more spirited. In a short time, the Yaoguang Empress personally adjusted her body, nurturing her meridians with the resources of the Gu family. Now her meridians had been repaired by 20%. Although she still had no cultivation, at least she would not fall over at the slightest breeze. As soon as Lin Yan entered the main hall, she dropped to her knees with a thud. Her forehead struck the floor 3 times. Thank you, Divine Sun. Thank you, Divine Sun. Her voice was still soft, but it was a bit stronger than before. Gu Changsheng smiled, raising his hand to wave a gentle force, lifting her up. No need for excessive courtesy. Lin Yan stood up, lowering her head, her hands twisting together, not daring to look at him. Gu Changsheng looked at the frail little girl, feeling quite satisfied. The future Heavenly Emperor. From today onward, the courtyard on the east side of the Divine Sun Mansion will be yours. Gu Changsheng's tone was calm, as if he were discussing a trivial matter. Lin Yan abruptly raised her head, her eyes wide open. The east side courtyard. That was one of the best courtyards in the Divine Sun Mansion, close to the main hall, rich in spiritual energy, specifically reserved for concubines. She thought she would only be arranged in some corner or even a storeroom, but unexpectedly the Divine Sun directly granted her a courtyard. Lin Yan's eyes turned red again and her knees bent as she was about to kneel. Gu Changsheng raised his hand to stop her. Enough, no need to kneel. Lin Yan bit her lip, desperately holding back her tears, but still couldn't resist letting 2 tears roll down. Divine Sun. I can't repay you with anything. I can't do anything. I don't know how to repay you. Her voice choked, intermittent. Although I am nothing now, in the future. Even if I have to give my life for the Divine Sun, I will not hesitate. She paused, her face slightly flushed, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. I am weak now and may not be worthy of serving the Divine Sun. But if the Divine Sun needs me, I can. Gu Changsheng smiled softly. He waved his hand and a ring flew out from his sleeve, landing in front of Lin Yan. Take this. Lin Yan caught the ring, somewhat dazed. Now that her meridians had been repaired by 20%, there was only a trace of weak spiritual energy within her, barely able to activate the storage ring. She probed her divine sense inside. Then she was stunned. The space inside the ring was as large as dozens of rooms filled with various items. Spirit stones. High-grade spirit stones, top-grade spirit stones neatly piled into small mountains. Pills. Bottles upon bottles labeled, spirit gathering pills, bone washing pills, vitality cultivation pills. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures, various spiritual herbs she couldn't even name, the youngest being at least 1,000 years old. Lin Yan's mouth gaped open, unable to close for a long time. She had never even heard of these things before, let alone seen them. To Gu Changsheng, these were merely trash. In the system space, they were just dusty trash, low in age and rank, too wasteful to throw away, taking up space. They were just right to give to Lin Yan. She had not even reached the first level of the awakening realm yet, and these trash were priceless treasures to her. Lin Yan held the ring, her hands trembling. She raised her head, looking at Gu Changsheng with red-rimmed eyes. She felt she should not hide anything from this person who treated her so well. Lin Yan gritted her teeth, placed the ring on the ground, and reached into her sleeve to pull out a jade pendant. The pendant looked ordinary, but there was a faint glow flowing on it. She held the jade pendant in both hands, raising it above her head. Divine Sun, this is a high-level technique I obtained by chance. I am willing to present this technique to you. The Empress Yaoguang smiled beside her. Little sister, your future master is none other than the contemporary son of the Gu family. Why would he need a mere cultivation technique from you? Even the Heavenly Emperor scripture of your Li family is of little use to the young master. This was not a boast from the Empress Yaoguang. She knew from the moment the young master awakened at the age of 5 that he had comprehended the immortal scriptures. Even if the Heavenly Emperor technique from the Li family is placed before Gu Changsheng, it would be nothing at all. Li Nian looked stubbornly at the Empress Yaoguang. Pretty sister, I really am not lying to you. This technique is indeed very rare. Just take a look and you'll know. The Empress Yaoguang felt a bit helpless at being called pretty sister, but she took the jade pendant and let her divine sense probe into it. Suddenly her pupils shrank sharply. Her face was filled with shock. The Heavenly Emperor Scripture. This was truly a Heavenly Emperor Scripture. Moreover, it was not an ordinary Heavenly Emperor Scripture. Although the Empress Yaoguang practiced the Emperor Scriptures and had not come into contact with the Heavenly Emperor Scriptures, she was now a peak Emperor-level powerhouse and her vision was still considerable. The Heavenly Emperor Scriptures are divided into 9 grades. If the Gu family's Heavenly Emperor Scripture is at the 9th grade, the other Imperial family's Heavenly Emperor Scriptures would roughly be at the 6th to 7th grades. This technique before her was at least an 8th grade. It was even more profound than the Heavenly Emperor Scripture of the Li family. How could this little girl, who seemed to be disregarded in the Li family, possess a technique more powerful than theirs? The Empress Yaoguang took a deep breath and handed the jade pendant to Gu Changsheng. Young master, take a look at this. Gu Changsheng took the jade pendant, probing his divine sense into it for a brief scan. Indeed, it was a decent Heavenly Emperor Scripture. But that was all. Moreover, Gu Changsheng was already aware of the power of this technique. He had once seen in the River of Time the scene of Li Nian stepping into the peak relying on this Heavenly Emperor Scripture. Gu Changsheng withdrew his divine sense and returned the jade pendant to Li Nian. Li Nian was stunned. Master Sun Yu. You don't want it. This is your opportunity, keep it for your cultivation yourself, Gu Changsheng said in a calm tone. Your current cultivation is too low. When your realm improves in the future, this technique will be useful for you. I will find time to have my father make a copy for the Gu family to keep as a reserve. But the original, keep it safe. Li Nian held the jade pendant, her lips trembling, unsure of what to say. She had thought that the master son would accept it and was even prepared to have it taken away. After all, it was already a great honor for her to become a maidservant of the master son. How could she be worthy of cultivating such a fine technique? Unexpectedly, the master son not only did not take it but also allowed her to cultivate it herself. In contrast, the Empress Yaoguang showed no surprise at all. Below the immortal scriptures, all are mere ants. A Heavenly Emperor Scripture does indeed fail to catch the eye of the young master. However, by leaving this technique for Li Nian, it showed that he truly valued this little girl. The Empress Yaoguang looked at Li Nian, her eyes softening slightly. She believed that her young master was definitely not acting without reason, just as he once deduced a hint of causality. Could it be that this little girl before her had some special quality? Unable to figure it out, the Empress Yaoguang decided not to dwell on it. After all, she was the young master's servant. Whatever the young master did was beyond her speculation. She only needed to do her job well. Gu Changsheng stood up, walked in front of Li Nian and looked down at her. You can cultivate this technique with peace of mind. If you need any resources, feel free to find me. Your future progress will depend entirely on your own fortunes. Li Nian held the jade pendant, tears streaming down her face again. She knelt down with a thud, her forehead touching the ground, her voice soft and hoarse. Thank you, Master Sun. I will definitely cultivate well. I will not disappoint your kindness. Gu Changsheng smiled and raised his hand to help her up. Go ahead. The east courtyard has been prepared. Yaoguang will take you there. The Empress Yaoguang slightly bowed and stepped forward to support Li Nian's arm. Li Nian left the main hall, looking back 3 times. Gu Changsheng stood at the entrance, watching her figure, feeling a hint of anticipation within. It should be known that in the River of Time, Li Nian's entire future depended on herself, and the resources were actually quite insufficient. This would require Li Nian to waste a lot of time on adventurous explorations. Now that she had her own resources, this girl would surely break through the Heavenly Emperor realm even faster. She would also become one of his aides. Li Nian followed the Empress Yaoguang through the long corridor of the sun's residence, arriving at a courtyard on the east side. The courtyard door was small, built of bluestone with a blank wooden plaque hanging above it. Pushing the door open, there was a hidden paradise inside. 3 main rooms, 2 side rooms, and in the courtyard stood a spirit peach tree with a stone table and 2 stone benches underneath. Sunlight poured down through the gaps in the tree, casting mottled shadows on the bluestone ground. The Empress Yaoguang stood at the entrance of the courtyard, not entering. This is your courtyard. If you need anything, just tell Su Wan. Li Nian quickly nodded and bowed deeply to the Empress Yaoguang. Thank you, pretty sister. The Empress Yaoguang smiled and turned to leave. Li Nian stood in the courtyard, looking around, her nose tinged with sourness, wanting to cry again. But she held it back, walked into the main room and sat down beside the bed. The room was very clean with new tables, chairs, and bedding exuding a faint scent of sandalwood. Lin Yan sat for a while drying her tears and taking a deep breath. Suddenly her expression changed. Her eyes brightened not with the brightness of emotion but with a clarity that seemed to emanate from her very bones. It was as if a dusty mirror had been cleaned, revealing its original luster. Lin Yan blinked her eyes and blinked again. Huh? She murmured softly, am I awakening my past life memories? In her mind waves of blurred images surged like a tide. She saw another version of herself standing high above the 9 heavens looking down on all living beings. That self wore a golden emperor robe, a crown on her head, and her aura was as deep as a chasm and as towering as a mountain. With a lift of her hand the void shattered. With a single step the earth trembled. She was a heavenly emperor. In her past life she was a heavenly emperor. And not just any heavenly emperor from the 3000 Dao domains but a heavenly emperor from another world. As for why she perished and was reincarnated here as a discarded waste of the Li family, she had no memory of that. Moreover, the technique within that jade pendant was not discovered by chance. It was a backup she left for her reincarnated self from her past life. Lin Yan closed her eyes and then opened them again. Her heart raced quickly. She was the reincarnation of a heavenly emperor. This realization struck her mind like a thunderbolt, leaving her dizzy. But soon she calmed down. She looked down at her thin wrist and touched the ring on her finger filled with resources. The figure of Gu Changsheng involuntarily floated into her mind. Just a moment ago she had said to him, I am willing to give my life, and had bowed several times. Of course Lin Yan did not regret it. Gu Changsheng had treated her very well. He gave her a courtyard, provided her with resources, and even returned the Heavenly Emperor scripture she offered, allowing her to cultivate it herself. She bit her lip. Moreover, a Heavenly Emperor scripture is a treasured possession in any force. Not to mention outsiders, even the disciples of her family's side branches may not have the qualification to cultivate it. Gu Changsheng took a glance and returned it. This person is truly incredible. He did not need the Heavenly Emperor scripture, nor was there any greed in his eyes. He did not claim her as his own, nor did he dismiss her casually, but instead allowed her to cultivate on her own while providing her with resources. This is not charity, it is cultivation. Lin Yan could not understand. She was merely a waste without any cultivation background or any value to exploit. Why is Gu Changsheng so good to her? Could it really be because he likes her? Lin Yan's expression changed slightly and then she quickly shook her head. Impossible. She was as thin as a bamboo pole, her complexion pale, her body devoid of any flesh. With so many beautiful girls around the Son of God, why would he take a liking to her? Then it must be for some other reason. As for Gu Changsheng, knowing that she was the reincarnation of the Heavenly Emperor, Lin Yan vehemently denied it. To think that she only just found out about this matter herself, how could that Son of God who is at the Heavenly Origin realm possibly be aware of it? Lin Yan pondered for a while and simply could not make sense of it. Her heart was conflicted. On one hand she was filled with gratitude and respect for Gu Changsheng. Since she could remember in this life, no one had ever treated her this well. Gu Changsheng is the first. On the other hand, she was the reincarnation of the Heavenly Emperor. She had her own pride and her own path to walk. She was unwilling to be a maid forever dependent on others. But she also understood that without Gu Changsheng she would struggle to survive. Let alone the resources for cultivation, let alone that Heavenly Emperor scripture. What if she is the reincarnation of the Heavenly Emperor? Without strength and background she would inevitably perish. She sat by the bed in silence for a long time. Finally she sighed softly. Forget it. Her voice was soft as if speaking to herself. Aware of this, which only deepened her gratitude, she sat by the bed in silence for a long time. Finally she sighed softly. Forget it. Her voice was soft as if speaking to herself. Since I am here I might as well make the best of it. Now that resources are abundant, I believe I can break through faster. When I reach the Heavenly Emperor realm in the future and become the next Heavenly Emperor of the 3000 Dao domains, I shall repay the Son of God then. To work for him or to repay him, or perhaps. She clenched her fists, a glint of determination flashing in her eyes. Cultivation. To grow stronger as quickly as possible. And then repay him. In the Son of God's mansion in the main hall. Gu Changsheng sat on the mat playing with the ring containing Luo Yao on his finger. He did not know what had happened on Lin Yan's side. Lin Yan awakened her past life memories without any soul fluctuations or spiritual power leaking. Not only he, even the Heavenly Emperor ancestor of the Gu family would not be able to detect it. He had more important matters at hand. Gu Changsheng waved his hand. An ice coffin appeared out of thin air in the center of the main hall. The coffin was transparent, crystal clear, exuding a hint of cold air. Frosty patterns resembled blooming flowers shimmering with a faint blue light under the candlelight. Inside the coffin, the demonic girl lay quietly. Her black hair cascaded like a waterfall spread across the bottom of the ice coffin. Her skin was as white as snow, her features exquisitely carved like jade. Her long, thick eyelashes slightly curled, giving the impression that she could awaken at any moment. She wore a long black dress embroidered with dark red patterns that twisted like vines, exuding an eerie allure. Gu Changsheng stood up and walked to the ice coffin. He recalled the words of the ancestor. The Gu family acts without being bound by heaven and earth, without being constrained by humanity, and without moral restraints. If you want to do it, then do it. He was not a person from a righteous sect himself. Moreover, absorbing this girl would be immensely beneficial to him. Cultivating both spirit and demon while absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, he could also absorb demonic energy, doubling his cultivation speed, strengthening his physical body, and enhancing his recovery capabilities. Why hesitate over such a good opportunity? Gu Changsheng raised his hand and pressed it against the ice coffin. Spiritual power surged forth and the ice coffin began to melt. As the cold air dissipated, the ice water turned into mist, vanishing into the air. The girl in the coffin, no longer supported by the ice coffin, sank slightly, held aloft by a gentle force floating in midair. She remained unconscious, her eyelashes fluttered slightly but did not awaken. Gu Changsheng gazed at her stunning face, murmuring to himself. Dual cultivation of human and demon. I wonder what breakthroughs will occur. He chuckled lightly, raised his hand and waved. The girl's body was enveloped in a force floating beside him. Gu Changsheng turned and walked deeper into the main hall. There was a secret chamber there specifically used by Gu Changsheng for secluded cultivation, soundproof and shielded from spiritual detection, where no one could spy. The door of the main hall closed quietly. Beyond the 3,000 Dao domains. The forbidden area of the human race, the demon domain. The sky was eternally a shade of gray and black, devoid of sun, moon, or stars, only thick demonic energy swirling in the void like black rivers flowing from one end of the sky to the other. The ground was scorched black, devoid of any grass. Occasionally a few barren stone mountains could be seen, their surfaces riddled with cracks resembling dried riverbeds. The air was filled with a foul mixture of sulfur and decay. An ordinary human cultivator would be eroded by the demonic energy after just a short stay, suffering setbacks in their cultivation or even going mad. Deep within the demon domain, a pitch-black great hall stood at the edge of a bottomless abyss. The hall was forged from an unknown black metal, devoid of any ornamentation, with countless dark red patterns sprawling across its surface like blood vessels. The hall door was tightly shut, with a faint cold light seeping through the crack, resembling a slumbering ancient beast. Inside the hall, a figure sat cross-legged on the highest throne. He was enveloped in dense demonic energy, rendering his visage unclear, only vaguely revealing a pair of blood-red eyes like two burning flames. No aura leaked from him, but the space around the throne distorted slightly as if unable to bear his existence. The Demon Sovereign. One of the most powerful beings in the demon domain, comparable to the Heavenly Emperor of the human race. He had lived for countless years, commanding millions of demons with a single word determining life and death. Suddenly he opened his eyes. The blood-red orbs flickered in the darkness before dimming again. Why do I feel so unsettled? He murmured to himself, his voice deep, rumbling like thunder in the vast hall. Having lived so long, he rarely felt this way. It was as if something had slipped from his grasp in the dark, like a string that had been taut for too long suddenly snapping. He raised his hand and grasped at the void. A black figure shot in from outside the hall, kneeling on the ground. It was a tall and stern-looking demon man, his body surging with demonic energy. His cultivation level was that of an emperor in the 3,000 Dao domains. Yet here he was merely a servant. Have you found any trace of my daughter? The voice of the demon sovereign was calm but carried an undeniable oppressive force. The kneeling man shivered slightly. Reporting to the sovereign, there is no clue at all. I have searched the demon domain thoroughly and even sent people into the 3,000 Dao domains to investigate for thousands of years, yet I have still not found any leads on the princess' whereabouts. What could leave my subordinate at a loss could perhaps be one of the 5 great imperial families of the 3,000 Dao domains acting. Or possibly the Gu family. The eyes of the demon lord squinted slightly. Do I need you to tell me? If it truly concerns the Gu family, my daughter's life will surely be in danger. There's no need for you to investigate. His tone showed no fluctuation, but the man kneeling before him was already sweating profusely. Investigate. Continue the investigation. Yes. The man accepted the order and vanished into the darkness. The demon lord sat alone on his throne, remaining silent for a moment. He raised his hand and a sphere of black light illuminated his palm. As the light dissipated, a jade talisman floated into his hand. The talisman was entirely black, covered in dense runes emitting a faint aura. This was crafted by him at the time of his daughter's birth, binding to her pure demonic body. As long as the talisman exists, his daughter will be safe. If the talisman shatters, it means either his daughter is dead or she has been violated, thus completely ruining her pure demonic body. The pure demonic body is extremely rare, but it must be flawless. He had countless offspring, but only this one daughter possessed such a constitution. He needed this daughter, needed her pure demonic blood to help him achieve greatness in his demonic arts. Thus, since her disappearance, he had searched for over 1,000 years. Suddenly, crack! The talisman shattered. Fragments slid through his fingers, scattering across the ground. The demon lord was stunned. His eyes were fixed on the fragments on the ground, his pupils slowly dilating. Then he became enraged. That was an overwhelming fury that had been suppressed for 1,000 years, now erupting. Boom! His aura exploded, causing the entire hall to tremble. The void was torn apart as black cracks spread throughout the hall. Demonic energy surged forth like a storm, grinding everything within the hall to dust. Come! His voice roared like thunder, echoing throughout his domain. Countless shadows rushed in from all directions, kneeling before the hall. They were numerous, a dark sea extending from the entrance of the hall to the horizon. Each emanated a terrifying aura, the weakest among them being at the sacred realm. This was the foundation of the demon clan's lord. Gather the troops and break through the dimensional barrier. I shall conquer one of the 3,000 domains. The demons prostrated, responding in unison. By your command. At that moment, a figure hurriedly entered from outside the hall. It was an old man, his face aged and hunched, dressed in a grey robe. His cultivation was not particularly high, but everyone in the demon domain held him in great respect. He was the most trusted strategist of the demon lord. The old man knelt on the ground, his voice hoarse. My lord, please quell your anger. The 3,000 domains have 5 great imperial clans, and the Gu family is particularly watchful. Moreover, the beastmen and our demon clan are not on good terms either. If we attack rashly, it may prove disadvantageous for our demon clan and allow other demon lords to take advantage of the situation. The demon lord looked down at the old man, the fury in his blood-red eyes swirling. The old man raised his head and continued speaking. My lord, you have waited for 1,000 years, you can afford to wait a little longer. Investigate who was behind this before taking action. The demon lord remained silent for a long time. His anger gradually subsided. He knew the strategist spoke the truth. The Gu family had been like a heavy stone pressing down on him for countless years, making him hesitant to act rashly. The barrier between the demon domain and the 3,000 domains is not so easy to breach. Even if they managed to break through once that emperor of the Gu family strikes, he would be at a disadvantage, and without the support of the demon domain he could even face death. Furthermore, the demon domain is not solely under his command as the demon lord. There is no harmony among them. Should he sustain injuries, the consequences would be unimaginable. But if I do not conquer and annihilate a domain, my heart's hatred cannot be resolved. The demon lord's voice was low, filled with reluctance. After all, it was because his daughter had sneaked into the 3,000 domains that she went missing. Those who harmed or violated his daughter must undoubtedly be human cultivators. In that case, what do you suggest I do? The old man pondered for a moment before speaking softly. After a long time, the demon lord nodded. Let us proceed as you suggest. The old man immediately bowed his head. Your wisdom is unmatched, my lord. Eternal Domain Gu family. The next day, Gu Changsheng emerged from the stone chamber. He wore a smile on his face, feeling refreshed. Behind him in the stone chamber, the demon girl once again fell into a coma, lying on the bed, her breathing steady. Gu Changsheng temporarily left her, having more important matters to attend to. He sensed the changes within his body. The original energy in his dantian was as calm as a still lake. But now beside his dantian there was an additional dark vortex spinning slowly like a miniature whirlpool. That was the vessel for demonic energy. Cultivating both spiritual and demonic energy is not two separate paths, instead they complement each other. When spiritual energy breaks through, demonic energy will also surge. When demonic energy advances, spiritual energy will benefit as well. The combination of the two results in combat power that exceeds mere doubling. It is an exponential increase. Gu Changsheng clenched his fists, feeling an unprecedented power surging within him. His physical strength had noticeably increased, though it could not compare to that of pure-blooded demons. It was significantly stronger than that of ordinary human cultivators. Of course, he was still far from being a true demon. To continue his enhancement, he needed to absorb demonic energy. Gu Changsheng was not worried about the issue of demonic energy. He did not need to venture into the demon domain. The Gu family had a dedicated place for cultivating demonic energy. This was the foundation of the Gu family. Those demons captured long ago were imprisoned in the celestial prison, their demonic energy continually leaking out. The Gu family collected that demonic energy and established a specialized training ground for disciples to temper their bodies. Even demons at the Emperor realm were present. Would there be a lack of demonic energy? Clearly not. The Gu family's place for cultivating demonic energy is called the Demon Cave. It is not located within the estate but in a separate space. Years ago, several emperors of the Gu family joined forces to tear open a rift in the void, sealing a region of 100 miles within specifically for imprisoning demons. The entrance is located at the back mountain of the Gu family, where a black rift hovers in midair with demonic energy continually spilling out like a black waterfall. Gu Changsheng stood at the entrance, the golden crow perched on his shoulder. He stepped inside. Before him, the view suddenly opened up. This was a gray-black space devoid of sky and earth, filled only with endless darkness and a massive floating cage. The cage was forged from black iron columns, each covered in sealing runes that flickered with golden light, intertwining like chains, rendering the cage impenetrable. Inside the cage were demons. Thousands of cages, large and small, floated in the void, resembling islands adrift. The smallest cage contained a few demons at the profound realm, huddled in a corner, trembling. The largest cage was 1,000 feet on each side, containing a massive demon beast covered in black scales, with its limbs pierced by chains as thick as bowls nailed to the corners of the cage. With each breath it took, a storm of demonic energy surged. Deep within there were even larger cages containing demons of the sacred realm. They were pierced through the phalanges by chains suspended in midair, with black demonic energy continuously oozing out, rising like thick smoke. Occasionally one or two would struggle, causing the chains to rattle, the runes flickering, suppressing them tightly. Deeper still, one could vaguely see several demons of the Emperor realm. Gu Changsheng did not approach from a distance. He could feel the suffocating aura. Dark energy permeated the entire space, dense as fog, obscuring visibility. The air was filled with the low growls and curses of the demon clan. Human race, you shall not die a good death. When our demon army descends, we will shred you into pieces. Let me go. Let me go. I want to kill you all. No one paid them any heed. The disciples of the Gu family were scattered throughout the demon cave, sitting cross-legged with their eyes closed in meditation. They absorbed the dark energy that filled the air but did not store it in their dantian. Instead, they used it to refine their physical bodies. The dark energy seeped into their skin, muscles and bones, expelling impurities and making their bodies more resilient. This was the Gu family's unique body refining method. Only the Gu family dared to do this across the entire 3,000 Dao domains. Other factions wouldn't even dare to touch dark energy, let alone absorb it. As Gu Changsheng entered, he immediately attracted attention. A few disciples near the entrance just happened to open their eyes, saw the figure clad in dark black, and quickly stood up to bow. Lord Divine Sun. The voice was not loud but particularly clear in this quiet space. More people opened their eyes, and upon seeing Gu Changsheng hurriedly bowed. Gu Changsheng smiled and nodded, saying little more as he walked straight to a corner. He sat down cross-legged on a flat black rock, closing his eyes. The Jinwu flew down from his shoulder, squatting beside the rock, tilting its head and looking around. Gu Changsheng took a deep breath. Then he began to absorb the dark energy. Unlike the other disciples who refined their bodies with dark energy, he absorbed it directly into his body. The dark energy surged from all directions, pouring in through the top of his head like a black river flowing endlessly. The surrounding disciples instantly felt the change. The direction of the dark energy flow shifted. The dark energy that had been evenly distributed throughout the space now surged all toward one direction. Disciples sitting far away noticed the dark energy around them thinning, while those closer were swept by the force, their robes flapping loudly. What's happening? Someone opened their eyes and looked around. Then they saw it. Gu Changsheng sat on the rock, black dark energy pouring in from the top of his head like a giant dragon devouring the world. His body remained motionless, yet the concentration of dark energy around him had become so thick it was visible to the naked eye, wrapping him like a black cocoon. Is the Divine Sun absorbing dark energy? Directly absorbing. Not refining his body. Has he gone mad? Human cultivators absorbing dark energy can easily go insane. Before the words finished, Gu Changsheng's aura suddenly soared sharply. 6th layer of Tianyuan realm. A breakthrough. The surrounding disciples were dumbfounded. He had just sat down for less than a cup of tea's time and he had broken through. Gu Changsheng did not stop. The dark energy continued to pour in and his aura kept rising. An hour later. 7th layer of Tianyuan realm. Another breakthrough. The disciples around him had lost track of words. Some were gaping, some stared wide-eyed, and some didn't even notice their cultivation tools dropping to the ground. Is the Divine Sun cultivating? Or drinking water? I've cultivated for 10 years without breaking through 2 small realms, and the Divine Sun does it in an hour. Don't compare. What do you have to compare with the Divine Sun? 3 hours later. 8th layer of Tianyuan realm. The dark energy in the demon cave began to stir. The previously stable flow of dark energy now swirled like disturbed lake water, creating whirlpools and hidden currents. The distant demon clan was also startled. They stopped cursing and widened their eyes to look in that direction. That human is absorbing dark energy. How can he absorb dark energy? He is not of the demon clan. His absorption speed is even faster than mine. What exactly is he? Some demons murmured, their voices filled with confusion and shock. In the center of the demon cave, on a floating giant stone, an old man with white hair was meditating. He was the elder in charge of guarding the demon cave, often in seclusion here, refining his body with dark energy. Suddenly he frowned. The dark energy around him had become chaotic. It was not a mild fluctuation, but a turmoil that seemed forcibly stirred, as if someone had opened a breach in a river, diverting all the water. The elder's aura stagnated, nearly leading him to go insane. He suddenly opened his eyes, his face pale. Which disciple is breaking the rules? I have said many times, do not be impatient for quick success, do not disrupt the order of dark energy. He stood up angrily and walked toward the direction where the dark energy was surging. Today I will have to teach you a proper lesson. Before he finished speaking, he saw it. In the distance on a black rock, a young man sat cross-legged. Clad in a dark black robe with a golden crown binding his hair, surrounded by swirling dark energy, he looked like a demon king stepping out of hell. The dark energy around the youth had thickened to the point of nearly becoming liquid, yet he continued to absorb and devour. The elder's footsteps froze. This is the Divine Sun. A nearby disciple murmured softly. The Divine Sun is indeed formidable. He can devour dark energy like this. The elder's face changed from pale to red. He took a deep breath, straightened his back, stroked his beard, and his tone shifted from anger to admiration. So it is the Divine Sun, no wonder. He nodded, appearing as if it were only natural. It is not impossible that the Divine Sun, possessing a celestial body, can absorb dark energy. The surrounding disciples watched the speed of his face changing, their mouths twitching, but no one dared to speak. Just as the words fell, Gu Changsheng's aura soared again. 9th layer of Tianyuan realm. Another breakthrough. From the moment he entered until now, in just a few hours, he had broken through 4 realms. From the 5th layer to the 9th layer of Tianyuan realm, something that could take others 10 years, he accomplished in a single day. Moreover, there were no bottlenecks. The benefits of the insights of immortals were vividly manifested at this moment. For him, breakthroughs were as natural as drinking water. Gu Changsheng opened his eyes. He frowned, looked down at his hands, and then glanced at the dark energy swirling around him. This dark energy is indeed rich, but it is too slow for cultivation. It is abundant for refining the body, but somewhat lacking for cultivation. The surrounding disciples exchanged glances. Slow. Breaking through 4 realms in a day, and still slow. But they did not dare to speak. Gu Changsheng raised his head, his gaze sweeping through the void, passing by cages and demons. Finally his gaze stopped on a cage. The cage was not large, containing a demon whose form was human, its face fierce and dark energy swirling around it. Its limbs and neck were pierced by 5 chains, suspended in midair in a sprawling position, unable to move. It was at the Fateful realm. This demon was more than a major realm higher than Gu Changsheng's current cultivation, but in the presence of the Gu family and before Gu Changsheng, it was merely a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. The demon sensed Gu Changsheng's gaze and shivered. It widened its eyes, revealing a fierce light, and roared, "Brat, what are you looking at me for?" Gu Changsheng's lips curled slightly. "It's nothing." He stood up, floated into the air, and flew toward the cage. "I will borrow your dark energy for a while." The pupils of the demon clan shrank sharply. It struggled desperately, the chains rattling loudly as the sealing runes flickered, pinning it firmly in place. Gu Chongsheng landed outside the cage, reaching out his hand, passing through the gaps in the iron bars. A golden flame ignited in the palm of his hand. Heavenly burning immortal body. The golden flame flickered in his palm, its intense heat forcing the demon inside the cage to retreat repeatedly, but the chains held it back, preventing it from escaping too far. The demon's eyes widened, its tone shifting. What? What are you going to do? I am the nourishment for this place. You cannot kill me. The Gu family keeps me here to continuously produce demonic energy. If you kill me, the demonic energy will decrease. Gu Chongsheng smiled. Nourishment. You are not irreplaceable. Gu Changsheng's hand passed through the gaps in the iron bars, the golden flame pulsating in his palm. The demon at the Fateful realm widened its eyes and struggled desperately. It opened its mouth to unleash a stream of black demonic energy in an attempt to resist, but the moment that demonic energy met the golden flame, it exploded like oil meeting fire. Gu Changsheng closed his fingers. Flames surged from his palm, engulfing the entire demon. The demon at the Fateful realm let out a heart-wrenching scream, its voice echoing through the demon cave, shaking the surrounding cages. Its body twisted and shrank in the flames, demonic energy frantically leaking from within like a flood, bursting its banks unstoppable. The overwhelming demonic energy spread out. The black mist was thick as ink, pouring out from the cage and spreading in all directions. This demonic energy was different from the previous ambient air, more violent and frantic, carrying the unique domineering aura of demons at the Fateful realm. Any ordinary cultivator who came into contact with it would feel unsettled. At best they would feel dizzy, and at worst they would fall into madness. The Gu family disciples below changed color drastically, hastily retreating. Retreat. Quickly retreat. This demonic energy is too thick, we can't withstand it. Some covered their mouths and noses, some held their breath, while others darted directly towards the entrance. In the blink of an eye, dozens of disciples retreated several dozen miles away, watching from a distance, their faces pale. The elder in charge of guarding the demon cave also moved. He raised his hand and a golden light screen spread from his palm, blocking the overflowing demonic energy and protecting the remaining disciples. What is the Lord's son doing? Is he going to cultivate using all the demonic energy from that demon? Insane, that's a Fateful realm demon. Discussions erupted, but no one dared to step forward. Gu Changsheng sat cross-legged in midair, allowing the violent demonic energy to envelop him. The demonic energy slithered like black snakes, invading his body through his mouth, nose, ears, and pores, surging into the pitch-black vortex. The vortex spun wildly, devouring, compressing, and transforming the demonic energy. The violent aura rampaged through his meridians, but Gu Changsheng did not even furrow his brow. The heavenly burning immortal body operated on its own, golden flames surged from within, incinerating the wild impurities. What remained was the purest demonic energy, meekly merging into the vortex, strengthening his foundation. His aura began to rise. The bottleneck of the 9th layer of the celestial origin realm felt as fragile as paper easily pierced. 10th layer of the celestial origin realm. Pinnacle. Breakthrough. Although there was still a significant amount of demonic energy left to absorb, Gu Changsheng stopped. He opened his eyes, a fleeting glint of black light flashed in his golden pupils. He sensed the power within his body. The spiritual lake in his dantian was calm, while the black vortex beside it had expanded, slowly rotating, resonating with the spiritual lake. The spiritual energy and demonic energy coexisted peacefully within him like two fish in the Taiji diagram, intertwined with each other. Pinnacle of the celestial origin realm. Next step, Dao Seed Realm. The Dao Seed Realm is the 6th realm for cultivators and a crucial one. This realm requires the condensation of a Dao seed, and the grade of the Dao seed determines the future potential limits of the cultivator. Dao seeds are generally divided into 4 grades: Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow. The yellow grade is the lowest, while the heavenly grade is the highest. Ordinary cultivators can only condense a yellow grade Dao seed, never reaching the threshold of the Saint realm or half saint. Core disciples of major forces can condense profound or earth-grade Dao seeds with hopes of breaking through the Saint realm. Meanwhile, core disciples of imperial families like the Gu family can generally condense Dao seeds above earth grade, with a few talents able to condense heaven-grade Dao seeds. Above the heaven grade there are Saint realm Dao seeds, Emperor realm Dao seeds, and Celestial Emperor realm Dao seeds. What grade of Dao seed one can condense does not guarantee they will reach that realm in the future, but at least it indicates potential. What Gu Changsheng needed to do now was to break through to the Dao seed realm right here. He took a deep breath, preparing to operate his cultivation technique. Suddenly he recalled something. If only there were some life choices triggered at this moment. Just as the thought finished, Ding. The system prompt sound suddenly exploded. Gu Chengsheng was taken aback, then a smile appeared on his lips. Speak of the devil and he shall appear. Detected a new destined child, Tang Xiaosen. Would you like to bind? Gu Chengsheng looked at the name, his mouth twitching. Tang Xiaosen. This name is too casual. But he did not hesitate, concentrating his consciousness and directly clicking yes. Binding successful. Current destined children Lin Fan Tang Xiaosen. Note: Xiao Chen and Chu Feng have been converted into puppets and do not count towards the destined child sequence. A semi-transparent screen popped up before him. In the screen, a vast primordial forest. Ancient trees stretched, high vines entwined, and the air was filled with damp mist. Above the forest, several enormous birds flew by, casting massive shadows. Event location: Lower Realm, Xinglua Continent, Xinglua Great Forest. Event overview: Tang Xiaosan, 20 years old, accidentally entered the Xinglua Great Forest 3 years ago and encountered a newly transformed rabbit demon, leading to a secret affair. Recently discovered by the rabbit demon's 2 beast companions, he is being pursued fiercely. Gu Chongsheng raised an eyebrow as he read this event overview. Rabbit demon. 2 companions. A secret affair. This plot is even more outrageous than I imagined. It reminds me of an old acquaintance. 1. In the image, a young man with blue hair was being pulled by a pink-haired girl frantically running through the forest. The blue-haired young man was relatively handsome, but at this moment his face was filled with panic, stumbling. The pink-haired girl was beautiful, with long pointed ears, red eyes, dressed in a pink short skirt and 2 long snow-white legs. At this moment she looked back anxiously. Little Wu, hurry and run with me. As long as we leave this Xinglua Great Forest, those 2 beasts won't dare to chase us. Tang Xiaosan's voice was urgent and sharp. The rabbit demon he was pulling was named Wu Linger, and her ears were twitching incessantly. Brother Tang, they are catching up. Behind them 2 terrifying auras were rapidly approaching. One was a pitch-black giant python, dozens of feet long, with scales like iron armor and a single horn atop its head. It weaved through the treetops, moving so quickly that it only left behind an afterimage. The Blakaya giant serpent, one of the overlords of the Xinglua Great Forest at the Divine Void Realm. The other was a silver-haired giant ape standing 5 meters tall, its body muscular with blood-red eyes. It charged through the forest, easily snapping a tree that could only be embraced by 1 person while the ground shook beneath its feet. The silvermaned violent ape, a terrifying beast at the Divine Void Realm. Either of these 2 beasts could easily crush Tang Xiaosan. However, Tang Xiaosan was not running slowly, for he was not running on his own. Wu Linger pulled him along, relying on the speed of the Divine Threshold Realm's demonic beast, barely keeping a distance from the 2 pursuing demonic beasts behind. A mere 3rd layer of the Tongxian realm dares to steal from a Divine Threshold Realm demonic beast. The chosen one is becoming increasingly absurd. Gu Changsheng couldn't help but comment as he watched the scene. Tang Xiaosan, that name is truly unpleasant, why not drop the Xiao part? The chase continued on screen. The Blakaya giant serpent and the silvermaned violent ape quickly caught up. They flanked Tang Xiaosan and Wu Linger from either side. The Blakaya giant serpent opened its mouth, its voice hoarse and unpleasant. Human ant, are you tired of living? The silvermaned violent ape pounded its chest, producing a dull thud. Wu Linger, you betrayed us and consorted with this human. Wu Linger stood in front of Tang Xiaosan, arms wide open, her ears perked up. You cannot kill him. If you kill him, I will die before you. The vertical pupil of the Blakaya giant serpent contracted slightly. The silvermaned violent ape's fist froze midair. They had been Wu Linger's companions for many years, although angry they did not wish for her death. The situation fell into a stalemate. The Blakaya giant serpent remained silent for a moment before speaking. Letting him go is acceptable. But the matter of infidelity cannot be easily forgiven. It paused, a glint of cruelty flashing in its eyes. In that case, let him castrate himself. Afterward, I will spare his life. Wu Linger's face turned pale. No. Tang Xiaosan's face also turned white. Castration. What meaning would he have in living after that? Without it, how could he rely on his handsome face to engage in some depraved acts? Just then, Gu Changsheng's system notification rang in his ears. Ding. The chosen one, Tang Xiaosan, triggers a life choice. A semi-transparent panel appeared before him. Faced with the pursuit of 2 demonic beasts and Wu Linger's protection, how will you decide? A refuse on the spot, vowing to never submit. I'd rather die in battle than suffer this humiliation. B. Find a way to escape with Wu Linger neither abandoning nor giving up. Follow their words and castrate myself to save my life. As long as I have the Green Mountains, I need not worry about firewood. Decastration is not enough. To express my sincerity, I am willing to self-destruct my cultivation on the spot. I only seek a glimmer of life focusing on stability. Gu Chengsheng looked at these 4 options. D. This is the true meaning of stability. He condensed his consciousness, pointed directly at it. Host has chosen option D. Tang Xiaosan, who had been shrunk behind Wu Linger, was pale and trembling. Wu Linger desperately stood in front of him, arguing with the black-eyed giant serpent. In fact, in today's scenario, as long as Wu Linger did not yield an inch, there was still a significant hope of saving Tang Xiaosan. But suddenly, Tang Xiaosan moved. He took a deep breath and stepped out from behind Wu Linger. I agree. 2 words. They rang with conviction. Wu Linger's face changed dramatically. Brother Tang Yu? The black-eyed giant serpent was momentarily stunned. It had not truly intended to let Tang Xiaosan go, it had only said that to provoke the boy into doing something foolish, creating an opportunity to kill him. Unexpectedly, he actually agreed. Tang Xiaosan did not look at Wu Linger or the black-eyed giant serpent. He drew a short knife from his waist, holding it in his hand, trembling, but his gaze was steadfast. Then he swung the knife. 1 cut. The short knife fell. Those present, both human and beast, were momentarily taken aback. Blood splattered everywhere. Tang Xiaosan's face instantly turned ashen, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. He gritted his teeth, not letting out a sound, his body swaying, nearly collapsing, but he held on. Wu Linger covered her mouth, tears streaming down her cheeks. Her little brother Tang was no longer whole. The vertical pupil of the black-eyed giant serpent contracted sharply. It exchanged glances with the silvermaned violent ape, both recognizing the shock in each other's eyes. This human, he actually went through with it. Tang Xiaosan knelt on one knee, blood gushing from the wound. Yet he did not fall, instead raising his head to look at the black-eyed giant serpent, a smile more painful than weeping tugging at his lips. Is this enough? The black-eyed giant serpent. Xiaosan knelt on one knee, blood gushing from the wound. Yet he did not fall, instead raising his head to look at the black-eyed giant. His voice was hoarse. To reassure you too, I am willing to self-destruct my cultivation right here. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his palm and slapped it on his dantian. Puff, the dantian shattered. The spiritual power within him leaked out like a deflated balloon, rushing out wildly. He spat out a mouthful of essence, blood collapsing to the ground, his face as white as paper. Wu Linger screamed. Brother Tang. The black-eyed giant serpent and the silvermaned violent ape were completely dumbfounded. They had lived for thousands of years and had never seen such a human. He disregarded life, dignity, and cultivation, wanting nothing but to survive. Was this fear of death or a foolish wisdom? The black-eyed giant serpent and the silvermaned violent ape stood there momentarily unsure of what to say. Outside the scene, Gu Chengsheng watched this scene, nodding slightly. Not bad, not bad. The familiar system notification rang in his ears. Ding. Detected the chosen one, Tang Xiaosan. The trajectory of fate deviates absurdly. Tang Xiaosan castrated himself, self-destructing his cultivation, completely losing dignity and foundation. His life path becomes irreversible, returning part of the fortune to the heavenly way. Current heavenly way fortune fullness 2.05. Congratulations, host, triggering billionfold return. Tang Xiaosan castrates himself, returning to host ancient kidney body. Tang Xiaosan self-destructs his cultivation, returning to host immortal grade Dao seed. Gu Chengsheng's brows suddenly raised. Ancient kidney body. Immortal grade Dao seed. He had no time to ponder as 2 streams of power surged into his body simultaneously. The first stream of power was as hot as fire, exploding from his lower abdomen like a bomb detonating within him. That hot flow spread along his meridians, gathering below his waist above his lower abdomen. No more accurately, it gathered at a certain mysterious location. Gu Chengsheng felt as if he were soaking in a hot spring, warm and cozy, yet like being scorched by flames filled with explosive power. He glanced down at himself, secretly nodding. Ancient kidney body. He had never heard of such a physique. But it was evidently rarer and more powerful than the ancient sacred body, specifically enhancing the kidneys, improving vigor and endurance. Gu Chengsheng took a deep breath, feeling the surging power within him. At this moment, if he were to challenge the Yao Guang Empress for a spar, he was confident he could easily break her defenses and even turn the tables. But he did not continue to think as the second stream of power arrived. Immortal grade Dao seed. Not the Saint Realm Dao Seed, not the Emperor Realm Dao Seed, and not the Heavenly Emperor Realm Dao Seed. It was the immortal grade. Above the Heavenly Emperor is the immortal. Gu Changsheng closed his eyes, beginning to condense the Dao Seed. In the demon cave, everyone was watching Gu Changsheng. From the moment the divine child sat down to cultivate, no one dared to look away. They watched as demonic energy was devoured as cultivation broke through, and at this moment they were waiting to see the divine child condense the Dao Seed. The Dao Seed realm is the sixth realm of cultivators and is also a critically important realm. The grade of the Dao Seed determines the future potential upper limit, and the process of condensing the Dao Seed cannot be interfered with by the outside world. It entirely relies on the cultivator's foundation and bloodline. What do you think? What grade of Dao Seed will the Divine Master condense? A disciple asked quietly. Another disciple pondered for a moment. Perhaps a Saint Realm Dao Seed. The Divine Master is so talented, a Saint Realm Dao Seed must be a given. I think it will be an Emperor Realm Dao Seed. The other disciple shook his head. But the Divine Master is an immortal body. The Emperor Realm Dao Seed may not even be worthy of him. Many discussed and no one could convince anyone else. The Saint Realm Elder guarding the demon cave stroked his beard and spoke slowly. I suspect that the Divine Master will surely condense a Heavenly Emperor Realm Dao Seed. Silence enveloped the entire venue. The Dao Seed of the Heavenly Emperor. Such a thing exists only in legend. Throughout the history of the 5 great imperial clans, those who were able to condense the Dao Seed of the Heavenly Emperor invariably became powers above the rank of Emperor. Currently the Gu family has only one Heavenly Emperor. If the son can also condense the Dao Seed of the Heavenly Emperor, it is highly likely that the Gu family will have 2 Heavenly Emperors in the future. The disciples murmured to themselves, eyes filled with shock. The elder nodded, his tone solemn. The son possesses a celestial body and has the supreme bone. If he can condense the Dao Seed of the Heavenly Emperor, it would be our fortune. You all witnessing this today is a tremendous blessing. The disciples nodded in unison, their gazes becoming even more fervent. The elder spoke the truth. They lacked the qualifications to condense such a powerful Dao Seed, but to be able to witness it from afar was already a great honor. At that moment a peculiar wave suddenly erupted from Gu Changsheng. It was not a fluctuation of spiritual power or demonic aura, but rather a resonance of a deeper, more primordial nature. The space around him began to distort like the surface of water disturbed by a stone, ripples expanding outward in circles. An anomaly appeared in the sky. A golden lotus bloomed in the void, its petals layered upon one another, each inscribed with ancient runes. The lotus slowly rotated, emitting a soft light that illuminated the entire demonic cave. The demons trapped in their cages all raised their heads, staring at the golden lotus with disbelief. What kind of Dao Seed is this? It's not the Dao Seed of the Heavenly Emperor. It's even more terrifying. Celestial rank. A demon of the Emperor realm sealed deep within widened its murky single eye, its voice hoarse and trembling. Impossible. How could the human race condense a celestial rank Dao Seed? Gu Changsheng had his eyes closed, unaware of the reaction outside. His consciousness was immersed in a strange space which was his Dantian. In the center of the lake of spiritual power, a swirl of golden light was condensing. The light grew brighter and more solid, resembling a star in gestation. The Dao Seed was taking shape. The anomalies in the outside world became more intense. Outside the golden lotus, the illusory figures of a dragon and phoenix appeared, a true dragon coiling and a phoenix spreading its wings, swirling around Gu Changsheng. Golden light rain fell from the sky, denser than when the Heavenly Dao resonated before. The Gu family's disciples were rendered speechless. They gaped wide-eyed, forgetting to breathe. Does the Dao Seed of the Heavenly Emperor have such an anomaly? The elder's voice trembled. No. The Dao Seed of the Heavenly Emperor would not have such an anomaly. He took a deep breath. Is this the celestial rank? As those 2 words fell, the entire venue fell into a profound silence. Deep within the cage, the few demons of the Emperor realm fell completely silent. Their gazes pierced through layers of seals, landing on the golden lotus filled with despair. Celestial rank Dao Seed. A deep voice came from an ancient demon. With such a prodigy emerging from the Gu family, does my demon race still have any chance of survival? Another demon did not respond but simply lowered its head. The Gu family could already suppress the entire demon race with their own clan's strength, preventing them from approaching the 3,000 Dao domains. With such a prodigy reappearing in the Gu family, what could the demon race do? They might as well surrender and directly seek refuge with the Gu family. In the demonic cave, the disciples of the Gu family came to their senses and knelt down in unison. Congratulations to the son for achieving great progress in cultivation. Their voices synchronized, resonating throughout the space. Gu Changsheng opened his eyes. Within his golden pupils the illusory image of a golden lotus flashed and vanished. He sensed the power within his body. In the Dantian, a golden Dao seed floated above the lake of spiritual energy, slowly rotating. The Dao seed was not large, only the size of a fist, but the aura it radiated was enough to cause one's heart to race. The first level of the Dao seed realm. Yet his true combat power far exceeded this realm. With the celestial rank Dao seed combined with the burning sky celestial body, the Yao Guang divine body, and the supreme bone, along with dual cultivation of spirit and demonic energy, he could fight several levels above even he himself was unclear. Gu Changsheng stood up, the surrounding demonic aura already dissipating significantly. He glanced at the disciples and elders kneeling on the ground, smiling slightly. Get up. The crowd rose, standing with hands at their sides, not daring to speak further. Gu Changsheng dusted off the dirt from his robe and walked towards the entrance. The golden crow took flight from the rocks perching on his shoulder. Deep within the demonic cave, the few Emperor Realm demons watched his departing figure, none daring to speak. Only endless silence and fear. Gu Changsheng emerged from the demonic cave and headed straight back to the sun's residence. He calculated the time that Demon Girl should be waking up soon. The secret chamber was located at the deepest part of the main hall, its walls covered in sealing runes. Soundproof and spirit-proof, even if chaos erupted within, not a whisper could be heard outside. Gu Changsheng pushed open the stone door and walked inside. In the secret chamber, a stone bed was against the wall. A girl was sitting on the bed. She appeared to be around 15 or 16 years old, her features exquisitely beautiful. Her skin was as white as snow, her features deep-set, exuding an exotic beauty not belonging to the human race. Her long black hair cascaded over her shoulders, the ends slightly curled, spreading across the stone bed like seaweed. She wore a long black dress, the hem embroidered with dark red patterns. The patterns twisted like vines, revealing a portion of her fair calf and bare feet. Her eyes were deep purple with a hint of languor and indifference. At this moment she was staring blankly at the wall opposite, her gaze hollow like a jade sculpture devoid of a soul. Gu Changsheng approached. The girl's gaze slowly shifted, landing on his face. There was no anger, no fear, nor any fluctuations of emotion. Was it you who took my primordial Yin? Her voice was light and calm, as if she were inquiring about an inconsequential matter. Gu Changsheng did not hide. Indeed. Your primordial Yin from the celestial demonic body has indeed been taken by me. Surely you understand how alluring your physique is to our human cultivators. He had done what he did with nothing to deny. The Gu family acted without restraint. The girl smiled. It was neither a bitter smile nor a cold smile, it was a genuine smile. Her lips curled upward, eyes crescent-shaped, her smile carrying an indescribable sense of relief. Finally. I've escaped this physique. She murmured softly. That's fine. Without this physique I probably wouldn't have been. Her words trailed off, her deep purple eyes turned to Gu Changsheng. It's a pity that you took my body. In the future my father will not spare you, including the forces behind you, they will all vanish into thin air. Her tone remained calm. You have no idea how strong my father is. I am merely curious what kind of person was able to stealthily take me away back then. She tilted her head as if pondering an inconsequential question. But none of this matters anymore. Yi Xuanji. This is her name. She is a demon, the daughter of the Heavenly Demon Lord, possessing a pure demonic body. She has lived for thousands of years, most of which were spent sealed in an ice coffin. Her true age is something even she cannot clearly remember. Yi Xuanji stood up, her black gown cascading down to her feet. She lifted her hand to tease the hem of her dress, revealing a long snow-white leg. The motion was so natural, as if she had done it countless times. Since you have taken my primal Yin, there is no need for us to hide anything from each other anymore. A hint of a smile lingered at the corner of her mouth, and her deep purple eyes locked onto Gu Changsheng. You have taken my body, and my father will surely destroy the forces behind you. Before that we might as well indulge in some joyful activities together. She took 2 steps forward, allowing her gown to fall back to her feet, covering that leg. In this way it wouldn't be in vain to roam this world. Gu Changsheng looked at the woman, somewhat taken aback. The demoness was indeed different from the human race. Unrestrained, bold and not coy. She did not know his identity, only thinking that both he and the forces behind him would be destroyed by the Heavenly Demon Lord. Since they were destined to die, why not enjoy themselves before death? This notion was rather perceptive. Gu Changsheng chuckled and stepped closer to her. Yi Xuanji looked up at the young man who was a head taller than her. There was no hatred in her eyes, only a faint allure. She lifted one leg, gently tapping the tip of her foot against Gu Changsheng's calf, slowly sliding upwards. Just now I was in a state of slumber, feeling nothing. Her voice carried a trace of lazy temptation. Now that I am awake, do you not wish to experience it again? Gu Changsheng looked down at her, not shying away from that leg. Naturally, I would like to experience it. He paused. But I must say the forces behind me will not fear your so-called Heavenly Demon Lord's father. Yi Xuanji's leg froze. The calf she had raised trembled slightly and her smile momentarily froze on her face. What did you say? For the first time her voice wavered. You know my father is the Heavenly Demon Lord. Gu Changsheng replied indifferently. I am Gu Changsheng, the godson of the Gu family. I am curious, a small demon clan dares to come to my Gu family to cause trouble. If your father dares to come, I believe he might be forever trapped within our Gu family, used to cultivate demonic energy. Yi Xuanji's complexion changed entirely. From lazy to shocked, from shocked to pale. The Gu family. The Chongsheng Imperial Clan, the Gu family. That is a force even her father fears to the bone. She grew up in the demon realm, having heard countless times from her clan elders about the 5 great imperial clans of the 3,000 Dao domains. Even if all the heavenly demon lords of the demon realm teamed up, it would be useless. Her father was still alive, repeatedly reminding her that she could roam but must never step into the Eternal Dao domain and must never provoke anyone related to the Gu family. Now her body has been taken by the godson of the Gu family. Yi Xuanji's first reaction was not anger nor fear. Instead, it was an indescribable joy. She had been a mistake since her birth. A pure demonic body, 1 in a billion. This constitution is immensely beneficial for cultivation in the demon clan. Especially for a powerhouse like her father, the Heavenly Demon Lord. Her blood could help her father break through bottlenecks and even advance further. That is why her father doted on her. It was not because she was his daughter, but because she was a moving spiritual medicine. A useful tool. She needed to provide blood at all times, day after day, year after year. That kind of suffering was not physical but spiritual. She knew she could never escape this fate unless she died. So she fled. Risking being hunted, she escaped the demon realm and entered the 3,000 Dao domains. Then she was captured and sealed in an ice coffin, sleeping until now. Now that she has awakened, her primal Yin is gone and her pure demonic body is no longer complete. Her father would no longer need her, or rather she was of no use to him anymore. She thought she would die here. But now the young man before her told her he was the godson of the Gu family. The Gu family, a presence even her father dared not provoke. Yi Xuanji's mind was racing. If she were with the Gu family, her father would not dare to act against her. If she fled back to the demon realm, endless suffering awaited her. But if she stayed here by the side of the godson of the Gu family. Yi Xuanji's gaze shifted from shock to brightness, from brightness to fervor. She suddenly knelt on the ground. Her skirt spread out, revealing 2 long snow-white legs, her knees striking the stone slab with a dull thud. Her forehead pressed tightly against Gu Changsheng's feet, her hands on the ground, her posture humbly low to the dust. Yi Xuanji pays her respects to the godson. Her voice trembled not from fear but from excitement. I am willing to submit. To serve the godson for life with no other thoughts. Gu Changsheng looked down at her, somewhat amused. Yi Xuanji raised her head, her deep purple eyes staring straight at him, her eyes slightly red. The power of my primal Yin has been taken by the godson, but my pure demonic body remains. Cultivating together with me can still absorb demonic energy faster than normal. She paused, her voice softening. I know what I am. In the demon clan, I am my father's spiritual medicine. Here I am merely a plaything of the godson. But even a plaything has its own way of living. Rather than suffer in the demon realm, I would rather stay by the godson's side. Her forehead pressed back against Gu Changsheng's feet. I ask the godson to take me in. Gu Changsheng looked down at Yi Xuanji kneeling at his feet, nodding inwardly. This woman was self-aware, one might even say extremely intelligent. She understood her situation, did not make futile struggles nor cried out in vain, and decisively chose to submit. Moreover, this woman was indeed beautiful, her figure and appearance appealing to Gu Changsheng, leaving him with no thoughts of waste. But he would not easily trust her. He extended his right hand, the tip of his index finger glowing with a golden light. I do not believe in your loyalty. I only believe in my slave mark. The voice was not loud but very clear. Yi Xuanji looked up at the glowing finger, her deep purple pupils narrowing slightly. The slave mark. She certainly knew what that was. Once planted, life and death are no longer in her control, and a single thought could make her wish she were dead. This was the Gu family's means to control their servants, and she had seen it in the classics of the demon realm. She did not hesitate. In times like this, hesitation is akin to seeking death. Yi Xuanji straightened her body while kneeling, her hands hanging by her sides, slightly tilting her head, opening her lips and gently kissing the tip of Gu Changsheng's finger. The golden light surged from the fingertip, seeping into her body through her lips. The light coalesced at her brow, transforming into a tiny golden rune that vanished in an instant. The slave mark was formed. From this moment on, her life and death were entirely in Gu Changsheng's hands. Gu Changsheng retracted his finger, and Yi Xuanji's lips were still slightly parted with a trace of golden light lingering on her lips. She lowered her head, her forehead touching the ground once more. Thank you, master. Gu Changsheng chuckled, just about to say something. Suddenly the jade talisman at his waist glowed. He raised his hand to pick it up, probing with his divine sense. It was a message from Su Wan. Godson, the 4 other ladies aside from Lin Yan, whom you selected as attendants, have all been properly arranged and are waiting in the front hall. May I ask when the master will come to grace them? Gu Changsheng finished reading and raised an eyebrow. Luo Qingli, Su Yunqi, Bai Ling and Morong Jing, 4 women each possessed their own charm and skills. He glanced down at the still kneeling Yi Xuanji and then at the message on the jade talisman. Get up, follow me. Yi Xuanji stood up and followed Gu Changsheng with her hands at her sides. The hem of her skirt fell back to her feet, covering her snow-white leg. She lowered her head, her deep purple eyes flickering, slightly lost in thought. Gu Changsheng pushed open the door to the secret chamber and strode out. Yi Xuanji followed behind her, bare feet silently touching the cold stone floor. In the front hall, the 4 women stood in a line. Luo Qingli, dressed in white with a long sword hanging at her waist, stood tall like a sword drawn from its sheath. Su Yunqi wore a light green alchemist's robe holding a small alchemical cauldron, gentle and quiet. Bai Ling donned a short beast-skin robe with long hair braided into a thick plait, a snow-white young wolf perched on her shoulder. Morong Jing wore a grey Taoist robe holding a compass, the needle of which trembled slightly. The 4 women raised their heads in unison upon hearing footsteps. The hall door swung open and Gu Changsheng walked in, followed by a woman in black. Her hair flowed like a waterfall, deep purple eyes, her features exquisitely inhuman. Her skirt billowed, bare feet touching the ground, exuding an otherworldly beauty. The 4 women were momentarily taken aback. Who was this? Why did a demonic woman follow the young master? They sensed the demonic aura around Yi Xuanji. Gu Changsheng took his seat at the head, glancing at the 4 women and then at Yi Xuanji behind him. 5 women each with their own strengths. He smiled. Everyone is here. Luo Qingli, Su Yunqi, Bai Ling and Morong Jing exchanged glances and knelt down together. We greet you, young master. Their voices were clear and harmonious. All 4 wore expressions of barely concealed excitement. Becoming a concubine of the Gu family's young master was an extraordinary honor. Concubines were not mere maids, they held a legitimate status in the household, promising a bright future ahead. Each of them came to the young master's banquet with different intentions, some for the sword, some for the cauldron, some for the sect, and some for heavenly secrets. But when this moment truly arrived, as they knelt before this youth and felt the overwhelming aura emanating from him, all their intentions began to pale in comparison. From this moment forth, they were members of the Gu family. Gu Changsheng waved his hand and the 4 women stood up, hands at their sides. As his gaze swept over them, he suddenly felt a sense of having an emerging harem. Of course, this feeling was fleeting. He was never one to be muddled by beauty. In the following days, Gu Changsheng did not engage in much. The young master's banquet was not yet fully concluded. The teachings of the Gu family's powerful figures continued resonating through the air from dawn to dusk. Guests from various factions listened in rapt attention, unwilling to leave. Teachings from a powerful figure of the imperial realm were a rare occurrence, and missing this opportunity would mean a lifetime without another. Gu Changsheng did not need to listen to the teachings. He had the immortal canon insights from immortals. He couldn't even absorb the lessons from the heavenly emperor ancestor, let alone from the imperial realm's powerful figures. He enjoyed a leisurely life, spending his days in the young master's mansion, accompanied by beautiful women living blissfully. Luo Qingli practiced swordplay daily in the courtyard. Her sword intent had grown stronger than before, with sword light like a flowing ribbon slicing through the spiritual peach tree in the courtyard, scattering its branches and leaves. Su Yunxi refined pills in the side hall, the fragrant aroma filling the mansion. Her alchemical skills were indeed remarkable, producing a batch of pills with excellent quality. Bai Ling with her white wolf ran rampant throughout the mansion. The young wolf had plumped up significantly in just a few days, its fur becoming even more snow-white. Morong Jing was the quietest, sitting in the courtyard each day with her compass deducing heavenly secrets. Occasionally she would furrow her brow or nod, lost in her calculations. Yi Xuanji stayed close to Gu Changsheng, never leaving his side. She spoke little, but whenever Gu Changsheng needed something she would always be the first to present it. Tea, spiritual fruits, clothing, all served meticulously. Whenever Gu Changsheng glanced at her she would slightly lower her head, her deep purple eyes filled with submission. Gu Changsheng personally experienced the power of the ancient kidney body during these days. As for the specifics, it is not for outsiders to know. Only that during those days when Luo Qingli practiced her sword, her legs trembled, Su Yunxi's hands shook while refining pills. Bai Ling's white wolf ran away at the sight of Gu Changsheng. Morong Jing's compass needle spun wildly, unable to stop. As for Yi Xuanji, she showed no noticeable changes. The body of a demonic woman was inherently much more resilient than that of a human, and coupled with her profound cultivation, her endurance far exceeded that of ordinary people. Afterwards she merely licked her lips lightly, her deep purple eyes reflecting a hint of lingering desire. Days passed by like this. In the Gu family main hall, Gu Qingyun stood with his hands clasped behind him, facing away from the hall door. His silhouette elongated in the hall, resembling a silent mountain peak. There was only him in the hall, quiet enough to hear the faint crackling of the burning candle. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps approached from outside the hall, unhurried yet deliberate, each step akin to treading on a blade. A middle-aged man entered. His features were resolute, radiating a born nobility, but at this moment that nobility was replaced by tension and unease. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead, glistening faintly in the candlelight. His cultivation was at the late stage of the Emperor realm, a top existence among the 3,000 domains. But at this moment even his gait was cautious. The head of the Ji family, Ji Tsunghai. He stood in the center of the hall, gazing at Gu Qingyun's back, cupping his hands in salute. Gu Xiong. His voice was not loud, carrying a hint of respect. He had known Gu Qingyun for 10,000 years, their friendship was not shallow, yet at this moment he had no right to be familiar. Gu Qingyun did not turn around or speak. Ji Kanghai's forehead glistened with cold sweat. Gu Xiong, we too can be considered old friends, having known each other for 10,000 years. Today my daring to come alone to plead for forgiveness signifies that the Ji family is absolutely unaware of this matter. He said it all in one breath. The assassination of your son by that holy realm woman from my Ji family was truly an accident. I heard that the woman was shrouded in demonic energy. It is likely that my Ji family has been infiltrated by the demon clan, resulting in this incident. I returned and thoroughly investigated my entire clan, finding no trace whatsoever. I interrogated every person related to that woman but found no clues. His voice was sincere. Gu Xiong, if my Ji family truly intended to harm your son, how could we possibly send only one holy realm woman? At the very least it would require the emperor to take action. Wouldn't that be a blatant invitation to death? Gu Qingyun finally turned around. His gaze fell on Ji Kanghai's face, calm and devoid of anger or sarcasm, merely observing him. So you're saying that I orchestrated this play myself? To have someone from your Ji family kill my son? His voice was low, but each word was like a knife stabbing into Ji Kanghai's heart. Ji Kanghai's face turned pale in an instant. I wouldn't dare. Gu Xiong, I absolutely did not mean that. His tone changed. I merely said that this matter is suspicious. My Ji family truly was unaware. Unaware. Gu Qingyun interrupted him, his voice gradually rising. The person was from your Ji family, the sword belonged to your Ji family, and in front of all forces in the 3,000 domains you assassinated my son. You tell me you were unaware. Ji Tsunghai, does your Ji family want to be removed from the 3,000 domains? Ji Kanghai's face drained of color, a fierce tremor running through him. He knew the man before him was not speaking idle boasts. The Gu family possessed such capability. He also knew that no explanation could completely extricate the Ji family. Caught red-handed, the evidence was incontrovertible. The great hall fell into a brief silence. Ji Tsunghai steadied his spirit, drew a long breath, cupped his hands and bowed. Brother Gu, I Ji Tsunghai swear by Tiandao that this affair has nothing to do with my Ji family. If there is a single falsehood, may Tiandao strike me down and deny me rebirth for all eternity. A golden rune shot forth from between his brows and soared into the heavens. Tiandao answered, and the pact was sealed. Gu Qingyun regarded him in silence for a moment. He knew Ji Songhai spoke the truth. This matter was not instigated by the Ji family, they lacked the nerve and had no reason to do so. Yet he would not let the Ji family off so easily. Such a gift handed to him would not be refused. If it is a misunderstanding, then it is negotiable. Gu Qingjian's tone softened a fraction. But a Ji family woman attempted to assassinate my son. That is a fact. Before all the powers of the 3,000 Dao domains, the Gu family must offer an explanation. Ji Kanghai's heart leapt. Brother Gu, you mean compensation? Gu Qingyan said flatly. The Ji family will hand over the Renhuang sword shards. The shards bore demonic qi and frightened my son. A Ji woman at the Saint Realm attempted to kill my son, causing him distress. 2 instances of distress demand redress. Ji Kanghai's mouth twitched. Distress. The Gu family's divine heir had sat on the dragon throne the whole time without budging, suppressing every calamity with a single hand. Where was the fear? He dared not speak. State your terms, Brother Gu. Gu Qingyan held up 3 fingers. 3 items. First, a copy of the Ji family's Tiandi scripture. Second, 3 Renhuang relics. Third, 70% of the Ji family's yields from the Tianyuan vein. Ji Kanghai's pupils constricted. A copy of the Tiandi scripture was the Ji family's very foundation. The Renhuang relics, each an inestimable treasure left by their ancestors. To lose even one was an irreplaceable wound. The Tianyuan vein was among the largest spirit stone deposits in the 3,000 Dao domains. Its proximity had given the Ji family 40% ownership, the Gu family 30%, and other powers the remaining 30%. Gu Qingjian's opening demand would see 70%, leaving the Ji family with a mere 10%. Even for imperial clans, such veins were of supreme importance. Spirit stones from a vein were indispensable to a cultivator's progress. Ji Kanghai's lips trembled. Brother Gu, if you refuse to compensate, then it will mean this was arranged by your Ji family. Gu Qingjian's voice remained calm. I would not mind bringing my clan's elders and patriarchs to pay the Ji family a visit. Elders. Patriarchs. Those 4 words hung light in the air but struck Ji Songhai like 4 mountains upon his chest. The Gu elders were of the imperial realm, the Gu patriarch himself was a Tiandi. If the Gu family's Tiandi personally visited the Ji estate, the Ji family would not survive. Ji Songhai closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and when he opened them the resentment had been forced down. Very well. I agree. He ground his teeth. I will return and prepare immediately. Within 3 days the items will be delivered to the Gu household. Gu Qingyan nodded, a faint smile at his lips. Brother Ji is a man of principle, I admire you, Gu remarked. Ji Kanghai's attempt at a smile was brittle and failed to reach his eyes. He cupped his hands and strode from the hall. Once beyond the doorway his steps quickened noticeably, as if fleeing. Gu Qingyan watched his retreating figure until it vanished and murmured to himself. I know this has nothing to do with the Ji family, but who then? A cold gleam flashed in his eyes. This matter was growing ever more intriguing. The divine heir's mansion. Gu Chongsheng reclined on a soft couch with a cup of spiritual wine in hand. Yi Xuanji knelt beside him, attending silently. Days passed in that manner. The Yaoguang Empress seemed to have gained an insight and closed herself in seclusion once more. Gu Changsheng did not see her. Aside from that, Tang Xiaosan, having lost his cultivation and the dignity of a man, had been safely escorted away from the Xinglua Great Forest by Wu Linger. No further life choices had been triggered for the moment, so the translucent visions before him had long since vanished. On this day the preaching that had filled the void finally ceased. The voice of that imperial realm master echoed across heaven and earth as he spoke his final words. The Tao is boundless, I urge you all to cultivate without sloth. This lecture ends here. With those words the Daoic aura that had filled the skies slowly dissipated. On the plaza guests from across the 3,000 Dao domains rose to their feet, some stretching lazily, others rubbing numb legs, some still with eyes closed, savoring the moment. Already over. I feel I could listen for another 3 months. You 3 months. I could listen for 3 years. Don't be deluded, an Imperial Realm Master lecturing is a onsen 10,000 years event. To have heard 7 days is already monumental fortune. When I return I shall seclude myself for a century to fully comprehend the gains of these 7 days. A century. I'll seclude myself 500 years. Someone exclaimed. Gu family disciples are truly fortunate, such lectures are commonplace for them. Especially that Gu divine heir, he listens when he wishes and ignores it when he does not. Don't compare yourself, what can you match against the divine heir? The crowd agreed in chorus. They packed their bags and prepared to depart. The divine heir banquet had come to an end. Gu Changsheng stood atop the high platform of his mansion watching the guests' silhouettes vanish into the horizon of the Eternal Dao domain. Jinwu perched on his shoulder cocking its head and letting out a chirr. "They're all gone," Gu Changsheng said lightly. No sooner had he spoken. Then at the very edge of the 3,000 Dao domains beneath a leaden sky a transparent barrier stretching for 10,000 miles spanned the void like a giant glass wall separating the domains from the outside. Runes flowed faintly across the barrier, its light dim from untold ages. Suddenly there was a muffled boom and a fissure appeared on the barrier. Not wide at first, only a few zhang like a crack across ice, yet it widened as web-like fractures crawled outward with a grating sound of splintering. With a thunderous roar the fissure burst open. Black demonic chi gushed from the breach like a broken dam, instantaneously staining half the sky dark. Within the demonic chi countless shadows poured forth, some humanoid, some bestial, some sheathed in scales, some bearing wings. They screamed and roared, swarming like a locust plague crashing into the 3,000 Dao domains in an overwhelming tide. The vanguard still wore fragments of sealing runes on their bodies, clearly cannon fodder forced through. They paid no heed. Behind them surged more demons in endless dense mass. In the distance a guard atop a human city's watchtower rubbed his eyes, convinced he had misseen. His face drained of blood as he frantically struck the alarm bell. Dong dong dong. The bell had barely sounded before the demonic tide engulfed the city. At that very moment the 5 great imperial clans and every major power across the 3,000 Dao domains received the news, each struck by incredulity. A demonic invasion of our domain. How dare they? The first reaction of the major factions upon receiving the news was not fear but shock. The invasion of the demon realm. How dare they? The 3,000 domains had been too peaceful for too long. It wasn't that there had been no wars, but rather that the 5 imperial clans were too strong, especially the Gu clan. With the celestial emperor presiding, dozens of emperors and hundreds of sacred beings, this strength was only the surface. The demon clan did not even dare to breathe loudly. For countless millennia, the demon clan had only been able to secretly send a few scouts into the 3,000 domains, hiding like mice in the shadows. This was the first time they had boldly torn through the barriers and marched their armies to the borders. For the first time in countless years. The closest imperial clan to the barrier was the Ji clan. The Ji clan was already a descendant of the ancient human emperor, their bloodline marked by an unending hatred for the demon clan. Moreover, not long ago at the Gu clan's Divine Sun feast there had been an incident involving a sacred woman from the Ji clan who exhibited demonic energy. The Ji clan had yet to settle that score, and now the demon clan had come knocking. As soon as the news reached the Ji clan, a powerful emperor tore through the void and directly descended upon the border. Meanwhile, in the Divine Sun's residence a woman stood before Gu Changsheng. Luo Yao. A few days ago she had entered the creation pool to reconstruct her physical body, and now she had completely recovered. Dressed in a light blue long dress, her hair flowing like a waterfall, her countenance was cold and her aura was deep as the sea. She was at the pinnacle of the sacred realm, just as she had been in her previous life. Her gaze towards Gu Changsheng was filled with respect. During these past few days at the Gu clan her heart had grown increasingly alarmed. Reconstructing her body in the creation pool was something unimaginable in the outside world, yet it was commonplace at the Gu clan. When she had possessed Xiao Chen's body she had tried every means to accumulate power, all just to one day find the materials to reconstruct her body. Yet at the Gu clan it had been resolved in just a few days. Had she known it would be this simple, why had she possessed Xiao Chen? She could have just come directly to the Gu clan to seek the Divine Sun. Luo Yao sighed inwardly, suppressing those chaotic thoughts as she stood with her hands at her sides. You have recovered well, Gu Changsheng said with a nod after glancing at her. Thank you, Master. Luo Yao replied with a slight bow. Gu Changsheng raised his hand, revealing a bronze-colored key in his palm. The key was ancient, adorned with engravings, and the handle bore the 2 characters Luo clan. The key to the Luo clan's ruins. Drip a drop of your blood on it. Without hesitation Luo Yao pricked her fingertip to extract a drop of crimson blood, which fell onto the key. The blood seeped into the key and vanished. The next moment the key trembled violently and a bronze light erupted from it, illuminating the entire great hall. The light gathered in the air, transforming into a massive light curtain that hovered before Gu Changsheng. Within the light curtain a ruin rose from the depths of the earth. The ruin was unimaginably vast, covering an unknown number of miles. Ancient stone halls, towering towers, and crumbling city walls slowly emerged from the soil and rock as if they had been in a deep slumber for countless millennia, finally awaiting the day of awakening. Above the ruins a golden light coalesced into a gigantic character for Luo, hovering high above in the 9 heavens, its radiance so brilliant that it illuminated the surrounding area for miles, as bright as day. On the border of the 3,000 domains, a G-clan emperor faced off against a demon clan emperor across the void. The G-clan emperor was clad in golden battle armor, wielding a long sword, his imperial might profound as an abyss. Opposite him stood a towering demon clan emperor covered in black scales, his eyes blood red with demonic energy swirling around him. The two were separated by 100 miles, neither daring to make the first move. At that moment the earth trembled. It was not the tremor of a battlefield but a deeper tremor emanating from the ground. The entire domain shook, mountains collapsed, rivers changed course, and the ground cracked open with massive fissures. Then the ruins began to rise. Stone halls, towers, and city walls slowly emerged from the fissures, kicking up clouds of dust and debris. Above the ruins, the golden character for Luo hovered in the void, its light dazzling, momentarily blinding the eyes of both emperors. Both stopped their movements, their gazes fixed on the ruins. This is the Luo clan. The G-clan emperor muttered, his pupils contracting. In ancient times, the Luo clan nearly became the 6th imperial clan. The entire clan migrated to the border, penetrating deep into the demon realm, and was then annihilated. Legends about the Luo clan have circulated in the 3,000 domains for countless years. Some say that the Luo clan left behind treasures, while others claim that their ruins are sealed in some location, but no one has ever found them. Now they have emerged on their own. The demon clan emperor's eyes lit up as well. He certainly knew about the Luo clan. Back then, when the Luo clan penetrated deep into the demon realm, countless demons perished, even a celestial demon sovereign fell. What treasures lie within the Luo clan's ruins? How many techniques? How much legacy? Both the demon clan and the human clan coveted these things. The news spread like wings, quickly reaching the entirety of the 3,000 domains and the entire demon realm. The Luo clan's ruins have appeared. Right at the border, at the junction of the two realms. How many good things must be in the ruins of the Luo clan, which almost became an imperial clan? The major imperial clan's sacred lands and families were all shaken. In the Jiang clan's great hall, Jiang Linyuan put down the jade slip in his hand and stood up. Prepare a boat. To the border. In the Li clan's great hall, Li Yi tapped the table, a faint smile on his lips. The Luo clan's ruins. Quite interesting. The Xianyuan clan's emperor, a descendant of the ancient gods, opened his golden eyes and glanced in the direction of the border. Go. The Ji clan already had an emperor at the border, and at this moment 3 more emperors were dispatched for reinforcements. When the news returned to the Ji clan, the old celestial emperor broke through his confines and personally led the team to the border. He was a celestial emperor who had lived for countless millennia, his aura profound as an abyss and a mountain, causing the very void to tremble. He stood at the bow of the divine ship, gazing silently in the direction of the border. The demon clan responded even faster. When the news of the ruins reached the demon realm, the demon army immediately halted their invasion and all turned towards the ruins. Soon 5 demon emperors rushed from deep within the demon realm, stationed at the periphery of the ruins. Following that, a terrifyingly powerful aura descended from the heavens as a celestial demon sovereign personally arrived. Equivalent to the existence of a human celestial emperor. A black demonic energy enveloped half of the sky, the celestial demon sovereign's figure hidden within the demonic energy, his face obscured, yet that oppressive force made all the human cultivators present feel as if they could not breathe. The Ji clan's old celestial emperor stepped forward, similarly releasing his celestial emperor's pressure, pushing back the demonic energy. The 2 celestial emperors faced each other across the ruins. This is the ruin of my human Luo clan. What does it have to do with your demon clan? The Ji clan's old celestial emperor's voice was not loud but spread for miles. The celestial demon sovereign's voice emerged from the demonic energy, hoarse and grating. The ruins have appeared on the border of my demon clan, so they naturally belong to my demon clan. Border. This is the territory of the human clan. 1/2 of the ruins is outside the barrier. 1/2 is within the barrier. Neither celestial emperor yielded to the other. Yet neither made a move. Once a battle at the celestial emperor level commenced, it would flatten the area for miles around. If they fought before even entering the ruins, that would truly be a joke. Both sides tacitly halted, each establishing their camp on either side of the ruins. When the news returned to the Gu family, Gu Qingyun was attending to clan affairs in the Great Hall. After reading the jade slip, he remained silent for a moment before visiting someone. Gu Wangu, the 2nd-generation ancestor of the Gu family, a peak emperor. When Gu Changxing was born, he was the first to proclaim, this child will surely become the heavenly emperor in the future. Having lived for nearly an epoch, his cultivation was unfathomable. Though he had not yet broken through to the heavenly emperor stage, he had nearly no rivals among the emperors. Ancestor, are you aware of the situation at the border? Gu Wangu nodded, his aged face revealing no emotions. The ruins of the Luo family have appeared and all factions have gone there. 5 demon emperors have gone from the demon clan along with a heavenly demon sovereign. The old heavenly emperor of the Ji family has already arrived and the Jiang family, Li family and Xianyuan family are also on their way. Gu Qingyun paused. Our Gu family must not miss this opportunity. Gu Wangu stroked his beard. I shall go for a trip. I will go too. A voice came from outside the hall. Both Gu Wangu and Gu Qingyun turned their heads simultaneously. Gu Changsheng walked in followed by Luo Yao and the recently emerged Yao Guang Empress. The golden crow perched on his shoulder chirping softly. Changsheng. Gu Qingyun frowned. The border is currently unstable. The demon army is pressing in and the heavenly demon sovereign is stationed there. What do you intend to do? Gu Changsheng smiled. Father, I have come of age. Is it not customary for disciples of the Gu family to venture out for training upon reaching maturity? Gu Qingyun remained silent for a moment. Although Changsheng belonged to the ancient Gu imperial lineage, they did not cultivate sheltered flowers. Every disciple was required to venture out for training upon coming of age. This was one of the reasons the Gu family had endured through the ages. Gu Wangu looked at Gu Changsheng, paused for a moment, then smiled. Very well. You shall go with me. However, he glanced at the Yao Guang Empress and then at the Golden Crow. Bring everyone with you. The border is not like home, safety comes first. Gu Changsheng nodded. That is precisely my intention. The Yao Guang Empress was at the peak of the Emperor stage. The ancient Golden Crow was in the late stage of the Emperor realm. In the system space lay an Emperor puppet. The 3 imperial artifacts given by the ancestor, the Heavenly Bell, the Soul-Calling Banner and the Void-Dodging Pendant, were all on him. The border is not like home, safety comes first. Gu Changsheng nodded. That is precisely my intention. The Yao Guang Empress was at the peak of the Emperor stage. She sat cross-legged on her bed, her spiritual energy gently surging. Over the past few days her meridians had recovered considerably. Although she had not yet broken through to the awakening stage, her complexion had improved greatly. Upon seeing Gu Changsheng enter, she quickly jumped off the bed and knelt on the ground. I pay my respects to the Son of God. Gu Changsheng raised his hand to help her up. I will be going out for a while and it may take some time. Focus on your training here, and if you need anything seek out Su Wan. Lin Yan nodded vigorously. Be careful on your journey, Son of God. Gu Changsheng took out some items from the system space, some pills and spirit stones. They were worthless to him but treasures to Lin Yan. Take these. Lin Yan accepted the item, his figure fade into the distance, lingering for a long time without moving. Outside the Gu family estate, a massive golden divine ship hovered in midair. Lin Yan stood at the courtyard's entrance, watching his figure fade into the distance, lingering for a long time without moving. Outside the Gu family estate, a massive golden divine ship hovered in midair. Gu Wangu stood at the bow of the ship, hands clasped behind his back, his robe billowing. Gu Changsheng approached with the Yao Guang Empress standing behind him, clad in white and barefoot, as ethereal as a fairy. Luo Yao stood at the edge of the ship, gazing down at the shrinking Gu family estate, her heart filled with emotion. Just a few days ago she had been a wandering soul with nowhere to go. Now she stood on the Gu family's divine ship, about to head to the Luo family ruins. That place left behind by her ancestors. The golden crow perched on Gu Changsheng's shoulder, tilting its little head, lost in thought. The divine ship activated, transforming into a stream of golden light soaring towards the border. That domain is called the Kanglin domain. It is the site where the Luo family ruins have emerged at the intersection of the 2 realms. At this moment the most powerful forces from the 3,000 realms and the demon realm had gathered there. Heavenly emperors, demon sovereigns, great emperors, sacred realm experts, countless powerful figures congregated here. The divine ship traversed the void, moving at an incredible speed. In the sky the hue was gray-black. It was not storm clouds but a blend of demon chi and human spiritual power interwoven, dyeing the heavens in chaotic colors. The earth lay ravaged, riddled with cracks and deep pits. The widest crack spanned 1,000 miles, bottomless, as if the earth had been violently torn apart. The Luo family ruins stood directly above that crack. Stone halls, towers and city walls rose from the ground, some intact, others in ruins. The perimeter of the ruins was shrouded in a faint golden light shield with runes swirling on its surface, exuding an ancient and weathered aura. Above the ruins the golden character Luo still floated, its radiance dimmer than when it first appeared, yet still striking. The human camp was on the west side of the ruins while the demon camp was on the east side. The 2 factions faced each other across the ruins, separated by several dozen miles. Occasionally young and impetuous disciples would exchange insults across the void, but no one dared to strike. All eyes were fixed on that ruin. No one knew how to enter. For several days the experts from the human and demon clans had taken turns studying the restrictions surrounding the ruins, only to find the results disheartening. The restrictions were extraordinarily powerful, forcing a breakthrough would destroy everything inside the ruins, and without breaking through entry was impossible. Finally, it was the old Heavenly Emperor of the G family who saw the clue. This is a restriction used by the ancient imperial clans to temper their juniors. His voice echoed throughout the camp. Only those under 100 years old may enter. Those over 100 years old would be crushed to powder by the restrictions. If a heavenly emperor were to force their way in, the restrictions would self-destruct and everything inside the ruins would vanish. The news spread, causing an uproar in the human camp. Under 100 years old. Among the emperors and sacred realm experts present who had not lived for thousands of years. Only the young disciples brought by various factions met this condition. The demon clan reached the same conclusion. In an instant the young cultivators became restless. Under 100 years old. I am 87, just right. I am 95, I can enter too. I am 101. Just 1 year too old. 1 year too old is still too old, stay put, honestly. In the demon camp those young demon prodigies were even more eager, their eyes shining with anticipation, wishing they could rush into the ruins right now. In the center of the demon camp, in a temporarily constructed black grand hall, the heavenly demon sovereign sat in a high position surrounded by swirling demon chi obscuring his features. Before him stood a dozen young people, all his offspring and the most elite prodigies of the demon clan's younger generation. Only those under 100 years old may enter the Luo family ruins. The voice of the heavenly demon sovereign was deep, carrying an undeniable authority. Once inside, find the core inheritance of the Luo family and bring it out. Anyone who dares to delay will die. The dozen individuals knelt in unison. We obey, Father. The two kneeling at the front were a man and a woman. The man's face was sinister, his cultivation at the Tianyuan stage. The woman was stunningly beautiful with deep purple eyes rich in demon chi, making her the strongest among this group of offspring. The heavenly demon sovereign glanced at them and slowly spoke. Once inside, if you encounter disciples from other imperial clans, do not show mercy.